Chapter 1. Damn. The days of hardship have finally come to an end today. Let's get on. Today, as the Wild King, I will definitely take you to new heights and lead you to the realm of the champions. There are only 4 of us. Can someone invite a girl to form a 5-person team? Preferably one with a mature voice that would motivate me to perform better. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chunming overheard his 3 roommates discussing their lane assignments. He collapsed onto his bed, adeptly pulling out his phone. Playing a couple of 5v5 competitive matches after class had become a fixed pastime for him and his roommates, primarily due to the lack of good games recently. "Old Chun, are you still going mid?" asked Yang Dong, the dorm leader, casting a glance at Chunming. "Yes, I only play as a mage in truth." Chunming had a genuine fondness for mages, and his reluctance to practice other lanes stemmed from the fact that even when slightly behind economically, he could still deal high burst damage. As he spoke, he took out his phone, and as soon as he unlocked it with facial recognition, he noticed a new application on his home screen, which was supposed to be filled with folders, suddenly featuring one called Fishing in All Realms. Fishing in All Realms? Chunming frowned, unable to recall when he had downloaded such an app. He suspected it was likely a rogue application. He long pressed to delete it. However, the only options that appeared were to move it or to open it. Unable to delete it. Are virus apps this advanced nowadays? Chunming pondered with suspicion. Just then, he heard Yang Dong and the others express their confusion as well. "What is this thing? Why can't we uninstall it? Did we get a virus?" "I have this too. It's called Fishing in All Realms. Seems like a fishing game." "Same here. I can't find the uninstall option at all." Curiosity piqued. Chunming decided to click on it and explore further. The screen initially went black, then a series of text scrolled into view. "You have successfully activated Fishing in All Realms. Please note, this is not merely a game or a virus software. Through fishing opportunities within the game, you can obtain various lucrative rewards that can alter reality, and they come from all realms. Fishing and completing tasks will grant experience points, and the higher the level, the more fishing attempts and the higher the success rate. Note, fishing opportunities refresh daily at midnight. Please be aware, this software cannot be deleted and can only be opened by the authenticated host if your device is lost. Do not worry, you can reactivate the Fishing in All Realms app on other electronic devices. Click to confirm. The screen remained black with white text. Please name your character. Fisher Friend 3472812. Chunming was curious. Did this number indicate that over 300,000 people had activated this fishing software before him? "Do you confirm a name? I just want to fish in peace." He clicked yes. "You have successfully named yourself. I just want to fish in peace." Regarding this rogue software, Chunming chose not to overthink, wasting mental energy. He merely wanted to quickly ascertain what this Fishing in All Realms truly was and what mysteries it contained. Upon entering the main interface, it appeared far more rudimentary than Chunming had anticipated. A 2D lake surface was displayed, with a pair of hands gripping a red fishing rod. Below was an option labeled Start Fishing, which indicated an increase of 1 attempt. In the upper left corner were Chunming's personal details. Name: I just want to fish in peace. Level: LV1. In the upper right corner were merely 2 icons, Task and Inventory. It was of notably lower quality than those trivial games he had encountered on social media. Just as Chunming was about to click on Start Fishing, he heard his roommate Wang Wei's cheerful laughter. "Haha. Guess what I caught? $1,000. This game is ridiculous after 1 catch. You can't continue." Catching $1,000 while fishing? Is the person playing this game thinking with their feet? The last roommate, Li Tian, couldn't help but scoff. "Wow, there's even a cash out option. Do you think it really works?" Wang Wei inquired. "Don't expect free handouts from the sky. Don't mess around," Yang Dong cautioned. "Relax, I'm just going to give it a shot," Wang Wei replied, already pressing the cash out option. He expected to see a scam link asking him to bind his identity and bank card. To his surprise, a new prompt appeared. "You have successfully withdrawn." Are they kidding? I haven't even linked my bank card. How did I cash out? Alien technology? Wang Wei exclaimed after finishing his remark. A text message notification slid down from the top of the screen. "Jiangxing Bank. Your account ending in 0966 has received a transfer. Amount 1,000. What the heck? Wang Wei instantly sat up, wide-eyed. What happened? You're not suggesting it actually went through? are you? Li Tian, sitting beside him, teased. What if I said it did? Li Tian was about to mock him when he saw Wang Wei thrusting his phone toward him. Upon glancing at the screen, there was a transfer message, the amount exactly 1,000. The transaction was listed as phishing in all realms. Could this be a long-game strategy to catch a big fish? Do these scammers really have that kind of capital? Aren't they worried about ending up with nothing? Li Tian pondered perplexedly. Wait, this isn't a scam. I mentioned earlier I didn't even link my bank card, Wang Wei stated, causing the atmosphere in the dorm to shift, tinged with an eerie tension. We'll give it a try. Li Tian refocused, pressing the phishing option and exhausting his phishing attempts. What did you catch? Wang Wei leaned in eagerly, asking. A Bluetooth earbud, Li Tian replied. A Bluetooth earbud? Wang Wei was curious. How are they going to deliver that? Does this software have the ability to locate us? How would I know? Just as he was halfway through his sentence, Li Tian's expression changed dramatically as he raised his hand, spreading his fingers to reveal a small plastic box. Upon opening it, there lay a pair of Bluetooth earbuds. Hey, are you guys not conspiring against me, are you? Wang Wei chuckled awkwardly. The situation felt increasingly bizarre, sending chills up his spine. I'm not that bored, Li Tian gulped, equally covered in goosebumps. Yang Dong remained silent, his gaze fixed on his phone as he clicked the phishing option. Noticing his actions, Wang Wei was about to ask what Yang Dong had caught when he saw a black cloth drop from above him. To be precise, it was a pair of stockings. The significance lay not in the stockings themselves, but in the fact that Wang Wei, Li Tian, and Chen Ming all clearly realized that the stockings had appeared out of thin air. They were absolutely certain that Yang Dong had not conjured them. If he truly possessed such abilities, he could easily become the world's foremost magician, leaving no trace for anyone to discern. Chen Ming tore his thoughts away from Yang Dong, focusing instead on the remaining phishing opportunity displayed on his screen. He wanted to personally verify whether this phishing game was genuine or not. He clicked on Start Phishing, currently phishing. While the visuals were rudimentary, the process of casting and catching was fully intact, complete with splash effects. Currently phishing. However, this phishing process evidently lasted longer for him than for the others. Is there a bug? As Chun Ming pondered this, the text in the box finally changed. SSS-level? Infinite phishing? Even without fully understanding what SSS-level meant, upon seeing the words infinite phishing, Chun Ming shot upright from his bed, straightening his back. Considering that Wang Wei, Yang Dong, and Li Tian had successfully extracted rewards from the game into the real world, it was easy to imagine how precious a single phishing opportunity must be. And here he was, starting off with an SS-level reward, gaining infinite phishing opportunities. Wasn't this an assured path to success? To avoid misunderstanding, Chun Ming clicked to expand and view the details. Level skills possess uniqueness. Uniqueness? If Chun Ming interpreted it correctly, it implied that among the billions of people in the world, only one person could obtain this skill, never to be repeated. And that fortunate individual was none other than himself. Closing the reward notification, he indeed noticed that the formerly gray Start Phishing option had turned orange again, now displaying no limit on attempts. Old Chen, why are you silent? Did you catch something good? Wang Wei shifted his gaze from the woeful Yang Dong to Chun Ming, inquiring with curiosity. I'm still figuring it out despite their close friendship. Chen Ming had no intention of revealing his newfound infinite phishing opportunities to anyone. He understood all too well that this software, phishing in all realms, would likely change the entire world and attract official attention. At that point, if news of his infinite phishing opportunities were to leak, it was hard to say how he would be treated domestically. Those foreign agents would most likely devise ways to capture him, compelling him to fish for various resources endlessly, exploiting and brainwashing him. Chun Ming had no desire to live a life of constant evasion and fear. It was far better to develop quietly and remain low-key. You should give it a try too. What if you draw 1 million or even 10 million? In the future, you won't have to do anything. Just lie back and relax, Li Tian said, half-jokingly. Is it really that easy? Chun Ming replied, as he pressed the button to commence fishing. Thus began his second foray into the realm of angling. While engaged in this pursuit, it was clear that the first experience had been simplified due to his novice status. However, during the second attempt, he encountered a QuickTime Event QT system. A gray rectangular box displayed a small segment of randomly positioned green area, alongside a pointer that swiftly oscillated left and right. The player's task was to press the confirm button and halt the pointer within the green zone. If successful, it would signify a victory. If not, it would denote failure. Despite the unlimited opportunities for fishing, Chun Ming was determined not to squander them. He meticulously timed his action and pressed confirm. A perfect hit. The challenge was not particularly reliant on reflexes, rather, it was the speed of the pointer's movement that was manageable, allowing for completion with a modicum of focus. Success in fishing. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Desert Eagle 1 and 24 rounds of ammunition. Seeing the system notification spring forth in stark white text against a black background, Chun Ming was momentarily dumbfounded, confirming it repeatedly. He genuinely could not believe he had drawn a toy gun. It was highly probable that it was the real deal. Old Chun, you don't look too pleased. You haven't ended up like our dorm leader, have you? Drawing something like stockings or underwear. Wang Wei teased, casting a glance at Yang Dong. Upon hearing this, Yang Dong's expression soured further as he gazed at the pristine and used, odorless stockings in his hands, his feelings conflicted. If they were used, I might find them somewhat intriguing, Li Tian remarked casually. What the heck? Old Li, you've really become more twisted, Wang Wei exclaimed, giving Li Tian a disdainful shove. Quickly, their attention returned to Chun Ming as they pressed him. So, Old Chun, what exactly did you catch? A Desert Eagle and 24 rounds of ammunition. Chun Ming turned to Wang Wei, revealing the truth without reservation. Li Tian, Wang Wei, Yang Dong. The three fell into a profound silence. Are you joking with us? Wang Wei asked, a smile that did not reach his eyes. Chun Ming anticipated this reaction and opened his system backpack, clicking on the Desert Eagle icon within the grid. Would you like to extract the Desert Eagle? Note, once extracted, it can still be stored in the backpack at any time. Chun Ming clicked yes. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. In the next moment, a brown paper box materialized beside Chun Ming. It resembled the texture of a delivery box, square and sturdy. As Chun Ming picked up the box and placed it on his lap, he opened it. Glug! All three of them instinctively swallowed hard, their throats moving in unison. Wow, is this for real? When they saw Chun Ming retrieve a handgun encased in a plastic dust bag from a box, they could no longer contain their excitement and sprang to their feet. Bang! Wang Wei, overwhelmed with exhilaration, inadvertently bumped his head against the bed frame. Hiss! He quickly rubbed his head with his hand to alleviate the pain, grimacing. Is it the genuine article? Li Tian was the first to approach Chun Ming, seeking confirmation. Chun Ming extracted the handgun from the dust bag, weighing it in his hand. It's quite heavy, it must be the real deal. After a bit of fiddling, he removed the magazine, which was fully loaded with golden bullets. Wow! Old Yang, quickly close the door. We can't let anyone see this. They might call the cops and get Old Chen arrested, Li Tian urged, turning to Yang Dong in a panic upon seeing the ammunition. Yang Dong promptly complied with the instruction that I have a premonition that this world is on the brink of a monumental upheaval. You would do well to exercise caution. Chun Ming rose from his seat, unwilling to linger at the school any longer and planned to return home first. Hey, Lao Chen, where are you headed? Li Tian inquired. Are you collecting the Desert Eagle? Home. The school may not be safe as Chun Ming responded to Li Tian. He selected yes without waiting for further conversation and swiftly departed, disappearing from the sight of the trio. Damn, I only caught a pair of socks. My luck is abysmal. Well, I fare worse. I got a pack of tissues. Ha, I caught a motorcycle. Unfortunately, there was only one opportunity. It's so frustrating that the task system seems yet to be activated, preventing me from completing tasks to level up and increase my fishing attempts. On the way out of the school, he was surrounded by individuals engrossed in discussions about the Universal Fishing software. The news of rewards from Universal Fishing being transferable to reality spread far more rapidly than Chun Ming had anticipated. I drew a golden retriever. Hearing this, Chun Ming halted and turned toward the voice. IT was a girl who had clicked on the extraction option. Suddenly, a golden retriever appeared beside her. The girl was overjoyed, delightedly petting the golden retriever. Yet, witnessing this heartwarming scene made Chun Ming's scalp tingle with unease. If memory serves, the system had once stated that fishing rewards stemmed from myriad realms. If one could fish out a living creature like a golden retriever, might other, more terrifying, bloodthirsty monsters beyond human comprehension also emerge? The golden retriever, exuding a healing vibe, transformed into an alarming signal in Chun Ming's eyes. Regaining his focus, he stepped out onto the street, where many continued to discuss the universal fishing software. As he walked homeward, he took out his phone, determined to seize the moment and continue fishing. Before the foreboding premonitions could manifest into reality, he aimed to fish for as many rewards as possible to fortify himself. For instance, although he possessed a firearm now, he lacked the skill to use it. If he could fish for proficiency with firearms, he would have a superior chance of survival when the apocalypse arrived. Begin fishing. Fishing in progress. Perfect hit. Quick response system activated. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a box of ibuprofen capsules. Ibuprofen capsules. Chun Ming furrowed his brow, then softly reassured himself that in extreme circumstances, pharmaceuticals are indeed a primary resource. Not far behind food in terms of priority. Regardless, with infinite fishing opportunities, he pressed on. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 12 bottles of mineral water. Continue. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a box of beef canned goods. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 strength attribute point. Strength attribute point? Chun Ming slowed his pace. For someone accustomed to gaming, the concept of attribute points was familiar, capable of enhancing one's abilities across the board. The higher the attributes, the greater the damage, defense, and speed in the game. Allowing for the domination of opponents, he immediately opened his backpack and indeed found a strength attribute, represented by a swirl of orange light. Confirm adding strength attribute point. Add. Addition successful. Strength attribute point increased by 1. Though the game lacked a personal attribute panel to view detailed information, at the moment the system notified him of his attribute point increase. Chun Ming distinctly felt an immense surge of power within him. Repeatedly opening and closing his fist, he could sense that his strength had at least doubled. What a find! Chun Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He wasted no time and continued fishing, hoping to reel in more attribute points. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a mountaintop villa. Chun Ming halted, rubbed his eyes, blinked, and confirmed several times it was undoubtedly a villa. Moreover, a mountaintop villa. Opening his backpack once more, he found a mini 2D icon of a 3-story villa in the inventory. Click to view details. Mountaintop Villa. Located at 28 Lu, South District, Fushan Residence. Door plate number 1. Fushan Residence number 1. Chun Ming felt he had heard these words somewhere before. After a moment of recollection, his eyes widened in realization. He had come across related news in a newspaper. It was the most luxurious villa in Jiangxing. Ranked first and among the top 10 daxia. Also well-known internationally, valued over 100 million. Indeed, a luxurious villa worth over 100 million had been fished out by Chun Ming. He stepped to the roadside and hailed a taxi. Instructing to Fushan residents that it wasn't a matter of being fickle. Rather, Chun Ming believed that the mountaintop villa would be significantly safer than his current rented accommodation. But he had no one to notify. His family had long since vanished from this world. His mother had passed away shortly after giving birth to him due to hereditary heart disease. His father, subsequently despondent, had met his demise a year ago in a mining accident when a cave collapsed, leaving Chun Ming with a compensation some worth hundreds of thousands. With that money, Chun Ming had managed a decent life. Naturally, he had not developed a habit of extravagance, meticulously planning how to utilize the funds until graduation and securing employment. Hey, little brother, have you registered for that software called Universal Fishing? If not, you should do so quickly. You can really fish for rewards that I, for instance, fished out a pack of cigarettes despite my poor luck. As he spoke, the driver reached for a newly opened pack of cigarettes beside him and asked Chun Ming, "Care for one?" "I don't smoke, thank you." Chun Ming politely declined. He then added, "I've already registered, but my luck is rather poor. I've only drawn a pack of tissues to tea this. The driver chuckled heartily, reassuring Chun Ming. Don't be disheartened. After midnight, the fishing attempts will reset, and your luck can't be dismal forever. One can only hope, Chun Ming replied with a faint smile. Steering the conversation to a close, he took out his phone, initially intending to continue fishing, but upon sensing the driver's gaze upon him, he decisively opened the forum application and searched for the term fishing that he wanted to ascertain the current situation online. Upon opening the trending topics, the usual list dominated by celebrities' hair dyeing, nail clipping, and wardrobe changes were now completely overtaken by discussions of fishing. Among the 50 trending topics, all were related to the term fishing. The top trending topic was, is the mysterious software Universal Fishing safe? The official explanation is here. Chun Ming didn't believe that modern science could define this software in such a short span of time, but he ignored it. The second trending topic read, Mr. Ding from Yangqing strikes it rich. Fishing out 30 million. The third, what does it feel like to suddenly gain wealth after unemployment? Fishing out a luxury car. The fourth, if one catches a giant bear, must it be surrendered? The fifth, what should be done if one catches a ferocious beast like a tiger? In summary, after perusing these topics, Chun Ming realized that the rewards were rather standard for him at present. Even 30 million paled in comparison to the villa he had fished, which was worth 100 million. He further appreciated just how monstrous the SSS-level infinite fishing skill truly was. He had an unshakable feeling that his tragic life was on the verge of a complete turnaround. Before long, the vehicle entered Fushan residence. The driver asked, little brother, where should I drop you off? At the mountaintop, Chun Ming replied, putting away his phone. The mountaintop? You don't mean that villa worth over 100 million. Do you? The driver exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Chun Ming confirmed with a nod. Gulp. The driver fell silent, swallowing hard. Just moments ago, he had thought himself luckier than Chun Ming for having drawn only a pack of tissues. Now, upon learning that Chun Ming resided in a villa valued at over 100 million, that fleeting sense of superiority vanished completely. 2 to 3 minutes later, the driver delivered Chun Ming to the mountaintop villa. Thank you, you're welcome. Scanning the QR code to settle the bill, Chun Ming stepped out of the car, holding his phone in one hand while the other slipped into his pocket to click on the reward, which had long since transformed into a key icon. Once the message confirming the successful withdrawal appeared, he distinctly felt a cold metallic object materialize in the previously empty palm of his hand. Furthermore, as he approached the villa's entrance, he noticed the driver deliberately slowing down, seemingly trying to verify whether he was indeed the boastful individual he claimed to be. Chun Ming, however, did not wish to squander his energy engaging in a battle of wits with the driver. He promptly produced the key, inserted it into the lock, and turned it. The door opened, granting him entry into the courtyard. The garden was meticulously tended, featuring a quaint pavilion reminiscent of a grape trellis. Chun Ming could hardly fathom the sheer delight and comfort of reclining on a bamboo chair in the scorching summer sun, with a platter of fruits and chilled beverages by his side. After closing the courtyard gate, he arrived at the villa's main entrance. Unlike the outer door, this one offered two unlocking methods, fingerprint and key. Reflecting on the reward from his fishing expedition, he pondered whether his fingerprint had already been registered in the system. With a tentative spirit, he pressed his thumb against the scanner. The next instant, he indeed heard the gratifying sound of the lock disengaging. The door swung open automatically, a marvel of technology. What unfolded before his eyes finally elucidated for Chun Ming why this villa, aside from offering a panoramic view of a vast urban landscape, commanded a staggering price exceeding 100 million. One word encapsulated it all: opulence. It resembled a miniature palace. Never before had Chun Ming imagined that he would one day reside in such a place. And even more astonishingly, without spending a single penny to possess this hilltop villa. After a brief tour of the rooms, Chun Ming returned to the living room, reclined on the sofa, and retrieved the remote control from the drawer of the coffee table to switch on the television. Tuning into a channel dedicated to news, the screen displayed several hosts gathered around a table, discussing the software known as Wanjie Chuidio. Professor Dai, as a scholar from Hucking, how do you evaluate this software? A female host inquired. The technology employed by this software far surpasses the current realm of human scientific understanding, and our team is diligently working to decipher it, the professor responded. From my personal perspective, I do not recommend that individuals engage excessively with this software until they have thoroughly comprehended its creators and intentions to avoid potential harm to themselves and society at large, setting down the remote. Chunming primarily tuned in for the audio, casually glancing for any intriguing updates. He had little interest in the professor's seemingly vacuous discourse. Instead, he took out his phone and launched Wanjichu Video. Reclining on the plush cushion, he pressed the button to commence fishing once more. After about 7 or 8 seconds, he observed the fishing hook descending, creating ripples on the water's surface. Chunming focused intently, aware that his reaction speed would soon be put to the test. Once again, he achieved a flawless success. The pointer moved at a leisurely pace, and with a sufficiently large hit zone, it would hardly qualify as even a moderate challenge in a typical game. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a crossbow bolt 1. Crossbow-specific arrows 100. A crossbow. In comparison to a bow and arrow, its difficulty and power appear to be similarly formidable that IT might, in fact, be more suitable for my use than a handgun. Chunming mused with satisfaction as he swiftly initiated his second, third, and fourth fishing attempts. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a super alloy dagger 1. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 cans of luncheon meat. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 lighter refill tubes. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have garnered 1 unit of Tiguanyan tea leaves. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a deluxe vegetarian meal package after over 20 successful fishing attempts. The 100 hit rate was indeed exhilarating, and the rewards were not too shabby. Yet, these were all items obtainable in the real world that, if possible, Chunming would prefer to acquire attribute points or other skills. Should he reel in an SSS-level skill, preferably of the offensive type, he would no longer need to worry about losing his life, even in the event of an apocalypse. With this thought in mind, Chunming continued to click on the fishing option. After all, there were no limits. Why not fish as much as he could? Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 milliliters of portable medical alcohol spray 5. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 million Daxia coins. 5 million. Seeing such a staggering figure, especially in a time of peace when currency had not depreciated, allowing for numerous purchases, Chunming could not help but display a look of excitement. He continued fishing vigorously. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a premium gift box of mooncakes. Is this a gesture to ensure I don't miss out on mooncakes with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching? He chuckled to himself. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 million Daxia coins. Gulp. He swallowed hard. This money was coming far too easily. Chunming couldn't help but worry that these funds might be flagged by the government due to data discrepancies. After all, if even the Hucking professor stated that this technology surpassed human comprehension, such issues should not arise, right? He dismissed any unnecessary thoughts and continued fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 speed attribute point. Oh, have I finally drawn an attribute point? Chunming straightened up, quickly accessing his backpack to select the speed attribute and apply it. Attribute addition successful. Speed attribute point 1. As soon as the system announced it, Chunming immediately felt his body becoming considerably lighter. In the spacious villa's living room, he jogged around the sofa a few times, now confident enough to consider participating in the Olympics. Indeed, in terms of value for money, this speed attribute was far more advantageous than strength. Unlike those who would confront enemies head-on, Chunming preferred to run whenever possible, unless he was entirely certain of his ability to overpower an opponent. He would not take the risk. After all, one only had 1 life. Reality was not a game, and there were no second chances upon defeat. Approaching the water cooler, he took a disposable cup and poured himself a drink. With one hand operating his phone, he clicked on fishing once more. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 flying Mao Dai. Chunming was not particularly interested in alcohol, after sniffing the water in the cup to ensure it bore no strange odor. He took a hearty yes. It seemed to be spring water with a subtle sweetness. Crumpling the paper cup, he tossed it into the nearby trash bin and returned to the sofa, assuming the most comfortable position. There was only one thing left to do. Fish. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3 darts. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one special tang knife. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 million daxia coins. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a copy of Chicken Soup for the Soul. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a limited edition magazine of Playboy. Chun Ming had to admit, while he appreciated the physique of Westerners, when it came to facial features, he still favored the Asian aesthetic. Lost in thought, his hands never ceased their movements. Then his eyes brightened. Another SSS-level. This time was at an infinite storage space. Though he had not drawn an offensive skill, the prospect of infinite storage space filled Chun Ming with immense joy. Clicking to view the details, he discovered that this storage space was far more powerful than he had anticipated. Not only could it accommodate items of any size, but, moreover, within the confines of this space, time is suspended, eternally unchanging. In simpler terms, there is no need to concern oneself with expiration issues. Food and pharmaceuticals are particularly worrisome, as their shelf lives are of paramount importance. Expired food can lead to gastrointestinal distress, and in severe cases, may incite other ailments. Expired medications not only lose their efficacy, but may also produce harmful components, potentially endangering one's life rather than saving it. However, with this infinite storage space, Chun Ming no longer has to fret over such matters. That it is noteworthy that only inanimate objects can be stored within this space. Living entities such as cats, dogs, and humans are excluded. Plants like lush grass and blooming flowers, however, are not considered living beings under the space's regulations, allowing for their unrestricted storage and retrieval. After thoroughly analyzing this boundless storage space, Chun Ming privately believes that, combined with the wealth he has accrued through fishing, it will serve as a formidable weapon. To test his hypothesis, Chun Ming opened a refrigerator and retrieved a cube of ice, roughly the size of a fingernail, placing it into the storage space. He decided to wait for 2 to 3 minutes before extracting the ice for observation. During this time, he remained true to his original vocation, engaging in fishing. Fishing success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a barrel of purified water. Fishing success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 500 milliliters bottle of 99 disinfectant alcohol. Fishing success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining wuchang rice. Fishing success. Congratulations to the host for securing 8 treasures porridge. After a flurry of successful fishing, he amassed a collection of rewards that, while not entirely devoid of value, were nonetheless substantial. During this period, the fishing interface notified him of insufficient backpack space, indicating that rewards were floating on the river surface. If the backpack space remained unaddressed within 24 hours, the rewards would automatically vanish. Once space became available, the rewards would be automatically deposited into the backpack, with only a handful of slots available. It appeared that future upgrades would enhance capacity. However, for Chun Ming, who possessed infinite storage space, this was not a dilemma. He effortlessly transferred those rewards into the boundless storage, freeing up backpack space. Glancing at the time in the upper left corner of his phone, nearly 10 minutes had elapsed. It was time to proceed. Chun Ming accessed a virtual panel that appeared alongside his storage space, visible only to him. The interface resembled the backpack layout, featuring small compartments filled with various rewards, including the ice cube. Selecting the ice cube, he felt its coolness in the palm of his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it had not melted. This meant he could visit a 5-star restaurant, have the chef prepare exquisite dishes, and then store all that food within the infinite storage space. Thus, even if the apocalypse were to arrive, he need not worry about hunger and could indulge in the diverse culinary delights of various regions. Merely contemplating this filled Chun Ming with exhilaration, further motivating him to fish. Casting away the ice cube, he seized every moment. While fishing, he experienced further success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the complete set of the web novel Do Luo De Lu. Fishing success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a DVD of The Shawshank Redemption. Fishing success. Congratulations to the host for securing 250 gigabytes of classic films featuring British Uncle. Fishing success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-grade skill, Mastery of Firearms. Another skill, and it was Firearm Mastery. Chun Ming was uncertain whether this mastery was synonymous with his own interpretation. Clicking to view the details, S-grade Firearm Mastery. With this skill, regardless of the firearm employed, you will instantly achieve a proficiency level of 100. Excellent. This skill was remarkable. Coupled with the Desert Eagle he had previously caught, his self-defense concerns were momentarily alleviated. Chunming retrieved the Desert Eagle from the storage space. Gripping it with both hands, his posture inadvertently becoming remarkably professional, as if infused with muscle memory. Truly, it was worthy of being an S-grade skill. Pulling the trigger, Chunming was not foolish. Should someone hear the gunfire and call the authorities, it would only create unnecessary complications. If only he could fish for a silencer. Chunming murmured to himself. After returning the gun to the storage space, he resumed fishing with his phone. While fishing. Fishing success! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a silencer. Astonished, Chunming exclaimed, "Did I really catch that?" After glancing at the description, he realized it was a rifle silencer, and he had indeed celebrated prematurely. While fishing, why is this taking so long? Could it be that an SSS grade skill is about to emerge? It seemed that the higher the rewards tier, the longer the fishing duration. Moreover, as the rewards escalated in quality, the QT's hit zone shrank, and the pointer's oscillation sped up. Chunming summarized the pattern as the minigame commenced. Chunming quickly focused his attention, fully alert to avoid missing this valuable opportunity, perhaps due to having acquired a slight speed attribute. He felt that, even with the increased difficulty, it remained effortlessly manageable. Fishing success! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 billion Daxia coins. How much? 1 billion. Chunming wiped his arm across his eyes. After confirming several times, he was absolutely certain. 1 billion, neither more nor less. Would you like to withdraw 1 billion Daxia coins? Withdraw. Processing withdrawal. Withdrawal successful. Buzzing, his phone vibrated, and Chunming received a transfer notification. Precisely 1 billion. Honestly, Chunming felt a twinge of anxiety. Would there be any complications? As if sensing Chunming's apprehension, beneath the words withdrawal successful, there was a reassuring note. Note: the withdrawal process is entirely legal and compliant. You need not worry about potential issues arising from unclear sources of funds. This additional clarification alleviated Chunming's concerns. Gazing at the balance that nearly matched the length of his phone number, Chunming had never felt such a sense of ease. Increasing his resources instilled a profound sense of security. Even if the apocalypse did not unfold as he envisioned, with these assets, he could still lead a life that countless individuals could only dream of. As the saying goes, a cautious sailor sails 1,000 years. Casting a glance out the window, he noted it was already dusk. Chunming resolved to descend the mountain. With that 1 billion in hand, he intended to enrich his future. Before departing, he opened the forum, browsing the latest posts in the section dedicated to the world of fishing, checking for any concerns he might have. Lucky grass. I wish this day would hurry by. I just want to fish again. Cobra 13. Damn. My luck is terrible. I've only caught a bottle of alcohol. What good is that? Book-loving Lao Wei. Well, it's better than the worthless coin I caught. Spring heart fluttering. I heard someone abroad caught superpowers. Not sure if it's true. Old young kid's clothing. I hope it's not. That would upset the balance of power in this world. Snow of 2002. Do you think there's a possibility of spiritual energy revival? 123 Wooden Man. Revival? Nonsense. Have you read too many novels? Closing his phone and exiting the forum, Chunming did not gather the valuable information he had anticipated. This was not necessarily bad news. At least it confirmed that the phishing software had not yet posed a threat to the world. The longer he could maintain stability, the better. He had no desire to hasten the apocalypse, simply to showcase his newfound abilities. Arriving at the garage, he found, as expected, a $1 million sports car, a motorcycle, and a bicycle hanging on the wall. These were gifts from the developer. While termed as gifts, they had long been factored into the selling price. After all, compared to the billion-dollar villa, the total value of these items did not exceed 10 million, ensuring a considerable profit. But for Chunming, it mattered little, as he had not spent a single penny. Enjoying the thrill of free acquisition, he cherished the infinite fishing skill. Dismissing any further thoughts, he took down the bicycle hanging on the wall. He did not know how to ride a motorcycle. And driving a sports car had never crossed his mind. He had never considered obtaining a driver's license, but he hoped to fish for driving skills in the future. Locking the courtyard gate, Chunming mounted his bicycle and sped downhill. As the owner of the Doshan Villa, he had no need to worry about traffic accidents. The entire mountain and the road leading down were, in essence, his private property. After a few minutes of descending, he slowed his pace and glanced back at the prominent mountain. Chunming pondered, perhaps I should consider constructing some defensive fortifications. Should an apocalyptic scenario akin to those depicted in films and games unfold? It might enhance my chances of survival. However, he mused, the likelihood of anyone actually fishing out a zombie virus seemed remote. If it were to happen, he hoped it wouldn't be at the hands of someone harboring a vendetta against society. Or perhaps, just perhaps, one might inadvertently reel in a zombie. Allowing his imagination to run wild, he soon pedaled out of the villa district's gates. This was the smartphone I had my eldest grandson purchase for me. Let us give that fishing game a try. Yes, let us. My son mentioned that someone at his workplace caught a prize worth $20,000. The security guard hardly noticed him, as a few men in their 50s huddled around a brand-new smart device, discussing strategies for fishing, perhaps due to the prevailing peace in society and the fact that it was a side entrance. Even in a luxurious villa area, the security presence was far less elite and dashing than Chunming had imagined. As he distanced himself, the sounds of their conversation grew increasingly indistinct. Arriving at a commercial street, Chunming chose a five-star hotel. Feeling somewhat peckish, he decided to first indulge his palate. What? Just a mask. We're not in a pandemic anymore. What good is this? It would be better to just hand me $1. How irritating. As he approached the counter, he was interrupted by the complaint of the receptionist, who was disgruntled over not receiving the desired reward. Upon noticing Chunming's presence, she quickly straightened up, forced a polite smile, and put away her phone, inquiring, "How may I assist you? Is there seating available in the restaurant?" Chunming asked, "Yes, would you prefer a window seat or a more central location?" The receptionist replied, operating her computer with a mouse. "A window seat, please," Chunming decided. "May I have the honor of knowing your surname?" "Sir, Chunming." "Excellent. I have reserved a table for you. You may take the elevator on your left to the 13th floor," she indicated, raising her hand. "Thank you. You're welcome." Chunming turned and walked toward the elevator. Stepping inside, as he entered the elevator, he initially intended to indulge in a few rounds of fishing. However, upon noticing the activated surveillance camera overhead, he abandoned the idea. Regardless, he wished to keep his extraordinary fishing skills under wraps. Human nature is something that, if it can be avoided, should be. Having never seen a pig run, could Chunming not have observed the essence of human nature? It is the most fragile aspect of existence, particularly in an apocalyptic world. Once free from the constraints of law, human desires only swell, endlessly insatiable. Ding! The chime signaling the elevator doors opening pulled Chunming back to reality. "Are you Mr. Chunming?" A waiting staff member inquired as the doors parted. "Yes," Chunming confirmed. "This way, please." The staff member gestured ahead. Observing the surrounding guests engaged in jovial conversation, Chunming wondered how long such harmonious living could possibly endure. Perhaps in the future, could I fish out a precognitive ability? Such an outlandish power would surely be classified as SSS-level. Chunming mused. "Mr. Chun, please have a seat." The staff member pulled out a chair for him. "All right," Chunming replied as he settled in. Tea must be said. There's a rationale behind the high prices. He perused the menu and ordered an array of dishes he would typically shy away from, such as white jade sea cucumber, Boston lobster, and 5A steak. Roughly calculating, this meal would cost at least $20,000 to $30,000. Yet for Chunming, who possessed a fortune of $1 billion, it was but a mere drop in the ocean. Once the dishes arrived, he feasted heartily, feeling more satisfied than he had in 20 years. After indulging, Chunming raised his hand to summon the waiter. "Sir, is there anything else I can assist you with?" The waiter inquired with a smile. "I would like to know if your hotel offers delivery services. That I find your cuisine delightful and wish to place an order for several hundred portions for a party." "Several hundred?" Gulp. The waiter was initially inclined to refuse, but upon hearing Chunming's casual mention of such an enormous quantity, he swallowed his words. "Please hold on a moment. My authority is limited. I will fetch the manager to discuss this with you." The waiter thought to himself that if this significant order could be realized, it might yield personal benefits as well. "Hello, Mr. Chun. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Jichuan, the general manager of this hotel. Is it true that you wish to order several hundred portions for delivery?" The general manager inquired with utmost respect. Chun Ming handed the menu to Wang Jichuan. Perplexed, Wang Jichuan wondered why Chun Ming would present the menu to him. As the general manager, he was already well-versed in the hotel's offerings then. He was taken aback as Chun Ming boldly stated, "I would like 500 portions of every dish on this menu." 500 of each? Are you jesting with me, sir? Wang Jichuan asked incredulously. The nearby waiter was equally astonished by the staggering number. She briefly calculated that the menu contained approximately 103 items, including main courses, desserts, and beverages. The average price was around 1,500, with some particularly expensive wines, bringing the total value of one menu to about 250,000. 500 portions would amount to a staggering sum of 12,500,000. A party costing 12,500,000? Who on earth is this person? The waiter's eyes widened in curiosity. Having worked at the hotel for over a year, she had encountered numerous wealthy scions and prestigious families. Yet Chun Ming's face was unfamiliar. Wang Jichuan recognized the magnitude of this business opportunity, hence his exaggerated demeanor. "What is your account number for the payment?" Chun Ming asked, pulling out his phone and opening the banking app. 662. Wang Jichuan recited the number obediently. Chun Ming inputted 10 million and confirmed the transfer. This money was provided by the Infinite Fishing app, and spending it was effortless, without any concerns regarding authorization. Everything was seamlessly facilitated by the app, ensuring no complications for the host. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soon, Wang Jichuan received a notification in the company's internal group. 10 million credited. Mr. Chun, we at Shanghai Hotel gladly accept this business. Please choose us. We promise not to disappoint you. We will also provide you with a very favorable price. With hands clasped to the sides, Wang Jichuan bowed deeply, earnestly requesting Chun Ming to select Shanghai Hotel. "No problem. Please ensure all items are delivered to the Doshan Villa at Fushan Residence, that I will settle the remaining payment upon delivery," Chun Ming stated as he stood. "Fushan Residence? Understood." Wang Jichuan nodded emphatically. "Mr. Chun, please take care that we will expedite the preparation and deliver the food to your residence." Wang Jichuan escorted Chun Ming to the door, an unprecedented display of warmth from a general manager. "Sir, do you think you became a billionaire through the Infinite Fishing app?" The waiter inquired curiously. "Do you not ask questions that should not be asked?" "Even if he did, so what? He possesses that luck," Wang Jichuan replied coldly, offering a warning. "Apologies for my indiscretion." The waiter hastily bowed and apologized. After leaving the Shanghai Hotel, Chun Ming proceeded to a nearby large shopping mall that he spent money on a selection of well-fitting clothes, acquiring an entire wardrobe for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Next came snacks, for which he stocked up with tens of thousands worth. Consequently, the mall manager sought out Chun Ming, eager to offer home delivery services. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon a high-capacity generator and purchased it on a whim, thinking it might prove useful someday. After this expenditure, he found himself just shy of $1 million for the first time. Chun Ming felt troubled by the paradox of working so hard, yet spending so little on himself. As he paused, an audacious idea suddenly blossomed in his mind. "Mr. Chun, is there an issue?" the manager inquired, dutifully following Chun Ming's side, and upon noticing his halt, quickly expressed his concern. "Such a significant client must be well taken care of. Could you calculate the total cost for packaging all the snacks? Vegetables, fruits, as well as basic necessities like shower gel and toothpaste?" "Ah!" The manager initially thought Chun Ming was jesting. "Actually, I have a keen interest in survival in apocalyptic scenarios and wish to create a doomsday fortress to fulfill my dream." Chun Ming's reasoning flowed effortlessly. "I understand now. I will have someone calculate it right away." "Expect a prompt response," the manager replied, swiftly pulling out his phone to have a technician input the data. In a mall, even the purchase of a single chopstick would be meticulously recorded. Minutes later, the manager returned to Chun Ming with the answer. "Mr. Chun, I calculated that if you wish to package all those items, it would amount to approximately $3 million. All right, I'll take it. Package everything." Chun Ming instructed the manager to provide him with the mall's public account details for the transfer. Once the funds were confirmed, the manager bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Chun. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is packaged and delivered to your residence promptly." "Leave it to you," Chun Ming said, patting the manager on the shoulder as he walked away. With the matter settled, there was no reason to linger and waste time. Instead, he preferred to return home to fish and reap rewards that on his way back, he stopped by a pharmacy to purchase some medicines that might be useful in the future, such as cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, and plasters. After all, the probability of catching fish is not something Chun Ming could control. Even with his 2 SSS-level skills, he could not guarantee that he would catch cold medicine when in need. If his condition worsened, it would be a costly oversight. In any case, as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Chun Ming also considered the issue of water and ordered 1,000 barrels of purified water from a purification company. With that, he felt fully prepared. Chun Ming set off with a sense of assurance towards his villa in Fushan. As for the impending windfall, it would be best if it did not come at all. Upon returning home, it was already 8 in the evening, and no sooner had Chun Ming settled into his seat than he heard a rumbling noise from outside. Trucks from the purified water company and the mall formed a long line, making quite a commotion as they ascended the mountain. Just leave it at the entrance. That will be convenient for you. I will have others handle the rest. Chun Ming instructed the delivery personnel. Sure thing, they eagerly replied, pleased to save some effort. Within minutes, the goods were unloaded and filled the area in sight. After watching the convoy descend the mountain and disappear from view, Chun Ming waved his hand. Like a black hole, storing all the items into his storage space. The entire process took mere seconds. Being on the mountaintop, he had no worries about being discovered for possessing the ability of infinite storage. As for the Shanghai hotel, Chun Ming had a scheduled meeting with Wang Jichuan for the following day. Cooking was no simple task, especially on such a large scale, requiring considerable time and effort. Just procuring ingredients would be a considerable endeavor. Chun Ming was in no rush. The apocalypse was not arriving the next day. He did not want to become a paranoid madman due to excessive anxiety. He preferred to go with the flow and proceed steadily. Compared to others, Chun Ming believed he had ample survival leverage and was not blindly confident. He even took the time to search the internet for keywords like SSS, SS, S, A, B, etc., hoping to find others who had acquired skills that as of now, neither domestically nor internationally had any related entries or news reports surfaced. Either there was genuinely no one, or the information had been strategically suppressed by the state. Acquiring skills was tantamount to becoming an extraordinary individual. If an army could be trained primarily of such individuals, it would undoubtedly sweep through the battlefield, unmatched. As someone with 2 SSS-level skills, Chun Ming firmly believed no nation would ignore the existence of extraordinary individuals. Ending his browsing session, he opened the Wan GF fishing app, not feeling sleepy. He watched the news while fishing. The report centered around several major scientific academies collaborating to tackle the Wan GF fishing software. Interviewing scientists, their speech was overly formal, initially appearing reasonable, but upon closer inspection, it was all fluff, devoid of any valuable information to in summary. They were unable to leverage modern computing technology to crack the Wan GF fishing software. He merely listened for entertainment, seeking to alleviate boredom. The villa was quite spacious, and without any noise on the mountaintop, it felt excessively desolate. While fishing, he successfully caught a reward. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 huazi. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the A-level skill. Mastery of dual wielding. Excellent. Very good. Although it was merely an A-level skill, the lowest tier he had obtained thus far, the term dual wielding filled Chun Ming with immense joy. Recalling his previous catches of daggers and sabers, he took them out to practice. The speed was near blinding that it was akin to the mastery he had achieved with firearms. Every move was not only engraved in his mind, but also etched into his muscle memory. If only he had 2 sabers, it would be perfect. The disparity between the long and short blades hindered the full effect of the skill. After practicing sufficiently, Chun Ming returned the 2 blades to his storage space. He reclined back on the sofa, resolved to become a relentless fishing machine. While fishing, he succeeded again. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 special Tang Dao. Wonderful. Now I have the complete set of weapons for dual wielding. Chun Ming exclaimed with a beaming smile. He had to admit, he had been fond of the design of the Tang Dao for quite some time. Having personally wielded it, he found it not only visually appealing, but also highly practical. Returning his focus, he continued fishing. While engaged in this activity, he caught another prize. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a pair of genuine leather boxing gloves. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one hand grenade. Congratulations, host. You have gained one Molotov cocktail. Congratulations, host. You have secured one high-power electric baton. Congratulations, host. You have received one can of pepper spray. Chun Ming relentlessly fished for 2 hours, yet did not glimpse a single skill. He had lost track of how many times he had clicked to start fishing. Only aware that his fingers had maintained a consistent position, repeating the same motion until they felt numb and sluggish. He exhaled deeply, just as his phone alerted him that the battery was below 10%. He set it aside to connect it to the charger, allowing it to recharge. Simultaneously, he relaxed his body and eyes. After staring at the screen for so long, he began to feel some eye strain. Retrieving an apple from his infinite storage space, he wiped it with a napkin and took a hearty bite. Its texture was firm, slightly tart, predominantly sweet, and very crisp, disposing of the apple core in the trash. Chun Ming yawned, feeling a bit drowsy. He casually unzipped a multi-purpose pillow, which transformed into a blanket with a shake, covering himself. With his eyes closed, he blindly reached for the remote on the coffee table and turned off the television. Early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for health and allows for more energy to be devoted to fishing. Moreover, it was already late. It was 10 in the evening. Meanwhile, in a prison, the hawks were stirring. Thud, thud. A notorious criminal named Charles was deep in slumber when he was abruptly roused by a guard striking the cell door with a baton. For heaven's sake, I'm to be executed tomorrow. Could you not allow me a peaceful night's rest? Charles grumbled. I have a game for you to play, but if you comply with my instructions, I might just consider granting you a chocolate donut before you meet your end. The guard replied, producing his phone. A game? Charles furrowed his brow, his desire for a donut battling with a nagging suspicion that the guard harbored ill intentions. Rest assured, it's merely a simple little game. The guard insisted, gesturing towards the screen displaying a fishing game titled Universal Fishing. With skepticism, Charles accepted the phone. After all, he was to face lethal injection the following day. He felt little concern about being the target of the guard's tricks. Believing that refusing to cooperate could lead to a worse fate, he resigned himself to the situation. He clicked on the English version of Universal Fishing and followed the registration process. Upon reading the instructions, he chuckled, deeming it a childish ruse. So, what exactly do you need me to do? He inquired. You merely need to click start, the guard said with a grin. He had already earned $3,000 by having inmates play this game. Given that Charles was to die imminently, he thought it prudent to extract some last vestiges of value from him. Hesitant yet compliant, Charles lowered his gaze back to the phone and clicked Start Fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, you have acquired one zombie virus. Zombie virus? Charles recalled similar films, understanding the implications of those words. Click on your backpack, select what you caught, cash it out, and hand it over to me. That's all. Hurry, the guard urged, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Fine. Charles harbored grave doubts, suspecting that the guard, plagued by insomnia, had come to toy with him to avoid a beating. He chose to acquiesce. He located the backpack option in the upper right corner, clicked it, and found the blood-red zombie virus already filled into a syringe. Confirming the extraction that moment, he felt something materialize in his hand, turning to see it match the miniature icon of the red syringe. A needle? Charles stood frozen in place, bewildered by the appearance of the object in his grasp. Just a useless item. Give me back the phone and wait for your execution in peace, the guard retorted, disgruntled. And what am I, donut? Charles did not immediately return the phone. Pressing for an answer, I merely mentioned I might consider it. I never promised you anything. Besides, have you provided me any value? You still wish for a donut? I could just as easily serve you my excrement, the guard snapped. This remark ignited a fury within Charles. As a desperate man, he tossed the phone aside and seized the guard by the throat. Ignoring the authenticity of a zombie virus, he simply sought to impart a lesson to this capricious wretch. Bastard. What have you injected into me? Are you seeking death? The guard struggled fiercely, yet Charles's strength was beyond comprehension. Standing at 6'2", his imposing frame overwhelmed the guard. Not be alarmed. It's merely the zombie virus, Charles chuckled, relishing the moment. Wait, you mean the zombie virus? Was that what the game informed you? No, you cannot do this, the guard shrieked, awakening many of the slumbering inmates. Indeed, I can. Sensing the guard's panic only fueled Charles's satisfaction. He pressed the syringe, injecting the blood-red liquid into the guard's body before releasing his grip. Ugh! The guard collapsed to the floor, his body writhing violently as his bones cracked and popped. The scene appeared strangely familiar. Wait! Could it be that this is genuinely? Turning to observe the now empty syringe in his hand, Charles' expression morphed into one of terror. Zombie virus? Realizing the grave error, he hastily flung the syringe away. As the guard lay unresponsive and hurried footsteps echoed from the iron staircase. Charles snapped back to reality. Switched off the phone, and concealed it beneath his pillow, he sensed that this so-called game might indeed alter the course of his life. Thus, he deemed it essential to retain the phone, akin to a key. Without the key, how could one enter? Hey, Basham, what is wrong? Are you all right? A fellow guard inquired. Yet, no matter how fervently he called, there was no response. Basham lay as if lifeless on the floor. Another guard drew his firearm, aiming it at Charles, demanding, "What have you done to him?" Faced with the barrel of the gun, Charles raised his hands, preparing to fabricate an excuse. Just then, the supposedly deceased Basham sprang to life, lunging at his concerned colleague and sinking his teeth into the guard's neck. With a sickening sound, he tore away a chunk of flesh, blood spraying forth like a fountain. Basham, have you lost your mind? The colleague cried, attempting to pry Basham away. However, Basham clung fiercely, his nails digging deep into the guard's flesh. After swallowing a mouthful of neck meat, he bit down again, this time deeper, reaching the bone. The colleague, his trachea and veins severed, could no longer utter a sound. His body trembled violently, blood gushing from his mouth and the wound, splattering the nearby guard. Basham, stop! What on earth? Before he could finish, Basham looked up, his face smeared with blood and his eyes clouded with a white mist, startling the guard into sitting down abruptly. Ugh! As Basham moved like a wild beast, crawling towards him, the guard instinctively leveled his gun at Basham and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck Basham's chest, just as the guard thought he could breathe a sigh of relief. Ugh! Basham charged again as if unfazed. This time, the guard couldn't react in time. The gun was knocked from his grasp, and he found himself pinned to the ground by Basham's weight. Don't. Stay back. As he watched Basham open his gaping maw, the guard quickly raised his hands to brace against Basham's jaw. Ugh! Ugh! Basham exerted every ounce of strength to press down, determined to rip a piece of fresh flesh from the guard. The guard summoned all his strength, refusing to relent, shouting for help. Someone, save me! Help me! Ugh! Pooh! The thick blood pouring from Basham's mouth flowed into the guardess, the foul stench making him gag. Yet after that, Basham ceased his assault, redirecting his focus toward Charles behind the cell door. Just when the guard thought he was safe, he sensed something amiss within his own body. His consciousness began to blur, and the images before him lost focus until he ultimately succumbed to darkness. In a parallel to Basham's earlier actions, he writhed on the ground, his limbs contorting at unnatural angles, bones cracking ominously. Then, with a sudden thrust, he arched his back, resembling a bridge. Wait, I wasn't bitten. How could I be infected and transform? Could it be that I merely got splattered with zombie blood? Charles was now utterly panicked. Pooh! Pooh! He desperately tried to expel the metallic taste of blood from his mouth. Yes, indeed, he had inadvertently swallowed some of the blood that had splattered onto him. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke on the horizon. A ray of sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon Chun-Ming's face as he sat up. Stretching languidly, he turned his neck. Eliciting a series of satisfying cracks, he resolved that sleeping in his bed tonight would be preferable. Although the sofa was comfortable, waking up after a night spent on it left his body feeling as though he had toiled on a construction site all night. A sensation of disarray enveloping him. Entering the bathroom, he attended to his needs before washing his face and brushing his teeth, all the essentials readily available. Emerging from the restroom, he settled back onto the sofa. Chun-Ming seized the remote control and switched on the television to the news. His primary focus was on the virtual panel before him, selecting his breakfast. Ultimately, he opted for a carton of milk and a hot dog bun sprinkled with pork floss. His breakfast was modest. He had no desire for anything too greasy. After tearing open the plastic packaging, he inserted a straw into the milk carton, alternating bites of bread with sips of milk. his gaze fixed on the television screen that he watched as the female anchor reported the news. An ominous explosion had occurred at the Walden No. 13 prison at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, with officials enforcing a strict lockdown within a 10-kilometer radius, forbidding entry to anyone. Even so, thick plumes of smoke were visible swirling above the prison. The officials refused to disclose the specifics of the incident, stating that a press conference will be held once the situation was resolved, while our correspondent, Tian Hui, would continue to provide updates that a mysterious explosion. Chun Ming drained the milk carton, squeezing it with his fingers until it crumpled. For reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. He harbored hopes that the hawkish individuals would refrain from causing further disturbances that could trouble the world, despite the many troubles they had already brought forth. He was quite certain that the absence of these so-called beacons of the world would render the globe a far more peaceful place, alleviating numerous complications. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Chun Ming did not rush to open the universal fishing application. Instead, he sought out a means to communicate with his homeroom teacher. Crafting a message, he fabricated a reason, claiming that a relative who had cared for him since childhood was ill and hospitalized, and that he intended to take a leave of absence to care for him while working part-time to cover medical expenses. The homeroom teacher acquiesced and informed Chun Ming that should he encounter difficulties, he could apply for a fundraising event. Chun Ming graciously declined this offer. Taking leave presented two advantages. It would afford Chun Ming more time to indulge in fishing and personal development. And should the world remain tranquil, he could easily return to campus life whenever he wished. Prepared on both fronts, he completed his arrangements and swiftly launched universal fishing, commencing his first fishing expedition of the day. While engaged in fishing, success was met. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Gatling gun +1. Additionally, 5,000 rounds of Gatling-specific ammunition. Such a vigorous start. Chun Ming had an inkling that today might yield several skill draws. Continuing to fish, he succeeded once more. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 free attribute points. Free attribute points? Upon reviewing the details, Chun Ming learned that these points differed from strength, speed, and defense attributes, as they could be freely allocated among them without restriction. He assigned 2 points to defense and the remaining 3 to speed, favoring a cautious approach to development. While still fishing, he achieved success again. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 explosive talismans. Explosive talismans? Chun Ming confirmed. They were indeed, as the name implied, capable of inducing a significant explosion upon activation. Their power far surpassed that of high explosives. Finally, he felt a semblance of reward from the myriad realms. Though talismans frequently appeared in cinematic works, they bore no real-world efficacy. Fortune seemed to favor him. He pressed on. While fishing, he succeeded yet again. Congratulations to the host for receiving a box of 666 cold medication. Not too shabby. Regaining his composure, he resolved to continue. Instead of ruminating idly, it was better to embark on the next fishing endeavor. In Chun Ming's view, there was nothing that fishing could not resolve. If one attempt failed, he would simply try again. While fishing, success was met once more. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the B-level skill, Night Vision. Though categorized as B-level, it allowed him to see enemies clearly in the dark, alleviating concerns of ambush. Most notably, this skill could be activated or deactivated at will. Onward. While fishing, success was achieved again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 terabyte of high-definition romantic film resources. Fishing continued. Success. Congratulations to the host for receiving a roll of transparent tape. Fishing continued. Success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a pair of 50 kilograms dumbbells. Fishing continued. Success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a treadmill. Fishing continued. Success. Congratulations to the host for receiving a box of Nanyue and Baiyao Band-Aids. Chun Ming began to seriously question whether his luck for the day had been exhausted. The disparity in quality of rewards from his fishing endeavors was quite pronounced. Yet, he remained undeterred. While fishing, success was achieved again. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a butcher's knife. Fishing continued. Success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a collector's edition Playboy photo album +1. Fishing continued. Success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a life-size 2-dimensional sleeping pillow +1. Fishing continued. Success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a life-size doll +1. Chunming's brow furrowed increasingly, sensing the rewards were veering into a precarious territory. While fishing success was achieved again, congratulations to the host for attaining full proficiency in archery. Such proficiency with a singular weapon was not classified within the skill category. No matter, having it was better than not. Chunming shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions. He resolved to become a relentless fishing machine. While fishing success was met once more, congratulations to the host for obtaining a pack of tissues. Fishing continued. Success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a brand new unopened pair of stockings +1. Fishing continued. Success. Congratulations to the host for receiving a nail clipper set +1. Chunming increasingly suspected that the reward pool was connected to some supermarket's daily necessities warehouse. While fishing success was achieved again, congratulations to the host for obtaining a volume of the complete 4 books. Fishing continued. Success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 million daxia coins. Fishing continued. Success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a deluxe national-style Qipao +1. Fishing continued. Success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 2 terabytes external hard drive +1. After dozens of fishing attempts, he still had not reeled in any rewards that satisfied him. At this point, he genuinely contemplated whether he should take a break to allow his fortune to replenish. Or perhaps he would forge his own destiny. While Chunming was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed the news report on the television. Currently, several biopharmaceutical companies marked with epidemic prevention symbols had entered the lockdown zone. These included the top 3 biopharmaceutical research groups of the hawkish faction: Taylor Technologies, Brent Biopharma, and Emera Biotech. Biopharmaceutical companies? Chunming's already furrowed brow tightened further, forming a deep crease. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling familiarity with this scene. It seemed that the hawkish faction had previously engaged in similar actions, concealing a virus leak that subsequently led to a global outbreak, all while unjustly blaming daxia. Even when the virus's source pointed to them, they showed no willingness to cooperate with international investigations. The parallels between these two events were too striking for Chunming to ignore. It appeared that the days of tranquility were drawing to a close. He had a strong premonition. Were this to occur in any other country, Chunming would not feel such alarm, except for Sakura country, of course. The nuclear leak from years past bore a striking resemblance to the hawkish faction's behavior, rendering them untrustworthy. With these thoughts in mind, there was no time for rest. Grasping his still-warm phone, he reopened Universal Fishing. Once the game successfully loaded, he clicked to begin fishing. While fishing, success was achieved. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 million daxia coins. Fishing continued. Success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 30 million daxia coins. Fishing continued. Success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 80 million daxia coins. All monetary rewards. Was this an attempt to make him a trillionaire? Chunming jested. Once more, he clicked to begin fishing. This time, the duration was noticeably longer. He sensed that a big catch was imminent. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly completed the QTE minigame. Fishing succeeded. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 billion daxia coins. He quickly clicked to withdraw. In the next moment, his phone buzzed with a notification. His bank account had been credited with a staggering sum of 100,000,000,000,000. Goodoo. Chunming gazed at the staggering balance, which was longer than his own phone number by a digit. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Although he had not become the trillionaire he had envisioned, possessing 100 billion daxia coins, particularly in liquid assets, was no small feat. Not only in daxia, but on a global scale, this sum was undeniably significant. Most importantly, with this wealth, Chunming could easily procure a multitude of resources, stockpiling them in abundance. For instance, heavy-duty trucks, RVs, off-road vehicles, boats, aircraft, and fuel. With all the tools for traversing land and sky at his disposal, should he ever acquire skills in driving, especially those akin to mastering firearms, such preparations would prove invaluable. He was not in a hurry to venture out and purchase resources. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was nearly the hour he had agreed upon with the Shanghai hotel for his meal delivery. Seizing the moment, Chunming resolved to fish for some additional rewards. Perhaps a skill would manifest. As he was fishing, success struck. Congratulations, host. You have acquired one humidifier. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one C4 explosive. Yet another triumph. Congratulations, host. You have received one rocket launcher and 10 rockets. Success again. Congratulations, host. You have earned one satellite nuclear bomb with remote deployment. Initially, upon seeing the C4 explosives and rocket launcher, Chen Ming was about to jest that the fishing for various realms was aiming to mold him into an arms tycoon. However, the instant the words satellite nuclear bomb appeared, he could no longer contain his astonishment that a nuclear bomb, and one that could be deployed from space, such a thing could actually be fished out. It was worth noting that even self-proclaimed technological superpowers had yet to attain such a method of nuclear weapon deployment, remaining merely theoretical. Indeed, the netizens were right. A fisherman could reel in anything. Chen Ming chuckled heartily as he continued fishing, eager to see what further surprises the multiverse fishing would unveil today. As he fished, another success. Congratulations, host. You have gained an S-level skill. Ghostly step? Oh, had a skill finally surfaced? Joy illuminated Chen Ming's face. Upon examining the details, he discovered that this was a movement skill. Due to its high level, it could even allow him to dodge bullets. Excellent. This was precisely the rhythm he desired. Chen Ming's lips curled into an uncontainable smile. The greatest advantage of this skill was that it did not require the tedious, layered practice typical of fantastical martial arts manuals. Upon catching it, it was directly bound with a proficiency of 100. As he continued fishing. Yet another success. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a set of exquisite curtains. Another triumph. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bottle of 6 flavor Remania pills. Yet another victory. Congratulations, host. You have received a pair of rain boots and 1 bag of dried duck necks. The fishing time began to stretch once more. Chen Ming focused intently, prepared for any QT minigames that might arise. A prompt suddenly appeared, and Chen Ming seized the opportunity, pressing confirm and barely hitting the edge. Darn, I almost missed the grand prize. Success. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an SSS-level skill. Annihilation Fireball Technique. Truly an SSS-level skill. The Annihilation Fireball Technique. Was this meant to incinerate both myself and Blue Star? After researching the explanation, he learned that the Annihilation Fireball Technique was the max-level version of the Fireball skill. Not only could it summon the Annihilation Fireball, but all lower-level Fireball techniques could also be freely manipulated and controlled in size. Seeing this, Chen Ming felt reassured. To unleash such devastation at a whim was a risk he could not afford. Should he falter, he might inadvertently bring about his own ruin. Furthermore, using the skill required mental energy. Even though there was no cooldown for such an SSS-level skill, with his current mental capacity, he could only unleash it 7 or 8 times. This was bolstered by the fact that each time he acquired skills of various levels, his mental energy would increase slightly. His mental energy was not displayed in numerical form on the multiverse fishing interface, but was something he could feel increasing or decreasing within himself. The lower his mental energy, the worse his state. In severe cases, he could even lose the ability to move and fall into a faint. However, it is worth mentioning that mental energy would regenerate automatically. Once it returned to a certain level, he would regain consciousness and gradually restore his strength. Rising to his feet, he stretched, cracking his joints. Not bad, not bad, to catch 3 skills and a nuclear bomb so early in the morning. Life is looking increasingly promising. Chen Ming's joy was palpable. He was fortunate to have unlimited fishing opportunities. Had he been limited to just 1 per day, he would be waiting until the year of the monkey to catch anything worthwhile. In his view, for an ordinary person, the odds of fishing up something valuable were exceedingly low, with the probability of failure being far higher. He, however, benefited from the hidden enhancement of the SSS-level skill, allowing him to win repeatedly. Complaints echoed across the internet, with many unable to even succeed in the QT minigame. There were plenty who only reeled in fish bones or rotten meat as rewards. In contrast, even the worst-case scenario, Chen Ming could at least find a use for whatever he caught. He was leagues ahead, just as Chen Ming intended to strike while the iron was hot and continue fishing. The sound of rolling wheels echoed from outside. Numerous vehicles were arriving. Even the villa's soundproofing could not completely muffle the vibrations that reached his feet. removing his fingers from the phone screen. Chunming knew that the meal delivery he had ordered from the five-star hotel had arrived. He ran a hand through his hair, tidied his appearance slightly, opened the door, and stepped outside. Before he could approach the yard gate, he overheard a flurry of discussions outside. "I can't believe someone actually bought this villa. Incredible. Who would have thought? I can't even imagine what it feels like to live in a mansion worth over $1 billion. I just looked it up online. This villa is now valued at nearly $2 billion and still rising." Then the voice of Wang Jichuan, the general manager of the Shanghai hotel, rang out. "All right, enough chatter. Get in line and prepare to meet our esteemed guest." Yesterday, General Meng personally mentioned that Mr. Chun is our highest VIP at the Shanghai hotel. Anyone who offends him will face the consequences. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately fell silent. Moments later, the door lock clicked open, and Chen Ming stepped through. "Mr. Chun, your meal delivery has been fully packaged and brought over." Wang Jichun greeted him with a transformed expression. "Just move everything down and pile up on the road. My butler and servants will handle the rest," Chun Ming instructed. "Understood," Wang Jichun replied. Turning back, he resumed his authoritative demeanor, commanding everyone to follow Mr. Chun's instructions and move everything swiftly and quietly. All the dishes were packed in thermal containers, filled to the brim with foam to prevent spillage along the way. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. It took a full half hour to unload over 20 large trucks completely. According to the menu, there were a total of 103 types, multiplied by 500 portions, totaling 51,500 items. Even if he were to consume 3 varieties daily, he could feast for 17,166 days, which translated to approximately 47 years. Indeed, with this bounty combined with the spatial holy body, Chun Ming had enough provisions to last him 47 years. Moreover, 2 trucks were filled solely with rice. Later, from Wang Jichuan, he learned that the owner of the Shanghai hotel had gifted him over 8 million worth of beverages. A party cannot be without drinks. Once everything was settled, Chun Ming transferred the remaining balance of 120 million without hesitation. In the past, he would have felt a pang of pain parting with such a sum. Yet, following his fishing haul of 100 billion daxia coins, the feeling was akin to spending 10 or 100 coins. Hardly significant. Everything has been received. If there are no further matters, we shall not disturb Mr. Chun any longer, Wang Jichun stated, putting down his phone. "Thank you, and drive safely on your way back," Chun Ming replied, watching as Wang Jichun and his party returned to their vehicles and made their way down the mountain. Given their substantial size, the road, while wide, was insufficient for the large trucks to turn around. Wang Jichun had anticipated this, hiring only experienced drivers. Once he confirmed that everyone had left his line of sight, Chun Ming waved his hand, summoning all the visible food before him into a storage space. Was there enough to last for decades? And all from a 5-star hotel, making the expenditure of 130 million truly worthwhile. Chun Ming felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Most importantly, the money he possessed was indeed acquired through dubious means. He decided to indulge in a fishing expedition to celebrate this unexpected windfall. As he was fishing, he succeeded. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill. Master driving. Chun Ming was taken aback for half a second. Had he really caught something so remarkable? He clicked to view the details. S-level master driving. Upon mastering this skill, your proficiency in operating any vehicle will reach 100%, including but not limited to cars, airplanes, ships, and even spacecraft. Speaking of spacecraft, Chun Ming mused, although with the current state of science and technology, developing a vessel capable of navigating the cosmos would require at least a century of advancement. However, what if he did manage to catch one in the future? Relocating to space to observe how the inhabitants of blue planets strive for survival seemed like an intriguing prospect. Chun Ming began to daydream about the future. Setting aside his phone, he returned to his villa and entered the garage. This time, he opted for a sports car, intending to descend the mountain to procure another batch of goods while simultaneously testing the efficacy of his master driving skill. Concern about a driver's license? There was no need for such worries. The multiverse fishing had already anticipated this. Chun Ming settled into the driver's seat of the sports car valued at over 3 million. He felt a driver's license materialize at his side. Moreover, he could verify his license details on the official website. Chun Ming could scarcely find words to describe the sheer awesomeness of the situation. He effortlessly started the car, the automatic doors opened, and he drove out of the villa, descending the mountain road. His control over the route and cornering techniques rivaled those of professional race car drivers. If not surpassing them, no wonder it was classified as S-level. Safe travels. The security guard bowed in farewell. Tall and imposing, his demeanor exuded authority, perfectly aligning with Chun Ming's impression of an elite individual. It seemed that perhaps to cut costs, the quality was a mixed bag, Chun Ming concluded. Shaking off his thoughts, he focused intently on driving, deciding to head to the largest automobile sales center in Jiang City. As he waited for a red light, he was contemplating his fishing venture when a familiar voice reached his ears. Chun Ming. Turning his head, he noticed Lin Wei, a classmate, who was easily visible thanks to the convertible mode of his car. "Is it really you, Chun Ming? You're driving a sports car?" she exclaimed, momentarily covering her mouth, swallowing her words. She was genuinely curious how a student like Chun Ming, who had lost both parents, managed to acquire such a high-end vehicle. Even without knowledge of sports cars, Lin Wei could tell that the quality and design were undoubtedly expensive. Fortune favored him as the light turned green, and without giving Lin Wei a chance to respond, Chun Ming pressed the accelerator and sped away. "Hey!" By the time Lin Wei reacted, the rear of the car had vanished from her sight. "TCH, at least invite me for a ride in the sports car." I've never experienced that before. Lin Wei stomped her foot in frustration. She then picked up her phone, illuminating the screen to reveal a photograph. The subject was none other than Chun Ming, confidently steering the wheel with one hand. She had just captured a candid shot of him. Opening her messaging app, she found Xiaoya in her friend list, selected the photo, and clicked send. "Xiaoya. Remember when Chun Ming pursued you? Turns out, he is actually a hidden rich kid. We've all been deceived." Lin Wei recalled how Chun Ming had boldly confessed to Xiaoya, only to be resolutely rejected. When Lin Wei inquired why Xiaoya had turned him down despite his decent appearance, Xiaoya had replied, "I'd rather cry in a luxury car than laugh on a bicycle." The fact that Chun Ming had lost both parents aligned perfectly with Xiaoya's criteria for a partner. Yet unfortunately, Chun Ming lacked the billionaire status she desired. Now, gazing at the photo of the composed Chun Ming behind the wheel of the sports car, Xiaoya felt her heart flutter with unease. Long pressing the image, she initiated a smart search for similar models. Her expression morphed into one of shock. "What? This sports car is worth over 3 million. And there are only 1,000 in the world?" Biting her fingernails, Xiaoya regretted not accepting Chun Ming's advances earlier. Had she known he was this wealthy, she should have kept him interested. With time passing, she wondered if his feelings for her had waned. No. "Xiaoya, you must have confidence. You are the belle of the department, and many pursue you. It is he who should feel honored if you take an interest in him." Before persuading others, Xiaoya first convinced herself. Nevertheless, she remained obstinate in her reply. "Well, I didn't see this coming. He does have some skills, but among those who pursue me, he barely makes it into the top 10. If at all that be, by the way, do you have his QQ number? I suddenly remembered that I need to discuss something with him." Upon reading Zhao Ya's response, Lin Wei, as a good friend, was unfazed. She did not intend to undermine Zhao Ya, knowing full well that surrounding herself with quality men would provide her with more options, commonly referred to as picking up bargains. Subsequently, she opened the class group chat, found Chun Ming's QQ number, copied it, and sent it to Xiaoya. Xiaoya had not joined the class group, citing her desire to avoid unwanted contact from those she deemed inferior, which would only lead to harassment and wasted time. Thanks to, as the saying goes, a good horse doesn't turn back to eat old grass. Perhaps next time, she could use Xiaoya's disappointment to offer Chun Ming warmth, helping him recognize her worth and prompting him to take an interest. Lin Wei schemed quietly. Being merely plastic friends, how could she genuinely assist Xiaoya? Like Xiaoya, she maintained the facade of a good sister while utilizing the other for her own benefit, an absolute manifestation of self-interest. Chun Ming remained blissfully unaware of the dynamics at play between them at this moment. He had arrived at the automobile sales center. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a formidable off-road vehicle, a true steel behemoth. In comparison, the sports car and sedan beside it appeared minuscule. One of its tires was nearly as tall as Chun Ming himself. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" A salesman approached, flashing a bright smile. How much for this vehicle? I'll take it. Chunming pointed at the off-road vehicle. Sir, you've arrived at just the right time. Today marks the final day of our event, originally priced at $2,800,000. We are now offering a flat price of $2,400,000, the salesman explained eagerly. All right, I'll take it. The salesman was taken aback by such a prompt decision. He quickly prepared the contract for Chunming's signature and the transfer of funds. Upon seeing the $2,400,000 credited to his account, the salesman realized Chunming was not jesting. His smile widened. Thank you immensely for your support. Do you have heavy-duty trucks and RVs? Chunming inquired further. Yes, we do. If you're interested, I can take you to see them. The salesman was somewhat surprised. You want to buy more? Sure. Chunming nodded, allowing the salesman to lead the way. Soon, they arrived at a vast plaza filled with various vehicle models. Sir, what type of truck are you looking for? We have quite a selection. The salesman inquired in detail. The higher the defense capability, the better, Chunming replied. Understanding Chunming's request, the salesman guided him to a heavy-duty truck that was even larger than the previous off-road vehicle, resembling a small mountain. Sir, this truck is constructed from materials identical to those used in spacecraft. It is incredibly durable and resistant to extreme temperatures. Both the tires, body, and glass all meet bulletproof standards. The salesman elaborated. May I take a look inside? Chunming asked out of course. The salesman, not daring to refuse such a significant client who had just spent over $2 million, led him up the steps. Upon entering the passenger seat, Chunming marveled at the excellent visibility and superb handling. After jumping out of the driver's seat and closing the door with a loud thud, the salesman was about to step forward to provide further details when Chunming preempted him. I'll take this one too. Understood. The salesperson did not inquire further. At this moment, whatever Chunming said was to be taken as gospel. On the surface, he appeared composed, yet internally, he was in turmoil. Good heavens! Have I encountered a top-tier, rich second-generation heir? Or perhaps a prodigious business savant, purchasing vehicles worth hundreds of thousands, even millions, without so much as a blink? I wonder if he has a girlfriend? However, a person like him, possessing both looks and wealth, would hardly find someone like me worthy of his attention, he thought with a self-deprecating smile, resolutely relinquishing that notion. It was far better to serve him earnestly, fostering further business opportunities to earn commissions. This was the true path. The salesperson sensed that Chunming was inclined to continue his vehicle purchases. By the way, apart from heavy trucks, he also mentioned RVs. Upon recalling this, the salesperson quickly spoke up. Mr. Chun, we do have RVs available. All right, but before that, I will take all these heavy trucks. Please inform me of the total price shortly. Chunming gestured with a wave of his hand. Understood. I will relay that. The salesperson was so exhilarated that her body trembled, her voice quivering with excitement. After concluding this transaction, she realized that even if she did nothing for the rest of her life, with prudent spending, she would never have to worry about sustenance until her demise. Chunming contemplated acquiring a few additional vehicles for spare use, given their vast storage capacity. Moreover, should order disintegrate, currency would lose its value. It would be wise to procure resources while they still held worth. Subsequently, under the salesperson's guidance, Chunming procured 3 RVs, 5 sports cars, 2 off-road vehicles, and 5 heavyweight motorcycles. Altogether, the expenditure approached $200 million. Yet, in comparison to his $100 billion balance, it was merely the tip of the iceberg, that he was still a long way from exhausting the initial billion he had amassed. Chunming truly grasped the feeling of indulgence that wealth could afford. By the way, I plan to embark on a global road trip soon. Could you assist me in stocking up on fuel? Chunming inquired, and no problem. Leave it to us, such matters, even without consulting the general manager. The salesperson would confidently guarantee the client spending nearly $200 million merely required some fuel. They were certainly not going to miss the opportunity to build rapport with Chunming. Chunming's reasoning was straightforward. Purchasing under the company's name was undoubtedly safer than acquiring a large quantity of fuel personally. In the event of being misunderstood as intending to commit arson and inciting a major incident, it would only lead to unnecessary complications. Chunming transferred $10 million to the salesperson, requesting her to arrange the fuel and deliver it to the Fushan Residence's Dushan Villa. At current fuel prices, this could procure approximately 150,000 liters. Some supersized trucks could accommodate 1,000 liters of fuel, which meant that the $10 million worth of fuel would suffice for 1,500 refills. Moreover, Operating such a large automobile sales center, the behind-the-scenes owner must certainly have a close relationship with fuel suppliers. Purchasing at wholesale prices would likely increase the final transaction quantity. Mr. Chun, please take care. The salesperson bowed deeply in farewell to Chun Ming at 8T this moment. She was utterly captivated by him. His words resonated like a royal decree. After bidding farewell to Chun Ming, she hurriedly took out her phone to call the general manager, who was still out socializing, urging him to swiftly arrange personnel to prepare the vehicles and fuel for delivery to Chun Ming. Initially, the general manager found it a bother, considering it a trivial matter that the salesperson should handle herself, without disturbing him. However, upon hearing that Chun Ming had spent almost $200 million in the store, he abruptly replied, "On my way," and hung up the phone, clearly in a rush. Meanwhile, Chun Ming sought out a security renovation company specializing in security enhancements and bodyguard services. His intention in contacting them was to elevate the security level of his villa to the highest possible standard. Mr. Chun, here's our company's service price list for your review. Vice President Liu Xiangnan personally attended to him. Recognizing the value of Chun Ming's vehicle to SSS, the highest level available, Chun Ming inquired for confirmation. Indeed, but the manpower and material costs for these two projects are exceedingly high. Adding them would merely be a waste of paper. Liu Xiangnan replied candidly. Then I will opt for the 5S level. Chun Ming decisively declared, Mr. Chun, you cannot be serious. The minimum expenditure for the 5S protection level is at least 7 to 800 million. Liu Xiangnan stated, revealing the price, as long as the safety is assured. Money is not an issue to a gesture to build trust. Chun Ming transferred a 200 million deposit to Liu Xiangnan. Upon seeing the funds arrive, Liu Xiangnan sprang from his seat, bowing deeply as he assured, Mr. Chun, please rest assured, our Xuanwu security will not disappoint your expectations. Thank you. With the matter settled, Chun Ming saw no reason to linger. Rising to leave, I will escort you to the door, Liu Xiangnan hurriedly followed. Take care, Mr. Chun. Liu Xiangnan remained undeterred by the onlookers, bowing deeply in farewell. Old Liu, who is that young man, that you would show such deference? A company director, witnessing the exchange, inquired curiously. Director Zhang, you may not be aware, but Mr. Chun is the first client since our Xuanwu company's inception, aside from the government, to purchase the SSS-level protection package. Liu Xiangnan explained. What? The SSS-level? Are you sure you're not being deceived? Director Zhang questioned incredulously. I am quite certain. Liu Xiangnan affirmed with a firm nod, noting that the residents needing enhanced security was not unfamiliar to them. The Fushan single-family villa. That luxurious Dushan villa valued at over 100 million, Director Zhang confirmed. Indeed, Liu Xiangnan nodded in affirmation, adding that he had already made a 200 million deposit. What are we waiting for? Quickly gather the workers and contact headquarters to prepare the materials. Everything must be of the highest standard, Director Zhang commanded. Faced with such a lavish client, he dared not be negligent. The IT was imperative to cultivate a good relationship. And even if they could not become friends, they must not become enemies, lest the consequences be dire. Director Zhang was unwilling to take such a risk, even if it meant earning slightly less. They had to ensure Chun Ming's satisfaction. Having resolved the security concerns for the vehicles and residents, Chun Ming decided to visit the largest cold storage facility in Jiangcheng. He purchased 200,000 tons of chicken, duck, pork, beef, lamb, and a myriad of seafood, including fish, crabs, and shrimp, as well as frozen foods like buns and dumplings. His aim was to stockpile madly. After settling the payment, they arranged for delivery to his residence that he directly placed tens of thousands of tons of frozen meat into his storage space, making it impossible for Chun Ming to conceal his activities. After completing all these tasks, Chun Ming returned to the Fushan residence with great satisfaction. No sooner had he arrived than the automobile sales center delivered the vehicles. After parking, they handed over the keys to Chun Ming before descending the mountain in another vehicle. Before departing, they reminded him that the manager was still striving for a suitable price for the fuel, which would be resolved by 8 o'clock that evening. Once the group vanished from sight, Chun Ming began to store the vehicles one after another into his storage space, in under a minute. The task was effortlessly accomplished. Meanwhile, Xuanwu Security received the architectural plan for the entire villa and Dushan from the builders, contacting several experts for an emergency meeting. They aim to finalize the renovation plans swiftly for Chun Ming's confirmation. Chun Ming, on the other hand, leisurely returned to the villa. Reclining on the living room sofa, he retrieved a bunch of grapes from his storage space, holding them in one hand while biting into them with his mouth. With the other hand, he turned on the television and opened his phone, nostalgically accessing the GF fishing app while the game loaded. Chun Ming glanced at the television. The host wore a serious expression, reporting that currently 26 media reporters from 13 countries who had gone to interview at Walden No. 13 prison had all been unlawfully detained by the hawkish faction, their fates unknown, while the embassy was actively trying to contact the hawkish government, directly detaining reporters without providing any reason. Aside from the possibility that those reporters had uncovered information they should not have, Chun Ming could hardly fathom what other justification could prompt the hawkish faction to so brazenly disregard protests from various nations. Indeed, something significant had transpired at that No. 13 prison. Chun Ming switched to a browser, searching for news regarding No. 13 prison. As anticipated, the result read, "No search results found. Please try different keywords," as the most formidable stronghold of the hawkish faction. The utter lack of information regarding this matter is indeed perplexing. Chun Ming is convinced that the hawkish faction fears the revelation of the truth, opting to suppress all details related to prison No. 13. What transpired within those walls remains an enigma to Chun Ming. With a vast ocean separating him from the situation, he can only await the day when someone from the nation or the hawkish side might convey the news. Alternatively, it could spiral into utter chaos, rendering concealment impossible. Regardless, it is prudent to focus on fishing for the time being, to hone his skills. Switching back to the fishing realm, the loading circle spins rapidly before completing the process. He clicks to commence fishing and is met with immediate success. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Bluetooth speaker. Congratulations, host, you have received 24 packets of black sesame paste. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a can of Wang Xiao's 16-spice seasoning. Congratulations, host, you have secured 100 grams of the Hong Pao tea. Congratulations, host, you have received a manual on postnatal care for sows. Chun Ming furrows his brow. Postnatal care for sows. It is reasonable to suspect that this fishing reward system is toying with his psyche. Undeterred, he resolves to continue, commencing fishing. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 24 rolls of transparent tape. Congratulations, host, you have received a book of motivational quotes. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a box of Nanyun's white medicine patches. Commencing fishing. Is something grand about to materialize? Chun Ming muses with anticipation. A mini-game pops up, with the pointer swinging rapidly from side to side. Simultaneously, a small green bar, representing time, rolls into gray. Once the green bar turns entirely gray, it defaults to a QT failure, resulting in a fishing failure. During his initial attempt to press the confirmation button, Chun Ming senses the timing is off. He prepares for a second attempt, pressing the confirmation just as the pointer swings back, successfully hitting the randomly refreshed safe zone on the right. Congratulations, host, you have acquired an S-level skill. Tenfold rebate. Tenfold rebate. Those 4 words leave Chun Ming momentarily baffled. He opts to view the details. Tenfold rebate. All money you spend will be returned tenfold, without limitation. For instance, spending 1 daxia coin will yield 10 daxia coins. Spending 100 daxia coins will grant you 1,000 daxia coins, and so forth. This skill is remarkable. Chun Ming is now free from worries about insufficient funds. Money, in his current circumstance, only seems to multiply the more he spends, making it nearly impossible to diminish. Spending it all is, paradoxically, more challenging than earning it. Moreover, if the S-level grants a tenfold return, what could the SS-level or SSS-level entail? Is there a possibility of expanding the rebate to various resources? Sending out 1 could yield 10, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 in return. Chun Ming muses excitedly to himself. If he could truly acquire such a skill, even amidst a world ravaged by scarcity, he need not fear hunger. He understands, well, that should the apocalypse truly descend, most global food factories and agricultural production would cease, leading to an ever-dwindling food supply. But if he were to reel in a resource rebate skill, not only would he avoid starvation, but he would also possess the means to control the very lifeblood of others. As the saying goes, Man is iron, rice is steel. One meal skipped leads to great anxiety. The longer the apocalypse persists, the more precious food becomes. A single sausage, a carrot, or a pack of spicy strips could incite a bloody conflict among hundreds. Hunger can indeed drive one to madness and irrationality. With that sobering thought, Chun Ming refocuses on the fishing endeavor. He resolves to find time later to experiment with the tenfold rebate skill. For now, fishing takes precedence. Commencing fishing. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a tea set. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 flashbangs. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a can of pet freeze-dried food. Pet freeze-dried food? Chun Ming reassures himself that these freeze-dried items, made from various poultry and fish, can be considered food, as they can certainly satiate hunger. After all, with infinite storage space, he thinks it prudent to keep them nearby for potential future use. Continuing to fish. Commencing fishing. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a premium massage chair. A massage chair. This is splendid. Chun Ming promptly opens his backpack and selects a suitable spot for placement. A green square area, roughly the same size as the massage chair, appears on the ground, following the movement of his phone's camera. Areas suitable for installation glow green, while those obstructed by walls turn red. He confirms the withdrawal that the massage chair materializes successfully. Chun Ming sits down. The small electronic screen on the armrest clearly displays various functions: neck and shoulder massage, back massage, waist massage. Chun Ming selects the full body massage function, adjusting the intensity to a gentle setting to acclimate himself. Reclining back, he feels utterly relaxed. Truly deserving of the title premium, it feels as though countless hands are soothing Chun Ming's fatigued, tense muscles. His expression radiates sheer enjoyment. While indulging in this pleasure, he remains mindful of his primary objective. Commencing fishing. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a collectible ceramic doll. Congratulations, host. You have received an RTX 4090 Ti graphics card. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Huawei Mate 60. Congratulations, host. You have secured a box of sugar tangerines. Chun Ming realizes that fishing can indeed become addictive. After 2 hours, he has amassed a plethora of assorted items, none of which seem particularly valuable to him. Yet he cannot seem to stop, thoroughly engrossed in the experience. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Battery below 10. Please charge promptly. It is this reminder that interrupts Chun Ming's continuous actions, coinciding with the completion of the massage chair's timer. Standing up, he feels a sense of unparalleled comfort. However, his eyes, having been fixated on the phone screen, feel slightly fatigued and strained. Determined to seize a significant opportunity, he reflects on his current balance, which has now soared past 500 billion. He resolves to utilize this 500 billion, coupled with the tenfold rebate skill, to embark on a shopping spree. He hopes to see if he can inflate his balance from 500 billion to 1 trillion. Having lived for so many years, he is eager to experience what it feels like to have money multiply as he spends. Before the economy collapses entirely, transforming currency into worthless paper, he is determined to relish this rare opportunity. Leaving the villa, he hops into his sports car and drives down the mountain. He has already decided to acquire several large shopping malls. If 10 billion is insufficient, then 20 billion will do. If that too is inadequate, he will add another 10 billion. He will persist until the other party agrees. Then he will make a profit of several hundred billion, essentially acquiring a mall for free. Storing all the supplies he can use in his storage space. Resources of any kind are undeniably better in abundance, and Chun Ming has no qualms about accruing them. His storage space conveniently offers an automatic classification feature, a tools section, a food section, and a weapons section. Moments later, Chun Ming parks in front of a large shopping mall named Yuan Yang International as he steps out of his luxury car, valued at several million. It draws the attention of countless onlookers who eagerly pull out their phones to capture the moment. Among them is Zhaoya, who, frustrated by the prolonged wait for Chun Ming to accept her friend request, invited Lin Wei to accompany her to the mall. "What a domineering sports car!" Zhaoya exclaims, unable to suppress her imagination of how it would feel to take selfies while seated inside. She is convinced that posting it on her social media would evoke envy among her friends. Previously, Chun Ming had driven an identical vehicle at this moment. The sports car is in a closed convertible state, preventing Lin Wei from realizing that the owner is indeed Chun Ming, that he can afford such an expensive, top-tier sports car. Zhao Yu thinks to herself, unable to resist pulling out her phone to check her friend request status. Friend request status, pending. Unexpectedly, her first active attempt to connect has not yielded an immediate response to ISE resting. She muses, silently reassuring herself. The next moment, she hears Lin Wei excitedly tapping her shoulder, exclaiming, Xiao Ya. Look, the person getting out of the car is Chun Ming. Upon hearing the name of the individual descending from the sports car, Chun Ming, Zhao Yu immediately shifted her gaze. I could see that moment. Chun Ming, adorned in a stylish designer ensemble, perfectly embodied Zhao Yu's imagination of what a top-tier wealthy heir should be. Zhao Yu dreamed fervently of marrying such a handsome and affluent scion. Aspiring to become a wealthy matron, she envisioned a future where she would be free from all obligations, merely a decorative figure, living a life of luxury and opulence. The thought of having previously eliminated such an outstanding candidate from her list of potential suitors filled her with regret. She wished she could travel back in time and deliver a resounding slap to her past self. Among the suitors she had meticulously prepared, Chun Ming undeniably ranked among the top 3. Both in appearance and financial standing. Xiao Ya, let us hurry over and greet him, Lin Wei suggested. All right, let me touch up my makeup first, Zhao Yu replied, retrieving her makeup kit and applying it to her face with precision. She intended to present her most beautiful self in order to regain Chun Ming's favorable impression. She believed that if she showed a hint of vulnerability and offered him an opportunity to engage, he would certainly find his way back into her grasp. Zhao Yu was well-versed in the art of PUA, having invested time and money to learn the craft. She had cultivated a pool of admirers, each day employing different tactics to keep their interest alive. Occasionally, when one of her pets threw a tantrum, she would graciously accompany them to a movie or a meal that if all else failed. She would resort to physical touch, playful antics, and maintaining just the right balance, making the other party believe that with a little more effort, they could win her over and attain satisfaction. Zhao Yu resolved to ensnare Chun Ming, the big fish, into her private pond. Her mind raced as she contemplated her lines, meticulously crafting the perfect approach. Perfect, she murmured, pressing her lips together to ensure her fiery red lipstick was flawlessly applied. Confirming her appearance, she strode confidently towards Chun Ming. Chun Ming, what a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here. Zhao Yu greeted him with an elegant smile. Indeed, quite the coincidence. However, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Chun Ming replied, preoccupied with his plans to acquire the shopping mall and uninterested in the fleeting allure of these social butterflies. There would be ample opportunities in the future. Once, Zhao Yu had dismissed the financially struggling Chun Ming. Now, with his wealth soaring into the billions, she attempted to catch his eye with subtle glances. Chun Ming, however, felt indifferent about her sudden interest. Chun Ming's response took Zhao Yu by surprise. She stood frozen, never imagining that as a campus belle, once sought after by talent scouts for magazine shoots, she would find herself sidelined by Chun Ming. His eyes had barely lingered on her for more than 5 seconds. What could possibly be more significant than the advances of stunning beauty like herself? Chun Ming, I've given careful thought to what you said earlier. While I can't agree immediately, we could start as friends, Zhao Yu said, hastening to catch up with him. What conversation? Chun Ming inquired, puzzled. Didn't you express your fondness for me and wish for me to be your girlfriend? Zhao Yu was convinced that Chun Ming was feigning ignorance, attempting to draw her attention in this rather lowly manner. However, unwilling to let go of this prime catch, she chose to overlook it. Ah, that matter? I apologized. I lost a bet with friends and spoke out of turn. Please disregard it. Chun Ming candidly explained that I truly have business to attend to. Farewell. Zhao Yu clenched her fists, feeling her dignity trampled before so many witnesses. Don't you find this rather dull? I've already agreed to start as friends, and you should be grateful. Who achieves everything in one leap? As she walked a few paces, hearing Zhao Yu's words, Chun Ming felt a twinge of annoyance. Who do you think you are? Still pretending. Zhao Yu decided to unleash her trump card. Fine, I can make an exception and agree to dine with you tonight. But it's just dinner. Don't get any ideas, she declared firmly. Idiot, Chun Ming muttered dismissively, uninterested in further banter. Had he known he would be pursued by Zhao Yu, he would have never engaged in that bet with Wang Wei. Chun Ming recognized Zhao Yu as a woman who played the field, and knowing that, He had attempted to confess his feelings, only to be rejected. Now that he had acquired a sports car and donned designer attire, she had suddenly changed her aloof demeanor, shamelessly seeking friendship with him. While he might entertain the idea of casual dalliance, the thought of marrying such a woman was met with deep reluctance. "What did you say?" Upon hearing Chen Ming call her an idiot, Zhao Ya's face flushed with anger. "Chen Ming, don't push your luck. Do you believe I want to ignore you forever? I'll blacklist you." Chen Ming, he had encountered people with inflated egos before, but never one quite like this. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen Ming?" Just as Chen Ming was about to speak, a voice called from behind. Turning around, he saw a man with graying hair, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, yet still exuding vitality. He was dressed in the typical attire of a successful businessman. "That you were the one I spoke with over the phone." "Mr. Ming, right?" Chen Ming asked. During his journey, he had learned the contact information of the mall's owner from the manager of the five-star hotel that had delivered food to him. He had called to express his interest in acquiring the shopping center. "Yes, that's me," Mr. Ming confirmed with a nod. "Regarding the acquisition, have you given it any thought?" Chen Ming inquired further. "To be honest, I have no plans for retirement at this moment. Perhaps you should, before Mr. Ming could finish. Chen Ming interjected, "I'll add 5 billion. I'll offer 20 billion to purchase this shopping mall." This sum included the land in the city center and the entire building. Mr. Ming, the onlookers, Lin Wei, Zhao Ya, who had initially intended to confront Chen Ming for clarity, found herself swallowing her words upon hearing the figure of 20 billion. He can casually offer 20 billion to acquire this mall. In an instant, Chen Ming's status on Zhao Ya's list of potential suitors skyrocketed from the top 3 to an undisputed first place, with a chasm between him and the second contender. Suddenly, Chen Ming's prior flirtations and playful tactics became endearing, showcasing his unique charm and wit. Zhao Ya's admiration for him surged. "It's decided. I'll dissolve my pool of admirers and focus solely on being his girlfriend." "No. His affluent wife." Zhao Ya resolved, convinced that Chen Ming was her ultimate destination. Chen Ming, however, had no interest in her fleeting thoughts. Noticing Mr. Ming still hesitating, he decided to stoke the fire further. 30 billion. That's my bottom line. 30 billion. The number shocked everyone present, leaving Mr. Ming's heart racing with agitation. He understood that even if the market boomed in the future and every decision he made was flawless, it would be impossible to earn 30 billion. Mr. Ming had to admit he was tempted. After a brief internal struggle, he nodded decisively. "Since you, Mr. Chen, have made such an offer, I will not refuse. 30 billion. I'll sell. Let us sign the contract now." His eagerness was palpable. Fearing that Chen Ming might change his mind, he intended to sign the contract, secure the funds, and then emigrate to a lavish life abroad. Enjoying his remaining years. 30 billion would ensure he lived without worry for the rest of his life. Unbeknownst to him, this money would soon become worthless, reduced to mere scraps of paper. "All right," Chen Ming agreed with a nod. "This way, please," he gestured up to tea that moment. Mr. Ming regarded Chen Ming as a veritable god of wealth, deserving of utmost respect. Chen, realizing the situation, Zhao Yu attempted to catch up with him, ready to apologize and clarify that her previous remarks were merely in jest, urging him not to take offense. She was prepared to agree to be Chen Ming's girlfriend, or even his wife. She would not refuse him if he desired to take her to a hotel. "Sorry, no entry for idle people." Who would have thought that as soon as he approached the entrance, he would be intercepted by the security guard? The guard was an astute individual, fully aware that Chen Ming had no desire to become entangled with Zhao Ya. Just as Zhao Ya was about to speak out, reprimanding the guard for his lack of discernment and clarifying her relationship with Chen Ming as merely that of classmates, she overheard Chen Ming commend the guard, stating that he was indeed a commendable person deserving of recognition. "Indeed, you are absolutely right. Well done," Meng Zhong exclaimed, raising his hands in agreement, before turning to shout, "Go to the finance office later to collect your 10,000 bonus." "Thank you, General Manager Chen." "Thank you, General Manager Meng." The guard repeatedly expressed his gratitude. With the money in hand, there was no way he would allow Zhao Ya entry, faced with the imposing stature of the guard. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, even a slight shift in his demeanor could send a shiver down Zhao Ya's spine. "Xiao Ya, are you all right?" Lin Wei asked, feigning concern as she observed Zhao Yu retreating like a beaten dog. While inwardly reveling in her misfortune, the more miserable Zhao Yu appeared, the more delighted Lin Wei felt, for it increased the likelihood of her own prospects with Chun Ming. Once I win over Chun Ming and become his woman, I shall ensure that insufferable fool is dismissed at the very first opportunity. Zhao Yu shot a venomous glance at the guard. Unfazed, the guard's mind was occupied with thoughts of how to treat his wife and children to a nice meal with the 1,000 yuan he had just received. He felt immensely grateful towards Chun Ming. The onlookers, witnessing the once arrogant Zhao Yu facing humiliation, were not inclined to show her any mercy, chortling, hurry and inform Batman. The Joker has been found. These young individuals would go to any lengths to ingratiate themselves with the wealthy, accusing others of having a narrow view, when in reality, it was they who were truly myopic. Gold digger. How repugnant. Just moments ago, she had been brimming with arrogance. How had she suddenly lost her bravado? Zhao Yu found herself the target of ridicule. Aware of her own shortcomings, she chose to retreat with her tail between her legs. After all, she was no Zhuge Liang, lacking the eloquence and debating skills to contend with the crowd. Hey, wait for me! Lin Wei stifled her laughter and hurried after Zhao Yu. Ding! Meanwhile, Chun Ming, upon exiting the elevator, made his way directly to Meng Zhong's office. To be precise, it would not be long before this office belonged to him. Meng Zhong had already contacted his secretary in advance, instructing her to procure a template contract for the sale of property, download it, print it, and bring it over. Knock. Knock. Just a few minutes later, the secretary knocked on the door. Entering the office with the printed contract in hand, Meng Zhong picked up a pen and swiftly signed his name, then pushed the pen and the contract toward Chun Ming, saying, General Manager Chun, please take a look and confirm if there are any issues with the contract. Should there be any concerns, we can negotiate amendments. Chun Ming casually flipped through the pages before retrieving his phone and opening the banking app. After Meng Zhong provided the account number, he transferred 3 billion. All right. No problem. The funds have been received. Meng Zhong confirmed the account balance with a glance and gestured for Chun Ming to sign the contract. Chun Ming wasted no time, signing the document and officially purchasing the luxurious shopping mall. Spending 3 billion successfully triggered a 10-fold rebate. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 30 billion. Buzz buzz. Chun Ming's phone vibrated. He took it out, unlocked it, and opened the message. As expected, 30 billion had been credited. Just gazing at that string of numbers sent his adrenaline soaring. Chun Ming had to admit that the feeling of spending such an amount and receiving a 100-fold return was exhilarating. Simply exhilarating. As the contract has been finalized and holds legal validity, I shall not impose further, Meng Zhong said as he stood to leave. In the office, only Chun Ming and the secretary, who had been responsible for printing and delivering the contract, remained. Chun Ming turned to the secretary and said, from today onward, shut down the mall. The specific opening date will be communicated when the time is right. General Manager, isn't that a bit inappropriate? The secretary questioned, not understanding why Chun Ming would make such a decision. Having just spent 3 billion, shouldn't he be focusing on expanding the business and recouping the funds? I have assembled a professional team, prepared to comprehensively renovate the mall, transforming it into a grand establishment. No, the world's foremost, Chun Ming replied calmly. His ability to speak with such audacity had reached an impressive level. I see. The secretary finally grasped that Chun Ming intended to undertake something monumental. Indeed, the willingness to spend 3 billion to acquire this mall was itself a move capable of shaking the entire industry. While there were many wealthy individuals in Jiangcheng, few possessed the liquidity to casually part with 3 billion. Rest assured, you will not be shortchanged. During this period, everyone will enjoy paid leave. If there are any concerns, we can draft a supplementary contract. Chun Ming, fully aware of the impending apocalypse, was entirely unconcerned, even if the end of the world did not come. The 10-fold rebate served as a safety net. A mere paid leave would hardly amount to a significant expense. Understood. I will notify everyone immediately. Upon hearing this, the secretary beamed with joy, ceasing to persuade Chun Ming otherwise. She had long wished for a proper vacation, to travel and rejuvenate both her body and spirit. Now that Chun Ming was willing to grant them paid leave, she had no reason to refuse. At that moment, Chun Ming's status in her eyes was akin to that of a modern-day sage. Before long, all guests at the mall were politely asked to leave, receiving small compensation gifts to quell any grievances. As the saying goes, one should be generous when receiving favors. Boom, boom. 10 minutes later, all entrances and passageways were securely locked. Only Chun Ming remained, surrounded by a plethora of survival supplies that would prove invaluable in the future, far exceeding mere gold and silver. Standing on the 7th floor, he approached the railing and gazed out, surveying the eerily silent mall, where even a pin drop could be heard. Chun Ming had to admit, the sensation was quite extraordinary to possess an entire shopping mall alone, taking whatever he desired. The Ocean Mall operated not on a franchise model, but in collaboration with various manufacturers, allowing for direct procurement. Thus, Chun Ming could take whatever he wished from the vast array of goods available. Entering a high-end clothing boutique, he selected several items priced in the thousands, trying them on in front of the mirror. If they suited him, he simply tossed them into his storage space. Mobile phones, computers, jewelry, perfumes, and luxury watches. Anything that piqued Chun Ming's interest was eagerly accepted. The entire mall now belonged to him. Why should he be courteous? He passed by a fitness equipment showroom and contemplated that should the apocalypse arrive, maintaining physical fitness would be crucial to reducing the likelihood of illness. Striding into the showroom, he gathered various new dumbbells, treadmills, stationary bikes, and dual-direction chest press machines. After clearing out several floors and dozens of stores, ding! Upon exiting the elevator, Chun Ming noticed that this level primarily featured an array of wines and spirits, alongside overpriced luxury snacks such as chocolate beans, gummies, and preserved plums, small packets that could easily cost several hundred if one wasn't careful. Chun Ming had once been caught off guard, thinking them inexpensive, only to discover at checkout that a bag filled with chocolate beans would set him back $3,000. Since then, he had avoided such stores, a classic case of once bitten, twice shy. However, things were different now. Everything in this mall was as he decided to collect the machines that dispensed luxury candies and snacks, planning to place 2 in his living room upon returning home, indulging in a pack from time to time to pass the time. The colorful assortment would serve as decorative pieces even if they weren't consumed immediately. He did not overlook the lighters and tobacco products. Although he did not smoke, he sensed that under apocalyptic circumstances, cigarettes could become a valuable commodity. Chun Ming had witnessed the frenzied desperation of a chain smoker deprived of tobacco, reduced to madness and irritability. Before long, he had swept through the first floor. The ground level was dedicated to showcasing various vehicles, with around 200 to 300 in total. The cheapest models started at over 100,000, while the most expensive exceeded $1 million. Chun Ming showed no disdain, collecting them all without hesitation, his appetite insatiable. All that remained was the basement's food and snack section. He hoped it would not disappoint. Before this moment, Chun Ming had never visited the Ocean Mall. He had merely heard tales of its immense underground space. It was said that the first basement level housed snacks from around the globe, with an unparalleled variety of fruits and vegetables, as well as an abundance of poultry, pork, and an incredible assortment of river and sea delicacies. Ascending the escalator to the basement, he was met with an astonishingly expansive view. The myriad of snacks, beverages, and condiments dazzled his senses. The checkout counters alone exceeded double digits, an indication of the bustling business that thrived here. Casually, Chun Ming plucked a bottle of gum from the shelf, opened it, and popped 2 pieces into his mouth, savoring the flavor. With a swift gesture, he made all those delectable snacks vanish, along with the shells themselves. He then seemed to transform into a walking black hole, devouring everything in his path: chocolate, biscuits, canned fruits, jerky, and spicy strips until his hands grew wearied. He left no stone unturned. Also collecting laundry detergent, shower gel, shampoo, and soap, as well as a plethora of seasonings, vegetables, and noodles. The sheer volume was overwhelming, and he could hardly remember the sight of the fully stocked shelves when he arrived. Now, wherever he looked, emptiness reigned, as pristine as a blank canvas. Was this the sole advantage of purchasing an entire mall? Certainly not. He now had direct access to suppliers. With just a phone call, he could have a steady stream of products delivered. His only task was to reap the rewards. Without needing to be present at all times, he arranged for a security guard to manage entry and instructed the staff to move all the goods into the mall. neatly positioned in the entrance hall for his convenience, eliminating the need to scurry about. Once he ensured that nothing had slipped through the cracks, Chun Ming returned to the entrance hall. He retrieved a mattress from the storage area. Placing it squarely in the center, he then reclined upon it, pondering the liberating truth that wealth truly allowed for indulgence. Gazing at the ceiling, he reflected on the significant bounty he had amassed and decided to take a moment to rest and contemplate his next steps and how to spend his fortune. Lazing about would be a waste of time, so he pulled out his phone and launched the Fishing in All Realms app, tapping the Start Fishing button. "Grant me a skill," he exclaimed fervently. As he fished, success followed rapidly. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 rolls of garbage bags." "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a gold brick." "Congratulations, host. You have received 5 million Daxia coins." "Congratulations, host. You have gained a box of blue pills." "Congratulations, host. You have obtained an electric shaver 1. "Congratulations, host. You have received an S-level skill, short distance teleportation." Just as Chun Ming braced for yet another lengthy wait, he was pleasantly surprised. Yet he welcomed such surprises with open arms. Upon reviewing the skill descriptions, he learned that the S-level short-distance teleportation allowed for instantaneous movement within a 10-meter radius, though it could not penetrate obstacles. After absorbing the information, he rose to his feet, eager to test the newfound ability. The moment he acquired the skill, it had seamlessly merged with his consciousness. Triggering the teleportation in his mind, he found himself precisely 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. Landing with remarkable accuracy. Glancing back, the mattress remained undisturbed, a steadfast reference point. With a few more successful teleports under his belt, he grew increasingly adept, mastering the technique, coupled with the S-level skill of Shadow Step. He realized this ability was perfect for ambushes, allowing him to sneak up on foes and strike with lethal precision. The Shadow Step would facilitate directional adjustments, while teleportation would close the distance, complementing each other perfectly. If S-level corresponded to short-distance teleportation, then it was reasonable to assume that SS-level would significantly expand the range. Perhaps SSS-level would eliminate all limitations, disregarding distance and obstacles altogether. Chun Ming speculated. Setting aside his musings, he refocused on his fishing. He continued. The fishing duration extended. Just achieved an S-level skill, and now a big catch. Am I truly favored by fortune? He successfully struck a target through a minigame. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the S-level skill. Infinite bullets. Infinite bullets." This skill, in Chun Ming's estimation, could easily reach SSS-level status, especially after reviewing its details. That S-level skill, Infinite bullets. It grants unlimited ammunition for all weapons, eliminating the need for magazine replacements. By removing the time wasted on reloading, it curtailed the enemy's chances of launching a surprise attack, much to Chun Ming's satisfaction. Recalling the Gatling gun he had previously caught, a smirk crept across his lips, and he thought, "I'm set." Just as he was about to resume fishing, a phone call interrupted him. The caller ID read, "Freezer, Manager Zhao." Chun Ming pressed the answer button. "Manager Zhao, how can I assist you?" "Mr. Chun, may I ask if you are at home? We have prepared a vehicle and can transport the goods at your convenience." Just as Chun Ming was about to reply, he reconsidered and said, "No need. I'm quite close to the freezer and will come directly to you." "All right," Manager Zhao replied, albeit puzzled, yet he readily agreed. Welcoming a customer willing to drive for their own goods was always a pleasure, saving considerable effort. However, when Chun Ming arrived in a sports car, Manager Zhao looked around, finding no vehicle in sight. Could it be that Mr. Chun intends to transport tons of frozen meat in this sports car? Such a thought was better left unspoken. Approaching, he greeted, "Mr. Chun, is your convoy still behind?" "Convoy?" Chun Ming replied, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Weren't you the one who arranged for a convoy to transport the frozen meat?" Manager Zhao's inner thoughts grew more perplexed. "You misunderstood. I wish to purchase your cold storage," Chun Ming stated bluntly. Manager Zhao was taken aback, confirming, "Mr. Chun, you aren't joking, are you?" "Not at all," Chun Ming affirmed resolutely. "Then I fear you may be disappointed. The owner places great value on this business and intends to pass it down to his son. Continuing its operation, Manager Zhao replied, honestly, "Yes, that's so." Chun Ming's mind raced, formulating an alternative proposal. "How about this? I will buy all the frozen meat and rent the cold storage for a day, allowing me time to transport everything." Would that work for you? Whether or not he acquired the cold storage was of little consequence to Chun Ming. His primary interest lay in the over 1,000 tons of meat within. Renting for a day would allow him to return the cold storage and let them continue contacting suppliers to restock the shelves. He would then return to procure more goods, repeating the cycle to achieve his goal of stockpiling. What? You want to buy all the frozen meat? Manager Zhao exclaimed in astonishment, having never encountered such a wealthy customer before. To be precise, I want all the products in your cold storage, Chun Ming replied calmly. With the infinite tenfold rebate skill as his ace, remaining calm was effortless. Mr. Chun, if you truly wish to purchase all the products, I can take the initiative to allow you to borrow the cold storage for free for 1 day. Manager Zhao said excitedly that if this deal went through, the performance bonus he would receive would be quite substantial. How could he not be thrilled? All right, please calculate the total cost and let me know the price so I can make the transfer. Chun Ming responded that I'll have someone tally it up immediately. Manager Zhao quickly took out his phone and contacted the warehouse staff to expedite the process. After a brief wait, as Chun Ming sat in the office finishing his tea, Manager Zhao entered with a contract in hand. Mr. Chun, we have compiled the classification, quantity, and price of all goods. Please take a look, he said, presenting the contract with utmost respect. Chun Ming accepted the contract and immediately examined the price, which was significantly lower than he had anticipated. Not even breaching the 10 billion mark. Manager Zhao had even thoughtfully provided a round number. Chun Ming pulled out his phone, entered the transaction account from the contract, and transferred the funds. Transaction of 8 billion successful. The tenfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 8 billion Daxia coins. The money has already been transferred. Kindly check your accounts. Chun Ming put down his phone and said, All right. Manager Zhao took out his phone and called the boss to confirm. After verifying, he extended his hand. Mr. Chun, we are immensely grateful for your support. Chun Ming politely shook the other man's hand with a slight smile. You're welcome. He then continued. As per our previous agreement, I can borrow the cold storage for a day, correct? No problem. Manager Zhao replied confidently. 1 day is fine. I could even extend it to 3 days if needed. 1 day will suffice. If possible, could you allow all your employees to take a day off? I will have dedicated personnel handling the transport. Having 2 groups of people together might disrupt the rhythm. Chun Ming fabricated a casual reason. Absolutely. Manager Zhao, keen to please such a significant client, complied without hesitation. Subsequently, as per Chun Ming's instructions, he allowed all employees to leave early, assuring them their wages would remain unaffected. The security personnel were treated equally. The entire cold storage, capable of holding thousands of tons, now had Chun Ming as its sole occupant. Grabbing a set of keys, he unlocked the main entrance and stepped inside. Immediately greeted by a gust of chilly air. After shutting the door, there was but one task at hand, to transfer all visible food within his line of sight into the infinite storage space. He exhaled a breath of cold air, rubbing his palms together, several thousand tons of goods. That is truly extravagant, taking so long. However, upon opening the storage space and witnessing the automatically categorized pork, duck, lamb, beef, and fish, Chun Ming felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction that if he were to consume all this food alone, he would likely not finish it even in a lifetime. He pondered whether he could reel in rewards for longevity in the future, or perhaps even achieve immortality. In Chun Ming's eyes, the possibilities were endless in the realm of fishing across worlds. In the following moments, Chun Ming disabled the surveillance system of the cold storage to prevent any scientifically inexplicable footage from being recorded. Having completed all necessary actions, he strode out of the cold storage, locked the door, and casually tossed the keys inside. Manager Zhao held a spare key, and at a convenient time, it would suffice to inform him that he had taken all the goods. Taking out his car keys, he unlocked the vehicle and opened the door. As Chun Ming settled into the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt, his phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. He was certain someone was messaging him via Penguin. Upon checking, he found it was his roommate, Wang Wei, sending a news link. The title hinted at something related to the Hawks, mentioning living dead. Chun Ming, living dead equated to zombies, implying the existence of the undead. Could it be that someone had truly caught a zombie virus and unleashed it into the real world? Was it an act of revenge against society? Chun Ming couldn't help but suspect that the phishing system was intentionally probing into the nature of a person's character. which would not be a difficult task given its technological prowess. Just as he was about to click on the news link to view the webpage, Wang Wei sent another message. Your premonition is about to come true. I heard the Hawks have experienced a zombie virus outbreak, and the authorities are desperately trying to conceal it. Out of goodwill, Chun Ming advised, make sure to stock up on food. It's better to be prepared. At the very least, you should last until you can fish for self-preservation abilities. Whether Wang Wei took his advice was beyond Chun Ming's concern. Wang Wei replied, it's better if you hadn't mentioned it. Just thinking about it makes me angry that I barely made it to midnight waiting for my fishing attempts to reset, and guess what I caught? Chun Ming, intrigued, asked, what? Wang Wei exclaimed, a box of toothpicks, with an angry emoji. Chun Ming responded with a comforting, head-patting emoji. Wang Wei continued, I can't talk right now. The teacher is coming my way. Chun Ming replied with an all right. He then clicked the link, which took him to the browser. The content consisted only of screenshots and text descriptions. The visuals were quite blurry, seemingly captured by aerial drones that depicted a crowd of people, snarling and clawing, rushing towards a group of heavily armed special forces. With the trajectory of bullets and the flames of gunfire vividly recorded. This scene bore a striking resemblance to a zombie siege. Furthermore, certain details in the photos, such as high walls and barbed wire with sharp blades to prevent prisoners from scaling them, led Chun Ming to deduce that the setting was a prison that he couldn't help but recall the news he had seen last night about the lockdown of Walton Prison No. 13 in terms of the likelihood of a zombie virus outbreak. Chun Ming's mind approached a near 100% certainty. After perusing all the text, he did not hastily exit but scrolled down to the comment section. The news had gone viral, with view counts exceeding 10 million. And the comments and likes all in the hundreds, if not thousands, that he wanted to see how others perceived the situation. Fengwick Suiyu. This is clearly fake. How could there possibly be a zombie virus? I love fish people. It's probably just a scene from some zombie movie, deliberately spreading rumors. How disgusting. Kawiti Huangwan. My mom believed it and has already rushed to the store to stock up on survival supplies. It's truly laughable. I can't convince her otherwise. Music box. Don't believe it. This is a scene from the movie Zombie Uprising. Zombie Uprising? Chun Ming thought to himself that had he not seen the film, he might have been deceived. There was no such scene in the movie, and it had no connection to the prison. The likes were substantial, over 1,000, but in the most recent comments, there were already similar replies. Fraud. I jumped for an hour and found nothing. As Chun Ming was about to continue browsing other comments, the screen suddenly froze and then reloaded, displaying a prompt. This information has been deleted by the creator or the platform. This deletion left Chun Ming with a feeling akin to there's no silver here. Alternatively, perhaps the authorities feared the public outrage might spiral out of control, leading to a nationwide panic and resource shortages, thus disrupting the market. If not for the fishing across worlds, Chun Ming might lean towards the latter explanation. However, having received a plethora of extraordinary rewards from the fishing system, he was not convinced that a zombie virus was anything novel. It would undoubtedly not manifest. He resolved to contact the security company to expedite the design plans for the renovations. During this time, Chun Ming would reside in a hotel. After all, the renovation process would likely be noisy and bustling with activity, undermining his need for confidentiality. The security company assured him that the design plans were nearing completion, with materials being rushed at the factory around the clock. They promised that assembly would be quick, guaranteeing completion within a week. To retain Chun Ming as a valued client, the security company had even expanded several production lines. After ending the call, Chun Ming found himself at a 5-star hotel. Sir, how may I assist you? The receptionist, noticing he arrived in a sports car, greeted him warmly. What is your highest tier room? Chun Ming inquired. The presidential suite is 100,000 per day, covering all expenses, including 3 meals a day, spa services, and more. Book it for a month, Chun Ming stated, producing his bank card. Very well, the receptionist began, but suddenly froze. Sir, did you say a month? She questioned, seriously doubting her hearing. 100,000 a day for 30 days amounted to 3 million. Yes, Chun Ming nodded firmly. Excellent. I will process that for you immediately. The receptionist, initially skeptical that Chun Ming was joking, quickly dismissed those thoughts upon seeing the successful transaction notification. Sir, here is your bank card and room key. Please keep them safe. She bowed at 90 degrees, presenting them with both hands. She had intended to make small talk, But after witnessing Chun Ming's financial capacity firsthand, she prudently refrained that a successful expenditure of 3 million. The tenfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 30 million Daxia coins. Thank you. Chun Ming retrieved his bank card. Not only had the money not diminished, but had also increased by several tens of millions. He did not rush to check into his room. Instead, he first returned to Fushan residence to store the fuel, valued at 10 million, delivered by the oil company into his storage space. After ensuring that nothing was amiss, Chun Ming returned to the hotel and checked into the presidential suite. Standing by the window, gazing at the breathtaking view of the city streets below, Chun Ming had to concede once again that there was indeed a rationale behind luxury. The various amenities within the room were replete with the finest materials and brands, with no corners cut whatsoever. The menu lay on the coffee table, and whenever he desired a meal, he could simply pick up the nearby intercom, and it would be promptly delivered. Although the hotel package stipulated 3 meals a day, there was no limit to how much he could consume. Of course, this privilege was exclusive to Chun Ming. The hotel was especially meticulous in catering to a client as significant as him, assigning a dedicated chef who was always prepared to whip up exquisite dishes for him. The general manager had explicitly instructed the staff, reiterating thrice in the employee group chat that any negligence towards Chun Ming would result in immediate dismissal. On Chun Ming's end, he did not harbor any expectations that the Hawks could suppress the outbreak of the zombie virus. He merely hoped it would not reach the country too soon, at least not until the villa's renovations were completed. He had stockpiled resources to a great extent, only lacking a formidable bastion to prevent the onslaught of the undead. He turned on the television, tuning into the news channel. The host was fervently debunking rumors, urging the public to await official announcements and to refrain from believing in so-called leaks. This was standard procedure, and Chun Ming understood that the authorities could not hastily draw conclusions that might incite panic. IT mattered little to him. It did not hinder his plans to fish. He retrieved a can of beer from the refrigerator, popping it open with a satisfying crack and drinking deeply. With a glance to confirm his surroundings, he pressed the button to commence fishing. Success! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bow. Arrows 100. A bow. Chun Ming mused with curiosity. Did the arrows used with the bow count as bullets? Would the S-Class infinite bullet skill also replenish the number of arrows? Upon voicing his thoughts, the fishing system promptly released an update, with an additional line of small text beneath the notification. This outcome was precisely what Chun Ming had hoped for. If arrows were counted, then surely crossbows required no further discussion to in certain specific scenarios. Weapons such as bows and crossbows were far more effective than silencers. Coupled with the infinite ammunition feature, which eliminated the need to replace arrows, it was undoubtedly a formidable weapon, truly a game-changer. Chun Ming retrieved the previously caught crossbow, which had automatically loaded arrows, ready to be fired with a simple pull of the trigger. Entirely black and crafted from reinforced plastic, it ensured resilience while remaining lightweight. It also featured an adjustable high-magnification scope. He tilted his head back, finishing the beer in the can, before rising to place it on the shoe cabinet. Stepping back, he moved to the open balcony, a distance of about 30 to 40 meters away. Raising the crossbow, he adjusted the scope and locked on. Confirming his aim, he pulled the trigger. The arrow whistled through the air, striking the can with a loud bang, shattering it into fragments that were pinned to the wooden board of the shoe cabinet. Approaching the scene, Chun Ming observed that the arrowhead had effortlessly penetrated the reinforced wooden board, a testament to its lethality. He was confident that a strike to a human target would be instantly fatal. If he used a rusted arrowhead or coat it with poison, the effectiveness would be exponentially magnified, transforming it into a true instrument of death. Glancing at the newly loaded, automatically cocked arrow, Chun Ming felt a surge of satisfaction. Releasing his grip, the crossbow disintegrated into a mosaic of small squares, vanishing back into the storage space. Returning to the sofa, Chun Ming had yet to pick up his phone when the news broadcast on television caught his attention. The host stated earnestly that the first official document had been issued, instituting a 3-month ban on foreign tourists entering the country. Citizens of the Great Xia wishing to return would need to apply in advance and undergo health checks. Health checks? Chun Ming smiled faintly, knowing that the national authorities must have grasped some critical information. The Hawks were likely losing their grip. Subsequently, more and more nations began to express their intentions to deny visa permits to hawkish individuals. Refusing entry, casting his gaze upon the scenery outside the balcony, Chun Ming remarked with a stoic expression, "Is this the calm before the storm?" Without further ado, he resumed fishing. Success. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points in freedom attributes. Hiss. Upon seeing the reward, Chun Ming felt a wave of respect and mused to himself, "How has my luck suddenly transformed? Could it be that the impending crisis has prompted a swift adjustment in my fortunes?" This time, Chun Ming allocated the 10 points evenly across strength, speed, defense, reaction, and mental acuity, without specializing in any one area. He continued fishing. Success. Congratulations to the host for catching a sea cucumber. Success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-class object manipulation skill. At the sight of the sea cucumber, Chun Ming initially believed his streak of good fortune had come to an end. However, the very next moment, the fishing system delivered a delightful surprise. Yet he had no complaints about such surprises. If he were to voice any grievances, it would not be in the spirit of true masculinity. With a serious demeanor, he did not need to check the details. The term object manipulation was one he was quite familiar with as a gaming enthusiast. Ironically, what was considered electronic poison in the gaming world had bestowed upon him a superior understanding. Chun Ming raised his hand, fingers half closed, resembling a tiger's claw, directing it towards the arrow, imagining himself controlling an invisible hand that grasped the arrow. He pulled it forcefully. With a resounding boom, the arrow was indeed drawn towards him. Hovering just inches away to Chun Ming's surprise, he remained remarkably calm, his fingers swirling in circles as he expertly manipulated the arrow. Sending it darting around the room, he first placed the arrow into storage, then retrieved a tang knife. Yes, this looks much more impressive. Suddenly, a bold idea took root in Chun Ming's mind. Perhaps he could stand on the blade and use object manipulation to achieve the goal of flying on a sword. As a fan of novels, he had often fantasized about soaring through the skies like those celestial beings. Without hesitation, he acted on his impulse. Chun Ming tossed his phone aside, directing the flying knife to land before him. Then stepped onto it, as expected of a specially crafted tang knife. It did not bend under his weight. Chun Ming swayed back and forth, struggling to maintain his balance, as the blade was far too narrow. Even at rest, it was challenging to stay upright. Moving would surely lead to a comical fall. Sensing the impending embarrassment of landing flat on his back, he wisely abandoned the idea, stepping down from the tang knife and returning the weapon to storage. Next, he removed a skateboard from the wall of one of the bedrooms, standing atop it. With object manipulation, he levitated the skateboard, allowing it to glide smoothly through the air, unable to contain his excitement. He exclaimed, "I'm flying. I'm really flying." Chun Ming was convinced that once he mastered the art of balance, flying on a sword would be no mere fantasy. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, there was no need for work. He had ample time to explore. With food and drink assured, all other concerns faded, and the only thing Chun Ming needed to focus on was how to make his life less monotonous and more vibrant. After indulging in a brief bout of sword flying within the confines of his room, he dismounted from the skateboard and returned to the sofa. Refreshing. He leaned the skateboard against the glass coffee table, collapsing onto the cushion with a contented sigh, gazing at the ceiling with a faint smile. This was the essence of a fulfilling life. Chun Ming had no desire to graduate only to engage in a monotonous job. Becoming a mere tool for his boss, be able to acquire countless divine skills and immense wealth simply by playing a fishing game from the comfort of his home. Was there not a certain thrill in that? Currently, the top 10 research institutes had classified the software Universal Phishing as the #1 malicious virus, urging citizens to refrain from its use for their own safety. The 10th institute had united with 390 Computer Guardians and Firefox, among other antivirus software companies, to tackle the seemingly indelible threat. Refrain from use? Chun Ming sneered at the news broadcast. Who cares? Success! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point in the zombie virus. Upon witnessing the moment of receiving this reward, Chun Ming could no longer contain his emotions. He remained silent for a good 10 seconds, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Was this meant to convince me that the apocalypse is indeed imminent? At this point, Chun Ming was 100% certain that the hawkish faction had likely found someone who shared the same reward as himself. Moreover, that individual was a criminal probably facing imminent execution, seeking to drag another down with him in his last moments. Little did he know that his decision would lead to billions of souls becoming mere shadows of their former selves. Chunming had no intention of seeking revenge on society. He planned to securely store the zombie virus antidote in his storage space. Dispose of it down the toilet? Don't be ridiculous. What if the circulating water fails to filter out the zombie virus? In just a few days, the vast and intricate water supply system could lead to a catastrophic scene of zombies besieging the Great Xia. Not to mention, whether the zombie virus could even be detected was another issue altogether. After all, such a thing had only existed in films and dramas before, with no samples available for ample research time. Continuing to fish, while engaged in fishing, minigame completed. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one satellite nuclear bomb. Another nuclear bomb? Chunming couldn't shake the feeling that if this continued, it might become commonplace in his possession. Wait. Chunming suddenly noticed that the fishing system had learned from its previous lesson. This time, it provided supplementary explanations with the reward notification. Upon seeing this explanation, Chunming felt even less composed than when he first encountered the zombie virus. If I am interpreting this correctly, does it mean that I can deploy an unlimited number of nuclear bombs towards Blue Star from satellites without any blind spots? This was so grand that even Chunming found it hard to digest. For as long as he wished, he could unleash more nuclear weapons than the total reserves of all nations combined. It is well known that the world's superficial peace, devoid of major wars, is largely tied to nuclear weapons. Does this imply that I now wield national-level power, that I could stand on equal footing with nations? Chunming half-joked he held little interest in such matters. All he desired was to live freely. But before that, he needed to continue increasing his stakes, still fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained one additional year of life. Just as Chunming lay down, he immediately sat up straight. An increase in lifespan. It truly can be augmented. He had harbored a flicker of hope before, but he never expected it to materialize so swiftly. According to the system, an increase of 1 year equated to a total of 365 days. Neither a day more nor less. Given enough time, would I not eventually possess a lifespan of a millennium or even 10,000 years? To live in harmony with the heavens, Chunming's heart brimmed with boundless anticipation. Still fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a box of spicy strips. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one high-intensity flashlight. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired one submachine gun. 300 rounds of submachine gun ammunition. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have received one rifle extended magazine. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one bottle of hair oil. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired one instant camera. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. The results of this fishing venture were utterly uninspiring. Chunming decided to give his eyes and brain a break. He stepped out onto the open balcony, resting his hands on the railing, and admired the breathtaking sight of the sun setting on the horizon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as he sought relaxation, another message arrived that IT was a friend request. Chunming was unsure who it was, but it appeared to be a newly registered account. The only person he could think of who might do such a thing was Zhao Ye. That materialistic woman. So, seeing that I had rejected her main account, she resorted to using a secondary one. The so-called unattainable campus flower is nothing more than this. Without hesitation, Chunming pressed the reject button. The other party has declined your friend request. Upon receiving the reply, Zhao Ye couldn't even be bothered to wash her face, hastily picking up her phone to check, but upon seeing the result, her expression darkened instantly. What is this? How audacious! I reached out to him twice, and he either ignored me or turned a blind eye. Does wealth make one superior? Just as Zhao Ye was about to smash her phone, she remembered the effort it took to manipulate her devoted admirer into spending 10,000 yuan to buy her a gift, and her heart ached, forcing her to relent. Zhao Ye, it's hopeless. In today's society, wealth truly holds immense power, Lin Wei remarked dismissively. Puffed. As long as the fishing opportunities were fresh tonight, I might just become a billionaire at that point, even if he begs on his knees for me to be his woman. I shall not acquiesce. Opening the fishing software, Zhao Ye gazed at the gray Start Fishing button, filled with immense anticipation, placing all her hopes upon it. Lin Wei, however, believed the chances of becoming a billionaire through that software were minuscule. She was solely focused on how to get closer to Chunming. After all, her spoils from last night amounted to a can of throat lozenges, which she had discarded into the trash due to their unpalatable taste. Unwilling to subject herself to that torture. Time passed, second by second. Soon, the highly anticipated midnight hour arrived. The fishing opportunities refreshed on schedule. According to expert recommendations, the number of people giving up on using the 10,000 Realms fishing software was negligible. Apart from those with outdated phones unable to install it, with a mere flick of the finger, the opportunity to become immensely wealthy lay before them. How many could resist? There were even individuals online openly offering to purchase a single fishing opportunity. In offline transactions, regardless of the quality of the catch, payment was guaranteed. Those unfortunate souls who fished poorly swiftly sold their chances, realizing it was more profitable to pocket 1,000 than to end up with a bunch of worthless trinkets. The price of fishing opportunities had surged from 500 to 1,000, then 3,000, and now it had surpassed 10,000. Applying a face mask, Zhao Yi glanced at the time on the wall. She took a deep breath, picked up her phone, and opened the 10,000 Realms fishing software, mentally preparing herself to ascend to the ranks of the ultra-wealthy. While fishing, that was close. Almost failed. Why must there be a reaction speed test in this minigame? What a superfluous task, Zhao Yi complained. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a self-help book? Zhao Yi confirmed repeatedly before clicking to withdraw. She flipped it over, staring at the suggested price of 24 yuan, even through the mask. Her disdain was unmistakable. What did you catch? Zhao Yi inquired of Lin Wei. Thinking as good sisters, they could share in each other's fortunes. Due to her slow reaction time, Lin Wei had failed at fishing. She scratched her head, offering an awkward smile. You really wasted an opportunity. Zhao Yi shook her head in disbelief. Though Lin Wei maintained a smile, internally she retorted, Mind your own business. I'm enjoying my self-help book. In contrast, Chunming's situation was flourishing, reaping exceptional rewards, still fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an SSS-level skill. Complete invisibility. Upon seeing the words SSS-level skill, Chunming's previously calm demeanor was abruptly stirred into a tempest. However, as the phrase complete invisibility registered in his mind, he furrowed his brow in confusion, momentarily unable to grasp the implications of this combination of words. Click to view details of SSS-level skill. Complete invisibility. Upon activation of this skill, you will become entirely invisible. Your presence and aura will be imperceptible, rendering all attacks against you ineffective. For instance, bullets will pass straight through your body. Even amidst an explosion, you would remain completely unharmed. After reading this description, Chunming couldn't help but exclaim, Holy cow! This skill seemed increasingly overpowered. Merely being invisible was already extraordinary, but being immune to detection and attack. Wasn't that akin to a ghost? Capable of silently eliminating foes. Most importantly, with this SSS-level skill, even if the world were to end tomorrow, it would have no bearing on him. For upon activating the skill, Chunming would be immune to all harm. With a resounding pop, a can of beer was opened, intended for a moment of celebration and to alleviate the dryness of his throat. Gulping it down in one go, he employed his telekinesis to crumple the can into a small metal sphere, which he tossed into the trash bin. Chunming inhaled deeply and activated his complete cloaking state. Raising his hands and feet, he observed himself, finding no discernible change. He then made his way to the bathroom. And upon gazing into the makeup mirror, he was indeed met with emptiness. Chunming was not content with this. He hopped onto his skateboard, and under the manipulation of his telekinesis, soared out from the balcony. Up into the clouds. It was his first time viewing the nightscape of Jiangsheng from such an altitude. The vibrant lights, the bustling traffic, and the throngs of people seemed to shrink to the size of ants. Although he harbored no fear of heights, the sheer elevation did instill a twinge of apprehension within him, taking a while to acclimate. Having fulfilled his dream of flying on a sword, Chunming opted to descend, arriving at a lively commercial street, gliding swiftly over the heads of the crowd. The people remained oblivious, as if Chunming existed in a realm entirely separate from theirs. Yet his world was of a higher dimension. He could see and even touch them, while they remained blissfully unaware. After personal experimentation, Chun Ming returned to his hotel. If he were to assign a score out of 100, he would unhesitatingly award it 101, an extra point. Unperturbed by the disdain of the fishing system, flying on his sword was indeed exhilarating. Yet Chun Ming did not intend to squander all his time on such pursuits. He resolved to press on, capitalizing on his good fortune to accelerate his fishing, perhaps even reeling in an SSS-level skill. The more, the better. While fishing success struck, congratulations, host, you have acquired a breath-freshening spray 1. Success. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a phone stand 1. Success. Congratulations, host, you have secured a package of Tiguanyin tea. Success. Congratulations, host, you have received a Zisha teapot. Success. Congratulations, host, you have gained 300 crossbow bolts. Success. Congratulations, host, you have procured a shotgun 1. Additionally, 50 shotgun shells. The prospect was delightful, yet reality proved far more frigid than Chun Ming had envisioned. It cannot be said that he returned empty-handed. Rather, there was a considerable distance between his current haul and his expectations. It appeared his appetite had been spoiled. Exiting the myriad realms of fishing, Chun Ming accessed the external internet, eager to glimpse the state of the outside world. Clicking on the trending list, he initiated a one-click translation. The list was rife with terms such as military, suppression, living dead, and zombies. Could it be that the truth was finally surfacing? Chun Ming casually clicked on a video. Presented in the first-person point, 2 arms came into view, gripping a fully equipped M4A1 rifle. Standing behind a police car, aimed at the horde of zombies charging forth, heedless of the incendiary grenades. Even engulfed in flames, they remained undeterred, emitting guttural ugh growls, driven solely by a hunger for flesh, intent on spreading the virus. Amateurs, did I not mention that these creatures only perish with a shot to the head? Do not waste your ammunition. The speaker was the videographer, the footage source from a body camera. Just like the tropes in films, a headshot is the only way to kill them? Or was it possible that the myriad realms of fishing had drawn inspiration from reality? Chun Ming's speculation remained mere conjecture, as it could not be validated. However, it was undeniably valuable information, at least clarifying how to vanquish those monsters. The video was a brief minute long. Upon its conclusion, Chun Ming delved into the comment section. Francis, my home is surrounded by those monsters. Can anyone come my aid? Where the hell is the security team? I'm a taxpayer. Fail I. Can someone tell me if this is a movie scene or if it truly exists? Chester, I witnessed my family being slaughtered by those fiends and turned into monsters. Hagen, stay away from Wharton. It won't be long before the entire city falls. Hubert, I heard the government is considering using nuclear weapons to obliterate those monsters in the city. Elton, what do you mean? I'm still in Wharton. Are they planning to blow us all up? Lance, please sacrifice yourselves. I will forever remember you. After all, rescuing you, should there be a delay, would only hasten the spread of the virus, leading to the downfall of the Hawks. Ken, you are a pile of dog dung. Shut up. IP location, Wharton. Subsequently, Chun Ming perused several official debunking messages, which had their comment features disabled due to the backlash. Several hours had passed without new updates. Exiting the external internet, Chun Ming found himself more concerned about which fool domestically might, after reeling in a reward resembling a zombie virus, indulge in reckless amusement or other misguided thoughts. Thereby inviting danger to stealthily encroach, he set his phone aside to charge and turned on the television. The host was expressing views on the public's frantic stockpiling, urging everyone not to heed rumors that could disrupt the market, warning that serious offenders would face detention. Yet, it was evident that no one would believe such words. Chun Ming had already observed many individuals raiding convenience stores and supermarkets during his aerial escapade. Emerging with bulging bags, compared to the host's statements, they preferred to adhere to the adage of better safe than sorry. Chun Ming pondered whether he should stockpile some more. With the complete cloaking SSS-level skill at his disposal, he could achieve this without spending a single penny. Conscience. Would simply handing them a pile of useless paper equate to having a conscience? The apocalypse was impending. What good was conscience if one could not fill their stomach? Chun Ming was a staunch egoist. He decided to wait until later to head directly to the storage warehouses of various malls. With that time, he would rather cast a few more lines. While fishing, he completed a mini-game. SSS-level, better than nothing. Without needing to check the details, Chun-Ming grasped from the literal meaning the potential enhancement this skill could bring him that a continuous influx of hacking knowledge surged into his mind, melding seamlessly with his very being. Feeling it was sufficient, he rose and walked to the study, which housed numerous world-renowned literary works and a laptop available for guests to use temporarily. Chun-Ming powered on the computer, and in less than a minute, he successfully hacked into the hotel's security surveillance system. Everything appeared normal. The security guard on duty remained oblivious to any irregularities. Chun-Ming felt this was still insufficient to demonstrate the prowess of his hacking skills and decided to escalate the stakes. He located the website of the local sheriff's office and, through back-end programming, fabricated a false identity, gaining access to the database to avoid detection. He also edited a cloaking program. Should they begin tracking him, this program would release a deluge of false information, redirecting them abroad. Everyone except himself. However, it was evident that Chun-Ming had underestimated the capabilities of an S-level super hacker. Throughout the entire process, the sheriff's office remained completely unaware. After browsing the criminal database, he exited unscathed, erasing all records cleanly. Even if programmers were to trace back later, they would find no trace of anomalies. Perhaps he could be even bolder? Chun-Ming set his sights on the 4 major banks, selecting one at random that he accessed personal accounts and crafted a complete set of information. Then, on a bank card with a 0 balance, he altered the digits to read 1. He inhaled deeply and pressed the confirm button. Chun-Ming monitored the security backend in real time, with no alarms triggered. Did it succeed? He thought, filled with trepidation, selecting the software's built-in donation feature. He entered $1 and confirmed the donation that a notification popped up stating the donation was successful, and his kindness meter increased by 1. Chun-Ming's lips quivered, unable to conceal his exhilaration, though it was merely $1. It undeniably proved the immense power of this skill. From nothing to something, he had conjured a currency that did not exist. Moreover, it has truly acquired value and identity. Chun-Ming did not continue. If he were to alter a significant sum, he would undoubtedly be traced. In order to evade scrutiny, he must sit before his computer, weaving countless lies to uphold a singular falsehood. Chun-Ming is far too busy to engage in such trivial pursuits for the sake of money. He is not in need of financial resources. His sole intention is to validate the efficacy of his skills in this manner, nothing more. When it comes to the skill of invisibility, he would rate himself 101 points. An extra point that he does not fear will lead to arrogance in this data-driven world. The applications for a super hacker are innumerable. For instance, Chun-Ming could leverage this skill to gain early awareness of numerous pieces of information that officials are reluctant to disclose, allowing him to prepare countermeasures in advance and avoid being caught off guard by hordes of zombies. He shut down his computer and returned to the living room, picking up his phone. For safety's sake, he kept the invisibility program running to prevent detection. Speaking of which, since the phishing frequency has been updated, he wondered if anyone domestically had managed to reel in any skills or other powerful items. With a sense of curiosity, Chun-Ming opened a domestic communication forum in the phishing section. The most popular post was titled, "As a sheriff, I caught a cannon during a meeting." Clicking in, he found it accompanied by a photograph of a heavy cannon that had smashed a desk. The top comment read, Crime 1, playing on the phone during a meeting. Crime 2, illegally possessing firearms. Crime 3, damaging public property. Beneath this comment, the original poster had shared a facepalm emoji. After perusing the posts, it seemed that the rewards were trivial and did not pique Chun-Ming's interest. Was there truly nothing substantial, or had he merely chosen to remain inconspicuous? In his view, if special skills were indeed available, there should be a considerable number of individuals opting to collaborate with the authorities. Such a partnership would yield both fame and fortune, garnering frenzied coverage from major television networks. Of course, there were drawbacks. A 24-hour surveillance system would be in place, and any deviation from control would result in annihilation to the authorities. Any formidable ability that could not be utilized was deemed heretical. They would not allow their power to be undermined, as it could disrupt societal stability. Why did Chun-Ming refuse to collaborate with the authorities? Simply because he was unwilling to be bound by others. With his current confidence, he had no need to rely on official resources. Soon after, a bold thought emerged in Chun Ming's mind. Could it be that among the 1.4 billion people, or perhaps even among the 10 billion, only he had drawn a skill? Unfortunately, this question could not be validated. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he decided to cast a few more lines. If he did not reel in satisfactory rewards, it was already late, and he should rest. While fishing, he successfully caught something. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a box of muscle and bone patches. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a roll of hemostatic cotton. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a gas mask one. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have received a case of iced red tea. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an off-road vehicle one. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Gatling gun one. Bullets 5,000. Oh, another Gatling gun. Combined with the one Chun Ming had previously caught, he now possessed two. Retrieving them. He held one in each hand, easily lifting them due to their enhanced power attributes. Chun Ming could not help but fantasize. If he were to face a zombie horde with these two formidable weapons unleashing a barrage of fire, supplemented by infinite ammunition, could he withstand the onslaught? A chill ran down his spine. He returned the Gatling gun to his system backpack and continued fishing. While fishing, he successfully caught another item. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a box of toothpicks. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a deodorant spray one. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have received a pack of tissues. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a smart toilet. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Bluetooth speaker. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a double-barrel shotgun one. Bullets 100. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special watermelon knife. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an anti-explosion shield one. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 puppet talismans. Pausing to prepare for the next fishing attempt. He checked the details. Puppet talisman. Once affixed to the object you wish to control, it allows you to manipulate it for 24 hours. After 24 hours, the talisman self-ignites and is destroyed. After reading the description, Chun Ming revealed a satisfied smile. Continuing. While fishing, he successfully caught something. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a set of hydrating facial masks one. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a whitening essence one. He checked the skill description. Skill level. Ice Emperor of 1,000 miles. You will possess the supreme power of an Ice Emperor, capable of freezing all things in the world. After reviewing the skill details, Chun Ming gently tapped the empty can of soda before him with his fingertip. Almost instantaneously, the can was transformed into a block of ice. Not only that, through experimentation, Chun Ming discovered he could freely determine the hardness of these ice blocks. He could make them as hard as iron or as fragile as foam, shattering at the slightest touch. If this ability were applied to zombies, would it not mean that in a mere thought, he could slaughter millions, even tens of millions of them? Chun Ming found it hard not to question if the apocalypse were likened to a game. Then for others, the difficulty level would be exceedingly high. Yet for him, it seemed to be set at remarkably easy. It was as if the game developers were overly concerned about his survival. Providing meticulous care, the Ice Emperor of 1,000 miles? Chun Ming joked, 10,000 miles is still 10,000. 100,000 miles is also 10,000. 1,000,000 miles, 10 million miles, 100 million miles. All are 10,000. Coupled with his SSS rank, Chun Ming felt that perhaps he could freeze the entire globe, though he was not foolish enough to engage in such a reckless act, as it held little significance. While fishing, he successfully caught something. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 cups of honey lemon water. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 solar panels. 10 compressed storage batteries. Solar panels? What a wonderful item. And they even come with compressed batteries for storing electricity? Quite considerate. Even though the renovation project from the security company included these, Chun Ming welcomed any additional means of storing power. Without electricity, many things become unusable, leading to a loss of enjoyment. While fishing, he successfully caught something. Congratulations, host. you have obtained a 3,500G game installation package. Ah, a means of entertainment in the apocalypse has presented itself. Chunming wondered just how many years it would take him to complete a 3,500G game. While fishing, he successfully caught something. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fully automatic washing machine one. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a box of osmanthus cake. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a roll of mosquito netting. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a nail clipper one. After half an hour of fishing without a glimpse of a skill, Chunming decided to forego the endeavor. Glancing at the time in the upper left corner of his phone, it was nearly the right moment. Most people were already asleep. Chunming activated the satellite map feature and, after some searching, identified several target warehouses that promised worthwhile rewards. That he picked up a skateboard, standing upon it, and entered a state of complete invisibility until he mastered his balance. Chunming intended to use the skateboard as a substitute for flying. Prioritizing safety, he continued to avoid the main entrance. Leaping from the balcony, following the best route updated in real time by the satellite, he made his way to the Nantion storage warehouse located in the south of the city. This warehouse primarily supplied goods to various supermarkets and individual shops. What would typically take over 10 minutes, Chunming managed to reduce to a mere fraction of that time. Upon arriving at the Nantion storage warehouse, Chunming observed numerous vehicles blocking the entrance. As he drew closer, the voices became clearer. Mr. Meng, is it really fair to do this at this time? Indeed. Just give us some goods, and we can all prosper together. Wouldn't that be better for future cooperation? Mr. Meng, we've been collaborating for nearly 8 years. Can't you give us a little face? In response to the heartfelt appeals, the warehouse owner, Meng Liang, sighed, I genuinely have no stock. After all these years, would I really deceive you? To prevent hoarding and malicious stockpiling, the goods had already been relocated by the higher-ups, preparing for centralized distribution to avoid disrupting the market. Meng Liang, with great earnestness, attempted to explain. Had it not been for Chunming's entry through the ventilation window into the warehouse, where he discovered shelves brimming with a plethora of goods, he likely would have been swayed by Meng Liang's deceitful words. It was evident that Meng Liang sought to seize this opportunity to stockpile merchandise. Anticipating that prices would soar, perhaps by several times, even tens or hundreds of times, allowing him to subsequently sell off his hoard and amass a fortune in the billions. Unfortunately for him, he crossed paths with Chunming. Once the last employee extinguished the lights and exited the warehouse, Chunming commenced his grand sweep. Food, daily necessities, mattresses, paints, tools, goods worth billions, were swiftly collected by Chunming in mere minutes. A decisive and rapid endeavor. Boom! The sound of the door being opened echoed, yet Chunming remained unperturbed. Those fools truly believed it. How could I forsake an opportunity for wealth to indulge in their so-called brotherhood? Meng Liang's voice reached his ears. That evening, he intended to meticulously account for the remaining goods and devise a plan for phased sales to test the waters. However, when he pressed the switch and the overhead lights flickered to life, Meng Liang was left dumbfounded. The vast warehouse was now populated only by empty racks. What was happening? Where were the goods? Meng Liang grasped the collar of a nearby worker, his eyes blazing with fury as he demanded answers. I don't know, the worker replied, bewildered. Quick, check the surveillance footage, and yes, we need to call the police. Damn it, they've stolen from me. Meng Liang's teeth nearly ground to dust as he clenched his fists, vowing to exact a severe reckoning once he identified the thief. Mr. Meng, I fear that may not be possible. The worker, preparing to leave, suddenly spoke up. Why not? Meng Liang retorted, suspicion rising. I at you who has pilfered my fortune. He reached out again to seize the worker, but this time the worker deftly evaded him. Mr. Meng, that's not what I meant. You should take a look at the surveillance cameras yourself, the worker pointed out. Meng Liang, half convinced, glanced up to his astonishment. Each camera was covered with a towel. Chunming had anticipated this, knowing that even if he could render himself invisible, the act of transferring goods into an infinite storage space would inevitably be recorded. Thus, he had prepared accordingly. Unfazed, Meng Liang made his way to the surveillance room, and once again, he was struck dumb. The last recorded footage showed that in the brief minutes before their arrival, Goods worth billions had vanished as if evaporated into thin air. Ow! How could this happen? Meng Liang collapsed onto the ground. Despair etched across his face. With all his experience, he could not fathom a rational explanation for such an extraordinary occurrence, despite having weathered numerous storms. He had never encountered anything so bizarre. Meng Liang understood full well that even calling the police would be futile, for they had no idea who the culprit was to transport billions worth of goods in mere minutes without anyone noticing. Was that even humanly possible? Chun Ming, however, paid no heed to his bewilderment as he hurried to the next warehouse to reap his rewards that he soon set his sights on several warehouses, each one crowded with individuals eager to stockpile, but turn away empty-handed. The warehouse managers, while professing a lack of inventory, were instead consumed with thoughts of how to capitalize on the panic preceding the impending apocalypse, seeking to amass as much wealth as possible. Past events served as constant reminders that in moments of life and death, opportunities for profit were ripe. Even if they did not act, others surely would. Hence, why couldn't the one who became a billionaire be themselves? It was a chance for redemption. However, that enthusiasm was swiftly doused. Gazing at what should have been a fully stocked warehouse, now nothing but empty shelves, they stood in shock. The crux of the matter was that goods worth billions had disappeared without a trace, and they could find no evidence. Despite knowing that reporting it would be in vain, they found themselves with no other choice. Soon, a well-fed Chun Ming returned to his five-star hotel in less than an hour. His storage space had burgeoned with resources worth over 100 billion, leaving him elated. Additionally, Chun Ming had to concede that this act of taking without payment offered a thrill that was indescribable. Akin to receiving a tenfold return on investment, he turned on the television. The host remained tight-lipped about the emergence of the zombie virus and the circulated footage, repeatedly urging viewers not to download the app Phishing in All Realms, as it would bring irreparable harm to society and the nation. Chun Ming understood their desire to suppress the matter, to stabilize public sentiment and avert chaos, for there were no better alternatives. This zombie virus was an enigma to everyone. Reality was not a game, and there was no reference point. After all, in a game, one could respawn after death, but reality offered no such option. Entering his bedroom, Chun Ming lay back on the plush mattress and retrieved his phone, opening a forum to locate information about Jiang City. As expected, news of the warehouse thefts, where goods vanished in mere minutes, had been leaked by insiders accompanied by surveillance footage and photographs. Chun Ming browsed the comments section. Warming your heart. What is going on? I just saw that warehouse in the South City was robbed. And now the North City has fallen too. Dogskin plaster. This isn't a joke. This guy has official certification. Sycophant. So, how did all those goods vanish in silence within mere minutes? My heart is like Buddha. I suspect this is somehow connected to the Phishing in All Realms app. 304 stainless steel. No way. Could someone really have gained superpowers through that game software? I'm definitely ignoring the host's advice. Matchstick. Why listen to them? Seize the opportunity to fish. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Wasting a chance. Transparent glass cup. 304 stainless steel. I'll offer 1,000 for your fishing opportunity. Offline transaction. We're in the same city. Duct tape. 304 stainless steel. I'll offer 5,000. We also in the same city. I'll drive to meet you. The conversation quickly escalated into a bidding war, with values climbing ever higher, were it not for the tenfold returns and Chun Ming's overly cautious nature. Leveraging the sale of fishing opportunities could have easily secured him a trillion-dollar fortune. Having savored the fruits of his endeavors, Chun Ming yawned, realizing it was late that he set his phone aside, deciding it was time to rest. As morning dawned, it was 8 o'clock. Chun Ming woke naturally. Just as he was about to reach for his phone, it rang first. Upon answering, he discovered it was a call from a security company, informing him that the design and materials had all been arranged. Once Chun Ming confirmed that the design was satisfactory, they could commence renovations on the villa. Chun Ming instructed them to proceed as they saw fit. Retrieve the spare key from the property management and contact him for inspection once the work was completed. He believed in leaving professional matters to professionals, focusing solely on the results. After freshening up, Chun Ming descended to the living room and ordered several breakfast items: rice rolls, buns, pan-fried dumplings, shao mai, and soy milk with fried dough sticks, all relatively light. Within 10 minutes, the doorbell rang. just as Chun Ming emerged from the bathroom. Clad only in a towel, he thought it should be fine to answer the door. Delivering the breakfast were a man and a woman. The man was an ordinary server, while the woman, resembling an assistant manager, was strikingly attractive, a solid 85 out of 100, thanks to makeup. While she could not compete with stars, she was certainly the type to catch anyone's eye in a crowd. Upon opening the door and revealing his damp hair and bare chest, the female manager's mouth fell slightly agape, her gaze irresistibly drawn to Chun Ming's sculpted chest and abs, not to mention his well-defined waist. Although Chun Ming's physique had not been particularly impressive, the enhancement of his strength attribute had naturally transformed his body. It was during his shower that he had noticed this change. Realizing the greedy glint in the female manager's eyes, Chun Ming feared she might succumb to the temptation to undress him further. Ahem, with a gentle grip of her fist before her lips, she coughed twice to remind the other party that I apologize. The female manager quickly regained her composure, her cheeks flushed, aware of her own indiscretion. Hastily, she signaled to the waiter to bring in the dining cart, setting the breakfast before Chun Ming. The waiter complied, and as he passed Chun Ming, he couldn't help but steal another glance. Wow, how did he achieve such a physique? Impressive. He was consumed with envy. Were it not for the vast difference in their statuses, the waiter would undoubtedly have knelt to seek Chun Ming's guidance and fitness. With such a perfect body, what woman could resist? Mr. Chun, here is my business card. Should you require anything, feel free to call me, at any hour of the day or night. The female manager presented a business card to Chun Ming, deliberately emphasizing the words deep night. Being a man, Chun Ming easily discerned her intentions. He responded with a simple affirmation and watched as the two departed, closing the door behind them. As for the business card, he casually tossed it aside. Even if Chun Ming had such inclinations, he would seek a woman who, even without makeup, could easily score above 95. The notion that strength diminishes one's standards is absurd. If one desires, they must aim for the best. At present, Chun Ming intended to focus all his thoughts on preparing for the impending storm. His current resources were insufficient, far from enough. Chun Ming harbored a lingering suspicion that this Wanjie phishing system was not as straightforward as it seemed. The zombie virus was merely the beginning, not the end. He pulled out a chair and sat at the dining table. With one hand, he picked up chopsticks, grasping a soup dumpling and bringing it to his mouth. In the other hand, he deftly opened the Wanjie phishing app, ready to embark on today's fishing endeavors. While engaged in fishing, he successfully hooked a prize. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 red paint spray can. Another successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 armed helicopter. Chun Ming paused, his attention immediately captured by the words armed helicopter. With top-tier piloting skills, this acquisition would make his movements in the apocalypse far more secure and swift. Unless confronted by monsters capable of flight. Speaking of which, could animals also be infected by the zombie virus? Chun Ming couldn't suppress his curiosity. He had often seen zombie dogs and wolves in films and games. Unsure if the phishing system would adopt this premise, he noted that, as of now, he had found no relevant disclosures on major websites. If animals could also contract the zombie virus, then at this time of year, as birds migrated back to Daxia, Chun Ming felt a tightening in his chest, convinced that the apocalypse might arrive sooner than he had anticipated in Daxia and other nations. Through this means, the zombie virus could spread worldwide. They might be able to contain humans, but animals could slip through their grasp. Should a large-scale culling occur, those so-called animal protection organizations in some currently peaceful nations would not sit idly by. A sound from a balcony caught his attention. Chun Ming looked warily, only to find a sparrow perched there. Relaxing his guard, he was certain it had not been infected by the zombie virus. If it had, the calm between them would be impossible. The intense hunger induced by the virus would compel it to hunt any living creature. However, to be safe, Chun Ming used his object manipulation technique to lift the ashtray from the small table on the balcony and let it drop with a thud, startling the sparrow into flight that he needed to ensure it didn't truly become infected and disrupt his concentration for fishing. While fishing again, he successfully caught another prize. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 plastic wolf tooth club. Another catch. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 bulletproof vest. Yet another success. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 high-voltage electric baton, followed by congratulations, host. You have received 1 folding submachine gun. Additionally, congratulations, host. You have received 300 bullets. Finally, congratulations, host. You have received 10 Heavenly Thunder Talismans. He examined the details. Heavenly Thunder Talisman. Target a selected area. Upon igniting the talisman paper, summon a bolt of thunder from the 9 heavens to deliver a lethal strike to the enemy. Chun Ming suppressed his curiosity, refraining from rushing to test it. After all, he only had 10. Each use meant 1 less. For such mystical rewards, he was eager to fish for more. Continuing to fish, he achieved another success. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 bottle of 7 Gods flower water. Another success. Congratulations, host. You have received an S-level skill, Body Enhancement. After some research, Chun Ming learned that this skill, once activated, would significantly bolster his defensive capabilities, rendering him as resilient as a rock. Moreover, during the activation period, his strength attribute would double. To put it plainly, he would output high damage while being tough as nails. Chun Ming was eager to discover if, after using this skill, zombies could still bite him, that if they wouldn't that mean he couldn't contract the virus. With this thought, he felt even more satisfied with having acquired such a skill. He continued to eat, popping another fried dumpling into his mouth. The breakfast set before him was rapidly dwindling. While fishing again, he successfully caught another prize. Congratulations, host. You have received a complete leather jacket. Another catch. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 premium mattress. Another success. Congratulations, host. You have received a box of mosquito coils, followed by congratulations, host. You have received 1 kerosene lighter. Lastly, congratulations, host. You have received 10 boxes of matches. By the time Chun Ming finished the last soup dumpling, he had yet to receive any adrenaline-inducing rewards. Nevertheless, the bounties from this breakfast were quite generous. Chun Ming was merely accustomed to a more lavish appetite. Anyone else would have jumped up in excitement from their seat. Once the plates were cleared, the waiter would handle the cleanup. Chun Ming stood and returned to the living room. Sitting on the sofa, he picked up the remote and switched on the television. Opting to check the local news channel, the station provided little of value, and the top 10 research institutes had made no progress on cracking the Wanjie phishing codes. Chun Ming intentionally sought a coastal news channel. Nearest to the hawkish faction, live broadcast, Chun Ming glanced at the top right corner displaying the live feed, noticing a crowd gathered around an operating table, dissecting a small creature. Despite the pixelation, it was easy to discern that it was a bird. As he drew closer, touching the screen to enlarge the image, he caught sight of the words disease control. Releasing his grip, the screen returned to normal. Sitting back on the sofa, Chun Ming chuckled to himself. I hope I haven't awakened any Crow-S mouth skills. He pulled out his phone, opened the browser, and typed in keywords, human, bird, attack, then clicked search. Sure enough, he found an article published just 23 minutes prior. Upon closer inspection, it perfectly corroborated Chun Ming's earlier conjecture. The zombie virus had indeed been brought back to Daxiao by an animal. The bird had undergone seal processing and was sent to the Disease Control Center for dissection and analysis. The specifics of the victim were not disclosed. According to Chun Ming's hypothesis, an incident involving hawkish factions had occurred prior. Regardless of how much disbelief those in power held regarding a potential outbreak of the zombie virus, they would likely seek to maintain control over the populace to avoid contact and infection. Should the virus truly spread, no one would be able to bear the consequences. However, given the current state of affairs, unless a specialized team were organized to carry out widespread and indiscriminate culling of birds, Chun Ming understood that within 3 days, the situation would escalate beyond control, with cities falling one after another. Fortunately, before that could happen, Chun Ming's villa would be completed and would remain unaffected. Putting aside his overthinking, he resolved to focus intently, diligently fishing for more life-saving skills. While fishing again, he successfully caught another prize. Congratulations, host! You have received a 10 to your strength attribute. A direct boost of 10 points to his strength attribute. No choice but to add it all that in an instant, boundless power surged into Chun Ming's body. He stepped onto the balcony, picked up a stone the size of an egg from a flower pot intended for decoration, and with a slight exertion, opened his fingers, reducing the stone to a fine powder that danced away in the wind. What terrifying strength! Chun Ming felt that with his current power, he could easily kill even a fierce gorilla with a single punch, smashing its skull. He was thoroughly pleased with this enhancement, seizing the momentum. He continued fishing. Upgrade part for the Tang Dao. Chun Ming clicked to view the introduction. Tang Dao upgrade accessories. Exclusive upgrade components for the Tang Dao weapon, which, once utilized, would grant the Tang Dao a fiery attribute. A fire attribute, you say? Chun Ming pondered, uncertain whether the system's intent aligned with his understanding. Regardless of the implications, he decided to install it first. Should the upgrade accessories be added to the Tang Dao? Confirm the addition. Installation in progress. Addition successful. The Tang Dao has been upgraded and renamed. Scorching Fire Tang Dao. Chun Ming swiftly retrieved the Tang Dao from his storage space. At first glance, it appeared largely unchanged. However, upon drawing the blade, a flicker of flame erupted uncontrollably at the base of the blade. A fiery insignia emerged, resembling an ancient incantation, imbued with an aura of mystery. Once the blade was fully drawn, the flames subsided. Chun Ming tightened his grip, and with a resounding roar, the flames surged once more, enveloping the entire blade without inflicting any scorching heat. He extracted a tissue from the box, tossed it into the air, and slashed through it. Instantly, the tissue ignited, reduced to mere ashes. Did this flame offer protective effects to the wielder? Quite intelligent indeed. Subsequently, Chun Ming made his way to the bathroom, driven by a thought he wished to validate. Huff! Grasping the scorching fire Tang Dao tightly, he inhaled deeply, then swiftly struck outward. Boom! A fierce blaze detached from the Tang Dao, forming an arc of blade energy that collided with the brick wall. Though the flames flickered out immediately, the intense heat caused the tiles to shatter. IT truly works. Chun Ming was immensely satisfied with the outcome. The power attribute, combined with the enhanced Tang Dao, allowed him to unleash a blade energy he had only witnessed in cinematic portrayals. More importantly, he had not exerted his full strength, that if he unleashed his entire might, the impact of the strike would be even more terrifying. He sheathed the Tang Dao and stored it away. The damage to the brick wall would be compensated later, provided that the hotel manager would still be alive to demand payment. Returning to the living room, as Chun Ming reopened the forum to check the trending topics for any recent reports related to the zombie virus, he stumbled upon a post that had just been published less than 10 minutes prior. Yet, it had already climbed to the 48th spot on the trending list. Animal corpses transforming, decaying birds attacking tourists by the seaside, resulting in multiple injuries. Clicking on it revealed a video that, in the footage, not just one, but a flock of birds assaulted beachgoers. Utilizing their sharp beaks, they pierced through skin, viciously tearing away chunks of flesh. Before tilting their heads back to swallow, some individuals were seized by their hair, large patches of scalp ripped away, blood gushing forth. Numerous tourists screamed in terror as bloodied holes were pecked into their bodies. The video lasted only 2 minutes and 35 seconds. It was not that the tourists did not wish to film further, but rather that the videographer had also become a target of the monstrous birds. It concluded with a grotesque bird face, its features decomposed, eyes filled with writhing maggots, its mouth agape, claws grasping the camera. A scene both horrifying and surreal. Entering the comment section, sealed heart. Is this real? Could we really be facing an apocalypse? Killer God by Chi. Damn. How terrifying. This looks like the beach near my home. Ugh. I think it's best not to go out for a while. Mooncake, as a special effects artist. I can assure you, this video has absolutely not been edited. Blue Lotus. Everyone, hurry and save this video. It might not be available for long. Family Harmony. Shared in the family chat group. Study Strong Nation. No way. Their ISNT, even a noodle left at home. I need to rush to the supermarket. Sign brother. Are you sure you can get anything? All the supermarkets here have basically closed down. And there was a stampede incident recently, sending several people to the hospital. The atmosphere of panic spread rapidly. Despite the video being released for less than 10 minutes, the number of comments had already exceeded 5,000. When Chun Ming exited the video and refreshed the page, the trending topic had surged from 48th to within the top 30. It seemed the chaos was escalating even faster than he had anticipated. Just then, the sound of sirens echoed from outside. Chun Ming approached the balcony and gazed down, witnessing a long line of law enforcement and SWAT vehicles, their destination unknown if Chun Ming were to speculate. It was likely due to a violent incident arising from resource looting. Assuming a nonchalant demeanor, he settled into the rocking chair on the balcony, continuing to fish for more high-level resources, gaining an advantage over all of humanity. A significant advantage. After all, among billions of people, he alone had access to unlimited fishing opportunities. Moreover, the fishing system was explicit. SSS-level skills possess uniqueness, ensuring they would never repeat. Yet even now, no news related to skills had emerged. Would all the high-level skills be caught by me alone? Exclusively? Guilt? Apologies, but within Chun Ming's heart resided only anticipation and excitement that I end this apocalypse. The strong reign supreme, that be why monopolizing all high-level skills, he could rise to prominence. Eliminating threats to himself. With this thought, Chun Ming's motivation surged. He immediately cast his line once more. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a box of throat lozenges. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a mortar 1. Ammunition 20. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a revolver 1. Specialty bullets 50. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained an additional 10 years of lifespan. 10 additional years. Does this mean I have increased my lifespan by a decade? Chun Ming had always believed that he could only fish for a year at most. He couldn't help but wonder if it were possible to reel in centuries, millennia, or even an eternity. Immortality had long been the ultimate romantic pursuit of the people of Daxia. Today, for Chun Ming, while it may not be within easy reach, at the very least, it held promise, not a mere figment of fantasy. Continuing to fish. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a crate of kiwi fruit. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a crate of sunshine rose grapes. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have won a pure gold watch. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a chess set 1. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a drone 1. Chun Ming examined the drone. It was a civilian model equipped with a camera capable of wireless transmission of images at any moment. This would serve as an excellent reconnaissance tool in the future. Continuing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a box of anti-inflammatory medication. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a triangular military dagger 1. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained a Nepalese military knife 2. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a power drill 1. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bottle of red medicine 1. Chun Ming had thought it would be a life-restoring or wound-healing red medicine, but it turned out to be the most ordinary, ubiquitous red medicine possible. Although it still possessed the effects of sterilization and promoting wound healing, it fell far short of the swift recovery he had envisioned. Again, oh, is this waiting time going to yield a golden catch? Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained S-level skill. Danger perception. S-level. Chun Ming had anticipated at least in SSS. Nonetheless, the term danger perception piqued his curiosity, prompting him to check the skill description. S-level skill. Danger perception. You can foresee the precise attack trajectory aimed at you 3 seconds in advance. To foresee an attack 3 seconds ahead and clearly visualize the trajectory. This skill was far more practical than Chun Ming had imagined, that a 3-second reaction time was more than sufficient, even for an ordinary person. Moreover, considering his experience with various SS-level skills and the enhancements he had received, it was undoubtedly beneficial. Very beneficial. Extremely beneficial. With this skill, if he could acquire more free attribute points and allocate them entirely to speed and reflexes, wouldn't his ability to evade attacks reach a staggering 1,000? With his previously stable mind now bolstered with newfound confidence, just as Chun Ming prepared to cast his line for another attempt. The voice of the male host on the television captured his attention. Currently, regarding the bird and beast attack incidents occurring in Beihai City, the authorities are taking it very seriously and have organized a citywide bird extermination team. The Beihai Public Security Headquarters advises all citizens and tourists to refrain from going outside unless absolutely necessary, and to seek shelter indoors when encountering aggressive birds that cannot be identified. Are they really not enforcing a mandatory lockdown? Chun Ming was somewhat taken aback. Logically speaking, the decomposition of corpses should have occurred by this time, even if the data regarding the zombie virus could not be analyzed. It should not be too difficult to determine with the naked eye whether those zombie birds would transmit the virus after attacking humans. transforming the living into the undead. Was it merely an attempt to suppress panic? But how could one possibly contain such a thing? In Chunming's view, the encirclement of zombies was essentially a foregone conclusion, difficult to alter, especially after confirming that the zombie virus was equally infectious to animals. If even mosquitoes could be infected, drawing blood from pathogens, and then seeking out human blood post-transformation, the mere thought sent shivers down Chunming's spine. Despite possessing a sense of danger, he prudently chose to close all the windows. As for electronic mosquito repellent, Chunming harbored doubts regarding its efficacy against zombie mosquitoes. From his perspective, it likely offered no protection. In the ensuing hours, Chunming's agenda was straightforward. His primary task was fishing, while his secondary pursuit involved gathering information related to the apocalypse from various sources on the internet to pass the time. That he merely awaited the completion of renovations on the villa so that he could move in and commence his secluded life. Free from the chaos of the world, as dusk fell, a sudden series of knocks echoed from the door of the hotel room where Chunming resided. He did not recall having ordered any room service. Exiting his fishing reverie with a hint of wariness, he approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he observed a man and a woman standing outside, both adorned in the attire of typical successful individuals, crisp suits and polished shoes. Just as the man prepared to knock again, Chunming opened the door, one hand concealed behind his back, ready to draw his tang knife should these individuals harbor ill intentions. He felt prepared to defend himself with brute force if necessary. Before him, there was no visible identification indicating the pair's affiliation with the hotel. Considering his expenditure of millions to book the presidential suite, it was conceivable that he might appear as a prime target to certain individuals. Even if this was merely an overreaction, it posed no harm to Chunming. As the old adage goes, forewarned is forearmed. "Who are you?" Chunming inquired, seeking to ascertain their identities. That Mr. Chun, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dai Guangchuan, and I am the chairman of Tianqing Department Store. He proceeded to introduce the woman beside him. This is my secretary, Lu Yu. Hello, Mr. Chun. Lu Yu greeted with a slight bow, her smile appearing somewhat mechanical. So, what brings you to seek my audience? Chunming urged them to get straight to the point, avoiding any unnecessary circumlocution. The owner of this hotel is my brother. He informed me of your substantial financial resources, and I happen to have a significant business proposition that I would like to discuss with you. Dai Guangchuan elaborated. A business proposition. Chunming surmised the true intention behind Dai Guangchuan's visit. There is a shipment at the dock that I cannot handle alone that I wish to collaborate with you, Mr. Chun, to secure this cargo. In this current environment, possessing supplies is paramount. Once the prices surge to a suitable level, we can sell it directly and reap profits that could multiply by dozens, even hundreds of times. Dai Guangchuan laid out his plan candidly. May I have your contact number? I need to consider this further. Chunming replied, retrieving his mobile phone. Certainly. My number is 180. Dai Guangchuan's expression brightened, sensing hope as he provided his personal mobile number. Then we should not take up more of your time. I hope to receive your response soon, as the entire nation is currently hoarding supplies, and new buyers may emerge at any moment, he added, not forgetting to emphasize the urgency of the situation. Very well. Chunming could discern that Dai Guangchuan was genuinely eager to finalize this collaboration. However, despite his wealth, Chunming was reluctant to be exploited without due diligence. He needed to ascertain the truth behind the proposal first. Goodbye. I look forward to your reply. Dai Guangchuan, accompanied by Secretary Lu Yu, turned to leave. Secretary, is it? Chunming murmured to himself, observing Lu Yu's form-fitting skirt that barely concealed her figure, causing him to suspect that Dai Guangchuan might be attempting to employ feminine wiles to manipulate him. As a secretary, Lu Yu exuded an excessive aura of artifice, prompting Chunming to reflect on the adage. When there are matters to attend to, the secretary is busy. When there are none, she is idle. Closing the door behind him, Chunming produced his phone. Utilizing the contact number left by Dai Guangchuan, he engaged in a series of coded operations to hack into his mobile device, copying all data to his cloud storage. Upon review, it became evident that his suspicions were correct. There was deception at play. The cargo was indeed real. Yet in conversations with his elder brother, Dai Guangchuan had explicitly stated his intent to consume the shipment and, upon selling it at a high price, emigrate to a foreign country to enjoy the latter part of his life, he feared no repercussions from Chun Ming, confident that the latter would soon become a mere shell of his former self. Even if he were to survive, with the apocalypse looming, would he have the inclination or energy to pursue accountability? It would be far wiser to contemplate survival strategies, for not everyone possessed the visionary foresight of Dai Guangchuan. As for Liu Yu, she was merely a false socialite, frequently mingling in elite gatherings to enhance her standing. To speak bluntly, she was no different from courtesans. Just as Chun Ming had surmised, Dai Guangchuan had ostensibly summoned her under the guise of secretary, intending to leverage her allure to facilitate their dealings. Unexpectedly, Chun Ming had never allowed them entry, thus thwarting any opportunity for Liu Yu to employ her purported charms. Upon realizing this, a frigid smile graced Chun Ming's lips. How amusing! They dare to attempt to deceive me. In times past, when he lacked the means, he might have chosen to endure such indignities. However, now that he possessed the capability, to remain silent would be the folly of a fool. Returning to his study, Chun Ming powered on his laptop and activated stealth mode. All operations would vanish upon shutting down the computer, leaving no trace. His IP address was already fabricated, although physically present in Daxia Jiangqing. Any reverse tracking would lead to an entirely fictitious virtual nation. Through a series of maneuvers, Chun Ming resolved to liquidate Dai Guangchuan's entire fortune, intending to donate the entirety of his ill-gotten gains, totaling $530 million, to national welfare organizations. The verification process involved 3 layers. SMS verification, the simplest of which Chun Ming intercepted to obtain the verification code. Fingerprint and facial recognition verifications were circumvented by breaching Dai Guangchuan's local security database, which contained the biometric data he had set up upon purchasing the phone. After executing these operations, Chun Ming successfully transferred the entirety of Dai Guangchuan's funds, leaving him with nothing. As for the shipment that Dai Guangchuan had mentioned, Chun Ming easily procured the seller's contact number. Closing the laptop, he took out his mobile phone and dialed the number. "Who are you? How do you know this number?" The seller initially responded with caution. Yet, with a single sentence, Chun Ming dispelled his wariness. "I will pay double the price for the entire shipment." For a merchant, nothing conveys sincerity more than a compelling offer. After agreeing on a meeting location, Chun Ming once again activated his stealth mode, gliding effortlessly into the air on his skateboard. In terms of prestige, the skateboard paled in comparison to a flying sword. It was evident he needed to dedicate time to hone his balance skills. Alternatively, he mused, perhaps he could fish for a skill that would enhance his equilibrium. Minutes later, Chun Ming arrived at the dock. From a distance, he spotted the imposing cargo ship, laden with containers of various hues. At that moment, there was only one ship in the vicinity, and its name matched perfectly, eliminating the possibility of error. Silently landing, Chun Ming stowed his skateboard in his storage space, taking his time to reveal himself. Given the current circumstances and the nature of his dealings with unscrupulous individuals, he could not afford to be careless. Easily evading the guards, he boarded the vessel. Hearing voices, he approached cautiously. "Boss, this is Daxia. What if something goes wrong with our operation?" "Fear not. Everyone is preoccupied dealing with those monsters. Who has the time to concern themselves with us? Are you really going to sell this shipment?" "Sell? How could that be possible? Once that fellow completes the remittance, I will swiftly resolve the matter, disposing of the body at sea, and subsequently seek out my next target, repeating this cycle until I ascend to the status of a billionaire." "No, a trillionaire." Upon overhearing a conversation between 2 foreigners, one black and one white, Chun Ming felt a surge of relief for having remained vigilant. How was it that Chun Ming could comprehend their dialogue? The answer is simple. Prior to this, he had acquired an S-level mastery in languages. Initially deeming it of little use, it now appeared to hold some value, merely waiting to be explored. Wait a moment. If that's the case, have I indirectly saved that fellow's life? Chun Ming certainly did not believe that a person like Dai Guangchuan would meet a favorable fate at the hands of these ruthless individuals. It was evident from the words of several that the act of killing someone and discarding the body at sea to feed the fish was a mundane occurrence for them. After disabling all nearby surveillance systems with his phone, Chun Ming began his brazen act of robbery. He systematically collected entire containers into his storage space, a cigarette, but fell to the ground. The captain, the rightful owner of the cargo, stared wide-eyed, completely bewildered. What was happening? Why were the containers disappearing into thin air? No matter how he rubbed his eyes or blinked, the vanished containers did not return to their original positions. Rather, more containers seemed to evaporate into thin air, ceasing to exist. Not just the captain, but the crew members were equally perplexed by the unfolding situation. They could only watch helplessly as goods worth billions vanished, leaving behind an empty ship. Heavens, the captain's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, beginning to believe in the concept of karmic retribution. Is it because I've killed too many that I have attracted the attention of a demon? Meanwhile, Chun Ming, embodying the role of this demon, was satisfied as he rode his skateboard back to the skies, laden with tens of thousands of container blind boxes, far from the cargo ship. Would he spare them? For those who not only sought to swindle his money, but also wished for his demise. Chun Ming had no intention of showing mercy. He was acutely aware that no matter how fortified his villain might be, he would ultimately find himself stained with blood. Rather than wait for a critical moment when he might falter and jeopardize his life, it was far wiser to adapt promptly. He retrieved the talisman he had previously caught, known as the Thunder Talisman. Selecting the coordinates, he twirled his fingers around the talisman, which ignited into flames with a thunderous roar. Chun Ming then cast the talisman away. The talisman burned to ashes. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and lightning flickered like serpent. That moment, the sun had long set, leaving only an endless darkness. The next instant, a thunderous boom echoed, shaking the very earth. A massive bolt of lightning, resembling a colossal dragon, cleaved through the night sky, descending from the heart of the swirling clouds. It aimed directly at the coordinates Chun Ming had previously set. The visible range illuminated the entire sky and earth in a blinding, pale light. The lightning struck the cargo ship, creating a gaping hole. Unable to withstand the pressure, the ship splintered, cracked, and ultimately sank. As for the ruthless individuals aboard, they were instantaneously reduced to charred remains, scattering into the wind under the residual power of the lightning. Even with such a grand spectacle, no one would ever connect the incident back to Chun Ming. With zombies appearing and the heavens and earth in chaos, a bolt of thunder causing the cargo ship to sink was hardly unusual. Right? Who would even consider the possibility of supernatural powers at play? Chun Ming did not wish to waste any more time on this matter. He would return as he had come, upon returning to the hotel. Having dealt with the petty criminal and acquired blind boxes worth billions, Chun Ming was in high spirits. Opening a bottle of red wine worth hundreds of thousands to celebrate, he decided that once the villa renovations were complete, he would casually open a few container blind boxes to see what survival resources he could uncover. Humans are invariably curious about the unknown. Indeed, this fine wine, worth hundreds of thousands, is truly delightful. Chun Ming gently swirled his wine glass. Thoroughly pleased, in stark contrast, Dai Guangchuan, who awaited Chun Ming's response downstairs, wore a visage of utter despair. Upon receiving a call from the charity center, Dai Guangchuan was astonished to learn he had inadvertently become a super philanthropist. At first, he thought someone was playing a prank on him, or that it was a scam, claiming he had donated billions without charge and wanted to present him with an honorary certificate, along with a news interview. Naturally, he dismissed the call, hanging up immediately. However, after some contemplation, he felt something was amiss and opened his banking app to check his balance. To his shock, he was rendered speechless by the numerous zeros displayed. Refreshing the page repeatedly, switching to 5G data and Wi-Fi, the zeros remained unchanged. Dai Guangchuan, refusing to believe his eyes, called the bank manager. The response confirmed that he had indeed conducted the transaction himself. With all verifications in order, having donated the funds to the national charity organization, unable to contain himself, Dai Guangchuan exclaimed a profanity. What the hell? The representative, feeling helpless, ended the call. He then contacted the staff member who had initially reached out to him, pleading that it had been an accident and requesting a refund. His plea was met with refusal. Dai Guangchuan, seeking some compromise, considered requesting a refund of 90%, 80%, or even half. All were flatly rejected. When did I make a donation? How could I possibly be so charitable? In a fit of rage, Dai Guangchuan stomped around his room, unleashing every curse he could think of. He resolved to head straight to the bank to demand an explanation. However, the bank presented him with an array of irrefutable evidence, verification codes, facial recognition, fingerprints. Everything pointed to him as the one who had executed the transaction. And no matter how vehemently Dai Guangchuan insisted he had done no such thing, evidence is evidence. He could not produce proof that he had not made the donation. As he was escorted out of the bank, despair engulfed him. But soon, a flicker of hope reignited. Perhaps he could inflate the transaction price to recover the missing funds. Then swallow all the goods. Yes, that could work. With that thought, Dai Guangchuan rushed back to the hotel, quickly tidied up, adjusted his mindset, and decided to go upstairs to find Chen Ming to hasten negotiations and finalize the deal. Ding dong, ding dong. The moment the doorbell rang, Chen Ming knew without a doubt who had arrived and for what purpose. Opening the door, he was met with the slightly breathless Dai Guangchuan, holding a wine glass. Chen Ming smiled and asked, "What brings you here again?" "Mr. Chen, I have come to inform you that a new buyer has emerged for that batch of goods. If you do not make a decision soon, this lucrative deal will be snatched away by someone else." Dai Guangchuan feigned urgency. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently spoken the truth. There was indeed a new buyer eyeing that batch of goods. "If that is the case, you need not worry." Upon hearing the first half of the statement, Dai Guangchuan's face lit up with excitement, thinking Chen Ming had made a decision to invest. Little did he know. The latter half of the statement extinguished his hopes. "I have already approached those foreigners and purchased all the cargo from the entire ship." Dai Guangchuan was left in stunned silence for 3 to 4 seconds before he finally processed this. Forcing a strained smile as he asked, "Mr. Chen, don't you think this is rather inappropriate?" "What is inappropriate? Is it not perfectly reasonable to engage in a financial transaction?" Chen Ming countered. "But this business was introduced to you by me. You bypassed me to collaborate with them, which undermines my interests. As a businessman, your actions are quite unbecoming." Dai Guangchuan retorted with righteous indignation. In that case, how much do you have? I can sell you your rightful share of the goods." Chen Ming proposed. This should have been good news for Dai Guangchuan, but he found himself unable to produce a single cent should I ask my brother for help. In this moment of dilemma, Dai Guangchuan suddenly noticed the look of amusement on Chen Ming's face. "Wait, could it be that my funds being transferred away is somehow connected to you?" Beyond that, he could not fathom who else could execute such a feat. "I do not comprehend what you are implying. Since you cannot produce the funds, it is getting late. I must rest. Farewell." Without waiting for Dai Guangchuan's reaction, Chen Ming had already closed the door behind him. Bang! "Hey!" Dai Guangchuan, who had been denied entry, clenched his fists, the flames of fury raging within him. That fellow is adept at hacking, or perhaps he has a cadre of elite hackers at his disposal. Knowing that I intended to betray him, thus taking preemptive action. It must be so. On his way back, Dai Guangchuan was resolutely convinced of this notion, or perhaps he wished it to be true. Otherwise, having lost several hundred million, dozens if not hundreds of billions in inventory revenue, he was at a loss as to whom he could exact vengeance upon. He resolved to take it out on Chen Ming. Subsequently, Dai Guangchuan pleaded with his elder brother, securing a loan of 1 million from him. With his own channels, he decided to use this sum to hire 2 assassins to eliminate Chen Ming. "Since you refuse to let me have peace, then neither shall you find solace. Does wealth and manpower grant you superiority? Whose heart does not bear flesh? I shall see how many blades and bullets you can endure." With that, Dai Guangchuan confirmed the posting of the bounty. This was not his first time employing professional killers to rid himself of enemies. 2 A-grade assassins, upon completion of the task, would earn 50,000 each upon witnessing the task being claimed in an instant. Dai Guangchuan sank into his sofa, uncorked a bottle of champagne, and began his premature celebration. The only thing left to do was await good news from the assassins. He specifically added a note to the bounty order, demanding that Chen Ming be dismembered. At this moment, his mind was scarcely functioning normally, his smile betraying a maniacal glee. Glass after glass of champagne was consumed. Feeling unsatisfied, he opened a bottle of stronger liquor. After eliminating Chen Ming, he had no desire to continue living. A bit more drink would bolster his courage. His gaze drifted towards the balcony. Surely, jumping from there would leave no chance of survival. His eyes reflected not fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill. He had nothing left to lose. Minutes later, The two A-grade assassins convened at the hotel, approached Chun Ming's room, confirmed their target, and decided to masquerade as service staff to lure him into opening the door. They planned to storm in, incapacitate Chun Ming, and swiftly end his life without a sound. Just as they were about to act, Chun Ming's voice echoed from within. "The door isn't locked." The two assassins exchanged bewildered glances. Momentarily dazed, mistaking Chun Ming's words as a cue for room service. Without hesitation, they opened the door and strode in, drawing their daggers with determination. "Would you care to join us for dinner?" Observing Chun Ming calmly dining. Their reveal of weapons elicited not fear, but an invitation to share a meal. The assassins furrowed their brows tighter. Having never encountered such a scenario, it was evident to any discerning eye that they were not service personnel. That fellow had hired them with promises of 50,000 each to take his life. Chun Ming's next words sent shivers down their spines. In theory, the task should be confidential. How could Chun Ming be so informed? And in such detail? Could it be that he is one of us? A male assassin inquired tentatively, his vigilance heightening as he scanned the surroundings, wary of a potential trap. Perhaps numerous henchmen were lying in wait in the adjacent rooms. "No, but I have my own methods." Chun Ming set down his chopsticks and rinsed his mouth with whiskey. "Let me be direct. I will offer you 5 million each. You do to him as he instructed you to do to me." "What do you say?" To Chun Ming, money had become mere paper. No matter how much he spent, it would return tenfold. Chun Ming could certainly kill Dai Guangchuan himself. He had the capacity to do so. However, he was reluctant to expend such effort. Moreover, the world had not yet descended into total chaos, and the order of the Great Xia had not completely unraveled. He did not wish to invite trouble. To be targeted by the constabulary over such a minor character as Dai Guangchuan was simply not worth it. There are rules in the underworld. Should they act thus, who would dare employ them in the future? The male assassin continued to struggle with the decision. The female assassin, nearby, hesitated, her eyes betraying uncertainty. In that case, I shall increase the offer to 10 million each, as a token of goodwill." Chun Ming generously held up 5 fingers. "I am willing to offer my life for your service." The male assassin bowed deeply, without a moment's hesitation. The female assassin followed suit. Following this, Chun Ming retrieved his phone and swiftly swiped the screen. Buzz! Both assassins' phones vibrated simultaneously. Upon checking, they found a message indicating a bank transfer. Exactly 10 million, however. At this moment, fear outweighed their excitement. They had never divulged their bank account numbers to Chun Ming. Yet, Chun Ming did not intend to prolong the conversation. He waved his hand, urging them to execute the task quickly, lest the night grow long and dreams become troublesome. "Understood," they replied in unison, leaving the hotel room and closing the door quietly behind them. After walking a few paces and ensuring Chun Ming could not overhear their conversation, the woman exhaled deeply. "Though it was our first encounter, how could he know my bank account number? I am uncertain. But I am certain of one thing. This individual is not to be trifled with." The male assassin gasped, clutching his chest. "Where should we go now to investigate the identity of the bounty issuer?" "The underground sites must maintain strict confidentiality regarding them." The female assassin pondered. Before the male assassin could respond, another text notification chimed. It was an anonymous message revealing the hotel room number. The assassins exchanged knowing glances, the unspoken understanding passing between them. Meanwhile, within his hotel room, Dai Guangchuan was thoroughly intoxicated. He incessantly refreshed his webpage, wondering why it had taken so long for the two fools to update him. Could it be that they failed the mission and absconded with my money? He said this, only to let out a repulsive belch. Bang! Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" Dai Guangchuan shouted, picking up the nearby remote control to answer the call. Useless? He realized he had mistakenly picked up the television remote and hastily switched to the correct one. A woman's voice came through. "Boss, we are concerned for your health and have brought you a hangover soup." "All right, I understand," he replied. Ending the call, a smile crept across his face. If he was to die, he might as well enjoy himself beforehand. Just then, Dai Guangchuan was curious to test the experience of exerting dominance over order. As he staggered towards the door and prepared to speak, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. The effects of the alcohol faded instantly. Pointed directly at him was a handgun. Who are you? Who sent you?" The two did not respond. Instead, they forced Dai Guanchuan back into the room and closed the door behind them. Boss, we sincerely apologize. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. We are powerless against your task, one man stated. Task? Powerless? Dai Guanchuan's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. Wait, you must be the two assassins hired for my task. Seeing the lack of denial from the two, Dai Guanchuan erupted in fury. How can you do this? Do you have no professional ethics? If word gets out, who would dare hire you again? You are robbing me. I told you, people die for wealth, and birds perish for food, the man reiterated. Dai Guanchuan quickly grasped the situation and demanded, How much did he pay you? I will double it. As the reality of his impending death sank in, his desire to survive surged vehemently. 10 million. 5 million each, the male assassin replied, waiting for Dai Guanchuan's response. 10 million each, Dai Guanchuan exclaimed in shock. Where would he find a means to pay these two assassins a total of 40 million? Would he borrow from his elder brother? Do not mention 40 million. Even 4 million or 400,000 is something Dai Guanchuan feels unlikely to borrow. Smoothly. 4,000 is a stretch. Yet perhaps the other party might consider it. After all, Dai Guanchuan had recently assured him that this would be the last time he borrowed money, promising to never seek assistance again afterward. Sensing Dai Guanchuan's predicament, the male assassin exchanged a knowing glance. The female assassin immediately swung her arm, a glint of cold steel flashing as she swiftly sliced Dai Guanchuan's throat. Thud, thud, thud. Dai Guanchuan's fingers clutched desperately at his throat. Yet he could not contain the blood that gushed forth in torrents. Raising a trembling hand, he pointed at the male and female assassins, his eyes brimming with fury, yet no sound escaped his lips. He staggered backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, utterly devoid of life. Get on with it, the male assassin commanded, holstering his gun and retrieving a folding saw from his bag. The female assassin brandished a cleaver designed for butchering. Such a fierce tool you possess. The male assassin chuckled. He feared that this woman might suddenly turn on him, committing murder for the sake of treasure. Minutes passed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chun Ming received a text notification. He picked up his phone to find an anonymous message. The content was simple, consisting solely of a photograph. However, the image was extraordinarily complex. An array of internal organs, limbs, torso, and head. Ugh. Chun Ming's cheeks puffed uncontrollably, dizziness clouding his vision. This scene was far more stimulating than he had anticipated. While he had indeed taken many lives before, those victims had disintegrated into dust under the thunderous strike, providing far less sensory impact than this photograph. Chun Ming set down his phone and rushed to the restroom, expelling the alcohol he had just consumed, which resembled blood. Collapsing beside the toilet, he raised his arm to flush and then closed the lid. Gasping for breath, Chun Ming struggled to regain his composure. He had witnessed numerous bloody scenes in films and games. Even though the assassins had sent merely a photograph, Chun Ming understood better than anyone that it was real, not a product of paint or special effects, which explained his intense reaction to awe. He sighed, gazing up at the ceiling light. It seemed he would either have to adapt quickly or acquire a skill to strengthen his mindset. If just viewing a photograph elicited such a strong response, the impending apocalypse would surely become a burden to his psyche. With this thought, Chun Ming supported himself against the toilet, rising from the floor and returning to the living room. He promptly restarted his phone and opened the fishing game, eager to take a gamble. Clicking to begin fishing, he received a notification. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired a 6-flavor gift pack of dirty buns. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained a box of digestive tablets. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has received a pair of eagle claw knives. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has gained a model sports car. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired an S-grade skill. Critical strike. Upon viewing the details, Chun Ming discovered that the skill, Critical Strike, allowed each of his attacks to inflict greater damage. Similar to game mechanics, it enhanced his base damage to a multiplied effect. This skill ensured that all of Chun Ming's attacks would always deal critical damage, with a random multiplier ranging from 2 to 10, relying solely on luck that a 2-fold to 10-fold random critical damage boost, if paired with an SSS grade attack skill, or even deploying a nuclear bomb. How terrifying would that power be? Chen Ming found it difficult to fathom. He was convinced he had drawn another divine skill. With fortune on his side, he decided to continue. While fishing, he received more notifications. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has gained a fishing rod. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired a mechanical keyboard. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has received 0.01 ultra-thin 18-piece set. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained a fascia gun. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired a can of crab roe. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained an A-grade skill. Perfect mindset. Chen Ming could no longer recall how many casts he had made for this skill. At that moment, he glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight that he reviewed the skill description. A-grade skill, perfect mindset. Upon acquiring this skill, you will be able to adapt to various situations, remaining unflinching in the face of danger. Confirming the skill's effect, Chen Ming opened his photo gallery. Magnifying the image, he examined it from all angles. Indeed, his heart became utterly tranquil, calm as still water. Excellent. Chen Ming reclined on the sofa. Feeling a sense of relief after resolving yet another issue, he was weary, primarily from mental fatigue. Dragging his exhausted body back to the bedroom, he resolved to end the day early. Thud, thud. After an indeterminate passage of time, Chen Ming was abruptly awakened by a knock at the door. Glancing outside, he saw that it was still dark. So urgent. Could it be that the brother of that man had discovered I was the one who killed his sibling and had come seeking revenge? Chen Ming treaded lightly to the door, peering through the peephole. Oh, his surprise. The visitor was clad in a uniform, not just any law enforcement officer, but one armed to the teeth. Are they here to apprehend me? Is it for altering bank balances out of thin air, or for hiring a hitman? Chen Ming pondered uncertainly. Of course, there could be other reasons as well. He decided to open the door, intending to ascertain the situation before taking any further action. If necessary, he could activate his complete invisibility and make a bold escape. Gripping the doorknob, he turned it and opened the door. May I ask if you're looking for me? Chen Ming inquired. Sir, this area has been sealed off. Please vacate immediately. Hearing this, Chen Ming let out a sigh of relief. At least he could ascertain that they were not after him. May I inquire why the area is sealed off? Chen Ming asked while adjusting his attire. I am very sorry, but I cannot disclose that information. In truth, this statement only served to unravel the mystery in Chen Ming's mind. He surmised that there must have been an outbreak of the living dead in the area. Has news spread so quickly in such a short time? I wonder if the modification plan will succeed. Lost in thought, he followed the Special Forces soldier out of the hotel and boarded a bus. Being taken away. The silver lining was that he learned from one of the soldiers that the Fushan residence area was not under lockdown. That damned virus had even reached Jiangcheng. We old folks might not have many days left to live. How can you be so certain it's a zombie virus? Aside from that, what else would warrant the dispatch of special forces? What should we do? Is it still possible to immigrate to another country? Once outside, you'll only die faster. Over 30,000 cities have already fallen to the hawks. Is our only hope for survival left in this fishing game? I heard that some people abroad awaken superpowers through it. I advise against meddling with it. What if you inadvertently create similar monsters? Hearing the mention that people abroad had awakened superpowers, Chen Ming quickly grabbed his phone and accessed the internet. He checked the trending topics and found 3 entries related to superpowers. 3 videos, 2 of which depicted the same content. In the footage, a blond man opened his palm, conjuring a fireball the size of an apple, incinerating a mattress several meters away into charred remnants, emitting thick black smoke. According to the title, the man's acquired skill was graded E. If Chen Ming recalled correctly, skill levels range from highest to lowest as follows: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E. I thought he then watched another video featuring a completely different skill. This individual possessed enhanced strength, capable of killing a cow with a single punch, shattering its skull. The comment section was lively, filled with outrage, condemning him for animal cruelty and alerting animal protection organizations. Aside from that, Chen Ming found no third video related to skills by the time he reached Fushan residence. He decided to set aside these thoughts and return to see how the security company had upgraded his solitary mountain villa. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, He beheld towering walls constructed of composite metal, standing 3 times taller than the original concrete block walls. On the wall, there's a formidable barrier of thick iron spikes, fitted with razor-sharp blades. Anyone attempting to scale it would be utterly unable to pass, facing a gruesome fate of being torn apart, bleeding to death. Laying down a quilt? That would be futile, as the warning signs clearly state the presence of high-voltage electricity. Climbing is strictly prohibited. May I inquire if you are Mr. Chun Ming? A voice suddenly resonated beside Chun Ming's ear. Who are you? Chun Ming thought back, unable to recall any memory of this individual. However, noticing the safety helmet atop the man's head, it was likely that he was a worker involved in the villa's renovation project. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Li, the chief engineer overseeing this renovation endeavor. As he extended his hand, Chun Ming politely shook it, replying, Thank you for your hard work. It appears there have been reports of zombie-like monsters in the city. May I ask when the renovation will be completed? Chun Ming asked directly. It will be finished before sunset today. As all materials were pre-produced and transported here for installation, we have deployed a full workforce of 300 individuals to expedite the process. Zhao Li responded, Please inform everyone that if the work is completed before sunset, each worker will receive a bonus of 100,000. The sooner, the better. And for you, Chief Engineer Zhao, I shall add an additional 100,000. Chun Ming promised, Absolutely. I will relay your message to everyone immediately. I will ensure they finish as swiftly as possible upon hearing that the renovation would be completed before sunset in exchange for a 200,000 bonus. Zhao Li's eyes gleamed with excitement. Subsequently, Chun Ming accompanied Zhao Li in his vehicle up the mountain. He witnessed firsthand how the engineering team utilized large machinery to hoist and position materials, securing them with screws as thick as his wrist and longer than his arm. Chun Ming was confident that even a Gatling gun firing for an entire day, unleashing millions of rounds, would fail to breach this wall. When Zhao Li mentioned the 10,000 bonus per worker, the crew instantly became invigorated, their movements quickening. Chun Ming's presence ensured they would not be negligent regarding quality. As the saying goes, a short hand is a soft hand, and it would be unreasonable to cut corners when others were so earnest. Zhao Li seized this opportunity to present plans to Chun Ming, elucidating the various functionalities of the villa post-renovation. In addition to its formidable defensive capabilities, the underground storage housed a vast quantity of water, complemented by a filtration and circulation system to ensure the water remained uncontaminated. Furthermore, a manual rainwater collection feature was available, channeling water into a subterranean reservoir with a capacity equivalent to that of a football field and a depth of 12 meters. Regarding electricity, they had identified the sunniest location to install over 200 state-of-the-art solar panels, connected to a super battery capable of powering a household for several years. The electricity for the perimeter wall was supplied independently by another set of solar panels. Moreover, we discovered that your estate is subject to strong winds, so we have additionally incorporated wind power generating equipment. Zhao Li spoke enthusiastically. Chun Ming listened intently. After a comprehensive half-hour presentation, Zhao Li concluded his overview. Noticing Chun Ming yawn, appearing somewhat fatigued, Zhao Li suggested, Why not rest on the second floor? It is nearly finished and will not disturb your slumber. Very well. Chun Ming agreed readily. There was little left to discuss with Zhao Li, and he felt it unnecessary to linger and delay their work. Upon entering the bedroom, he closed the door, and the sounds of construction outside were completely muted. Wow, the soundproofing is impressive, Chun Ming remarked, pulling back the curtains to observe the newly replaced, thick, bulletproof glass windows. After drawing the curtains again, he collapsed onto the bed, tucked himself under the covers, and decided to indulge in a brief nap. This slumber lasted until 1 in the afternoon. Chun Ming stretched, feeling refreshed. Upon opening the door and stepping outside, he was greeted by Zhao Li, who had been waiting outside. Mr. Chun, you are awake. How did you sleep? Zhao Li inquired with concern. The soundproofing is quite commendable, Chun Ming praised. I am delighted to hear that. Furthermore, we have completed all renovations, both upstairs and downstairs. Please, do take a look. Zhao Li gestured for him to inspect. In the blink of an eye, another half-hour had passed as Chun Ming toured the transformed spaces. Nodding in approval, he declared, Everything is satisfactory. Then, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he transferred $13 billion to the security company. The subsequent material and labor costs had significantly increased for the sake of efficiency. However, to Chen Ming, it was inconsequential, for he had successfully spent $13 billion. The tenfold return had been triggered, and congratulations were in order for the host on acquiring 13 billion Daxia coins. Following this, he distributed the promised 100,000 to each of the 300 workers, including Zhao Li's 200,000, totaling 30 million spent. The transfer of 30 million was successful. The tenfold return had been triggered again, and congratulations were in order for the host on acquiring 302 million Daxia coins. "Thank you, Mr. Chen," Zhao Li exclaimed, prompting a chorus of gratitude from the others. Chen Ming urged them to return home quickly. The world was perilous, and they should exercise caution on the road. As he watched the convoy depart, standing by the roadside, he ensured they had exited the gates before picking up the remote control to lock the gate and electrify the iron spikes on the wall. Anyone who dared to touch them would be instantly sent to meet their demise. At this moment, Chen Ming felt an unprecedented sense of security, turning around to gaze at the steel fortress before him. He returned to the living room, placing the villa's remote aside and grabbing the television remote to turn it on. Finally, he had the opportunity to glean the current state of affairs in the country through the news. The host and experts no longer concealed the truth, openly acknowledging the existence of the zombie virus, while broadcasting footage of special forces suppressing the terrifying onslaught of the undead. The sight of thousands of zombies surging forward was jarring, even through the screen, leaving a profound impact on Chen Ming. The speed of transmission was alarming. Was this an enhanced version? Chen Ming accessed the virtual panel and swiftly located the zombie virus injection he had previously acquired from his inventory. He extracted it, observing the cylindrical syringe, thick as a water pipe, filled with vibrant red liquid. Chen Ming couldn't help but ponder how such a minuscule amount of virus could plunge the entire world into chaos. This realization struck him with the fragility of human existence. He returned it to the storage space, and a detailed panel automatically popped up. Just as Chen Ming prepared to close it, he was captivated by a particularly striking and unexpected annotation. Zombie virus injection. Upon use, it can transform all living beings into insatiable, hungry, bloodthirsty monsters. Note 1. There is a slight chance it may awaken unimaginable abilities, but it is exceedingly rare. Note 2. If injected again while already infected with the zombie virus, the probability of gaining special abilities significantly increases. This means that one infection turns a person into a monster, but a second infection could induce genetic mutation, granting extraordinary powers. Chen Ming was uncertain if he comprehended this correctly. He mused that it seemed fairly accurate. However, being bitten by a zombie and then bitten again by another would likely not fall under this rule. The virus carried by zombies and this injection were worlds apart in terms of purity and quality. It seemed that this could be a valuable asset. If one were to contract the virus multiple times, could they not have a chance at becoming a real-life superhero? Chen Ming chuckled at the thought. Nevertheless, he had no intention of risking himself. Abilities could be acquired through fishing, so why would he jeopardize becoming a mindless zombie? He decided to store it in his inventory, contemplating that it might prove useful in the future. Just as Chen Ming retrieved his phone, preparing to seize the moment and fish for more skills before the zombies posed a threat, he opened the universal fishing app only to be greeted by a prompt. New version? This thing can be upgraded? Chen Ming was poised to press the confirmation button, as clicking no would lead to an immediate exit in other words, it was a choice between abstaining or upgrading. He couldn't help but jest. If that's the case, why not upgrade in secret? There's no need for unnecessary embellishment. Suddenly, he noticed the word expand, which seemed to indicate a way to view the specific updates. Upon clicking to unveil the update details, he found 1. This update will introduce a virtual reality mode, immersing you even further. 2. A global chat channel has been added, allowing you to converse with fellow anglers in an exclusive space, along with a trading center, where you can engage in commerce with other fishing enthusiasts. Point 3. The leveling up feature is now fully accessible. You can earn experience and increase your level by fishing or completing designated tasks, thereby augmenting your fishing attempts. 4. Following the upgrade, an additional fishing attempt will be granted as a reward. 5. A wider variety of rewards has been unlocked, and protective limitations have been lifted. Note: the rewards you fish up may not necessarily be beneficial. So exercise extreme caution. The mention of a broader array of rewards and the removal of protective constraints triggered a realization for Chun Ming. Was the previous phase merely a novice protection period? Furthermore, the cautionary note regarding the unpredictability of the rewards he might reel in piqued his sensitivity. Chun Ming observed that the upgrade notification had been received over an hour ago, while the background upgrade was in progress. He opened the forum, eager to glimpse the world after the novice protection mechanism had been lifted. That I was left in a state of disarray. Damn, I thought that by receiving an extra fishing opportunity, I would triumph, only to reel in a single rain boot. Angry face. Under the moonlight, the endless connection. I'm abroad, surrounded by wandering zombies, and I've caught 1,000,000, but what good is that? Lone hero. The task requires slaying a zombie for experience. Has anyone accomplished it? By the way, is it true that smashing their heads can kill those monsters? One miracle a night. Indeed, there are numerous instructional videos online. Otherwise, you could just chop them up. As Chun Ming contemplated abandoning his efforts to gather intelligence from external sources, one comment caught his attention. Never use the infinite fishing. Don't do it. Someone in our school fished up a zombie dog. Dozens died. The user's nickname was Never Use the Infinite Fishing. Chun Ming expanded the conversation, which contained over 100 messages. Killer by Chi. Brother, what's going on? Please elaborate. Never use the infinite fishing after the upgrade. You can fish out all kinds of man-eating monsters from there. Killer by Chi. That's simple. Just don't release them, but it's just a matter of occupying another inventory slot. Never use the infinite fishing. It's not as easy as you think. These monsters cannot be stored in your inventory and must be released. Moreover, you only have 1 minute to decide where to put them. Once the minute countdown ends, the monsters are free. That's correct. Initially, Chun Ming suspected that the individual was deliberately spreading panic to attract attention. However, upon clicking into his personal space, he indeed encountered graphic images of gruesomely slain individuals, obscured for approval, as he scrolled through. His finger paused on a blurred photograph. Despite its indistinctness, with a modicum of imagination, it was clear that it depicted a four-legged creature, sprinting in pursuit of something. The slender blue and white streaks appeared to be students clad in uniforms. Was it possible to reel in monsters directly? Based on his previous fishing frequency, how much trouble would he accumulate throughout the day? Damn, it would be better not to upgrade. Chun Ming found himself in a quandary. Gazing at the already upgraded infinite fishing, he oscillated between fishing and abstaining, caught in a cycle of indecision. Ultimately, he pressed the button to commence fishing, feeling that he could not remain complacent at this pace. With a global population of billions, who could predict how many monsters would be caught? Currently, zombies and corpse dogs were manageable, but what if a formidable boss appeared one day? Would he be forced to scramble at the last moment? Chun Ming settled in the courtyard, taking a seat beneath the pavilion. If he truly fished up a monster, this would provide a more suitable arena to unleash his skills. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the S-class skill. Toxic Mist. An S-class skill right from the start. This genuinely surprised Chun Ming that he reviewed the skill description. S-class skill Toxic Mist. You can release toxic powder to create an area enveloped in poisonous fog. Being within this zone will inflict cumulative poisoning, doubling the damage. Upon exiting the toxic area, the poisoning effect will gradually diminish. Chun Ming determined that this was an ideal skill for dealing with hordes of monsters, such as a zombie tide. With a grand gesture, he could unleash the toxic mist. Anyone daring to enter this domain would be doomed to perish from the poison. Continuing, while fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have gained the A-class skill. 100-fold Fist. A-class skill 100-fold Fist. You can unleash a punch that multiplies your physical strength by 100 times through charging. Another skill? Chun Ming sat up straight, filled with respect. Although it was merely an A-class skill, his physical attributes were already commendable. If combined with critical hits, the potential was remarkable. While fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the A-class skill. Sword Drawing Technique. A-class skill Sword Drawing Technique. After consecutive draws, your next sword drawing attack will gain an additional point. Seeing that he had reeled in 3 skills in succession, Chun Ming fell into silence. He swiftly dismissed 2 possibilities in his mind. One being that he had hit the jackpot, and the other that it was merely coincidence. As the saying goes, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, but thrice is a pattern. He concluded that he had reaped the benefits of a new version of infinite fishing. Clearly, the fishing system recognized that once the novice protection mechanism was lifted, many would perish. Thus, it offered them a glimmer of hope for survival by enhancing the probability of skill acquisition. Benefiting from the elevation of his SSS class skill, his treasure acquisition probability was already high. Now, with the basic probability further boosted, he was nearing the status of a favored child of fortune. It appeared that the SSS class infinite fishing skill would bestow upon him advantages far beyond this. Chen Ming had always perceived himself as somewhat unlucky. However, it now seemed that he had not been unfortunate. Rather, he had reserved all his luck for the acquisition of the SSS class infinite fishing skill. The hardships he had endured before were not in vain. It was a classic case of suffering leading to reward. Just as he was immersed in these thoughts, he was abruptly confronted with a harsh reality. While fishing successful, you have caught the attention of misfortune and reeled in a two-headed zombie dog. It now seeks to bite through your neck. Chen Ming found no humor in the fishing system's proclamation. There was nothing amusing about it. You have 1 minute to devise a strategy for concealment. The two-headed zombie dog is about to be released. Note, you may also opt to release it voluntarily. Chen Ming utilized iris recognition along with a fingerprint scanner on the doorknob, pressing his thumb down, perfectly matching the gesture, and opened the courtyard gate. Having determined the location, he clicked to release the two-headed zombie dog. Standing 5 or 6 meters from the main gate, as the void door opened, a creature with 2 heads, severely decayed and revealing blackened flesh and stark white bones, emerged. Its eyes were hollow and devoid of life, filled only with insatiable darkness and hunger. Decay seeped from its skin, releasing a suffocating stench. In the instant of its release, the two-headed zombie dog fixated on Chen Ming, charging toward him without hesitation. Chen Ming was not unprepared. He had already gripped a shotgun in his hand. One hand held the ammunition tube, while the other raised the gun, with his index finger poised to pull the trigger at any moment. As the two-headed zombie dog, with its rotten, gaping jaws and saliva flying, leaped through the air, Chen Ming aimed the gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! A burst of sparks erupted from the muzzle, as the formidable recoil of the shotgun was counteracted by Chen Ming's sheer brute strength. The two-headed zombie hound let out a piercing scream, propelled several meters away. One of its heads was shattered, while the other sustained severe damage, with chunks of flesh blown away, leaving half of its skull exposed to the open air. Within its eye sockets, one could discern plump white maggots writhing frantically, eager to burrow into the eye. Such a sight would surely send shivers down the spine of anyone suffering from a fear of clusters. The zombie hound shook its head, seemingly oblivious to the pain, and launched another ferocious assault on Chen Ming. He swiftly engaged the ammunition feed, unlocked the mechanism, extracted the spent shell, and discarded it. With a forward push, he completed the loading process and locked it in place. Timing the hound's charge perfectly, he aimed for its remaining head and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gunshot transformed the 2 zombie hounds into headless corpses, their bodies flying several meters away, lifeless and still. Fortuitously, the S-grade firearm was fully adept at this skill, and even though it was Chen Ming's first encounter wielding a gun against monsters, he fought like a seasoned hunter. It appeared that these creatures, infected by the zombie virus, were much like their undead counterparts. As long as the brain was destroyed, they would perish. Chen Ming did not rush forward. Instead, he raised a shotgun and aimed at the lifeless body of the headless zombie hound. Bang! Bang! 3 consecutive shots obliterated the remains of the zombie hound. Years of gaming experience had taught him the significance of delivering the finishing blow. Speaking of which, was there no reward for hunting monsters? Chen Ming couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. After closing the door, he returned to the pergola fashioned from grapevines, casually placing the shotgun on a wooden table before picking up his phone. Lying down, he opened the fishing interface of the myriad worlds. Congratulations! You have completed a new task and can claim your reward. Click to view details. Following the fishing system's prompt, Chen Ming clicked to view the details, which led him to the task interface. Task: hunt an elite-level monster. Task status: completed. Task reward: 3 fishing opportunities, one time only, not part of the daily fishing total. 3 fishing opportunities. Are you joking? Infinite plus 3 is still infinite. Chen Ming remarked, speechless. Complaints aside, he decided to claim the task reward, as aside from the negligible rewards, there were also experience points. His fishing level rose to LV4. Leveling up not only increased the number of fishing attempts, but also randomly enhanced attributes. However, the increments were merely 0.1. Far less than the attribute points Chun Ming had previously obtained. He thought to himself that accumulating small gains could be beneficial, as it was free after all. Reward claimed. Congratulations on receiving 3 fishing opportunities. Note, due to the host possessing infinite fishing opportunities, these 3 will enhance reward quality. Will they enhance reward quality? Now that sounds promising. Chen Ming felt satisfied and had no further complaints. It essentially meant that the next 3 fishing attempts were guaranteed to yield exceptional results. Without delay, he prepared to fish immediately. However, he suddenly noticed an additional option next to the Start Fishing button, allowing him to switch to virtual reality mode. Virtual reality mode? What does that mean? Curiosity piqued, Chen Ming clicked to try it out. In an instant, the scenery shifted dramatically in the blink of an eye. Chen Ming found himself before a serene lake, seated at a fishing platform. He held a somewhat cheap bamboo fishing rod in his hands. The distant landscape and the nearby overgrown weeds appeared astonishingly real. Is this VR? Chen Ming attempted to explain in terms he could grasp. So, what am I supposed to do next? Just cast a rod? He was uncertain, and the system offered no guidance. Well, he thought, might as well give it a shot. Chen Ming lifted the fishing rod and cast it with force. Plop. The previously tranquil water surface rippled with expanding circles and a gentle breeze, carrying a hint of earthy fragrance, brushed against Chen Ming's face. This feeling was surprisingly pleasant. Moments later, the fishing rod suddenly dipped. Chen Ming quickly tightened his grip, ready to reel it in. Just then, he noticed a large game interface appearing where the hook had landed. The pointer swung back and forth. Was it indicating that he should only pull the rod when the pointer reached the target zone? Chen Ming quipped, the ancestral methods remain unchanged. How fond of this setting you are. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly raised the fishing rod. Perhaps due to the ample visual space, the accuracy required was even simpler than he had anticipated. To his astonishment, he saw a large red fish being pulled from the water, which then transformed into a radiant light and flew towards him, morphing into text that materialized before him. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the S-grade skill. Laser Eye, just the phrase laser eye alone, even without reading the skill description, made it clear to Chen Ming what kind of skill it was. He never imagined that one day he would possess a skill he had long envied while staring at the television screen countless times. Suppressing his curiosity for the moment, with 2 high-quality fishing opportunities remaining, Chen Ming cast the rod again. A fish bit the hook, and, as his hand sank, Chen Ming swiftly pulled it up, just like before. It was a red fish, exuding an air of rarity with its shimmering scales. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the S-grade skill. Thunder Gun. S-grade skill Thunder Gun. You can condense the power of thunder into a gun and throw it, causing explosive damage. Excellent. Another S-grade skill acquired. Chen Ming wasted no time and cast the rod for the next attempt. This time, he hooked another red fish, but the type of reward had changed. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have received an automatic machine gun turret 10. Initially, upon seeing a guaranteed opportunity yield a heavy machine gun, even if it were 10 units, Chen Ming felt a pang of regret. However, after a thorough examination, he realized he had struck gold. First and foremost, this machine gun represented absolute firepower, capable of storing 30,000 rounds of ammunition at once, and its size was quite imposing. It could automatically identify targets and be controlled remotely to attack enemies. Most importantly, this weapon could seamlessly integrate with the infinite ammunition skill. This meant Chen Ming now possessed 10 units of intelligent heavy firepower equipment capable of infinite output. Installing these on the reinforced steel walls at the mountain base would significantly bolster the defenses of the shelter in this apocalyptic world. Chen Ming understood that relying solely on the security company's modifications would eventually lead to the shelter's downfall at the hands of monsters. To endure longer, he needed to leverage the myriad world's fishing system. Ending the virtual reality mode, Chunming found himself back in reality in the blink of an eye. He opened his storage space and selected the automatic machine gun turret. The system panel displayed a 3D map of the Dushan villa before him. All he had to do was choose a location on the map, confirm, and it would adapt to the terrain for installation. Quite convenient. Initially, Chunming planned to install a heavy fire output at each corner of the villa's walls, then descend the mountain to place the remaining automatic machine gun turrets along the perimeter. This would serve both as a deterrent and a defense mechanism akin to a tower defense game. Even if a horde of zombies did invade, it would help mitigate their numbers. The current functionality certainly saved Chunming a great deal of trouble. He clicked on the corners of the villa's courtyard wall to confirm the installation. Installing automatic machine gun turret. Installation successful. The moment the system prompted, Chunming turned his gaze to the courtyard wall. Indeed, 4 heavy machine guns, each with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters, had been mounted, securely affixed to the reinforced steel walls enhanced by the security company. The barrels were nearly as thick as cannon tubes. Just their presence alone exuded an aura of intimidation. Once confirmed, Chunming proceeded to install another turret in the eastern and northwestern sections of the mountain's perimeter. The remaining 2 turrets were placed atop the villa, ensuring comprehensive coverage. Speaking of which, if these installations were reported by concerned citizens, would the authorities take notice? Before he could finish his thought, Chunming shook his head. They were likely preoccupied, scrambling to deal with the zombie monsters, and would hardly have time to concern themselves with him. Bang! The sudden crack of gunfire echoed from the foot of the mountain. But it was not from the defensive weaponry recently installed by Chunming. The sound seemed to originate from further away. Chunming retrieved the drone he had previously caught from his storage space, quickly familiarized himself with the operational procedures, and then transferred the receiving screen to his mobile phone for viewing. Successfully maneuvering the small drone out of the villa, he soared into the azure sky, heading towards the source of the sound, eager to uncover the truth that a few minutes later, after adjusting the camera and magnifying the image, Chunming could see clearly in the high-definition footage that special forces were providing cover as they evacuated civilians from the various villas. The zombies had evidently infiltrated the villa area at some unknown time. Fortunately, their numbers were not overwhelming, preventing a massive horde from forming, which made the evacuation task relatively manageable for the special forces. If the information Chunming had gleaned from the internet was accurate, these zombies would exhibit significantly reduced speed and aggression during daylight hours. However, as night fell, they would become utterly frenzied, driven by stronger hunger, increased speed, and heightened hearing, as long as a horde did not form. Dealing with these zombies would be exceedingly straightforward for the special forces, akin to a one-sided battle. Suddenly, one of the special forces soldiers seemed to hear the drone's whir. Swiftly turning around, raising his weapon, and locking onto it. Only upon confirming it was a drone did he refrain from firing. Chunming chose to activate the audio transmission function to eavesdrop on their conversation. A drone? Is it sent here to oversee our actions? I don't recall this model being in our current equipment. Perhaps someone is assessing the situation nearby. In any case, we must act quickly to evacuate all the people from this area before nightfall, before those creatures completely lose control. Understood, Captain. One of the team members took a few steps out before returning. By the way, Captain, should we not first investigate that villa atop the mountain? The occupants there must hold significant value, and if anything goes awry, we would have a difficult time explaining ourselves. Indeed, the wisdom of those individuals would be essential for post-disaster reconstruction. The captain nodded in agreement, deciding to personally lead the team member to the mountain villa to ascertain the situation. On the way, the team member asked, Captain, do you think those wealthy individuals have already fled? He glanced at the captain, who was seated in the passenger seat. Regardless of whether they have escaped, it is our duty to confirm. The captain replied with a serious expression. The team members ceased his speculative musings and focused on driving while remaining vigilant of their surroundings, wary of any sudden appearances of people or zombies. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, and they arrived safely at the foot of the mountain. However, new challenges awaited them. With a bang, they shut the car doors and stepped out from the driver and passenger seats, respectively. Before them loomed towering metal walls and an imposing machine gun turret. The two exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished. Is this something that ordinary people can equip? Not to mention ordinary folks, even after years of military service. "We've never encountered such formidable firepower," exclaimed the team member. "What on earth is going on? Is this for real?" His curiosity piqued. He attempted to approach for a closer look. "Stay back. Did you not see the warnings on the wall?" The captain interjected, grabbing his shoulder firmly. The strength of the captain's grip caused the team member discomfort, compelling him to withdraw his foot, which had yet to touch the ground. "Captain, do you think that thing is real?" he inquired, pointing at the machine gun turret with great curiosity. "That IT does not appear to be a fake," the captain replied, relying more on logic than experience. He reasoned that if the sole intention was to intimidate others, such elaborate measures would be unnecessary. The sheer size of those formidable steel walls and the barbed wire would suffice, not to mention the presence of high-voltage electricity coursing through the walls. "Captain, should we not go meet the owner?" the team member asked hastily, noticing the captain opening the passenger door to take a seat. "Do you think he spent such a considerable sum to fortify his villa merely to await our rescue?" The captain settled into the passenger seat, shaking his head. The team member pondered this and realized the logic behind it, reluctantly departing while casting lingering glances at the machine gun turret, which he found utterly captivating. "Captain, do you think that weaponry could be what he caught?" he speculated, fastening his seatbelt. "Such firepower, regardless of whether anyone dares to create it, would certainly not be an easy task. Indeed, it is quite possible," the captain acknowledged. "Then we should stop right there." The captain anticipated the team members' intentions and interjected, "As special forces, we must strictly adhere to orders from above, that if they say we cannot engage, then we cannot." Understood. I was merely voicing a thought," the team member replied as he started the vehicle and turned it around. Seeing them leave voluntarily, Chun Ming let out a sigh of relief. At this stage, he was unwilling to provoke the authorities, let alone become their adversary. It would be best if both parties could coexist without interference. As for collaboration with the authorities, that thought had never crossed Chun Ming's mind. The reason was simple. He abhorred being ensnared in the whirlpool of power struggles and the intricate web of deceit that accompanied it. Chun Ming's aspirations were straightforward and pure. Guard this little mountain, quietly upgrade his shelter, hone his fishing skills, and strive to live as long as possible. After pressing the automatic return button, Chun Ming set the controller aside and picked up his phone, exiting the video feed. He opened the universal fishing interface. This time, he opted not to enter the virtual reality mode. Reality was reality, but he still preferred tasks that could be easily accomplished with a mere flick of his fingers. Reclining on a lounge chair, he fished with one hand while savoring grapes with the other. Although he had spent considerable time in the storage space, the food remained remarkably fresh due to the complete stasis within. While fishing, he was met with success. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 dose of sleeping powder." "Sleeping powder? Am I to become a flower thief now?" Chun Ming joked to himself. While fishing again, he struck gold. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-class skill. Shadow Wolf Summon." A summoning skill. Chun Ming instantly became alert, hastily confirming the details. S-class skill. Shadow Wolf Summon. Upon acquiring this skill, you will automatically gain 1 Shadow Wolf Summon every day. Note: if a Shadow Wolf dies, it will not vanish, but the time for the next summon will increase. 1 additional summon per day means 365 in a year. In 10 years, that amounts to 3,650. In a century, it would be 36,500. Chun Ming was overjoyed. Considering the lifespan associated with fishing rewards, the value of this skill would only escalate. Currently, the number of Shadow Wolves Chun Ming could summon stood at 1, that much like the fishing attempts in the Universal Fishing Interface. The number of summons would refresh at midnight. Chun Ming could hardly contain his excitement to summon a Shadow Wolf AS with the previous skills. The method of usage had seamlessly integrated with his being the moment he acquired it. With a mere thought, a black portal appeared before him, and a massive wolf, as dark as ink and with fur that danced like flames, emerged from it. Its pair of crimson eyes exuded an intimidating aura. In terms of size, it far surpassed a lion. The earlier 2-headed zombie dog paled in comparison, easily dispatched with a single swipe. Was this akin to having a monstrous beast as a bodyguard? This skill was undoubtedly exceptional. Chun Ming was thoroughly satisfied that a perfect score of 10, it deserved nothing less. Even a single point less would be a disservice to the fishing system. Seizing the moment, he continued. He instructed the Shadow Wolf to remain by his side, prepared to engage should he encounter zombie dogs or similar creatures while fishing, even if it could not eliminate the threat. It could buy Chunming precious time, the command to fire. The Shadow Wolf would comply without hesitation, sitting quietly beside him, as long as Chunming did not give the order to move, or if there were no immediate dangers threatening its master. The Shadow Wolf could remain perfectly still for a lifetime. Loyalty was its primary trait. Observing the Shadow Wolf's demeanor, Chunming began to anticipate the day when he would summon more wolves over time. Envisioning himself commanding hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of Shadow Wolves, allowing him to traverse the post-apocalyptic world with ease. While fishing, he was met with another success. Congratulations, host! You have acquired 10 chocolate bars. Fishing success. Congratulations, host! You have obtained 1 incense set. Fishing was a resounding success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a sea-level skill. Absolute balance. The sea-level skill, Absolute Balance, significantly enhances your equilibrium abilities. While it may seem trivial, it alleviated Chunming's urgent predicament. He desperately needed this skill to ride his sword. Drawing forth a Tang Dao, he employed a control technique to levitate it a few centimeters off the ground. Stepping onto it with both feet, the sensation was singular, as if he were treading upon solid ground. Indeed, it felt as if he were walking upon the earth itself. As he ascended, there was no fear of falling, nor any sense of instability. It was unshakably steady, and oh wonder, it was called Absolute Balance. Dismissing any lingering thoughts, Chunming was eager to experience the true art of sword flight, avoid drawing attention. He chose to circle around the mountain's base a few times. Compared to a skateboard, this was an entirely different realm. It greatly fulfilled Chunming's fantasies of those cultivators. He pondered whether one day he could emulate the celestial beings described in novels, shattering mountains and rivers with a flick of his finger, obliterating galaxies with a punch, fragmenting the firmament with a thought, and severing all laws with a sword. For Chunming, as long as he was alive, anything was possible. The infinite fishing skill and SSS-level ability held immense potential for him to explore. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire echoed from below the mountain once more. This time, Chunming was certain it was the automated defense mechanism of the machine gun turret that had been triggered. He took out his phone, logging into the dedicated backend, where he could monitor the entire Dushan villa with over 100 surveillance points. These were also included in the renovation. Chunming quickly located the surveillance footage at the entrance based on a classified map. The screen displayed the relentless bursts of gunfire, bullets sweeping furiously at the zombies that had gathered inexplicably at the front gate. Chunming had previously set the zombies as the attack template for the machine gun turret. It was the only recorded data available. This was why, moments ago, the Special Forces soldiers had approached the turret without being attacked. Chunming dragged the remote, sensing icon on the screen, and the surveillance footage followed suit. In the next moment, 2 familiar figures came into view. It was indeed the 2 Special Forces soldiers from before. Activating the sound, the excitement was palpable. This is the real deal. This is the real deal. One young soldier exclaimed, "This beast seems to be even more sophisticated than our weapons, capable of automatically identifying targets and delivering precise headshots." The duo had planned to drive over, utilizing sound to lure the zombies here primarily to test whether the machine gun turret was merely a decoration. Even if the turret proved ineffective, gathering the zombies in one place would make them easier to eliminate, which would still count as a significant achievement. The reality of the machine gun turret's effectiveness astonished the leader. Its formidable firepower left him speechless that a single bullet could instantly explode and obliterate a zombie's head. The accuracy was astonishing, with each shot hitting its mark, maximizing the value of every bullet. This cutting-edge weapon was a first for the captain. Truly an eye-opener. In less than 10 seconds, dozens of zombies were eradicated. The machine gun ceased fire and returned to its original position, smoke still wafting from its muzzle. Meanwhile, the team members simultaneously pressed the stop recording button. Capturing the scene on their phones, they decided to bring it back to provide for analysis by professional weapon developers. They wished to ascertain if modern technological prowess could replicate such an ostensibly cumbersome yet exceptionally high-performing weapon of an era beyond comprehension. The captain understood their intentions and chose not to expose them, for he too was quite curious. Back to Chen Ming, he truly felt grateful to those two fellows for showing him the power of the machine gun turret. It was remarkably precise, like a sharpshooter, not a single mistake, that he was thoroughly satisfied with this development. Continuing his fishing, success again. Congratulations to the host for catching a box of sugar oranges. Success again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bag of glutinous rice. Success again. Congratulations to the host for winning a box of happy water for couch potatoes. Success again. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Razor 1. Success again. Congratulations to the host for receiving 999 roses. 999 roses. Looking at the small icon, it appeared to be a bouquet. Chen Ming chuckled, wondering who he was supposed to confess to, the zombies or the monsters. He quickly brushed off this trivial episode and remained steadfast in his purpose. Continuing to fish, success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a keyboard 1. Success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a set of sportswear. Success. Congratulations to the host for winning a sunshade. Success. Congratulations to the host for receiving a pair of thermal underwear. Observing these so-called rewards, Chen Ming seriously doubted that his luck for the day hadn't been completely exhausted, that a glance outside revealed the sun setting, painting the horizon in hues of orange and red. Setting his phone down, he decided to take a brief respite, opening the storage space interface to select his dinner for the day, a Westlake vinegar fish, a portion of braised pork, a serving of fried pork tenderloin, a small bowl of pork rib and kelp soup, accompanied by a steaming bowl of rice, perfectly arranged. All were of 5-star chef quality. He picked up a piece of braised pork and popped it into his mouth. It tasted just as it had when freshly cooked. The fried pork tenderloin was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, while the Westlake vinegar fish was perfectly sweet and sour, making it an excellent accompaniment. Occasionally sipping the pork rib soup, anyone who witnessed this would find it hard to believe that Chen Ming was living in a world at the brink of apocalypse. With one hand holding chopsticks and the other grasping his phone, he opened the forum. An advertisement popped up, which Chen Ming initially intended to close. However, his finger hesitated. It was an official announcement. The content was straightforward. They sought to gather all individuals who had fished for supernatural abilities. It appeared that these individuals had realized, amid the apocalypse, that mere reliance on firearms was insufficient. They needed to wield extraordinary powers as well. Chen Ming had already anticipated this, so he was not surprised. He closed it and entered the hot search list. The first entry read, "Join the official ranks and discover the unimaginable benefits of becoming a registered supernatural user." The second, Lightning-type supernatural user Zhao Wu. The third, nothing is more romantic than this. Skiing champion Li Na catches an ice-type ability. The fourth, if I awaken a supernatural ability and refuse to join the official ranks, will I be captured? The fifth, tragedy strikes. A child plays with a phone, fishing out a terrifying monster, resulting in the demise of a family of 3 and over 40 residents of the community. The atmosphere of the apocalypse grew ever more palpable. Through this list, Chen Ming discerned the official strong desire to unite supernatural users, a rather direct approach. The evidence was laid bare. Even the most obstinate individual should understand that powerful supernatural users could rival a fully armed special forces team. As the first to suffer, the hawkish faction was the first to propose establishing an apocalypse alliance to recruit supernatural users worldwide. Anyone who awakened a power, regardless of strength, could join the hawkish faction and immediately receive a green card. Food and weapon resources would be prioritized. Those who slayed enough enemies could also gain considerable power. They refer to those hunting monsters as hunters. Why joining the alliance, one would attain the status of a professional hunter, recognized and guaranteed by the state. Currently, the alliance had been established for less than 24 hours, and the number of registered hunters had already surpassed 100, reaching 103. How did Chen Ming know such specifics? It was simple. All this information was publicly available and openly disclosed. Hunters, huh? Chen Ming believed that domestically, authorities were likely taking heed of the hawkish faction's missteps, seizing the opportunity before losses escalated. They aimed to create an alliance, establish a hunter ranking system, and ensure that these individuals could enjoy special privileges. They had to offer incentives. Otherwise, these individuals would simply drift away to the hawkish faction. After all, the world had finally reached a point of reorganization. who would wish to let the hawkish faction dominate alone. There were surely many who wished to see the hawkish faction toppled, but it was apparent that only by securing supernatural users could they grasp the future landscape, in the quest for supremacy and a larger share of benefits. Various factions would undoubtedly reveal their true prowess. Even at a loss, they needed to make their presence known. Otherwise, how could they attract talent? Chen Ming had no interest in these political matters and was unwilling to waste his mental energy. He exited the forum seamlessly and opened the universal phishing interface. Speaking of which, since the version upgrade, he had yet to explore other features, such as the World Chat channel and the Trading Center. Particularly the Trading Center piqued Chen Ming's interest. What if he stumbled upon something useful? Upon first entering the Trading Center, a plethora of transaction and bounty posts immediately caught the eye. However, the majority seemed more focused on mere spectacle, with their novelty quickly fading. The trading items, ranging from lighters and matches to cigarettes and memory cards, were so numerous they were almost uncountable. After all, the trading market was entirely free and without restrictions. Some individuals even listed a commonplace plastic bag with a trading price of 1 million daxia coins. Fortunately, while these posts could be published without hindrance, the trading system intelligently assessed and categorized them as subpar trading information, offering a one-click option to block them. As Chen Ming scrolled down, he suddenly halted, his finger lifted from the screen as a post-titled rifle with 30 rounds of ammunition, exchanged for food and water, captured his attention. Was there truly someone so extravagant as to offer such items in exchange for sustenance? Chen Ming could understand, for it was the first time everyone faced the apocalypse, and it was only natural to feel bewildered and make erroneous decisions. Regret, after all, is one of life's most abundant commodities. He clicked on the post to view further details. The poster's name was Robert Fireho. It is worth noting that anonymity was not an option in this trading market, and usernames could not be altered. For example, Chen Ming's displayed name remained Chen Ming. So, he was a foreigner. Indeed, firearms held little rarity for them. Chen Ming distinctly recalled seeing news reports years ago stating that in certain countries, purchasing a gun was as easy as buying cabbage. There existed designated trading venues akin to marketplaces, where various firearms were displayed for selection. The Trading Center apparently imposed no regional restrictions, permitting transactions with individuals worldwide at any time. Upon realizing this, Chen Ming firmly believed that the situation within Daxia might deteriorate more rapidly than he had anticipated. This chaos would not be confined solely to the undead. The increasing disintegration of order, coupled with the capacity to trade firearms for food, would inevitably attract individuals with ambition, seeking to seize power and become overlords. Chen Ming understood that should such individuals arise, he and this village sanctuary would undoubtedly become targets. Though flies may be weak, their incessant buzzing can be quite bothersome. Chen Ming could not prevent the emergence of such people. He could only hope they possessed enough sense not to recklessly endanger themselves. He continued to scroll down. The responses allowed for the selection of existing items from one's backpack, arranged in layers, determined by the poster's choice of trading partner, akin to an auction house. Posts remained active for 24 hours. If the poster remained dissatisfied with the offered items after this period, they could manually close the transaction. Furthermore, there was a more convenient method, such as specifying a request for 5 loaves of bread and a bottle of water, where the first to fulfill these conditions would automatically complete the trade. Li Rong offered a box of chocolate buns plus 24 bottles of mineral water. Zhong Xianjun offered 2 packets of ham sausages and 4 bottles of cola. Tokita Hida offered a large platter of sushi. Li Quanhua offered a family-sized military stew package. As Chen Ming browsed, the screen suddenly dimmed, displaying a notification. Transaction confirmed. The post will automatically expire in 3 to 4 seconds. As an observer, Chen Ming could not verify the trading items. His only options were to either actively leave the post or passively await its expiration. After aimlessly wandering, his curiosity satisfied, Chen Ming exited the trading center and returned to the phishing page. No items of interest had appeared. Next, he opened the World Chat channel. There were 2 modes. One was the regional chat channel, where individuals within a fixed area could communicate. The other was the World Chat channel, which was entirely random, accommodating 5,000 participants to prevent chaotic exchanges. Within the channel, people from various countries would appear randomly. However, there was no need to worry about misunderstandings, as the system provided real-time translations with precise wording, ensuring that no translation errors would lead to violent confrontations. Chunming first entered the World Chat channel. Lu Xiaoyun. I never expected the Hawks to be in such disarray. Fortunately, I was delayed by some matters, and my business trip was postponed for a few days, or I would be trapped there. Wang Shiyan. Quickly find an opportunity to stockpile food and pure water. I am my estimation. Daxiao won't last more than a few days. Several of my coastal friends haven't been heard from in a while. Tarada Ikumi. I need medication. We are trapped in our home by zombies, and my child has a persistent high fever. Is there anyone who can help me? Yolandi Ports. Those damned rulers. If they had refused the hawkish merchant's entry sooner, the zombie virus would never have reached us. Honda Noah. Look on the bright side. With the apocalypse upon us, you no longer need to hide your inner desires. You can live freely. Today, I use a gun to break into an old couple's home, seize their house, and killed them. Sarah Figueroa. You monster, you will face retribution. After perusing the messages, most were expressions of discontent towards the rulers and the world at large. Chunming found little value in it and opted to exit. Shifting to the regional chat channel. The system did not provide detailed information regarding the area's size, but all 5,000 members were online. Chao Jianxing. Is there anyone willing to sell me excess food? Wang Yuhua. Stop dreaming. At this stage, selling food? Only a fool would do that. Money. Ha! In a few days, it will be nothing but worthless paper. By Run Liang. One can of luncheon meat for 5,000. I could buy a maximum of 5 Guohui Jin. I'll take it. How do we trade? Jean Sijuan. I'll add 500 for each. Sell them to me. Wang Yuhua. Is someone actually selling? I'll add 2,000 for each. The entire regional chat channel had transformed into an auction house. Chunming chose to exit, as continuing to watch would be a sheer waste of time. With that time, he would be better off casting a few lines. While fishing, he successfully caught a notebook. He caught a pack of 12 pencil leads. He caught a pool table set. Not too shabby. At least he had acquired another form of leisure. Living alone did not have to mean succumbing to loneliness. It was crucial to address psychological issues. If left unchecked, they could become burdensome, not any lighter than physical ailments. The despair could lead one to consider ending their own life, a possibility that should not be dismissed. Chunming was cautious not to overestimate his mental resilience. While fishing, he successfully caught a steamer. He caught a spicy gift pack of 10 flavors from Lao Ganyang. He caught a handful of egg noodles. He caught a remote-controlled car. He caught a 10-carat exquisite pink diamond. Chunming could not fathom what use this item would have in the apocalypse. Was it for vanity? To test if a diamond could indeed cut glass? He was not idle enough to engage in such frivolities. While fishing, he successfully caught an S-grade skill. Body enhancement. If memory served, he had seemingly drawn this skill before. Can it be repeated? Chunming was curious how the fishing system intended to manage these repeated skills. Surely they could not just be left and used, gathering dust, without any purpose? Or perhaps they could be traded? Chunming was no fool. Why would he want to increase his competition? If the other party became his puppet, with loyalty locked at 100, perhaps he might consider it. Opening his backpack, he found, as expected, that the skill had not been automatically bound and was temporarily stored in a slot. Upon clicking, aside from the skill's description, 2 additional annotations caught Chunming's attention. Note 1. When skills are repeated, they can be fused to enhance skill levels. Note 2. Repeated skills can be traded or used on other beings. The ability to fuse repeated skills for enhancement was indeed an intriguing prospect. Chunming meticulously studied the synthesis method, which was quite straightforward. 2 identical skills could elevate 1 level. For instance, 2 F-grade skills could be merged to create an E-grade skill. 2 E-grade skills could form a D-grade skill, and 2 D-grade skills could subsequently yield a C-grade skill, and so forth. However, it is noteworthy that skills below S-grade can only be synthesized up to A-grade. Regardless of how many F-grade skills one possesses, the utmost achievable synthesis is A-grade, and 2 A-grade skills cannot amalgamate into an S-grade skill. S-grade skills, encompassing those above, can only be acquired through fishing before they can be fused. Once a skill is generated, the upper limit for subsequent individuals is locked at SS, unless they defeat the person above them. Initially, Chunming intended to directly merge and upgrade. aiming for an SS grade enhancement. However, the second annotation, particularly the phrase regarding application on other beings, piqued his contemplation. Other beings? He initially presumed that skills could only be utilized on humans. His gaze inadvertently shifted to the obediently squatting Shadow Wolf beside him. If this S-grade skill could indeed be applied to these summoned beasts, would it not provide him with a formidable puppet of unwavering loyalty? Chunming verified that summoned beasts could never betray their summoner. With loyalty permanently fixed at 100, any deviation would result in immediate annihilation by the forces of the rules. With a mindset of experimentation, Chunming clicked to use it, apart from the fusion option. Another choice instantly ignited excitement within him. Shadow Wolf. Indeed, the skill could be employed on summoned beasts. Rather than undertaking every task personally, Chunming preferred to cultivate a reliable aid to alleviate his various concerns. Would you like to confirm the application of the S-grade skill body enhancement on Shadow Wolf? Yes. Without hesitation, Chunming made his choice, adding, success. In the next moment, when Chunming summoned the personal attributes panel of the summoned beast, he indeed saw that the skills section now included the S-grade skill body enhancement. Alongside the existing skills of biting, pouncing, and clawing, he wondered if there was a limit to adding skills to summoned beasts. If there were no limits, could surplus skills be added to it, thereby nurturing a great overlord? As Chunming reached out, Shadow Wolf, akin to a pet, instinctively lowered its head and leaned closer, quite perceptive. Witnessing this behavior from Shadow Wolf, Chunming felt even more assured that bestowing the S-grade skill upon it was a prudent decision. Retracting his hand, he resumed his focus on fishing. While he was fishing, success! Congratulations, host, you have obtained xylitol strawberry-flavored chewing gum 1. Success! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a piece of century-old layered puff pastry. Success! Congratulations, host, you have secured Green Bull Energy Drink 12. Success! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fighting game CD1. Success! Congratulations, host, you have acquired S-grade skill. Execution. S-grade skill execution. Upon acquiring this skill, you will be able to see the opponent's health bar. When the health bar drops to 10%, a guaranteed critical hit effect will be triggered. Excellent. This is splendid. Chunming distinctly recalled saying that had circulated online. As long as the health bar is visible, even a god can be slain. The execution threshold for S-grade is 10%. Thus, the thresholds for SS and SSS grades must be higher. It is imperative to fish them out as soon as possible or directly synthesize. He was acutely aware of the potency of this skill and had no intention of relinquishing it to others. Fortunately, as it was still the early days of the apocalypse, there were not many fishing opportunities for everyone. Based solely on luck, Chunming was likely to be the first to obtain the execution skill. He continued to immerse himself in repetitive fishing. Meanwhile, the Special Forces had completed the evacuation mission for the residents of Fushan. The evacuation was not mandatory. Those unwilling to leave would not be coerced. Rather than seeking trouble, it was better to save a few more lives. As the saying goes, good words are hard to persuade the dead. The young soldier and the captain brought the recorded video to the upper echelons. At that moment, a group of prominent individuals wielding power were gathered around a round table, watching the footage on the screen. Although the video was under a minute long, its impact was astonishing. As the video concluded, the room's lights returned to normal. What are your thoughts on this? An elder inquired first. This weapon is far superior to any similar weapon currently available globally. Indeed, the precision and response capability are extraordinary. Even the Hawk faction would need another decade or two to catch up. I am curious how it can accurately distinguish between humans and zombies. Temperature. After all, zombies are the dead and lack body heat. This indeed provided us with a promising line of thought, nodded a weapons research expert, crossing his arms and leaning back in contemplation, devising how to transform his ideas into reality. How could a wealthy individual possess such an unparalleled weapon? Another person queried, Is there any need to wonder? It must be related to that software. Perhaps we should petition above for collaboration. Instead of contemplating how to eliminate this software, we might consider how to coexist with it. Who knows, it may lead us to a solution or a path to redemption. So, should we keep an eye on that individual from Fushan? Have someone watch him and inform me of any news immediately. Understood. Meanwhile, Chun Ming remained unaware that he had attracted the attention of the authorities at that moment. He was preoccupied with a more pressing concern. The text on his phone screen scrolled. Phishing in progress. Success. You have been targeted by Calamity and caught an elite zombie, which now wishes to crush your skull. Fear? No. Chun Ming felt that this elite-level zombie was quite fortuitous, providing him with an opportunity to test Shadow Wolf's capabilities. With time of the essence, Chun Ming quickly made his way outside the villa to the road. He did not wish for the ensuing battle between the two to ruin the splendid garden scenery. Confirming the situation, he chose a position and released the elite-level zombie. Tall and lean, its physique was neither fat nor particularly thin, but rather robust, with distinctly defined muscles. Its limbs were long, and its fingers were twice the length of Chun Ming's. Its skin was a pale hue, marred by numerous dark bloodstains. It was completely hairless, and its large mouth occupied almost half of its face, seemingly torn open to accommodate more food. Grr. Upon sensing the presence of the elite zombie, Shadow Wolf abandoned its sitting posture, lowered its head, bared its teeth, and adopted a defensive stance. Growling incessantly, it moved in front of Chun Ming, protective of its master. Observing Shadow Wolf's demeanor, Chun Ming felt even more convinced that granting it the skill was the right choice. The elite-level zombie, however, displayed no interest in Shadow Wolf, speeding directly towards Chun Ming, raising its elongated arms. Seeing this, Silver Wolf lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the zombie's shoulder, bringing it crashing to the ground as it savagely tore at it. The zombie, unwilling to yield, wrapped its arms around Shadow Wolf and opened its mouth to the extreme, revealing a mouthful of sharp, jagged teeth. Just from what Chun Ming could see, there were no fewer than 100 teeth, longer and sharper than canine teeth. Chun Ming could hardly fathom the sensation of being bitten by that mouth. The very moment those hundreds of teeth were about to make contact with Shadow Wolf's neck. The surface of its dark fur shimmered with a faint golden sheen. Chun Ming pulled out his phone, opened the details panel, and clearly saw an updated status message in its experience window. Used S-grade skill body enhancement. Upon the triggering of the skill, the zombie remained still, its jaw shut tight. However, when it did bite down, the sound of its teeth shattering was sharp and clear, reminiscent of breaking glass. The formidable biting force, powerful enough to easily crush bones, ironically led to its own predicament. As the zombie was compelled to release its grip, the Shadow Wolf seized the opportunity, delivering a decisive bite that snapped its neck with a resounding crack. The head rolled down the hillside, tumbling along the road. That moment, a crimson line, resembling a stream of blood, appeared beside the zombie, gradually shortening, with most of it turning black. At the far left, a golden vertical line emerged. Chun Ming quickly realized that this line represented the killing threshold, while the red line indicated the remaining health. Drawing a handgun from his storage space, he aimed at the rolling head of the advanced zombie. The instant the health dropped to the killing line, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the bullet striking true. The kill was confirmed. Before Chun Ming, a line of text materialized, only to dissipate like smoke in an instant. The Silver Wolf, sensing the zombie had entered a true state of death, ceased its biting and returned to Chun Ming's side. It crouched down, its tail sweeping eagerly across the ground, exuding an air of anticipation for praise. Chun Ming, uninterested in attributing the kill to its efforts, raised his hand to stroke the wolf's head, commending, "Well done." The wolf's tail wagged even faster. Boom! As he holstered his handgun, Chun Ming clenched his fist, conjuring several strands of flame that quickly coalesced into a fireball the size of an orange. He hurled the fireball at the headless corpse of the zombie. Upon contact, the flames erupted, engulfing the entire body in a blaze, sending plumes of thick black smoke skyward. There was no particular intent behind this act. He simply wished to prevent the decaying body from lingering, causing an unpleasant odor, which might affect his mood. Fortunately, the villa was equipped with a complete air filtration system, alleviating any concerns on that front. Returning to the courtyard, he secured the gate. Settling back into a reclining chair, he picked up his phone and noticed a red, illuminating beside the word task. Chun Ming understood this signified the availability of rewards, and he clicked to view them. Task: achieve a historical fishing count of 100 times. Task status: completed. Rewards available: Experience points, fishing count increased by 5. Task, eliminate an advanced zombie. Task status, completed. Rewards available. Experience points, fishing count increased by 3. After reviewing the information, Chunming was certain that his historical fishing count had far exceeded 100 times. The only plausible explanation was that this statistic began accumulating only after the task system was fully unlocked. It was likely that the designers of the fishing system had not anticipated that someone would catch an SSS-level infinite fishing skill on their very first attempt. Putting aside his thoughts, he accepted the experience upgrades and the 8 enhanced fishing opportunities. Regarding his level increase, Chunming felt indifferent. Firstly, the primary purpose of leveling up was to augment fishing counts, which held little significance for him, given his infinite fishing capability. Secondly, the attribute rewards paled in comparison to the enhancements he gained from a single fishing session. His sole desire now was to discover what surprises the 8 enhanced fishing attempts would bring. He pressed the button to commence fishing while retrieving a chilled bottle of cola from his storage space, using his teeth to twist off the cap before taking a refreshing sip. On this sweltering summer day, such a drink was invigorating. While engaged in fishing, he succeeded. Congratulations, host. You have earned 100 free attribute points. Is it truly that what I wish for materializes? Chunming was momentarily taken aback. Immediately, he allocated 30 points to speed, 20 to strength, 30 to defense, and the remaining 20 to mental strength, ensuring he would have sufficient mental capacity to trigger skills should he encounter a formidable boss requiring intense skill deployment. With 7 attempts remaining, he decided to continue fishing vigorously. While fishing, he succeeded again. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an S-level skill. 10-fold rebate. Chunming couldn't help but suspect that the system was reading his mind. How else could it be that every item he fished up was precisely what he desired? In this post-apocalyptic world, the 10-fold rebate skill held little practical value for him, that he yearned to fish up an upgraded version of the 10-fold rebate skill. Otherwise, acquiring an S-level one that could fuse into an SS-level 10-fold rebate would suffice. He selected 2 S-level 10-fold rebate skills. Would you like to fuse the 2 S-level skills to upgrade to SS-level? Yes. Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the SS-level skill. 100-fold rebate. To be honest, upon seeing the words 100-fold rebate, Chunming felt a pang of concern that it merely meant a shift from 10-fold to 100-fold returns, with the returned items still being monetary. Speculating would only waste time, so he promptly checked the skill description. SS-level skill 100-fold rebate. Everything you give to others will be returned 100-fold. Note, includes this level monetary rebates. Everything. The mere sight of this word piqued Chunming's interest immediately. He glanced at the shadow wolf and daringly speculated whether giving items to a summoned beast would fall under the rebate rules. No sooner had he voiced this thought than a message appeared in the prompt window. Note, providing items to a summoned beast does not fall under the 100-fold rebate rules, as summoned beasts are considered your personal property. Chunming's desire to exploit a system loophole was swiftly dashed. He closed the prompt and clicked to begin fishing once more. While fishing, he succeeded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an SSS-level skill. Fishing critical hit. Fishing critical hit? With just those 4 words, Chunming found it difficult to grasp their meaning, but he clicked to view the skill description. SS-level skill fishing critical hit. When you fish for rewards, there is a probability of a critical hit, enhancing the quality and quantity of the rewards. Excellent. This is promising. Chunming struggled to contain his excitement and sprang to his feet from the reclining chair. Enhanced fishing opportunities combined with the critical hit effect. This would surely take him to new heights. He eagerly cast out his line once more. While fishing, he succeeded. Critical hit successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the SSS-level skill. Auto-tracking. SSS-level skill, auto-tracking. Skills you activate, including but not limited to firearm bullets, will possess an auto-tracking effect until they make contact. Does this mean that even with my eyes closed, I could hit the enemy? Chunming was thoroughly pleased with this skill. Paired with his abilities in nuclear weaponry, its destructive potential was formidable. While fishing, he succeeded again. Critical hit successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 10,000 Thunder Talismans. In terms of quality, this item may not compare to those S-level skills, yet the sheer quantity, 10,000, was remarkable. It granted Chunming the freedom to use Thunder Talismans at will. After his previous experience, he was exceedingly satisfied with the effects of this talisman, deeming it a formidable weapon against foes. While fishing, he succeeded. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 free attribute points. Surprisingly, there was no critical hit this time. Nevertheless, 100 free attribute points were still quite satisfactory. Chunming did not rush to allocate them, opting to hold on to them for future planning. During his last usage, he unexpectedly discovered that not only could skills be applied to summon beasts, but attribute points could as well. His current attribute points had already surpassed the threshold of utility given the difficulty of survival in this post-apocalyptic world. There were simply too many. While fishing, he succeeded again. Critical hit successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 upgrade for your firearm upgrade module. Firearm upgrade module. It should function similarly to the previous Tang Dao upgrade module, right? However, it seemed there were no restrictions on types, meaning all firearms could benefit. He murmured to himself. With one enhanced fishing opportunity remaining, Chunming decided to complete it before reassessing. While fishing, he succeeded. Congratulations, host. You have received one random mecha gift pack. Despite this being the second time he failed to trigger the fishing critical hit effect. Upon seeing the word mecha, Chunming felt no resentment. After all, this was the ultimate dream of every man. He opened his backpack and quickly located the random mecha gift pack. Would you like to confirm opening the random mecha gift pack? Confirm. Opening in progress. Open successfully. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an S-level mecha. Dangerous Wanderer. Chunming once again stepped outside the courtyard and arrived at the main road. After confirming that the pre-selected area was green and that he could extract the mecha, he proceeded to do so. The moment the mecha materialized out of thin air, Chunming rubbed his arms together. Acutely aware of the multitude of goosebumps that arose, It felt as though a faint current coursed through his entire being. Estimating its height, Chunming gauged it to be around 20 meters, certainly not exceeding 30. The mecha's physique appeared agile rather than cumbersome, embodying a swift, offensive type. Its color leaned toward a rusty brown, exuding a sense of historical wear, not actual rust, and it bore a tattered half-cloak made of coarse fabric. It truly epitomized the essence of a wanderer. Chunming's consciousness had already linked with the mecha. Unless he personally authorized it, no one else could pilot it. Any attempt at unauthorized access would result in the mecha executing a purge protocol. The instant the desire to pilot surged in Chunming's mind, the mecha willingly knelt on one knee, opening the hatch located at its chest and extending a hand towards him, fingers splayed. Chunming stepped aboard as the mecha transported him to the hatch. He took a step inside. There were indicators on the ground for positioning. Following the instructions, he slightly spread his arms to stabilize himself. Immediately, various equipment began to automatically adorn his head, limbs, and torso while the hatch sealed shut. At the moment the visor of the helmet closed, the scene before Chunming's eyes transformed into that perceived by the mecha. He felt as though he had become one with the machine. The combat mechanism was simple. When Chunming moved, the mecha mirrored his actions without delay. When he kicked, it kicked in perfect synchronization. The methods of operation and the array of functions flooded into his mind the instant he entered the cockpit. Ingrained within him, the dangerous wanderer's modes of attack comprised two types. One being the dual chainsaw, swords mounted on its back, which, as the name implies, rotated at high speeds like a power saw. The other was a large-caliber shotgun equipped at its waist, capable of firing grenades. Chunming was eager to test the true capabilities of this mecha. The mecha couldn't fly. No matter. He could simply procure one of the chainsaw swords, which could effortlessly slice a 6-story building in half. Using telekinesis, he made it levitate and then stepped onto it. Chunming, piloting the colossal mecha, soared through the skies. He harbored no concerns about being discovered. Unless someone possessed a skill akin to X-ray vision at that moment, he merely wished to find some zombies to slay. A nearly 30-meter-high mecha, standing upon a great sword and flying in the air, was hard to overlook. Before long, people began to notice Chunming's presence. Upon raising their eyes, one individual was so startled that they fell to the ground, pointing and exclaiming, "Heavens, look! What is that? A monster?" "No, it's not a monster. If it were, why wouldn't it attack us? Fool! Don't you recognize a mecha when you see one?" "This is clearly a mecha!" exclaimed an enthusiast, brimming with excitement, that he quickly pulled out his phone, snapping photos in rapid succession. His blood racing, he had never imagined encountering a mecha in the real world, and the thrill nearly overwhelmed him. As a mecha aficionado, his heart was deeply satisfied. The dangerous wanderer was simply stunning to him. Having such a mecha would make him content to remain single for life, without hesitation. Mechas, aren't they supposed to exist only in movies and games? Could it be that the government has been concealing this project all along? Now, with the outbreak of the zombie crisis, has it finally decided to unveil it? The likelihood seemed slim. If you were to speculate, it was likely related to that software. Goodness, if that is the case. That fellow's luck is truly extraordinary. In an instant, voices of envy erupted. Not just those hiding at home, believing their food supply sufficient and unwilling to become refugees, took notice of this that I in the city. The special forces tasked with relocating those willing to leave Jiang City also sensed the whistling overhead and the shadow racing across the ground. They all looked up, stunned, questioning whether they were so fatigued as to be hallucinating. After all, they had been working nonstop for over 24 hours since receiving their mission. Fearing equipment malfunctions, they dared not use the elevators. Climbing 6 or 7 stories was manageable, but 30-plus floors in a single day was taxing. Even those accustomed to grueling training found it challenging to endure. Sweat had already soaked their clothes, leaving visible grains of salt. "Brothers, look up! Am I hallucinating from exhaustion? What do you see?" One patted his shoulder. Seemingly more concerned than curious, a mecha standing upon a great sword, flying in the sky. The Special Forces soldier replied. Upon hearing this, his companion smiled in relief. It was highly unlikely they were both hallucinating the same vision. After all, a mecha. The Special Forces soldier became agitated and rushed to the equally astonished captain's side. "Captain, how much do you know? Can you fill us in? Has the SSS developed mechas?" "Yes," the captain replied, lowering his head to look at the Special Forces soldier, speaking with utmost seriousness. "Where? I want to borrow one to try. Piloting a mecha would leave me with no regrets," the Special Forces soldier eagerly inquired. "In your dreams," the captain responded, his gaze conveying exasperation. "Even if mechas exist, would you be able to operate such advanced technology?" The Special Forces soldier pondered this and realized the captain had a point. Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd. "If I'm not mistaken, this is likely related to that software called Wanjiachuidio. I heard that someone in the country has already caught superpowers." "What? Superpowers?" "Unfortunately, there are restrictions on our use of it." "What could we do? Do you think these monsters just appeared out of nowhere? Dealing with them is already exhausting. Can we afford to create more threats that could lead to humanity's extinction?" "Unfortunately, what good does controlling this small group of us do? Just a few million, while the Xia boasts over 10 billion people. Can they stop us, let alone the tens of billions? Enough. Rest well and get moving. These matters are decided by those above you, and no matter how much we ponder, it's futile." The captain raised his voice, leading the way into a residential building. The others, seeing this, had no choice but to obediently follow with their weapons drawn. Remaining vigilant of their surroundings, fearful that a zombie might leap out and bite them. None of them wished to become mindless monsters driven solely by the desire to feed, reduced to emotionless puppets controlled by a virus. Returning to Chunming's side, he was still utilizing the mecha's automatic targeting function to quickly scan the streets. The few scattered zombies did not pique his interest. Suddenly, a piercing scream reached his ears, prompting Chunming to accelerate his flight towards the source. Upon arrival, he found the unfortunate individual who had screamed already surrounded by a pack of zombified dogs, devouring their prey. Chunming could not help but frown. With so many zombie dogs attacking simultaneously, would he even have a chance to become a zombie himself? The variety of zombie dogs was extensive, ranging from golden retrievers and huskies to Alaskan Malamutes. And even tiny breeds like poodles, Pomeranians, and Chihuahuas, almost all were once beloved pets. Point one, could easily imagine the fate of their owners. After all, many pet owners today value their pets' lives even more than their own. Chunming halted his steps, withdrawing the shotgun strapped to his waist and switching it to grenade mode. With his seemingly bulky yet remarkably agile mechanical fingers, he adjusted the scope and took aim. To his surprise, the scope immediately displayed the trajectory of the grenade. Was this some sort of cheat? Chunming smiled faintly. He didn't even need to employ his S-rank skills to ensure a precise hit. Once he confirmed the target area, he pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the massive grenade plummeted toward the oblivious zombie dogs, still ravenously feasting. Boom! The explosion resonated throughout a significant portion of the city visible to the naked eye. The shockwave shattered the tempered glass of a nearby skyscraper, sending fragments soaring up several stories. If tempered glass fared so poorly, one could only imagine the plight of the ordinary residents and merchants with their own glass installations. Witnessing this scene and glancing at the shotgun in his hands, Chun Ming could only think this had transcended the realm of mere grenades. He had truly experienced the essence of explosive artistry. The enhancement in size has enabled Chun Ming's grenades and shotguns to effortlessly rival the might of missiles. When the smoke finally cleared, the zombie hounds had been reduced to mere bones, leaving behind only a gaping pit several meters deep that spanned the entire road. Indeed, all fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. In this moment, Chun Ming profoundly grasped the essence of that statement. With this weapon in hand, he felt no trepidation towards the zombies that moment. Someone uploaded a video of Chun Ming firing a grenade from a high-rise building onto the internet. It instantly sparked fervent discussions. A trending topic titled "The Apocalypse Has Arrived." The mecha war god surged several places up the charts with a mere refresh. The comment section buzzed with excitement. Wow, so cool. Really so cool. 500 for shipping. Let's be friends. 500, I'll offer 500 million. Holy cow. Isn't that Wang Sijuan, the son of the real estate tycoon, the national husband? This video can't possibly be fake. Right? As everyone knows, videos cannot be manipulated. So it must be true as someone who has been photoshopping for 20 years. I can assure you, this video is genuine. But that no grenade, it's clearly a missile. The power is astonishing. Indeed, I even saw a mushroom cloud. Hurry up to 12 o'clock. Let us update the fishing times. I want to pilot a mecha too. Stop dreaming. For us non-lucky folks, if we can catch a pack of cigarettes. That would be a jackpot. Dude, don't jinx it. That just harsh. Night fell. Chun Ming effortlessly pierced the building with his chainsaw sword, like a fork through tofu, while he sat cross-legged atop what was touted as the tallest building in Jiangxing. Not for any other reason, but to gain a higher vantage point. He knew that at night, the horde would enter a frenzied state, easily triggering a zombie tide. He mentally prepared himself for an explosive output. Hey, friend, you must be human, right? Suddenly, a voice emanated from below. Peering through the crack beside the blade, Chun Ming spotted a sharply dressed man who had somehow appeared there. Noticing Chun Ming's silence and lack of aggression, the suited man continued to feign composure. Adjusting his to be honest, I have a rather unwelcome request. Chun Ming remained silent, quietly observing the man's antics while keeping an eye on the surroundings for any signs of a zombie outbreak. He was curious to know how many zombies would fall to his barrage. Friend, I wish to trade my entire fortune, around 10 billion, for your mecha. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Chun Ming nearly laughed. 10 billion to buy off a dangerous drifter? As if it were a cabbage at the market. Moreover, he did not believe that humanity could restore normalcy in a short time after the apocalypse. Even if they did, whether the great Xia currency would still hold value was another question. Besides, with the skill of a 100-fold return, what would he need money for? To satisfy a desire to be a billionaire? There was no need for that, as he already was one. After several fishing sessions, he now possessed trillions in great Xia currency, far more than he knew how to spend. The more he spent, the more he accumulated. Seeing Chun Ming's silence, the suited man hesitated, then turned to leave. Upon exiting the room, a trusted aide hurried over and asked, "Boss, did he agree?" "No." The suited man shook his head. "Then what shall we do?" The aide's mind raced, growing increasingly anxious. Without obtaining that item, surviving in this chaotic world would be nearly impossible. Once they possessed that mecha, they could easily become warlords, recruiting loyal followers to seize power. The aide said with great ambition. After a moment of contemplation, the suited man pulled a paper package from his inner pocket and handed it to the aide. "Go have the kitchen prepare some fine dishes. We'll first incapacitate him." "Understood." Excitedly nodding at the package in hand, the aide immediately set to work. Minutes later, they emerged from the elevator pushing trays of steak and fine red wine. "Sir, Let us be friends since the deal didn't go through. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. The aide chimed in. Chunming glanced at the steak, and the mecha's intelligent system promptly analyzed the dish's various components: steak, black pepper, salt, tomatoes, and cauliflower. Beside the wine, the ingredients were similarly detailed. The words "powerful sleeping drug" caught his eye. Chunming extended his hand and pried the ceiling's breach wider. The solid concrete structure crumbled under the mecha's immense strength. Breaking apart like chocolate, as Chunming's hand fell. The two exchanged glances, unable to contain their excitement. They anticipated Chunming consuming the sleeping drug, allowing them to seize the mecha and dominate the world. However, gradually, the smiles on their faces visibly faded. They felt an ominous presence, as if that colossal mechanical hand was directed at them. The suited man realized the danger and shouted, "Run!" Bang! Boom! Chunming's palm struck the floor, shattering it like a spider web. When he withdrew his hand, only two explosive marks remained, resembling bloody flowers, alongside a thin, iron food cart that had transformed from 3D to 2D, as long as he obliterated the human form beyond recognition. It seemed the emotional impact was lessened. Chunming broke off a chunk of the ceiling, crumbling it into dust, and rubbed it between his hands to clean the blood that had stained him. He didn't want the blood of those two little men to taint his mecha and weapons. Suddenly, the scene before him began to flicker with red light. The closer he got to the edge, the more pronounced the red glow became. Shifting his gaze, he saw a horde of zombies pursuing a sports car. Inside the car was a group of flamboyantly dressed youths with brightly colored hair. Clearly intoxicated, in the face of the zombie tide, they showed no signs of fear, tossing half-empty bottles at them and making faces in provocation. "Fools, come chase me. If you catch me, I'll make you vomit." Frenzied zombies? Ha! They were no match for my modified sports car. "Wonga, you're so cool." A woman with a half bottle of whiskey clapped her hands weakly, her face flushed with drunkenness. Glancing back, hundreds of zombies surged forward like a tidal wave, eager to engulf them, filling the entire street. Wait. If you remember correctly, that area seemed to be... Sure enough, the next moment, accompanied by a piercing screech of brakes and screams, those individuals plunged headfirst into the gaping pit that Chunming had created with his grenades. Chunming had no time to concern himself with them, as he stepped onto his flying sword and landed. He then commanded his chainsaw sword to automatically return to its sheath while drawing the shotgun from his waist, gripping it with both hands and aiming at the oncoming horde of zombies. Pulling the trigger. Bang! Boom! The sound of the gunfire roared like thunder, illuminating the entire street under the night sky, revealing the rotting, bloody, grotesque faces of the zombies. With the shotgun's extensive range of damage, hundreds of the foremost zombies were instantly pulverized, turning into a fine mist of blood that flowed smoothly into the sewer. Chunming couldn't help but wonder what consequences their blood would cause when it entered the rivers or water treatment plants. However, for now, he was more immersed in the exhilarating sensation of explosive firepower. One shell from a shotgun, one grenade, and he could wipe out swathes of zombies in an instant. This was the mowing experience he had only enjoyed in mindless games, now realized in the real world. One word, exhilarating. 2 words, immensely exhilarating. 3 words, exhilarating to the heavens. If he had to admit it, the numbers were scant. Chunming had not even emptied his magazine yet, let alone utilize the infinite ammo feature. But thankfully, he was a man who understood the virtue of contentment. Just as he was about to stow away the shotgun and continue soaring through the skies in search of more zombies to slay, the mecha's operating system alerted. The mecha is under attack. Under attack. Chunming was quite certain that his danger perception ability had not been triggered. Could it be that his skills had malfunctioned? Or perhaps they needed to be activated manually? Or was there a bug in the mech's operating system? Subsequently, Chunming turned to the area indicated by the system as under attack and spotted several inebriated men who had just crawled out of a pit, using machetes and clubs to tend to their feet. "Damn it, you made that pit, didn't you? You caused it to flip over. Go die. Go die," one of them shouted. In Jiangcheng, no one dares to oppose Wang Tian. "If you have the guts, face me one-on-one." Hick! Indeed, anyone who dared to challenge Wang Gu was practically courting death. Chunming was rendered speechless. How could such an occurrence not rouse these drunken fools from their stupor? As he lifted his foot, the men intended to mock him for being cowardly. However, they were met with the sight of his foot looming above them, casting a shadow that obscured the sky, before rapidly descending. Bang! At that moment, they were sobered up, but it was too late. Chunming did not choose to grow stronger merely to endure humiliation. Since these men sought death, he was more than willing to oblige. Given their reckless behavior, he doubted they would survive for long. Rather than hesitate, it was better to eliminate them outright. After dispatching all the zombies, Chunming stowed away his shotgun, and the chainsaw sword automatically detached from its clasp. Taking several vigorous strides, he leapt into the air, soaring over 10 meters. The chainsaw sword twisted mid-air, flying beneath his feet and lifting him skyward. He continued to search for the outbreak point of the zombie tide, reaping rewards to satiate his bloodlust. Having acquired the mech, it would be a disservice to himself not to indulge in its power. Meanwhile, the mech was firmly entrenched among the top 3 trending topics. Mech God. The apocalypse is here. Mech War God. In the Great Xia, mechs were all the rage, boasting explosive firepower. The trending list displayed only 50 entries, but over 20 of them were related to mechs, claiming a substantial share. Without exception, everyone was abuzz with discussions about which fortunate individual among the billions had managed to reel in a mech, a weapon that should only exist in fantasy and theory. Wow, someone just uploaded a video of that mech again. It's incredible. One shot, and hordes of zombies were annihilated. I saw that video too. It was truly explosive that I could see looked like a shotgun, but its power was more exaggerated than that of a missile. There's no way its firepower is weak given its size. I'm even more curious about how those 2 great swords perform. Damn, I specifically cast out 2 rods and ended up catching a box of cookies and a pack of tissues. Currently, this mech god is probably the luckiest fisherman in our Great Xia, right? The trending list even mentions someone reeling in a superpower. The known superpowers are far too weak to compare with the mech god. His shot is more powerful than a fireball. ISNT it. So, can someone investigate this? I'd love to cling to his coattails. If I could recognize him as an elder brother, I could absolutely stride through the apocalypse. Don't even think about it. The relevant information will surely be suppressed by the authorities. They're likely already contemplating how to locate this individual for collaboration. Indeed, the name Mech God had become a household phrase, and the authorities could not feign ignorance. The most influential figures in Jiangcheng were gathered around a table, receiving orders to establish contact with the individual piloting the mech. Collaborate? Or should they demand he surrender the mech for disassembly and research? Attempt to mass-produce it? This plan was utterly absurd. How could they expect an ordinary person, suddenly endowed with such power, to willingly hand it over to them? Should we contact the Special Operations Zone and urgently deploy personnel with heavy firepower? It's best not to do that. His existence is now common knowledge that if it leaks that we are pointing our guns at our own people, how do you think the public will react? I concur with what Elder Wei said. From the video, the weaponry configuration of that mech is formidable. If an engagement occurs, it would undoubtedly result in a mutual destruction scenario. In the end, obtaining a heap of scrap metal is of no use. After a heated discussion, they ultimately decided to send a team to approach Chunming with a relatively conservative proposal, exploring the possibility of a mutually beneficial partnership. Meanwhile, Chunming, adopting a trial-and-error mentality, decided to head to the ZOO.IT was the weekend, so there would undoubtedly be a significant number of visitors. More importantly, Chunming wanted to see how large animals like tigers, lions, elephants, and rhinoceroses appeared after being infected by the zombie virus. He did not believe that in the face of an apocalypse, people would still have the time or inclination to consider how to evacuate animals that a slight delay could lead to becoming a mindless husk. At such a time, they would be too preoccupied with their own survival to care for animals. If anyone were to take such actions, Chunming would deem them a truly extraordinary sage. That said, during the mech piloting process, was there no way to fish or check the storage space? Chunming thought this travel time could be utilized. The next moment, a system panel sprang into view. All the applications from Chunming's phone had been seamlessly integrated, replicating them one-to-one, including the multiverse fishing app. He could even toggle to view the infinite storage space. Truly, This S-Class mech was exceptionally thorough in its considerations. Curious about the capabilities of an S-Class mech, Chun Ming wondered just how terrifying the combat power of SS and SSS-class mechs could be. Simultaneously, he mentally initiated the fishing process. While fishing, he received notifications. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 pounds of peaches. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 violin. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 fashion magazine. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a mech power upgrade device. Chun Ming paused his fishing. A mech power upgrade device? After a detailed examination, he learned that these components could enhance the mech's mobility. With just 1 click, there was no need for Chun Ming to personally install them. The upgrades included adding jet devices to the back, heels, ankles, and wrists, which would significantly boost the mech's agility and evasion speed. The jet devices on the wrists and legs could also greatly enhance the power of punches, kicks, and even swings with the chainsaw sword, allowing for instantaneous force application and continuous increment. After confirming the benefits, Chun Ming promptly proceeded with the installation. He was installing the power upgrade device for the mech. The success notification appeared, yet Chun Ming did not rush to test the upgraded Dangerous Wanderer mech. That he suddenly recalled that he had previously fished 8 times and obtained a weapon-specific upgrade module. Turning his gaze toward the shotgun strapped at the waist of the Dangerous Wanderer, he mused that although this gun was integrated with the mech, it was undeniably a firearm. Perhaps this weapon upgrade module could also be used to enhance the shotgun independently? Chun Ming speculated. If that were the case, he could hardly imagine the already potent mech-exclusive shotgun becoming even more formidable after an upgrade. He had to give it a try. Even if it failed, it would not bring him any harm, just a disappointment. Shifting to the storage space interface, Chun Ming quickly located the weapon upgrade module and clicked to use it. Subsequently, he indeed found the option for the shotgun Dangerous Wanderer. After confirming that the mech-exclusive weapon shotgun could be upgraded, Chun Ming decisively selected the upgrade option. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. Known enhancements. Double the power of pellets and grenades, plus an added flame-throwing feature. Flame-throwing? Chun Ming observed a fuel supply box affixed to the waist of his mech. When he intended to switch his shotgun to flamethrower mode, he merely needed to detach the tightly secured fuel supply hose from his right side. Rotate it, and tighten it back on B while adjusting the dial. He could align the trigger with the corresponding output channel. As Chun Ming pondered whom to test the flamethrower power on, he realized he had already arrived above the zoo. At that moment, the main gate of the zoo was firmly shut. Outside, there was an eerie emptiness, while inside, myriad silhouettes surged under the faint moonlight, reminiscent of pebbles striking water and sending ripples cascading outward. This vast area had long lost power, and the moonlight offered scant visibility. Behind Chun Ming, he could vaguely discern flickering flames within a residential building. It was easy to surmise that these were residents reluctant to leave, hoarding substantial supplies. Upon sensing Chun Ming's presence, those flames swiftly extinguished, seemingly fearful of being noticed and having their provisions seized. In truth, Chun Ming, endowed with infinite storage space, regarded their meager possessions with disdain. Amassing small quantities, such effort would be better spent capturing someone and forcibly delivering goods to him, thereby reaping a 100-fold return. However, at this moment, Chun Ming was not in need of resources and thus had no desire for such elaborate schemes. All his focus was directed toward the zoo's entrance, where a horde of mutated corpses roared, fervently attempting to break through the gate and surge into the city center. He removed the tightly secured gas supply hose from his waist, affixed it to the shotgun, and adjusted the dial on the side of the weapon to switch to flamethrower mode. With a single leap, he descended from the chainsaw sword, landing heavily. The concrete floor, unable to withstand the force, cracked like a spider's web, sending debris scattering. Grasping the shotgun, nay, it should be referred to as a flamethrower, Chun Ming approached the throng of corpses behind the gate. Hearing the commotion, the zombies became increasingly agitated. Roaring, they attempted to intimidate Chun Ming while gripping the iron gate and shaking it violently, creating a cacophony of noise. They scrambled over one another, eager to breach the lock. Forming a precarious stack, a few zombies were already seen scaling the 3 to 4 meter high gate, only to tumble down with a dull thud. Unfazed and seemingly impervious to pain, they scrambled back to their feet and charged toward Chunming, who had produced the noise. Even those unfortunate enough to break their legs, undeterred, crawled forward with unwavering determination, refusing to relent. Witnessing this scene, Chunming resolutely pulled the trigger, deciding to send them to their demise. To reincarnation, boom! In an instant, a pillar of flame, measuring 20 to 30 meters in length, surged forth from the muzzle like a swimming dragon. It illuminated the surrounding area for 100 meters. The heat wave, generated by the searing flames, distorting the very images before him. Although he had envisioned that this flamethrower mode would possess considerable power, the actual result exceeded Chunming's expectations by a significant margin. More importantly, the flamethrower's fuel supply could also trigger an S-rank skill, infinite bullets. This meant that Chunming could unleash explosive flames for as long as he desired. Upon contact with the flames, the zombies' rotting flesh emitted crackling sounds akin to sizzling oil, their bones, unable to bear the pressure, shattered with a sound reminiscent of firecrackers. In this tranquil night, many who had already settled down to conserve energy and minimize food consumption were jolted awake. Who on earth is making noise at this hour? Are you insane? What if you attract the zombies? Are you sure they can even reach us? What is that? A war machine secretly developed by the government. You don't know. The internet is buzzing. The mech is unrelated to Dacia. It's a reward for fishing. What? That software can yield such treasures. No way. I can't sleep. I must wait until midnight for the fishing chances to refresh and try my luck. What if I score something? Chunming was uninterested in their discussions, swinging the flame dragon and watching as the zombies' speed gradually diminished during their frantic run, their bodies melting away, charred to cinders as they fell to the ground. They shattered into pieces. Chunming advanced further, while the zombies continued their relentless assault, undeterred and fearless, driven by sheer stubbornness, charging forward. The iron gate, it had long since melted into molten metal, stepping upon the charred remains and bones. The weight of over 1,000 tons instantly reduced them to powder, scattering in the wind. With a single mech, Chunming incinerated a tide of corpses numbering in the thousands, utterly unperturbed. The formidable weaponry, combined with the thrill of slaughtering monsters, filled Chunming with exhilaration. He felt that no matter how many times he engaged in such acts, he would never grow weary. He suddenly recalled how mundane those grass-cutting games he had played before felt. Selecting a position, he steadied himself, willingly becoming the focal point of the zombie onslaught, spinning in a full 360 degrees. In mere minutes, 3,642 zombies were reduced to indistinguishable masses, forming a circular mound entirely composed of monster corpses. However, compared to the colossal figures of perilous wanderers, this mound was merely a threshold, easily crossed. The survivors, witnessing this spectacle from their windows in the surrounding residential buildings, were left in a state of shock. The monsters before him were nothing more than victims of unilateral slaughter. Naturally, just look at their size. Now I finally understand why people online refer to him as the mech deity. He truly is formidable, absolutely incredible. Thank heavens he is not our enemy. Otherwise, I seriously doubt humanity could survive. That weapon is simply outrageous. The sounds of astonishment and shock echoed, rising and falling like waves. Many pulled out their phones, activating the camera function to document this scene, determined to share it online, showcasing that humanity is not so feeble in the face of these zombies and monsters. Once the video was posted, within just over a minute, likes, shares, saves, and comments skyrocketed to a staggering 999 across the board. The already dominant trending topics saw the addition of a new entry. Mech Deity teaches you how to slaughter thousands of zombies in 3 minutes. The comments section was flooded with playful banter, such as "I really want to learn from the coach. I also want to learn," and countless others. Releasing the trigger, the flames retreated into the muzzle, and Chunming extinguished the remaining embers with a swift motion, reattaching the weapon to his waist. Then, raising his hand above his head, he grasped a chainsaw sword and drew it forth. The main event he had been anticipating had arrived. Following the zombies, the infected animals appeared to be drawn in by the sounds of Chunming's battle. Pairs of eyes reflecting the dim moonlight glimmered with an eerie red glow. Slowly approaching alongside their shadowy forms, Their low growls were even more intimidating than those of the human zombies. Chun Ming recalled the B-rank skill he had previously acquired, night vision, and activated it. The scene before him transformed as if daylight had arrived, becoming astonishingly clear. The beasts, once hidden in darkness, revealed their true forms. Their colossal sizes made their decay all the more apparent. Some were nearly consumed by white maggots. Their bones starkly exposed to the air. Their bodies bore signs of fierce conflict, claw marks evident from battles fought over food. Wolves, tigers, lions, kangaroos, there was a rich variety. Yet at this moment, they chose to unite against a common foe, Chun Ming. The wolf pack, under the direction of their leader, dispersed to encircle him, cutting off his escape route. How did Chun Ming identify the wolf leader? It was simple. The size. That creature was twice the size of the other wolves. He was uncertain if such massive wolves truly existed in the world, or if they had mutated due to the zombie virus. The notion of viruses causing mutations in hosts was not novel. But there was no doubt it would further constrict the already diminishing living space of ordinary humans. A whoa. After a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, the Wolf King followed suit with a howl that pierced the air. A horde of mutated beasts surged forth on all fours, racing towards Chun Ming from every direction. The virus had evidently augmented their speed, creating mere afterimages in their wake. Even an ordinary person, armed and well-trained, would find little chance of survival against such creatures. In stark contrast, Chun Ming remained as calm as still water, his heart unperturbed. With fingers tightly gripping the hilt of his chainsaw sword, he pressed the switch. The sound of the chainsaw whirring instantly drowned out the low growls of the ferocious beast that a typical chainsaw rotates at approximately 2,500 revolutions per minute. Yet this chainsaw sword, a primary weapon of mecha equipment, easily exceeded 10,000 revolutions per minute as the first zombie wolf lunged at him. Chun Ming executed a sweeping motion, and upon contact with its body, a resounding bang echoed, blood erupting forth. The high-velocity chainsaw rapidly reduced flesh and bone to mere pulp. The remaining mutated beasts, undeterred, charged forward as if all fear had been stripped away, consumed solely by the desire to kill. With the chainsaw sword in hand, Chun Ming dispatched them with effortless ease when the Tiger King, in a desperate lunge, aimed a ferocious attack from Chun Ming's left side. He reacted with 3 seconds of precognitive awareness. Boom! His fist, tightened into a powerful punch, struck the tiger's head. What should have been a solid skull shattered and deformed, sending the beast flying several meters away, its body flattened as if crushed by a heavy truck. Just as the legendary Wu Song of old, Chun Ming, piloting the mecha, delivered a fatal blow to the Tiger King. Without even activating the power system, he felt that his punch could shatter that tiger into a mist of blood. Filling the air, continuing to wield his sword, he slaughtered the mutated beasts as if slicing through vegetables. When a monkey leapt down from a tree, attempting a sneak attack from behind, Chun Ming activated the jet propulsion system on his back. Boom! The blue flames instantaneously incinerated the monkey into charred remains, which fell to the ground. Sensing a python attempting to ensnare the mecha with a visual trick, Chun Ming preemptively lifted his foot and stomped down with great force. When he lifted his foot, only a pool of blood and a complete snake skin remained. Such combat prowess was utterly astounding. Indeed, he recalled a previous squad of special forces who, despite being fully armed, had been killed by a mutated tiger. He also remembered that creature's ferocity. It had withstood hundreds of bullets and still counterattacked. One detail overlooked by many was that the special forces had come during the day, while now it was night, the time when the zombie virus was most active. The mecha was indeed deserving of its lofty title. The excitement was palpable just 2 minutes after posting the video. It had already garnered hundreds of thousands of views. In the comment section, one user exclaimed, "Is he still going? This mecha is no joke. That weapon is outrageous. One swing, and it turns into a bloodbath. How many punches can you withstand from him? Did you not see how that tiger crumpled with just one punch? Are your bones tougher than tigers? If he wished, he could easily become a savior. If you had such power, would you choose to be a savior? I would never want to be a hero. It's exhausting, fighting for others and risking my life. One misstep, and you could fall into the abyss. This society is rife with ingrates. Isn't it better to live freely and indulgently? Coincidentally, Chunming shared the same sentiment. Bang! With a tremendous crash, Chunming gripped the sword hilt and brought the chainsaw sword down fiercely upon the final mutated rhinoceros charging at him. In an instant, the mutated rhinoceros was reduced to a spray of blood, leaving behind not even a piece of flesh larger than a palm, and its bones were utterly pulverized with a powerful flick of his wrist. The wind generated by his sheer strength forcefully separated the blood splatter within a 30-meter radius. After shaking off the zombie's blood from the blade, Chunming sheathed the chainsaw sword, ensuring that no toys remained in the zoo for entertainment. Indeed, while others perceived the zombie-mutated beasts as monsters, to him, they were merely a source of amusement. This was not arrogance or hubris, but rather a reflection of the vast gulf that separated them. Of course, Chunming did not allow himself to feel invincible, that he was acutely aware that if this trend continued, it was only a matter of time before a colossal beast akin to those in movies would emerge. After all, if he could summon mechs, surely others could summon monsters as well. Subsequently, Chunming meandered through the zoo, confirming that there were no stragglers left, before soaring away on his sword, vanishing from the crowd's sight. As he neared the confines of Fushan residence, he cloaked himself to avoid detection, ensuring no connection was made to the Mecca. Upon returning to his villa, he lay in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky. Reflecting on the earlier battle, his heart still surged with excitement. Regrettably, reality was not a game. There was no guarantee of rewards for slaying monsters as in a game. With this thought in mind, Chunming promptly pulled out his phone, focusing on the myriad of fishing opportunities. What if? If one attempt failed, then 10. If 10 failed, then 100. If 100 yielded no results, then 1,000. Chunming had the endurance and time. While engaged in fishing, he succeeded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of anti-inflammatory ointment. 50G. After casting only once, he noticed a red dot notification above the task section that he decided to enhance his fishing chances a few times. Opening the task interface, he saw Task: Slay a mutated tiger. Task status: Completed. Task reward: Experience fishing attempts 3. Task: Slay a mutated lion. Task status: Completed. Task reward: Experience fishing attempts 3. Task: Slay a mutated elephant. Task status: Completed. Task reward: Experience fishing attempts 5. For convenience, Chunming clicked to claim all rewards without further inspection. Unbeknownst to him, this single click not only leveled him up multiple times, but also increased his enhanced fishing attempts by a staggering 50. The previous 8 enhancement opportunities had already yielded considerable rewards, including a mecha. Now, with an additional 50 enhancement attempts, gulp, Chunming swallowed hard, mentally preparing himself and resolved not to waste any more time. While fishing, he succeeded again. Critical hit. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500 free attributes. Right from the start, a critical hit of 500 free attributes. A grin spread across Chunming's face, broader than ever. Onward, he had to maintain his momentum. While fishing, he succeeded again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-level skill, Shadow Wolf Summon. Although he hadn't T-scored a critical hit and ended up with a duplicate skill, Chunming was nonetheless elated. He swiftly fused the 2 S-level skills, Shadow Wolf Summon, resulting in an SS-level skill, Shadow Wolf Summon. Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring SS-level skill, Shadow Wolf Summon. SS-level skill, Shadow Wolf Summon. Upon acquiring this skill, you will automatically summon 10 Shadow Wolves every day. Note: Shadow Wolves do not disappear upon death, but will increase the summoning time for the next occasion. The skill description was largely the same, merely an enhancement of 1S and a transformation of 1 to 10. However, this upgrade represented a qualitative leap for Chunming. The daily summoning quantity of Shadow Wolves would rise from 1 to 10. The army of Shadow Wolves he had previously envisioned was now much closer to reality. While fishing, he succeeded again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an infinite source of pure water 1. Fishing success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an infinite energy source 1. With these 2 successful casts, Chunming had directly resolved 2 major issues in his daily life. Fishing success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-level skill, Summon Tornado. Fishing success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring S-level skill, Super memory. Upon seeing this super memory, Chun-Ming realized that even among S-level skills, there were filler skills that, of course, there might be other hidden uses. But he was unaware of them and needed to explore their effects through practice. Chun-Ming recalled a saying he had once heard. There are no useless skills, only useless users. Shaking off his thoughts, he continued. He truly found it hard to believe that after casting his line 50 times with an enhanced bait, he could not reel in the skill he desired. He continued fishing. Success finally came. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-rank skill. Lucky star. Lucky star. With just these 3 words, it was difficult for Chun-Ming to ascertain the skill's true effect, so he chose to view the description. S-rank skill Lucky Star. Upon obtaining this skill, your luck will increase in all aspects, including but not limited to the success rate of evading enemy attacks and the probability of winning high-level rewards from draws. Excellent. This is quite favorable. After reading the description, Chun-Ming confirmed one thing. His chances of fishing up high-level rewards had doubled. He hurriedly cast his line again. As he continued fishing, success struck once more. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a resource map. Resource map. After closing the reward prompt, Chun-Ming noticed an additional map-shaped icon appearing beneath the taskbar on the right side of the screen. He clicked on it, a city map that could be zoomed in and out immediately unfolded before Chun-Ming's eyes. IT displayed where food could be found, where clean water sources lay, where weapons and ammunition were located, and where zombies roamed. Danger zones were revealed without reservation. Goodness, was this not akin to having a full map view? Although the resource map only covered a radius of 10 kilometers, it possessed a real-time refresh feature. As long as Chun-Ming moved, he could see further. While food, water, and weapons were not of immediate use to Chun-Ming, the ability to identify danger zones was invaluable. When he wished to exterminate zombies, he would not stray off course and waste time. He could also ascertain whether there were any threats surrounding his shelter, allowing him to sleep soundly. With this thought, Chun-Ming cast his line again. As he continued fishing, success came again. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-rank skill. Puppeteer's Hand. S-rank skill Puppeteer's Hand. You can silently and secretly control others through these hands, including but not limited to zombies and mutated beasts. With a maximum control capacity of 10, this skill could manipulate all living creatures, even the undead zombies and mutated beasts. Chun-Ming summoned Shadow Wolf. Upon activating the skill, 10 fingers connected to 10 invisible threads. With a mere flick of his pinky, Shadow Wolf's tail stood erect. A shake of 4 fingers caused Shadow Wolf to spread its limbs and hover in midair. Although Shadow Wolf did not possess a rich expression management system like a human, Chun-Ming could still tell that it appeared quite bewildered. With a grasp of his fingers, he released the puppeteering threads. His mind was already racing with various ingenious applications, such as forcing an enemy to commit suicide with their own weapon using the puppeteer's hand. Alternatively, he could command a more powerful mutated beast to deal with other threats. The possibilities were numerous. Chun-Ming felt a premonition that he was getting closer to what he desired. Time to hurry. As he continued fishing, success struck yet again. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-rank skill. Berserk Transformation. Transformation. Upon reviewing the skill description, Chun-Ming realized he had misunderstood. It did not mean he would turn into a malevolent spirit capable of phasing through walls and killing in his sleep. Rather, it granted a layer of enhancement akin to blood rage, growing stronger with each kill. As he continued fishing, success occurred once more. Critical hit. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the SSS rank skill. Enemy kill treasure drop. Upon seeing the 3 S's, Chun-Ming's focus sharpened immediately. Skill. Enemy kill treasure drop. After defeating different enemies, treasure chests will drop. The stronger the enemy, the higher the treasure chest level, confirming that this was indeed the skill he sought. He clicked to view a more detailed skill description. Chun-Ming learned that the treasure chest levels range from low to high. Wood, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, king, and mythical at a total of 10 levels. Higher levels yielded greater rewards. Despite the name suggesting that treasure chests dropped solely from killing enemies, in reality, any target that Chun-Ming personally dispatched would trigger the reward standard. After all, he was the one executing the kills. How could they not count as enemies? Everything prioritized Chun-Ming as the host. Setting aside his fishing endeavors for the moment, Chun Ming was eager to test this newly acquired SSS rank skill to see what surprises it would bring him. A sense of novelty and impatience was unavoidable. Opening the resource map, he specifically marked the danger zones at this moment. Within the Fushan residence villa area, the daytime safe zone cleared by special forces had once again been invaded by zombies. The four main gates were all wide open. In this post-apocalyptic scenario, one could hardly expect people to remember to close doors when evacuating. However, this did facilitate Chun Ming's movements. Mounting the heavy motorcycle provided by the villa, he sped down the hill, the roar of the engine piercing the night sky. This was precisely the effect Chun Ming desired. Through previous battles and information gleaned from the internet, he was certain that these low-level zombies lacked visual capabilities. They had two methods of sensing and locking onto enemies: smell and hearing, which were far more acute than that of an ordinary person. Before long, he reached the foot of the mountain, where the camera at the gate automatically recognized his identity and opened. Chun Ming accelerated through, racing toward the nearest zombie spawn point. The fishing system had thoughtfully provided a virtual panel display for the resource map function, which could be summoned with a mere thought that he checked to display the specific quantities, and the map expanded, transforming the zombies into red dots in motion. From this godlike perspective, it was evident that Chun Ming was the target they were about to converge upon. Unfazed, Chun Ming had intentionally created such a commotion to draw them in for easier slaughter. A mech? There were too few zombies. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? He had other plans in mind, having long wished to test them. Simultaneously, the roar of the motorcycle attracted not only the zombies, but also the attention of nearby residents. A handful of individuals chose not to follow the crowd and evacuate. The more such situations arose, the more they felt that staying home offered greater security. Their pre-stocked food had already filled their basements, and they believed it would suffice to last until the disaster passed. They had yet to realize that this calamity was far from the simple scenario they envisioned, easily wrapping up in just a few months. What is happening? Why is it so noisy? A woman's voice called from behind. Looking bleary-eyed. Nothing, just someone out at night looking for trouble, the man replied. The woman, upon hearing this, approached the window. There she saw Chun Ming dismounting from his motorcycle, which was still running, the headlights illuminating the surroundings. In the next moment, two tang swords appeared in his hands as if summoned from thin air. Hey, did you see where he pulled those swords from? The woman whispered, raising her hand to tap the man's shoulder. Her excitement palpable. No, I guess it's too dark for us to see clearly. Soon, the man's gaze was drawn to the low growls emanating from the left. Turning to look, his eyes widened in terror. Trembling slightly, the woman clung tightly to the man, too frightened to speak, her grip so tight that her nails dug into him, eliciting a hint of pain and furrowing his brow. Unfortunately, being merely a pretty face. He did not know where the basement key was hidden by the woman, and with the security measures in place, he had no choice but to endure in silence for his survival. That fellow actually thought he could face the frenzied zombies of the night with just two swords. What a reckless endeavor! The man sighed, mentally preparing for the sight of Chun Ming being torn apart. Unable to even turn into a zombie, leaving behind only a pile of bleached bones. Looking at Chun Ming and then at the dozens of zombies charging from afar. No longer moving slowly, the man imagined countless scenarios but could not fathom how Chun Ming could survive. Not to mention, he was an ordinary person. Even a well-trained Special Forces soldier would find themselves a loss in such a predicament, armed with only two blades, even equipped with a rifle. The odds of surviving the zombie transformation were still 50-50. The sheer numerical advantage of the zombies could not be underestimated. As the old saying goes, two fists cannot fight four hands. Could it be that this kid had suffered a heartbreak and genuinely wished to throw away his life? Why go to such lengths? The man expressed his bewilderment. Immediately, the thoughts swirling in his mind regarding Chun Ming's reckless pursuit of death were ruthlessly shattered. Chun Ming clenched his fingers, and from the base of his blade, a flicker of flame coiled around the sword like a serpent, advancing menacingly towards the in an instant, the fierce flames enveloped the entire blade. How could this be possible? Had he smeared it with gasoline beforehand and ignited it with a lighter? No, he hadn't made any such movements. The man shook his head in denial, his face displaying sheer astonishment. Then, A scene even more astonishing unfolded before him as Chun Ming faced the torrent of zombies surging towards him. He executed a sweeping strike. The resplendent flames surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing into the horde and penetrating through. The area of effect extended 7 or 8 meters. It was noteworthy that this was merely a casual flick of Chun Ming's wrist. The fiery blade not only inflicted burning damage, but was also remarkably sharp. The running zombies were swiftly severed in half. They collapsed to the ground, and with a thunderous roar, the crimson flames rapidly spread, completely engulfing them, visibly charring them at an astonishing speed, crackling incessantly. Point one strike. The man felt his legs weaken. Kneeling beside the window, he was formidable. The woman, drawn by the blaze, gazed at Chun Ming with longing and admiration. She couldn't help but think, if only I could forge a connection with him, my chances of survival in the future would surely increase significantly. Moreover, he fits the type I find appealing. The man, perceiving the woman's thoughts, wore a gloomy expression, fearing he would be cast aside. Regardless of his reluctance to admit it, he had to concede that in comparison to Chun Ming, he possessed no advantages. Especially in this apocalyptic scenario, Chun Ming had already sensed their presence, deeming them unworthy of his concern. Faced with the relentless zombies that sought to devour him, he gripped his dual blades tightly, combining them with his A-grade skill in dual wielding. Every strike he made was akin to the radiant glow of a full moon, dazzling and brilliant. The flames sliced through the air. Though fleeting, they left an indelible impression of astonishment in the minds of bystanders. A cold glint flashed. The unenhanced Tang sword, wielded with sheer force, cleaved a zombie in two from head to toe, effortlessly, as if slicing through lard. Blood gushed forth, pooling on the ground, accompanied by entrails. The last lunging zombie was met with a fiery blade that pierced cleanly through its skull. Chun Ming tightened his grip once more. Boom! Increasing the output of flames, the head exploded with a resounding crack, disintegrating into chunks of charcoal. Was it over? Not yet. Boom! 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 The sound of heavy footsteps echoed. Chun Ming had already noticed that individual on the map. The red representing it was twice the size of the other zombies. If Chun Ming's suspicions were correct, this entity likely belonged to the same advanced breed as the high-level zombie he had previously encountered. He dismissed the system notifications. Because Chun Ming had been so swift in his dispatching of foes, several seconds had elapsed since he slayed the last zombie. Yet the alerts continued to scroll. He lifted his gaze, fixating on the approaching zombie, its footsteps growing increasingly urgent in the eerie silence, like thunder crashing in his ears. Its size was far greater than Chun Ming had anticipated. The lower half of its jeans had already torn apart, while its gray t-shirt was stretched to the limit by bulging muscles, adorned with frayed rips stained with dried, blackened blood. Upon closer inspection, one could discern numerous bullet wounds. Towering over 2 meters, it was completely bald, with a scar resembling a centipede running from its forehead to the back of its head, with bared teeth and a ferocious expression. Its white eyes, shrouded in mist, obscured any details of its pupils. One could hardly imagine encountering such a being, even in peacetime. Most would instinctively choose to avoid it, fearful of provoking it. It was as if the words "I am not to be trifled with" were written across its face. Chun Ming was utterly convinced that, as a human, no matter how frantically one trained or pumped themselves with drugs, it was impossible to attain such a physique. It resembled a mountain of muscle. Roar! As their gazes locked, the zombie grew even more enraged, throwing open its arms like a beast, roaring at Chun Ming. This appearance, this demeanor, inevitably reminded Chun Ming of a large green creature he had seen in superhero films. However, when it came to sheer intimidation, this colossal zombie was undoubtedly more formidable. Being rooted in reality, it lacked any semblance of rationality. In other words, under the continuous influence of the zombie virus, the concept of reason had been entirely excised from the zombie's genetic makeup. They were not human. They were unequivocally monsters. Boom! Chun Ming unleashed a wave of fiery blade energy, intending to test the waters with this advanced zombie. The zombie, embodying sheer recklessness, charged headlong into the flames. Boom! Crash! It barreled through, effortlessly tossing aside a car that obstructed its path, sending it rolling 7 or 8 meters away. The sheer force was enough to send shivers down the spines of those peering from behind windows. It was abundantly clear that should that hand strike one, death would be inevitable. Just as the fiery blade energy was about to collide with the zombie, it suddenly tore through its own flesh, revealing a large, sharp white object, which it swung to sever Chun Ming's fiery blade energy. Chun Ming focused intently, certain that it was a bone, resembling the blade of a sword. It had withstood a strike without leaving even a mark. Chun Ming was taken aback, yet exhilarated. It was rare to find an opponent capable of piquing his interest. Roar! The zombie charged at him again, bone sword in hand. Chun Ming nimbly sidestepped, simultaneously bringing down his dual blades. Infused with power, the clash between the dual blades and the bone sword sparked fiercely. However, bolstered by Chun Ming's immense strength, the bone sword ultimately succumbed, shattering along with the arm that wielded it. Sending it flying, Chun Ming did not pause, refusing to grant the zombie even a moment to breathe. His dual-wielding technique executed rapid slashes, the chilling gleam of the blades combined with the fiery radiance. More captivating than the moon above, each strike penetrated to the bone. Flesh was torn asunder. The dual blades pierced the zombie's chest, and as they exited, Chun Ming simultaneously twisted his wrists, directing the blades upward with all his might. The chest, along with the head, was cleaved into 3 pieces. Boom! With knees buckling, the zombie collapsed heavily to the ground. Chun Ming swiftly executed an X-shaped slash, severing it into several large chunks, ensuring to deliver the finishing blow. The Titan zombie was successfully slain. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 black iron treasure chest. It indeed had a name, confirming its status as an advanced zombie. Chun Ming flicked away the blood clinging to his blades, while flames incinerated the remnants of blood and flesh. Before departing, he noticed at his feet the severed wrist of the Titan zombie, which had sprouted a fleshy tumor resembling a small hand. Do advanced zombies possess regenerative abilities? Chun Ming pondered, realizing that had he not dispatched it promptly, that hand would likely have restored itself. If a mere black iron treasure chest zombie possesses such abilities, then what about the epic, king, and mythical ones? Chun Ming had ample reason to suspect that the skill of acquiring treasure chests through defeating foes would indirectly reveal the chaotic scenes that awaited in the future of Blue Star. This further solidified Chun Ming's resolve to grow stronger. After all, having awakened a golden finger, he could not simply resign himself to death. Releasing his dual blades, they automatically returned to his storage space. Chun Ming mounted his heavy motorcycle. That moment, the door of the nearby villa swung open, and the woman hurriedly spoke, I admire you greatly. Could you, boom, without allowing the woman to finish her words. Chun Ming had already revved the engine, akin to an arrow released from its bow, speeding away into the distance. This left the woman alone, disheveled in the wind. The man was acutely aware that the woman was currently in a fit of anger and chose to remain silent. Demonstrating his perceptiveness, he feared that should he provoke her further, he would be unceremoniously expelled from the house, reduced to a mere specter of existence. The woman had always acted with great caution. Each time she ventured into the basement to retrieve supplies, she would lock him in the second-floor room to prevent any ambush. The man had long since abandoned any thoughts of eliminating her to claim the villa and its resources for himself. He picked up his phone, edited the video he had stealthily recorded, removing unnecessary segments, and posted it online. Initially, he intended to showcase how the apocalypse had transformed ordinary people. However, the result was that Chun Ming decisively slapped him in the face with raw strength. The dual-wielding ability user slaughtered zombies with abandon, leaving no room for regret. After finalizing the title, the man confirmed the publication. Upon receiving the successful upload notification, he merely refreshed the page to his astonishment. The previously dormant backend was now flooded with notifications, all indicating a surge to 99. Following the video link, he was taken aback to discover that the view count had already surpassed 10,000. In the comment section, wow, so cool, absolutely stunning. What a pity that the lighting is too dim, and his movements are too swift for a clear view of his face. Is he a fire attribute ability user? Why does only one of his blades have flames? Holy crap, against that mountainous creature, he actually managed to dominate. Is the poster from Jiangcheng? I remember seeing that zombie on Liujia in the southern part of the city, where it slaughtered a squad of special forces. Bullets were utterly ineffective against it. Shells exploded upon impact, and the wounds healed in the blink of an eye. Is this zombie really that formidable? Can zombies even regenerate? That is just insane. Without a doubt, Chen Ming had once again achieved viral fame. He was poised to dominate the top 50 trending searches all by himself. Meanwhile, Chen Ming had already returned to the villa, eagerly preparing to open his first treasure chest. Filled with anticipation, he selected the wooden chest, curious about the rewards that could be found within the most basic of chests. To his delight, the option for a tenfold selection was available, saving him considerable trouble. Without hesitation, he confirmed the tenfold opening. As the wooden chest was being opened, success was announced. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a military kitchen knife 1. Opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20 pounds of rice 1. Opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 rifle bullets 1. Opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 carrots 1. Opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 can of beef 1. Opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fire axe 1. Opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 fragrant pear 1. Opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a packet of spicy strips. Opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 bottles of mineral water 1. Opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 pickaxe 1. Upon reviewing the items, they were all quite basic, nothing out of the ordinary, readily available in reality. And if one were to consider rarity, the 10 rifle bullets were undoubtedly the most exceptional, as ordinary individuals rarely had access to such items. While they may have seemed commonplace now, in 6 months, a year, or even 2 or 3 years, as the existing food supplies dwindled and production could not keep pace, what was a wooden chest for Chen Ming would be a coveted treasure for others struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Chen Ming decided not to open any more wooden chests, choosing instead to reserve them as backup resources. When food supplies ran low in the future, he could open thousands of them to replenish his stock. Instead, Chen Ming turned his attention to the solitary black iron chest. His battle with the Titan zombie had not been particularly arduous. However, for others, possessing just 1 SSS-level skill might render them incapable of seizing the opportunity even when it presented itself. Not to mention the challenge of slaying the Titan zombie. Even breaking through its defensive bone sword would be a daunting task. That bone sword could serve as both a sharp blade and a protective shield. Shaking his head to clear unnecessary thoughts, Chen Ming selected the black iron chest and confirmed the opening. As the black iron chest was being opened, success was announced. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a specialized reinforcement accessory for the Tang Dao 1. After confirming it twice, Chen Ming had reason to suspect that the cumulative luck from multiple SSS-level skills might indeed grant him his heart's desires at times, while battling the Titan zombie. He had idly wished, if both of his Tang Daos could be reinforced, coupled with the dual-wielding skill, the results would surely be astonishing. To his surprise, this singular opportunity had bestowed upon him the very reward he desired most. Without further ado, he selected the Tang Dao specialized reinforcement accessory and confirmed its use, applying addition successful. The Tang Dao has been upgraded. It is now named Ice Blade Tang Dao, 1 fire attribute and 1 ice attribute. Perhaps, Chen Ming immediately opened his storage space, retrieved the Ice Blade Tang Dao, and held it in his hand, examining it closely. There was little visible change, save for a faint layer of frost enveloping the blade. Upon drawing nearer, he could feel the chill emanating from the blade. Chen Ming rose and approached a patch of bushes. Without direct contact, he lightly swept the blade through the leaves from a distance. Instantly, the previously vibrant green leaves were frozen in place. Chen Ming plucked a leaf, applying slight pressure with his fingers. It shattered effortlessly. The sound was crisp as it fell to the ground. The frost not only affected the exterior, but also penetrated the leaves' insides, rendering them even more fragile and brittle. A satisfied smile crept onto Chen Ming's lips as he imagined the extraordinary effects this weapon would have against zombies and enemies alike. Truly satisfying. Remarkably satisfying. If a chest ranked second to last could yield such a reward, one capable of elevating an individual from the ranks of the common to the extraordinary. What could he possibly find fault with? To put it differently, if the second-to-last reward was this exhilarating, what could the first, second, and third mythic, legendary, and epic chests possibly hold? He was filled with anticipation. Releasing the hilt, the Tang Dao disassembled into pixelated fragments, disappearing back into the storage space. Chunming found this feature immensely practical. The advanced storage space not only automatically retrieved his equipment, but also allowed him to summon any desired item to his hand at a moment's notice. This setting would prove invaluable in battles against formidable foes. After all, one could not afford to navigate a virtual panel and sift through items during a fight. By the time one found what they needed, it would be too late. A cool breeze swept through. The temperature in Jiangsheng plummeted as night fell. Chunming returned to the villa, picked up the remote control, and settled onto the sofa, turning on the television. Next, he switched to the food section in his storage space. Selecting dinner, he retrieved a steaming plate of aromatic seafood fried rice, accompanied by a red wine steak and several croissants, a simple meal. Outsiders would likely be infuriated to know that a five-star chef's cuisine was merely a casual affair. For Chunming, he took a bite of rice paired with squid tentacles. The other hand switched channels. Only then did he realize that the hundreds of channels that had once existed had dwindled to just one, Yangshi channel. The image shook violently as it was filmed from a helicopter, which was understandable. Dear viewers, we have now arrived over Yangshi, bringing you the latest news about the Blood Knights live. Viewers can visit the Yangshi official website to stay updated on the Blood Knights' latest movements for evacuation purposes. Blood Knights? Chunming set the seafood fried rice back down, his eyes glued to the television screen. The cameraman adjusted the lens, focusing on an individual that it could not be described as a person. Though his attire resembled that of a human, he was anything but human. The knight, enveloped entirely in blood-red armor, exudes a striking metallic sheen that reflects the silvery moonlight. This colossal figure strides slowly through the city, its intentions unknown and its destination a mystery. Unlike the other undead, it does not actively seek out or hunt humans. Instead, it walks silently. Using the nearby buildings as a reference, Chunming estimates that this sanguine knight is of comparable danger to his own perilous wanderer mech. Has some unfortunate soul managed to lure this creature out while I was testing my blade? Is he fortunate or cursed? Chunming's expression is a complex blend of emotions that he sets down his spoon, picks up his phone, and types the continuously scrolling website address of Yangshi above the television. He wishes to ascertain whether the blood-red knight poses a threat to him. It is not mere paranoia. The city of Yangsheng lies adjacent to Jiangsheng. By checking in advance, should his refuge be on the creature's path, he can prepare accordingly. Still in the early days of the apocalypse, Chunming's experience in battling monsters is quite limited. The most formidable foe he has faced thus far is the Titan zombie, which was worth a black iron treasure chest. How does the Titan zombie compare to the blood-red knight reported in the news? The difference is staggering. In terms of size, the blood-red knight could easily crush the Titan zombie into a pulp with a single step, leaving nothing but a pool of blood, as the saying goes. Knowing one's self and one's enemy leads to victory in every battle. Thus, gathering more information can only be beneficial. With one hand operating his phone and the other enjoying his meal, he savors a mouthful of seafood fried rice paired with generously cut steak. Feeling utterly satisfied, after confirming the website's accuracy, Chunming clicks search and begins to scroll. He can clearly sense that the current mobile signal is far inferior to what it was before the apocalypse struck. However, maintaining a connection is a blessing in his eyes. He sees no reason to demand more. If this trend continues, widespread disconnection is inevitable. The Yangshi website offers a quick query window to monitor the blood-red knight. And upon clicking, he opens the link. Drones provide real-time surveillance, adjusting predictive routes based on the knight's movements. Yet upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that the knight has been progressing in a straight line all along. Chunming places his phone on the table, making it easier to zoom out the map. With the map minimized, he can see a broader area, but he notes that the so-called big data predictive route runs directly through the Fashanju Villa area. This indicates that if the blood-red knight maintains its current trajectory, an encounter with Chunming is inevitable. Is he anxious? Far from it. Instead, he scoops up a succulent shrimp and pops it into his mouth, relishing its springy texture. Honestly, even if the blood-red knight does not seek him out, Chen-Ming has developed a curiosity about this creature since learning of its existence. He is eager to discover one thing. What tier of treasure chest would one receive for defeating such a massive monster? Gold, platinum, diamond, or even an epic? He muses irresponsibly. With his free hand, he taps on his current location, connecting 2 points, and calculates the time it will take for the blood-red knight to reach Fushan. 47 hours, 23 minutes, and 24 seconds. More precisely, it is a countdown, nearly 2 days. Since the blood-red knight is maintaining a constant speed, determining its arrival time at the designated coordinates is not particularly challenging, that if the dangerous wanderer mech cannot handle it. Unleashing an SSS-level apocalypse fireball should suffice, right? After all, it is the highest level skill. If it cannot take down an early-stage monster, humanity would be left with no choice but to await its demise. Chen-Ming suspects that the mastermind behind this disaster is unlikely to be so monstrous. Like many others, he is curious about the origins of the multiverse phishing software. However, at this moment, he lacks both the capability and the slightest clue on how to investigate this matter. Should he utilize his S-level skill, Super Hacker, to infiltrate the phone's program? Although he has considered this option, he unfortunately failed after several attempts. The only response he received was, "Program crash detected, unable to retrieve data. Please try restarting." He dismisses the matter from his mind. Impatience cannot resolve the issue. At least he can confirm that the multiverse phishing software poses no harm to him, even if misfortune befalls him. Fishing up monsters now, with the aid of the SSS-level skill for treasure drops, has merely become a means of acquiring resources, albeit with several additional hunting steps. He lifts the plate, scraping the last remnants of seafood fried rice clean with a spoon. The leftover steak sauce in the wooden plate is wiped clean with the remaining half of a bread roll, which he consumes, aiming for zero waste. The storage space conveniently offers a one-click cleaning function. Of course, Chen-Ming could also choose to keep the wooden plates and porcelain bowls and wash them himself. However, he has plenty of such items and sees no need to expend effort. Reclining on the sofa, he raises his phone and opens the forum, typing in the words "blood-red knight." He wishes to learn how others perceive this creature. He navigates directly to the comment section. This red knight appears both terrifying and commanding. Which fool managed to lure this thing out? If you admit it now, you might receive leniency. Leniency, my foot. Just come and execute him. Damn it, isn't this a menace to society? Speaking of which, who do you think is stronger, this blood-red knight or the mech overlord? It's hard to say. I haven't seen the blood-red knight in action, so I'm placing my bet on the mech overlord. 2 swords and a shotgun, I'm betting on the mech overlord. Times have changed, brothers. There are only half an hour left until the phishing attempts reset. May your luck be through the roof and grant you powers. I would give up 10 years of being single for a mech. 10 years. I'll bet it all. Damn, are you in on this too? Are you addicted to betting? Bet it all. I'll even overdraw my next life. You guys are ruthless. After reading a few more posts, Chen-Ming smiles faintly, realizing that his current popularity seems to overshadow even the top-tier stars who casually boast tens of millions, even over 100 million followers. Alas, in such chaotic times, what value do fans hold? Organizing them into a personal army. Forget it. With that time, Chen-Ming would rather cast a few more lines to upgrade his SSS-level Shadow Wolf summoning skill. 1 S-level summon per day, 10 SS-level summons per day. Following this sequence, won't the SSS level require 100? Summoning an additional 100 Shadow Wolves daily would total 36,500 over a year. In 10 years, that amounts to 365,000. The more Chen-Ming contemplates, the more exhilarated he becomes, envisioning himself leading an army of 1 million Shadow Wolves. Forget a million. Even 10,000 Shadow Wolves would be unstoppable. They are stronger than zombies, faster in their movements, and far more adept at teamwork. Most importantly, they have a master who can enhance their skills. With still some time until midnight, Chen-Ming eagerly resumes his simplified fishing endeavor. He clicks to start fishing, casting his rod with a splash into the water. Fishing successful. Critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have gained an additional 1,000 years of lifespan. Chen-Ming is momentarily stunned by this result. After verifying it repeatedly, he confirms Indeed, he has gained an additional 1,000 years of life. According to the system's explanation, if he remembers correctly, one lifespan point equals 1 year of life. 8,000 points means he has just been granted an astonishing 1,000 years. To say this would incite envy and resentment is an understatement. Coupled with the SSS-level Shadow Wolf summoning skill, Chunming feels that his future is becoming increasingly promising, even if he doesn't upgrade to SSS. Relying solely on the S-level Shadow Wolf summoning, 1,000 years from now, he could effortlessly amass 365 million Shadow Wolf followers. With 100% loyalty, such a vast army of monsters would be insurmountable. Even in the face of a staggering horde of zombies, Chunming is confident he could turn the tide, overwhelming them with a greater flood and consuming them whole. 300 million is a number that, in most situations, could achieve absolute dominance through sheer quantity. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, Chunming clicks the Start Fishing button once more. With both hands, he casts his rod. Engaged in the art of angling. Success in the endeavor. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an S-tier skill, Nature's Grasp. Upon reviewing the skill's description, Chunming comprehended that this ability allows him to summon vines and roots at will. Akin to the tentacles of an octopus, demonstrating remarkable agility. Its applications are manifold. For instance, one can twist the roots and vines into a singular entity, augmenting its hardness to suddenly thrust upwards from the earth like a lance, catching foes utterly off guard. Alternatively, multiple tendrils can strike simultaneously, again aiming to ensnare enemies when they are least prepared, binding their limbs and hindering their mobility. IT can also be woven into a cage, serving a delaying purpose, granting the host precious moments to prepare for the next strike. In Chunming's estimation, the utility of this skill is vast, precisely as described, capable of executing a commendable ambush. Continuing, engaged in the art of angling. Success in the endeavor. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an S-tier weapon. Enchanted Elven Bow 1. An S-tier weapon. The Enchanted Elven Bow. Opening his inventory, he selected the temporarily stored bow. Its harmonious blend of green and white presenting an exquisite appearance. Upon closer inspection, he noticed elven inscriptions adorning both the inner and outer sides of the bow. Though incomprehensible to him, they imparted an aura of mystery and sanctity. It felt remarkably light in his grasp, devoid of any heaviness. However, one aspect left him perplexed. Surely, you haven't forgotten to provide me with arrows? Buzzing. His phone vibrated, revealing a notification regarding the Enchanted Elven Bow. S-tier weapon Enchanted Elven Bow. This weapon bestows upon you the divine blessing of the elven race, establishing a connection with nature, allowing you to harness the energies of the earth to forge powerful, swift arrows. No need to knock an arrow. Simply draw the string, and it automatically manifests ethereal arrows. Words seemed futile as Chunming firmly grasped the bow's body, using 2 fingers to pull back the string. During the draw, a golden arrow, imbued with formidable natural power, swiftly took shape. Should Chunming's hand speed falter, the arrow would similarly slow. Should he hasten, so too would it accelerate. Upon fully drawing the bow, the ethereal arrow was complete. He aimed the arrow skyward, locking onto a towering ancient tree in the distance. Coupled with his mastery of archery, the released arrow left a trail of golden light in the air. Though fleeting, the power of that shot left Chunming utterly astounded. With a resounding crash, a trunk the diameter of a basin shattered into countless fragments, collapsing dramatically. What delighted Chunming further was that this elven bow, as a weapon of the elves, could conjure up to 3 ethereal arrows simultaneously, allowing for a trio of shots. Whoosh, whoosh. With his mastery at its peak, Chunming effortlessly achieved this feat. The 3 golden arrows raced through the night sky like thunderbolts returning to the heavens, slicing through the darkness. The brief afterglow might lead an unsuspecting observer to believe a monstrous beast had torn through the void. Convinced of the bow's exceptional quality, he gratefully accepted it. With less than 3 minutes remaining until midnight, Chunming swiftly cast his line once more, engaged in the art of angling. Completing the minigame, with his current reflexes, the speed appeared to him as no different from slow motion in a film. Success in the endeavor, critical hit. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an SSS tier skill, Soul Extraction. Chun Ming stood stunned for a few seconds. Years of gaming experience indicated he had seemingly drawn an extraordinarily powerful skill. Regaining his composure, he immediately clicked on the skill description, fearing that his dreams might evaporate into thin air. SSS tier skill soul extraction. You can extract souls from corpses with a 100 success rate. As summon minions, they will be 100 loyal to you, never betraying you for all eternity. Note: corpses not personally slain by the host can also be extracted, but entities killed more than 24 hours prior cannot be extracted. Indeed, there is no mistaking it. This aligns precisely with his understanding of soul extraction. Lifting his gaze to the television, he observed the blood-red knight still advancing, and a flicker of greed crossed Chun Ming's eyes. What would it feel like to summon such a formidable entity as a loyal minion? Originally, he would have been content to form a legion of shadow wolves, but unexpectedly, the angling system seemed reluctant to settle for merely one type of minion. How delightful! Refreshing! Chun Ming adjusted his position, reclining on the sofa, limbs flailing as his heart raced with excitement. He yearned to rush over and engage the blood-red knight in a fierce battle to determine who would emerge victorious. But wait, the time since the previous zombies were slain had not yet exceeded 24 hours. Just as he lay back, the realization struck him, prompting him to sit upright. Hastily donning his slippers, he was determined not to miss the opportunity to expand his army. More importantly, he refused to let the Titan zombie slip away, that he believed that it would become a powerful ally, a right-hand man. Reaching into the void, he withdrew a Tang Dao, which hovered before him. He then stepped onto it, opting to enter a state of complete invisibility to avoid any unnecessary complications. In a straight line, he sped forth. Not a single second would he waste. Presently, these zombie creatures were becoming increasingly valuable to him. Defeating them would not only fulfill system tasks and provide reinforced angling opportunities, but he would also receive treasure chest rewards, enabling him to extract souls as loyal minions, bound to serve him for eternity. The stronger the enemy, the greater the benefits he would reap upon extraction. Lost in thought, he had already arrived at the site of his previous zombie slaughter. Chun Ming zeroed in on a mass of enormous flesh. Approaching it, the remnants belonged to a Titan zombie. Would such dismemberment hinder the extraction? Shaking his head, he cleared his mind of unnecessary thoughts. Aware that such musings were futile, he reached out to touch the corpse. Silently chanting, "Extract. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new undead minion. Titan zombie." Immediately, a pitch-black, circular portal opened up on the ground beside the corpse. Gazing into it, Chun Ming felt as though he were staring into an abyss that was, in turn, gazing back at him. Though nothing was visible in the inky darkness, an oppressive sensation weighed upon him psychologically. Slowly, a figure emerged from that abyssal doorway. Even though only its head was visible, Chun Ming instantly recognized it as the Titan zombie. Now transformed into an undead being, it appeared even more formidable, its form reminiscent of the shadow wolves, resembling flickering black flames, akin to a shadow. At this moment, it knelt before Chun Ming in a posture of submission. Watching such a colossal entity pledge its unwavering loyalty filled him with an undeniable sense of accomplishment. Chun Ming eagerly anticipated the day when his mighty army would number in the millions. Then, Chun Ming discovered that the soul extraction skill thoughtfully provided a one-click select-all function. Extracting each of the remaining dozens of zombies one by one would indeed be tedious. He opted for a direct all selection. Confirming the extraction of 45 zombies for soul extraction? Absolutely, without hesitation. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring new undead minions. 45 zombies? Yawning, a man cautiously opened the glass door to the balcony of the villa. Stepping outside, he quietly closed it behind him, then produced a cigarette, biting it between his lips. With a snap, he activated his lighter. However, as he turned, he was momentarily frozen in disbelief. A horde of zombies. They appeared rather different. A new batch of creatures, led by a massive figure, knelt in formation, bowing towards the east. The man turned his gaze eastward, seeing nothing amiss. Confused, he murmured softly, "Who are these creatures bowing to? Could there be a terrifying monster approaching? Their king? The more I ponder, the more dread envelopes me. There is no longer any inclination to smoke. I release my grip, extinguish the lighter, and turn back into the house, swiftly drawing the curtains shut with a whoosh. After a few minutes, trembling with trepidation, I part the curtains just enough to permit one eye's gaze to peer outside. Once I ascertain that the specters have vanished, the heart, which had been suspended in my throat and nearly leaping from my chest, finally finds some semblance of calm, that I retrieve my phone, open the album, and gaze at the photo I had surreptitiously taken moments ago, leaning against the glass door as I slowly sink to the ground. I scrutinize it intently for quite some time, utterly baffled as to what manner of creature this is. I decide to upload it to an online forum, seeking the collective wisdom of netizens to unravel this mystery. Additionally, this could serve as a timely alert to the authorities, generating a buzz and drawing their attention to the emergence of a new type of creature in the vicinity of Fushan residents. Beyond merely zombies, that if they do not act swiftly to study and eliminate this threat, it could lead to the annihilation of humanity from this planet we rely upon for survival. Yet, more than the extinction of humankind, I'm far more concerned about my own demise. Zombies? Or this new creature? Is there one measuring 18 centimeters, perhaps? Moments later, replies begin to flood in. What does this mean? Only those measuring 18 centimeters can respond. What am I 20-centimeter specimen? It does not appear to be a zombie, though its visage certainly exudes an air of dominance. Whom are they bowing? This posture is typically reserved for reverence before monarch. Is it not? This is hardly reassuring. Zombies and monsters are already troublesome enough, and now there's a monster king. Are we, as humans, destined for destruction? Bah! Cursed be the harbinger of doom. Here in Haoyang County, the authorities have deployed thousands of Special Forces soldiers and have already suppressed the tide of corpses that it is unlikely that it will be long before this calamity reaches its conclusion. I stand in solidarity with the above sentiments, trusting in the government. Long live the national flag. Beyond faith, it seems we have little choice. By the way, has anyone updated their fishing attempts? Has any brother awakened to become a superhuman? No. Seriously, are you still fishing? Haven't you seen the news about the Blood Knight? Don't create trouble for everyone or the nation, all right? You can mind your own business. If you're not satisfied, report me. Returning our focus to Chun Ming, who has just traversed the skies on his sword, arriving at the zoo where he previously decimated the zombies. Here, the corpses, too, had not exceeded 24 hours, although many had been incinerated by Chun Ming's flamethrower, leaving not even ash in their wake. Any remaining charred remnants can be selected en masse for necromantic extraction. Most crucially, when he dispatched those zombified animals, he employed a chainsaw sword, ensuring the corpses remained intact. Without further ado, I select all. Extract. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Zombie 510. Is it truly just over 500? Even those incinerated to the point of leaving no ash behind possess such numbers. At that moment, the notifications of successful extractions continued to refresh incessantly. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Giant Elephant 1. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Zombie Tiger 2. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Rhino 1. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Zombie Wolf 17. With the addition of animals and zombies, Chun Ming's legion of undead servants has now surpassed 300. Breaching the 700 mark, all the mutated creatures alongside the multitude of zombies kneel in submission before Chun Ming. This spectacle is nothing short of magnificent. Snap. And this scene is promptly captured and shared online by an individual standing on a balcony. Akin to a waterfall cascading down from great heights, I had just seen another image, albeit with fewer monsters. So, to whom are they bowing? I find myself increasingly anxious. Could it be the colossal knight reported earlier by Yang Shi? That Blood Knight is indeed formidable. However, knights are not kings, so why the reverence? I performed a divination moment ago, and the signs are not auspicious. This does not bode well. It signifies the harbinger of destruction. Who is this charlatan? Spare us your anxiety-mongering. Brothers, pardon the interruption. I am offering a bounty. 10 billion Daxiao coins for the trade of skill. Any skill will do. Level unrestricted 10 billion. What to wipe one's behind? Previously, someone offered 100,000 for a rice ball. Now you expect to acquire a skill for 10 billion. I doubt even 100 individuals in the country possess a skill currently. Surely it is not that few. Most likely, the majority are keeping silent, fearing the spotlight. Indeed, it is true. An innocent man has no guilt, yet possessing something valuable can lead to trouble. Unbeknownst to Chun Ming, he has inadvertently transitioned from being the mecha deity to a harbinger of doom that on his return to Fushan residence, he encounters an unexpected turn of events. His danger perception ability is activated repeatedly. Alert! In this moment, Chun Ming is gliding through the night on his flying blade. As the crisis sensing triggers, vivid images of himself being attacked flash through his mind, detailing each attack route and trajectory, ensuring that he is not caught off guard. Speaking of which, this seems to be the first instance where he is pursued by flying monsters. Chun Ming mused to himself. The assailants are a swarm of pitch-black crows, seamlessly merging with the night. The crows gather, resembling a massive fog, descending upon Chun Ming in an attempt to engulf him and feast upon him piece by piece. Chun Ming had previously deemed the S-class skill of supermemory useless. Yet it has significantly enhanced his observational prowess. A mere glance allows him to calculate the number of crows, over 1,000 without exception, all infected with the zombie virus. With such numbers, a single crow could wreak havoc, leaving a scene akin to a meat grinder in its wake. The rapid spread of the zombie virus owes much to their presence. Small, swift, and numerous, Chun Ming initially contemplated seizing this opportunity to test his SSS-level skill, the world-destroying fireball. However, upon further reflection, he realized that such a fireball would likely leave no ash behind, rendering extraction impossible. The extraction of these thousands of mutated crows is paramount, akin to gaining an additional 1,000 eyes in the sky. Allowing for better control of the situation, as the swarm of crows closes in, his mind races, recalling an A-class area of effect skill known as Poison Mist. Without hesitation, he triggers it, with a grand sweep of his hand. His fingers splayed, a delicate green mist rapidly spreads outward, enveloping a 100-meter radius in the blink of an eye. Chun Ming himself is within this cloud, and since he is the one who unleashed the skill, he remains unaffected. Even if the poisonous mist enters his system through his breath and mingles with his blood, the harm remains nil. In contrast, the mutated crows are far less fortunate. Their bodies stiffen instantly, and after a few desperate flaps, they emit mournful cries before plummeting from the sky in a dense downpour. Success in slaying the mutated crows. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a wooden treasure chest 1. The speed of the reward notification is so rapid that Chun Ming barely has time to discern its contents. With this level of combat prowess, even receiving a wooden treasure chest is commendable. He cannot ask for more. Initially, he even doubted whether these mutated crows could meet the standards for triggering kill rewards, given that such rewards are calculated based on individual, not collective, combat strength. Once the poisonous mist has dispatched the last mutated crow, it quickly dissipates. Chun Ming lands atop a 30-story commercial building, enjoying an excellent vantage point. Select all. Extract. Commence harvesting. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Mutated crow 1350. In the next moment, the undead crows rise from their corpses, scattering in all directions. Some on the square, some perched upon streetlights, others atop rooftops. They remain motionless, awaiting Chun Ming's command. With a mere thought, the flock of crows unfurls its wings and ascends into the sky. Unlike the treatment of other zombies and mutated beasts, he does not confine them within the shadow realm. The skill of undead extraction serves not merely to extract the undead, but also to control them. Through practical experience, Chun Ming has learned that he can not only share vision with the undead, but also seamlessly immerse his consciousness into a single entity, exerting control. Put it plainly, he can become a part of the undead army and manipulate it. With eyes closed and then opened, Chun Ming's perception shifts instantaneously, merging him into the ranks of 1,000 mutated crows. This perspective is quite novel, seated cross-legged in a corner of the towering edifice. Motionless like a mountain, Chun Ming was filled with contemplation. He had often fantasized about becoming a bird or beast, soaring freely across the sky. Now that his dreams had materialized, one could hardly deny the delightful sensation it evoked. The experience was reminiscent of Chun Ming's inaugural flight on a sword, fresh and exhilarating as he reveled in his newfound freedom. An overwhelming sense of impending danger surged through him once more, not from the undead, but from his own body. His thoughts swiftly returned to the present. Rising and pivoting in a fluid motion, he raised his arms and swiftly retrieved a shotgun from his storage space. The ammunition had already been chambered. All that Chun Ming needed to do was pull the trigger. Bang! A burst of sparks erupted, followed by the piercing low growl of a monster, its green blood gushing forth as it was sent sprawling. Legs in the air, several meters backward. The assailant, attempting to capitalize on Chun Ming's momentary distraction, was not human, but a mutated spider. To be candid, Chun Ming held little fascination for spiders, even those as large as a palm-sized tarantula. However, the creature before him, not counting its 8 legs, possessed a body nearly as substantial as a golden retriever or a husky. Frankly, its enlarged visage was inherently terrifying without any enhancements at that moment. Having been struck by Chun Ming's shotgun blast, it was a grotesque sight, bloodied and mangled, oozing viscous streams of crimson, intensifying its menacing appearance. Remarkably resilient, the spider was still able to maintain its composure after sustaining such a direct hit. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Ming reloaded, determined not to grant the mutated spider a moment's respite. Bang! 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 One shot followed another, pellets splattering across the spider's face, shattering the protective shell that enveloped its form. Then a new strategy dawned upon him as he targeted the joint connections. Bang! Bang! 3 shots severed one of the spider's legs. Bang! Bang! Another 3 shots dismantled the second leg, with the third leg finally severed and rolling aside. The mutated spider could no longer endure the assault. Its massive body collapsed to the ground. Before it could react, Chun Ming had already closed the distance, utilizing his S-rank short-distance teleportation skill to stand before the creature. He raised a shotgun and thrust it forcefully into its gaping maw. Bang! 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 He fired off a dozen rounds without a hint of remorse for the ammunition, as he possessed an infinite supply. The shots detonated within the spider's body, thoroughly obliterating it. Lying on the ground was nothing more than a pile of unrecognizable flesh and a pool of thick, blood-red ichor that reeked of death. Chun Ming vigorously shook the blood and spider saliva from his shotgun, ensuring it was cleaned. It seemed that even an ordinary weapon, when wielded effectively, could vanquish these creatures. Remaining vigilant, he knew the battle was far from over. Chun Ming discerned a multitude of gleaming, malevolent eyes fixated on him from the depths of the doorway leading to the rooftop. Having never witnessed the chaos of such an event, he understood well that wherever one spider appeared, a horde was sure to follow. Activating his B-rank night vision, the darkness dissipated, revealing the figures concealed within the stairwell. The sheer number of mutated spiders was staggering. He could see no fewer than 10. Chun Ming's gaze instinctively fell downward. If his suspicions were correct, this entire building had likely become a den for these grotesque arachnids. The sound of their sharp legs striking the ground echoed ominously. One spider was manageable, but the cacophony of dozens moving together was a disconcerting symphony, sending chills down his spine. The noise grew louder, akin to the footsteps of death, drawing ever nearer. Releasing his grip, the shotgun automatically returned to his storage. Against such numerous and formidable foes, even 2 shotguns would prove insufficient. However, weapons were not in short supply, and he was eager for the chance to experiment. With a swift motion, he positioned his hands for a firm grip, and in an instant, a heavy, imposing Gatling gun appeared in his grasp. Chun Ming was eager to test whether these early-stage mutated spiders could withstand the relentless firepower of the Gatling gun. Facing the distorted doorway, warped and cracked from the pressure, the mutated spiders rushed toward him with reckless abandon. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Instantly, the 6 barrels of the Gatling gun whirled into action. Da-da-da-da! The glow of the gunfire and the trajectory of the bullets were vividly illuminated against the night. Would the commotion awaken the reluctant populace? Not to worry. Chun Ming's earlier barrage of shotgun blasts had already shattered their peaceful slumber. Initially, the crowd believed a fierce battle raged between special forces and the horde of undead. Their aim was to safeguard the citizens and restore peace swiftly. They were willing to risk their lives. While others simply complained about being disturbed, if they incited the ire of the special forces, they might abandon the area, and the citizens were well aware that their stockpiled food resources could not last a lifetime. In this phase, luck was not a reliable ally. Their only hope lay in the official forces to quell the disaster. Yet as one after another emerged from their living rooms onto their balconies, they soon realized that the so-called special forces were nothing more than a single individual wielding a machine gun, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the mutated beasts pouring from the rooftop corridor. The explosions and the moonlight obscured many details, but it was evident that any mutated creature daring to emerge from that door would be met with a gruesome fate, limbs severed and bodies accumulating into small heaps at a visible rate. A streamer, unable to contain his excitement, pulled out his phone to share the scene. Though the signal was weak, he successfully logged in and initiated a live broadcast, as a small influencer with 1 million followers. And with most people's jobs having come to a halt, he found himself suddenly popular as thousands tuned into. Of course, he had to admit that the title played a significant role. At that moment, he had titled his stream, "One Man, One Machine Gun, Taking on a Horde of Monsters. Live broadcast. Don't miss it, how splendid." The streamer was still alive, after nearly 3 years of daily viewing. The sudden absence had left viewers yearning for more. They thought the streamer would be personally involved, only to discover he was merely broadcasting another's exploits. Facing the audience's teasing, the man smiled awkwardly, conceding, "I am but an unarmed individual facing those monsters. I would surely be slaughtered. Who is that guy? He's incredible. It's too dark to see clearly, but from the outline and structure, it resembles a spider. A spider. That large. The zombie virus has a certain probability of causing animals to undergo significant physical mutations. I have seen similar cases where a pet dog transformed into a zombie dog, growing larger than a water buffalo. Wow. Even the size of a grain of rice is enough to send shivers down my spine. Something that large is terrifying. If you were to encounter them face to face, you would undoubtedly perish as time wore on. The number of viewers in the live stream surged, transitioning from hundreds to thousands, and now nearing tens of thousands. Within the platform, numerous streams depicted the grim realities of the apocalypse, yet few dared to confront the monstrous undead, making such broadcasts particularly captivating to viewers and garnering significant attention and exposure. To it was evident that some individuals were leveraging the apocalypse as a stepping stone, amassing a large following in hopes of becoming the leading figure in the streaming industry once the crisis subsided. How many more mutated spiders could possibly be lurking within that building? In my own home, upon discovering a single spider, one could be sure there would be a multitude in the corners and on every security window. Perhaps that building had long since devolved into a lair for these abominable creatures. Just the thought was unsettling, as it likely harbored a horrific scene within. Be confident. Eliminate the word likely. If this continues, his ammunition would inevitably run out at this firing rate. He should have exhausted his bullets by now. However, from the moment just now until now, the relentless barrage of fire has not ceased. In the past, I wielded a Gatling gun while stationed in the military. Could it be that the Gatling in question is a weapon he has fished out, distinct from the one we are familiar with? Possessing a larger magazine capacity, or perhaps even unlimited ammunition? Incredible. Unlimited ammunition. How astonishing. I am filled with envy. While the crowd continued to marvel at the seemingly endless supply of bullets, Chun Ming retrieved another brand new Gatling gun from his storage space, wielding one in each hand. The sound of gunfire echoed as 12 barrels spun simultaneously, single-handedly unleashing a torrent of firepower akin to an entire army, creating an overwhelming display of gunfire. Does he possess another? Where did he procure it? Did anyone catch a glimpse? No, it was too dark, and the visuals were rather blurred. In response, a man explained, "There is no choice. The signal is poor, and without this quality of image, it's simply impossible to stream. Such strength is nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, some may struggle to lift a single Gatling gun with both hands, let alone maintain such endurance while wielding two following the emergence of the mecha deity. Now we have the Gatling Bodhisattva, liberating sentient beings. The title of Gatling Bodhisattva? This moniker truly suits him well. The viewers in the live stream accorded high recognition to this title. Little did they know. The mecha deity and the so-called Gatling Bodhisattva were, in fact, the same individual that on Chunming's end. He released the tightly held trigger. The craving for the Gatling had been satiated, and he gradually lost patience with the seemingly endless mutated spiders. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new undead minion. Undead Spider 378. Select all the already slain mutated spiders and complete the extraction with a single click. One by one, the undead spiders rose from their corpses, crawling forth to fill the expansive rooftop, leaving no space to stand. Those with no place to rest drove their spear-like legs into the concrete, scaling the walls. Initially, Chunming had contemplated unleashing a fireball to incinerate both the entire building and the mutated spiders within, but upon reflection, the opportunity presented by the undead spider army was too enticing. While a fireball would indeed be exhilarating, the losses would be significant. Thus, he opted for a more tempered solution, utilizing the undead spiders to hunt the mutated ones that as he hunted, he extracted more undead. The number of undead under Chunming's command would only continue to grow. Even if he were to be fortunate enough to be killed by the mutated spiders, the summoning count would remain unchanged. If he died, he could simply summon again. While Chunming maintained his composure, the viewers of the live stream were far from calm. What on earth? What is happening? Those spiders were already dead. How did they come back to life? The Gatling Bodhisattva is surrounded. He is in dire straits. Wait, the mutated beasts don't seem inclined to attack him. Hold on, why are the monsters battling amongst themselves? For those familiar with gaming, there exists a class capable of summoning the dead as skeleton warriors to fight on their behalf. Are you implying that he has summoned the deceased monsters to serve him? A skill. He has indeed acquired a skill, and it is of legendary caliber. Alas, he lacks education, relying solely on exclamations to navigate life. I wonder if this skill has limitations on the number of summons. If he continues to summon indefinitely, could it be that one day all the monsters in the world become his slaves? There must be some limit, otherwise it would be too monstrous, though it is already quite extraordinary. Upon discovering that a legendary skill holder capable of summoning deceased monsters had appeared in the livestream, word spread rapidly, and with the platform's recommendations, the viewer count unexpectedly exceeded 1 million, continuing to increase by the thousands, even tens of thousands, every second. Such an exaggerated skill must surely be at least A grade. Right? A grade? Who are you insulting? It is at least S grade. Nowadays, not just in the Great Xia, but across the entire world, has anyone ever obtained an S grade skill? S grade? Dream on. The strongest seems to be merely B grade. Goodness, does that mean he possesses the strongest known skill in the world? One could certainly deduce that. It appears that compared to the title of Gatling Bodhisattva, the title of Undead Grandmaster suits him far better. Following the mecha deity, our Great Xia has produced yet another top-tier powerhouse. I believe the day of Calamity's end is not far off. Returning the focus to Chunming, his legion of undead had successfully infiltrated the building, decimating the mutated spider horde. The scales of victory were decidedly tipping in Chunming's favor. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new undead minion. Undead Spider 20. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new undead minion. Undead Spider 18. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new undead minion. Undead Spider 25. Chunming need not lift a finger. His sole task was to follow behind the army, continually extracting and expanding their numbers. The more he utilized this skill, the more he appreciated its efficacy, saving him considerable effort. The building had long since lost water and power. With the aid of his night vision, Chunming traversed unhindered. The walls, floors, and even the ceilings were riddled with the pits and scratches left behind by the movements of the mutated spiders. The marks were dense and haphazard. This was an office building, each floor rented by various companies. Through the glass walls, no matter where one looked, chaos reigned. With paper strewn across the ground, it was easy to infer that the individuals working within had been in a state of frantic disarray during their evacuation. Not a drop of blood was in sight. Did these spiders only claim this place as their den after everyone had vacated? Chun Ming had previously noted that the entire building was cordoned off with warning tape, indicating it was highly dangerous. Under normal circumstances, even well-trained special forces would not choose to approach. As Chun Ming contemplated this, a sudden idea surged into his mind. He halted, closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the scene before him transformed into the feedback from the undead spider that had sent him an unusual signal. Raising his gaze to the floor number 18, he noted it was 4 floors away from where he stood. That was quite swift. Looking around, the space was filled with webs. Throughout his journey, Chun Ming had initially believed the mutated spiders did not weave webs. It now appeared that these mutated spiders were merely soldier spiders sent out to hunt. Much like ants, they adhered to a strict hierarchy. When a soldier spider failed in its hunt and was subsequently slain by Chun Ming, the remaining mutated spiders immediately received the news and launched an assault against him. With this in mind, Chun Ming was certain that within this web-filled office, there must be a queen spider-type mutated beast present. Similar to games, where areas with numerous small monsters often harbor an elite monster or mini-boss. The Titan zombie he had previously encountered had already validated his hypothesis. Chun Ming lifted one of the spider legs, pressing it against the remarkably sticky and resilient web. Forcing the undead spiders through would be ill-advised. Returning to his thoughts, Chun Ming randomly selected an undead spider and leaped onto it. He mentally commanded it to carry him at maximum speed to reunite with the advancing undead army. The journey was far more tumultuous than Chun Ming had anticipated, more exhilarating than a roller coaster. At times, they traversed the ground, at others, the ceiling, and yet others, the walls. Thankfully, his C-grade skill provided perfect balance. Otherwise, anyone else would have surely lost their lunch from the ride. Although the process was challenging, the efficiency was remarkably high. In less than a minute, Chun Ming reunited with the previously possessed undead spider. Standing at the entrance of the queen spider's lair, Chun Ming splayed his fingers, half clenching them. Boom! A fireball ignited rapidly, expanding and ceaselessly growing larger. Upon seeing the flames, the undead spider horde instinctively retreated, maintaining a safe distance. When the fireball's diameter reached 1 meter, Chun Ming deemed it sufficient and gently waved his arm. Boom! The fireball shot forth like a cannonball, igniting a vast expanse of flames in its wake. The spider silk was highly flammable. Excellent. After clearing the webs, he could direct the undead spiders to leverage their numerical advantage to eliminate the queen spider and then proceed with the extraction of the undead. Just as Chun Ming hesitated over whether to bolster their ranks with additional reinforcements to enhance their chances of victory, a prompt appeared before him. Kill the mutated queen spider successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 black iron treasure chest, Chun Ming remarked. Plans can never keep pace with changes. Little did he anticipate that a mere fireball, cast in a moment of irritation, would yield such devastating results, effortlessly vanquishing the mutated spider matriarch without releasing even a billionth of its potential energy. Was it the overwhelming strength of his SSS grade skill, or the inherent weakness of the mutated creatures at the onset of the apocalypse? With determination, Chun Ming strode toward the fiery passageway, eager to ascertain whether any remnants of the mutated matriarch lay beneath the fireball, potentially useful for extracting the essence of the deceased. A bold idea flickered in his mind, one that required validation. As he advanced, his peripheral vision caught sight of peculiar objects, egg-like forms, standing resolutely upon the ground, exhibiting remarkable fire resistance. Unlike the easily flammable spider silk. Were they insect eggs, or perhaps cocoons? Chun Ming could not recall spiders ever encasing themselves in silk, as caterpillars do. He gestured for a spectral spider to approach, and, with a swift motion of its sharp leg, sliced through the seemingly rigid yet surprisingly soft white cocoon. Immediately, a cacophony erupted as a viscous, semi-transparent slime, akin to glue, spilled forth along with skeletal remains, revealing a few off-white mutated spider larvae. Though termed larvae, they were already nearly the size of Chun Ming's palm. It appeared that humans had been ensnared within the silk, serving as nourishment for the burgeoning spiders. This explanation seemed strikingly plausible to Chun Ming. "Help! Help me!" A man's voice, barely a whisper, reached his ears. So he still lives, despite its faintness. Chun Ming's acute hearing, far superior to that of an average individual, captured every word in an instant. The spectral spider lunged forward, piercing the man's skull and sending him to his final rest. Chun Ming held little belief that the man stood any chance of survival. Nutritional deprivation was one aspect, but more critically, the venom of the juvenile, mutated spiders had undoubtedly permeated his organs. Unlike lions and tigers, which consume their prey whole, spiders first inject venom through their chelicerae to incapacitate their victims, followed by digestive enzymes that liquefy the tissue for consumption. At this moment, the man's limbs and flesh had long since been consumed, leaving only bones and a withered skin that was taut to the point of transparency, ready to burst like a balloon at the slightest touch. In such a state, it seemed more merciful to succumb rather than endure a tortured existence. Joining the ranks of Chun Ming's undead army, an ironic form of immortality. Taking a step back, one could argue that, with no personal connection and amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, Chun Ming bore no responsibility or obligation to rescue him. Human kill successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a wooden treasure chest one. Indeed, even a living could trigger reward mechanisms, albeit with their low combat power barely qualifying for a wooden chest. Chun Ming welcomed the reward, extracting all visible fresh corpses within sight as undead minions. Hello. Someone is here, right? Please help me. As Chun Ming continued, a woman's voice pierced the air, markedly more vibrant than a man's. Judging by her tone, she was likely just captured by the mutated spiders and ensnared within a cocoon as sustenance for the young spiders. Hey, I know you're there. You can hear me, can't you? Growing impatient with Chun Ming's silence, the woman became increasingly frantic. I am the daughter of the owner of this office building. My father is wealthy. If you save me, he will surely reward you handsomely. He dotes on me and has no other children, but if he finds out you had the chance to rescue me, but chose to stand idly by, he will not let you off easily. Upon hearing her words, Chun Ming felt a sudden urge to crack open her skull and see if it contained anything resembling brains that in the face of the apocalypse, with societal order in ruins. She dared to threaten him with her affluent father. Moreover, even if her billionaire father possessed tenfold his wealth, it would still amount to a mere drop in the ocean compared to Chun Ming's resources. Hey, how long will you pretend to be deaf and mute? Hurry up and save me. The woman's voice trembled with hints of despair. With a light and silent step, Chun Ming conjured a shotgun from thin air. 10 million. Just get me out of here and ensure my safe passage, and I will pay you 10 million as a reward. I swear. Chun Ming adjusted his aim according to the direction of her voice. I command you. Bang! Before she could finish her plea, he pulled the trigger. The hole burst through the cocoon, blood rapidly spreading and staining the white silk. Through the opening, a face, shattered by the shotgun blast, came into view. In truth, had there been no enmity between them, Chun Ming would likely have overlooked her existence, leaving her fate to chance. Alas, she had chosen to tempt fate. Chun Ming had no intention of indulging her. Besides, to the outside world, she had already perished. Even if he killed her, no one would care. Instead of wasting time worrying about a dead woman, it would be wiser to contemplate how to survive. Human kill successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a wooden treasure chest one. As he stowed the shotgun, Chun Ming realized that this skill possessed an additional remarkable function. It could confirm whether an opponent was truly dead. After all, only a complete demise would trigger the reward notification. Undoubtedly, the SSS grade skill of undead extraction held the highest regard in Chun Ming's mind. He left the remaining cocoons, regardless of life or death, to the spectral spiders akin to executioners brandishing their legs like spears, piercing through the cocoons. Vivid blood quickly spread, engulfing the half-human height of the cocoons in crimson. Humans were curled up within. Chun Ming paid little attention to the unfolding events, his steps unwavering as he followed the scorched, straight path marked by the blackened flames. Finally, beneath a wall with a gaping hole melted by a fireball, Chun Ming beheld the remains of the mutated spider matriarch, its form reduced to 8 legs connected to charred flesh. Despite the significant loss of its body to the flames, the thickness of its legs, when compared to the spectral spiders, was notably 4 to 5 times greater. Fortunately, the mutilation did not hinder the extraction process. Without further ado, Chun Ming reached out and murmured, "Extract." As the extraction commenced, a virtual panel accompanied by the skill materialized, now increasingly multifunctional. He navigated swiftly to the Undead Management page. Locating the recently extracted mutated spider matriarch and clicking to view its details. Undead name: Undead Spider Matriarch. Undead description: a variant produced with a 0.1 probability from ordinary spiders infected with the zombie virus. Undead skill: reproduction, daily increase of 10 undead spider offspring. Note: as it is undead, the processes of reproduction and growth are omitted, directly evolving into a mature form. With the summoning of 10 shadow wolves daily, coupled with the 10 undead spiders spawned by the Undead Matriarch, it implied that even if Chun Ming were to laze about at home, doing nothing, he would still amass 20 summoned creatures each day. Chun Ming's gamble had indeed paid off. The Matriarch's reproductive capabilities would now serve as purposes. This journey had not been in vain. Subsequently, Chun Ming instructed the spectral spiders to eliminate any remaining threats, gathering their corpses into a mound before him. Select all, extract. As the extraction process unfolded, he received confirmation of success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring new undead followers. Undead Spiders 244. Reviewing the results of this venture. Including the matriarch, Chun Ming had amassed a total of 836 undead spiders. With the addition of treasure chests, the rewards were abundant. In an instant, all the undead spiders sank into the shadow realm. Chun Ming, cloaked in complete invisibility, stepped lightly on his tang knife, continuing his journey back to the sanctuary. The path was devoid of surprises or dangers, and he returned safely to the luxurious villa district of Fukuyama. Settling onto the sofa, he retrieved a can of chilled beer from his storage space. With a flick, he popped the tab open with a satisfying crack. Tilting his head back, he gulped down 2/3 in a single swig. Such a bountiful harvest surely warranted a celebration. A drink to relax and unwind before sleep was in order. He finished off the last sip, effortlessly crumpling the empty can into a ball, akin to molding it from clay. With a gentle flick of his finger, the iron sphere landed precisely in the trash bin. Taking out his phone, Chun Ming noticed several unread messages. They were from the dormitory group chat 304. Sent half an hour prior. The sender, Wang Wei, inquired, "Bro, are you still alive?" Chun Ming replied simply, "Alive." Just as he was about to set his phone down, another message came through. "Wang Wei, Li Tian and Yang Dong are gone. The school has been overrun by the zombie virus, and they're on the death list." Chun Ming asked, "Where are you now?" Wang Wei replied, "Thanks to your warning, I ran home shortly after you left Nanda. I've stocked up on supplies worth tens of thousands. It should last a while." Wang Wei continued, "My days consist of eating and sleeping. I fish at midnight, hoping to catch a skill and become an awakened one." A wry smile emoji accompanied his message. Chun Ming pondered how to respond when another message from Wang Wei appeared. "Let us not discuss it now. Our neighborhood has lost power, so I need to conserve energy. We'll chat again when we can. I hope we both make it." Just as he finished, Wang Wei's flamboyant avatar turned gray. Chun Ming replied with a simple okay before exiting the chat app. After enduring so many massacres, he had long since desensitized himself to the concept of death. Grabbing the remote, he turned on the television news. Even at this stage, the official spokesperson still advised citizens against independently using the world phishing software. The emergence of the Blood Knight only bolstered their stance. One Blood Knight was already beyond their control, and if more such monsters were to be summoned, humanity would be on a path to self-destruction. Unfortunately, the situation was dire, and they could not monitor every individual, disconnected from the internet. The world phishing software did not require an online connection. It functioned similarly to a single-player game. This avenue was blocked. Reclining against the sofa cushions, Chun Ming opened a forum, a search for the first global S-level skill owner exposed caught as I.O. Has someone already caught an S-level skill? Clicking on the search result. He was eager to discover what kind of S-level skill it was. As the video loaded, the anticipation on Chun Ming's face evaporated. Despite the blurry visuals, he recognized the scene immediately. It was the building where the spider nest had been. The shadowy protagonist was none other than himself. Glancing at the trending topics, he saw titles like Mecha Heavenly Sovereign, Gatling living Buddha, and undead Grand Sorcerer. Were these not all him? Chun Ming chuckled softly. The entire trending list was becoming akin to his backyard. He could enter at will. The comment section was bustling with excitement. Terrifying, truly terrifying, summoning the undead. Couldn't it mean that one person could command an entire legion like a comic book hero? Such talent must not be overlooked by the state. They must cooperate and nurture it. That I have a feeling they could become the saviors of the great Xia. To be honest, if one possessed such formidable abilities, would they choose to establish their own domain or assist others in seizing power and safeguarding their realm? Being one among many could never compare to the exalted throne. What if, after laboriously conquering the world, they were ultimately betrayed? Historically, how many founding heroes of nations met a good end? Who among them did not harbor dreams of emperorship, absolute imperial power, with thousands of beauties in the harem? Yet, was the throne truly the priority? Rather, the allure of countless beauties was far more enticing. Becoming an emperor? Chun Ming felt little inclination to manage an empire and the lives of billions. However, commanding an army of billions of undead was an entirely different matter. After all, the undead do not require sustenance, do not consume resources, lack excessive emotions, and are 100% loyal to him, never to betray him for eternity. His hand, gripping the phone, fell to the side. Chun Ming gazed up at the ceiling, contemplating that even after living beings are slain, it is still possible to harvest the undead. If the deceased had bound skills, would those be preserved as well? If so, should someone ever draw an S-level skill, or even an SS-level skill, it could be a boon for him. Chun Ming calculated the possibilities, his mind racing. He yawned, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. Turning off the television, he decided to retreat to his bedroom and conclude the day. On his way, he opened the World Fishing app, casually casting a few lines. He still had many enhancement attempts left unused. While he was fishing, a message appeared. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-level weapon. Elf Staff. This staff's primary significance lies in its ability to double the power and damage of magic skills. The stronger the skill, the more terrifying the enhanced effect. Paired with an SSS-level skill, annihilating an island nation would be a trivial matter. As he continued to fish, another message arrived. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an S-level exclusive skill. Corpse Explosion. Exclusive skill? Initially, Chun Ming's attention was drawn to the words Corpse Explosion, but soon he was captivated by the term exclusive skill. What exactly was an exclusive skill? He checked the skill description. S-level exclusive skill Corpse Explosion. This skill is exclusive to necromancers. The undead you summon can self-destruct to inflict massive damage. The higher the level of the undead, the greater the self-destructive power they can unleash. If all the undead could charge forward to self-destruct, what if he summoned 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 undead? After reviewing this, Chun Ming concluded that the practicality of this skill was quite high. Casting his line again, he approached the bathroom door. Fishing successful. He completed the mini-game effortlessly. Congratulations, host. You have received an S-level skill. Lucky Bullet. This enhances fishing attempts and, paired with the Lucky Star skill, yields delightful results. At minimum, it guarantees an S-level skill. He clicked to view the skill description. S-level skill Lucky Bullet. The bullets you fire have a 50 chance of triggering unexpected effects. Unexpected effects. What sort of unexpected effects? The suspense was quite effective. Time was getting late, and he arrived at the sink. Chun Ming, not wanting to indulge his curiosity further, exited the World Fishing app, picked up his toothbrush and toothpaste, and began his nightly routine. Fatigue gradually enveloped him. He was not inclined to venture out to test a skill by killing a few zombies. Such opportunities were not to be taken lightly. If missed, they would not return, and the number of zombies would only increase. Chun Ming was utterly convinced of this. After finishing his routine, he returned to his bedroom, lay on the bed, reached for the switch, turned off the lights, and drifted into sleep. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia were unable to afford a moment's drowsiness, their thoughts tightly wound. They repeatedly watched several videos online, each accumulating over hundreds of millions of views. Without exception, the protagonist in these videos was Chun Ming. Mecha, infinite bullets, summoning undead beings. Never had they imagined witnessing such phenomena in their lifetimes. Perhaps it was time to seriously consider the world phishing software. No. If we endorse the public's use of this software, issues as troublesome as the Blood Knight will only multiply. Therefore, what is the progress on the Research Institute's efforts to suppress and ban this software? The once adamant elderly figure in white, who had staunchly refused to publicly support the public's use of the world phishing software, suddenly fell silent. Admit it, not only we, but even if the entire world's technological prowess united, humanity set aside prejudices to collaborate, it would still be impossible to halt the software's proliferation, though we can suppress it temporarily, but not indefinitely. Once the public loses all faith in the authorities, they will only revere that software even more. Rather than allowing that, it might be wiser to gamble like the Hawks and form a specialized anti-apocalypse team centered around awakened individuals with extraordinary abilities. This matter is of great significance and must be resolved through a formal vote in a meeting. Although the elderly gentleman in white did not immediately acquiesce, he nonetheless made corresponding concessions. Very well. With the other party having compromised, the middle-aged man felt compelled to yield as well, lest the atmosphere grow too tense. Rather than dwell on this, I propose that we reach out to our contacts in Jiangchen, ensuring we locate these two individuals and persuade them to join the elite forces resisting the apocalypse. The terms can be negotiated. I am in favor. I concur. Consequently, the voting process regarding this matter proceeded remarkably smoothly. Primarily, through the video content, they gained a profound understanding of the formidable prowess of the Mecha Sovereign and the Necromancer. Such advanced technological weaponry is simply incomparable, particularly the Necromancer. Once the focus shifted from the Great Xia, the video, once disseminated online, became wildly popular, dominating the major mainstream websites. The viewership easily surpassed 100 million. In the comment section, Mecha, my goodness, the summoning of the undead. I cannot fathom how incredible this skill is. Why does our deity show such favoritism towards the Great Xia? Has God betrayed us? I once read a comic where the protagonist could summon hundreds of thousands of skeletal soldiers. I desperately need his contact information. This has my adrenaline surging. So thrilling. The buzz was not confined to the online audience. The hawkish presidential office was equally unsettled. Find them. Let those embedded in the Great Xia go to any lengths, even at the risk of exposure, to make contact with those two individuals and persuade them to join our hawkish faction. Money, survival resources, none of these are obstacles. We could even promise them national-level power. The president slammed the table in determination that he firmly believed that possessing either of these individuals would effortlessly quell the apocalypse and post-apocalypse, allow the stars and stripes to be planted all over the blue planet. Much like the officials of the Great Xia, the voting approval rate on this issue reached an astonishing 100. This was solely due to the overwhelming impact of those video clips, which relentlessly assaulted their senses. That night, across nearly 200 countries worldwide, the roles of the Mecha Sovereign and the Necromancer, portrayed by Chun Ming, undoubtedly became the most captivating and celebrated presence. As for him, he slept soundly and blissfully. Upon awakening naturally, it was already 7 in the morning. After attending to his needs, he casually checked the shortcut link saved on his phone's home screen, accessing the official website of CCTV. During his slumber, the Blood Knight continued on its unchanging path towards Jiangcheng, significantly shortening the distance. The closer he drew, the more exhilarated Chun Ming felt. He was eager to experience the sensation of subjugating such an epic behemoth as the Blood Knight. Suddenly, just as he was about to set his phone down to grab some tissue, a violent vibration erupted. It was neither a call nor a text. Rather, it was an application that had been forcefully installed without Chun Ming's consent. At an unknown time, this moment, a notification vibrated. Location: Jiangcheng, within a 3,000-meter radius. An unknown passage has appeared. Please promptly contact the nearest temporary communication station for evacuation. 3,000 meters? An unknown passage? Instinctively, Chun Ming glanced out the window. Subsequently, he accessed the detailed registration information of this application, discovering its source: the National Apocalypse Response Strategic Department, that is software specifically designed to alert the public of dangers. Quite commendable. Chun Ming suppressed his desire to uninstall it. For others, This software could timely avert danger and save their lives. Yet for Chun Ming, it served as a convenient tool to swiftly ascertain where rewards could be claimed. Closing the villa door, he stepped on the roadside railing, facing the sheer cliff rising several meters high, and decisively leapt into the air, unafraid. Almost instantaneously, he was whisked skyward by the Tang Dao, entering a state of complete invisibility. Gripping a bowl of braised beef noodles with remarkable steadiness, he thought to himself, "It's only 3 kilometers. I must join in on this excitement. How could one refuse rewards that come so readily?" Knowing the proximity of potential danger, Chun Ming could not rest easy without addressing it promptly. 2,500 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,500 meters, the distance diminished, and with the advantageous height for which he viewed. Chun Ming discerned clearly that within a kilometer's range, there stood a door, comparable in height to the adjacent 6-story building. It was a door, yet not entirely so, in gaming terms. Chun Ming perceived it more as a portal. It resembled a pool of azure water, slowly swirling in a flowing motion. That moment, he could distinctly see helicopters circling around the door, all armed with weaponry in a state of complete invisibility. Chun Ming approached cautiously. On the ground were 6 tanks, accompanied by 228 fully armed Special Forces soldiers. Some held shields in the forefront, while others tightly grasped machine guns mounted on armored vehicles, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Additionally, in the distance, a dozen snipers stood motionless, exuding an intense tension that pressed upon the atmosphere. As Chun Ming stepped down from the Tang Dao, the hilt automatically returned to his hand, and he deftly sheathed his weapon on his back. Observing the portal and the Special Forces soldiers on high alert surrounding it, he pondered, do they intend to remain here indefinitely? However, it is undeniably perilous to recklessly venture into an unknown situation. Just as he mused, he overheard the discussion among several leading figures nearby. What is the purpose of this door? Why has there been no reaction after such a lengthy wait? Who knows? Who among us has encountered such a situation before? Could it be that we are overreacting? Bang! Just as the words left their lips, a thunderous sound erupted. It was not gunfire. They failed to notice, but Chun Ming saw it clearly. A stone axe, fashioned from rock and tied with vines and wooden sticks, was hurled from the portal, crashing violently against a riot shield. The stone axe appeared roughly the size of a standard fire axe. From the door to the Special Forces soldier, there lay a distance of at least 20 to 30 meters. Yet its power was formidable. The shield was severely deformed, and the battle-hardened soldier was forcibly pushed back several steps. Had it not been for a quick-witted comrade who caught him, he would have surely stumbled heavily. The shield was sent flying aside, and the soldier's hands trembled uncontrollably. "Are you all right?" A comrade inquired with concern. "And I'm fine, just a bit numb." "It will pass," the soldier replied, shaking his head. "Look, something is emerging from within." At that moment, someone shouted. Chun Ming and everyone else instinctively shifted their gaze towards the door. Indeed, they spotted a small figure emerging, with green skin, an unattractive visage, and a humanoid form. The creature possessed elongated ears and a nose that was almost comically exaggerated. "Brother, is that a goblin?" A nearby young soldier articulated the thought in Chun Ming's mind. Indeed, a horde of goblins was emerging from the portal. Upon a quick glance, there were easily 50 to 60 of them, each wielding makeshift axes. "What are goblins?" someone asked. "Creatures commonly found in games. They should be quite weak, not much stronger than slimes." Bang! Before the question could be fully articulated, a corner of the riot shield shattered. And alongside it, the soldier's head met a similar fate. The head exploded, splattering blood across the faces of 2 nearby comrades, who stood in shock for an extended moment, helplessly watching the headless corpse collapse backward. "Open fire!" Someone quickly reacted, shouting da-da-da. In a cacophony of gunfire, the relentless storm of bullets proved effective against the goblins. Their flesh was not resilient enough to withstand such firepower. As they charged forward, they were riddled with wounds, blood gushing forth in torrents. However, the Special Forces did not possess an unassailable advantage. The monsters, unafraid of death, hurled their stone axes in a desperate last act. With the potential to drag a Special Forces soldier down to the depths of hell, a seasoned operative urged his comrades to step back, shouldering a rocket launcher, and with a swift motion, He launched a rocket that detonated, forcefully altering the trajectory of the flying axe. Simultaneously, he shouted at the targeted soldier, 066, "Get down." The number 066, emblazoned on the soldier's back, was a convenient identifier amidst the chaos. These elite warriors have been summoned from various regions of the Great Xia, and this method of identification proved far more efficient than slowly familiarizing themselves with one another. Following the captain's orders, 066 obediently dropped to the ground, successfully evading the axe thrown by the goblin in its dying moments. The axe struck the door of a military green off-road vehicle with a resounding thud, leaving a significant dent in the reinforced steel. Gulp. The Special Forces member swallowed hard, vividly picturing the grim fate that awaited him had he been struck by that axe, feeling an overwhelming gratitude towards his captain. Soon, the gunfire ceased. The goblins visible within their line of sight had been completely annihilated, reduced to a heap of mangled corpses, lifeless in pools of blood. "Is it over? Please let it be over. For I wish to avoid their flying axes." Suddenly, the undead no longer seemed as terrifying. From where did these creatures originate? It was likely that someone had used the fishing in the 10,000 Realms app to open a gateway to another world. Another world? Are you suggesting that behind the door lies an alternate realm? Stay vigilant. Do not let your guard down, the captain bellowed as he observed the group engaging in casual conversation. Yes, the soldiers immediately straightened up, respecting the urgency of the situation. Moments later, look, more goblins are emerging. This time, they appeared different, seemingly equipped with round shields specifically designed to counter US. In addition to the shields, the goblins bore large blades and thick clubs, numbering a staggering 107. Open fire. The captain recognized the urgency and necessity to eliminate every last one of them, for failure to do so would mean their own demise. The sound of gunfire erupted once more, but this time the goblins moved with noticeably increased speed, raising their shields and charging forward. Although the majority of the shield was made of wood, a thick sheet of iron had been affixed to its surface, preventing bullets from piercing through easily, resulting in sparks flying upon impact. Yet during daylight, these details could easily be overlooked with a sudden leap. Two shields collided mid-air, producing a sickening crack as bones shattered. A Special Forces soldier fell to the ground, his arms twisted in an unnatural Z-shape, broken beyond repair. Before he could utter another sound, a goblin swung its massive club, striking him thrice on the head, shattering it beyond recognition. But this was not the most daunting aspect. Goblins of various appearances continued to pour forth from the portal. Some wielded longbows, arrows quivered in their quivers, poised to unleash a volley. As they took their positions, a synchronized march resonated, a cadre of silver-armored goblin elite warriors, discernible from their refined silhouettes, brandished great swords and advanced in formation. The sense of pressure was palpable. Unlike the initial rabble, these goblins were evidently the product of extensive training. Additionally, there were goblin assassins clad in rogue attire, hoods obscuring most of their faces, revealing only their noses and ears. Their hands gripping daggers, swift in movement. Thus, Chunming deduced that this portal likely led to a vast goblin lair, possibly even a goblin kingdom. "Everyone retreat," he commanded through the intercom on his shoulder. "Helicopters are to provide cover. Open fire while falling back." Having assigned the armed helicopter pilots their tasks, the captain swiftly retrieved a satellite phone. Contacting those in Jiangsheng to request reinforcements, he informed them that if this continued, it would not be long before they would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers, leading to total annihilation. "Arrows incoming. Everyone, take cover under your shields." The vice captain, ever observant, adjusted their tactics to minimize casualties. The Special Forces soldiers, previously tasked with shield defense, raised their shields upon receiving the command, interlocking them to form a massive protective barrier overhead. The arrows, formidable in force, struck the riot shields, leaving behind deep impressions, the impact reverberating through their bodies. Fortunately, their collective effort dissipated the force of the onslaught. Boom, boom. In the sky, having confirmed that the team had retreated to a safe distance from the blast zone, several armed helicopters coordinated their attacks, targeting the areas with the highest concentration of goblins, raining missiles upon them. The missiles proved devastating, tearing through the goblin armor and sending them flying. Their resilience exceeded the pilot's expectations as they quickly rose from the ground. Clad in tattered, warped silver armor, rejoining the fray with fervor, intent on slaughtering the special forces. Unlike zombies, humans were not merely sustenance to the goblins. They were a means to satiate their bloodlust, a primal desire etched into their very bones. Despite the barrage of missiles, the goblin numbers did not dwindle. Instead, they swelled, armored goblins leading the charge, using their shields as meat shields against the gunfire. The other goblins seized the opportunity to hurl stone axes and launch arrows, or with astonishing speed, close the distance to the special forces. Taking advantage of the momentary shock, they deftly brandished their dual blades, carving deep X-shaped wounds into their foes. Chen Ming was certain than the face of the goblin horde. The special forces were at a distinct disadvantage, and their eventual slaughter was inevitable. Bang! Boom! The heavy mecha descended from the sky, creating a whirlwind that sent dust swirling for meters, displacing stones and debris. Chen Ming had initially planned to adopt a waiting strategy, but seeing the dire situation, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Grasping a shotgun, he pulled the trigger. A single blast tore through the goblin ranks, inflicting catastrophic losses. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain a goblin. You have received a wooden treasure chest 5. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain a night goblin. You have received a wooden treasure chest 10. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain an archer goblin. You have received a wooden treasure chest 7. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain an assassin goblin. You have received a wooden treasure chest 8. The rewards refreshed rapidly, so quickly it was almost a blur. Mecha, where did such a colossal being come from? Did anyone catch a glimpse? No, it appeared out of nowhere in the blink of an eye. Wait, isn't that the mecha deity that had been trending online recently? Yes, indeed. Those swords and the shotgun are identical. How splendid. We are saved. Ignoring the presence of the special forces, Chen Ming faced the goblins, who raised their great swords, loosed a volley of arrows, and attempted to stealthily flank him for a surprise attack. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger once more. Bang! A gunshot echoed, leaving all present, including Chen Ming, in a state of shock. The goblin, struck by the pellets, astonishingly transformed into a flurry of vibrant red rose petals. Dancing gracefully in the breeze, there was no blood, nor were there any corpses. Only a breathtaking sea of flowers, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance that enveloped the senses. How could this be? Chen Ming pondered. Baffled, he could not recall such a function in the exclusive weapon of the dangerous wanderer. Unceasingly, he continued his actions, delivering a resounding slap that caused the bones of those assassin goblins to splinter apart. Of course, could it be that S-rank skill I caught last night, known as Lucky Bullet? Chen Ming suddenly remembered the delightful surprise was that upon striking a target, they would vanish like petals, quite poetic and artistic. He jested. Yet, beyond this revelation, Chen Ming was more concerned about whether he could extract the souls of the deceased after their transformation into petals. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Goblin 189. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Night Goblin 77. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Archer Goblin 30. His apprehensions proved to be unfounded. Unlike before, the extraction did not summon the undead immediately into this realm, considering all the eyes upon them. Instead, they were securely stored within the Shadow Realm, ready to be summoned as needed to fight on his behalf. Boom, 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 boom. The orderly, thunderous footsteps once again resonated, instilling a sense of dread. The portal continued to funnel an incessant stream of various goblins that was as if a tide of corpses was about to erupt. Chen Ming showed no hesitation, pulling the trigger. Bang! The muzzle flared with light. This time, within the area of attack covered by his weapon, the goblins did not dissolve into petals and vanish into the air as they had previously done so. It seems that the effect triggered by the lucky bullet is not limited to just rose petals. Upon reflection, as an S-rank skill, it would indeed be unworthy of its designation if it only had a single method of execution. What was happening? Why did his targets either turn into petals or disintegrate into yellow dust? Don't look at me. I have no idea. Who cares why? As long as we can eliminate those monsters. Hadn't someone once said, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend"? That being said, don't you find it peculiar? Peculiar? Peculiar about what? Questioned one who had raised the inquiry. Despite these creatures' diminutive stature, the portal is so vast, there a possibility that lurking behind it is a colossal goblin king, overpowering the common goblins? Pa, 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 stop speaking such ominous words. Bang, bang, bang. Just as they were conversing, the ground trembled violently beneath their feet, sending shockwaves through their bodies and into their minds. You jinx! The Special Forces soldiers quickly assumed a stable stance, ensuring they did not topple over. Even though no monsters had yet emerged from the portal, the disturbance alone was enough to indicate that something formidable was imminent. Chun Ming's danger perception activated at that moment. Foreseeing the trajectory of the impending attack, he sidestepped effortlessly, evading a spear that had been hurled from the portal. The spear's shaft was crafted from a silver-hued metal, significantly harder than pure silver. It was likely an otherworldly material, but Chun Ming paid it little mind, and as the spear flew past him, he swiftly reached out, grasping it easily with his mech's robust fingers. The force behind the throw was tremendous, capable of penetrating and shredding through hundreds of foes. Look! A giant beast is emerging from the portal. At this exclamation, Chun Ming pivoted, flipping the spear's tip to lock onto the portal with a deafening roar. He hurled it forward. Under the automatic tracking skill, even with his eyes closed, he could effortlessly complete a headshot with the enemy's weapon. Just as an ugly, ferocious goblin face peeked out, the spear pierced through, distorting its features as blood gushed forth. Then it fell back. Bang! The sound of its impact was even more thunderous than the footsteps that preceded it. Goblin warrior slain. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 black iron treasure chests. Truly, the mech lord lived up to his name. The monster didn't even have time to cross the threshold before being eliminated in a single shot. How terrifying. If only we could wield such a weapon. Don't even say it. I can't imagine how exhilarating it would be to pilot such a behemoth. Even if we were given the chance to pilot it, do you think you could react quickly enough to that shot? Indeed, before catching the mech, he must have been a master of ancient martial arts in no time. Speculations about Chun Ming's identity prior to becoming the mech lord abounded. They conjured many scenarios: a warlord, a national martial arts champion, a global grappling champion. Yet none imagined he was merely a student. Bang! 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 As they sought to continue their discussion, an ever-increasing cacophony of heavy footsteps reverberated through the earth, sending shivers down their spines. They all realized, so there's more than one of those colossal monsters. Even without sighting the adversary, the psychological intimidation brought about by the atmosphere was palpable. Had they been ordinary individuals, most would have turned tail, scrambling away, or fainting from fear. However, as Special Forces soldiers, they could not retreat a single step without orders. Following this, one after another, giant goblin warriors wielding long spears embedded with beastly teeth. Wooden clubs, large knives, and axes emerged from the portal. The giant goblin warriors stood at least 5 meters tall. Their green skin bore mysterious patterns, whether innate or tattooed later, only amplifying their menacing presence in the eyes of the onlookers. Much like mushrooms and animals, the more ornate the markings, the more poisonous they were. "Captain, what should we do now?" one Special Forces soldier inquired. "Observe and do not interfere." The captain of the Special Forces did not wish to offend Chun Ming, potentially placing him at odds with all of humanity. He understood well that those with great power often had eccentric temperaments. Nothing exemplified the principle of survival of the fittest better than the present moment. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers remained poised, their hearts obedient, for none among them felt entitled to partake in such a battle. Roar! The goblin warriors unleashed a ferocious howl, charging towards Chun Ming, armed with blades, guns, and axes. Bang! 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 Chun Ming stood firm, unflustered as he pulled the trigger. The magazine spun, ejecting spent cartridges. One shot, one goblin down. Those struck either transformed into petals or into smoke, quicksand, or fireworks. Observing this, Chun Ming temporarily refrained from using that skill. If they turned into smoke, how could he extract them? He would not allow a single opportunity to be wasted. Chun Ming aspired to forge a mythical undead army and lead a life of leisure in the apocalypse. One shot, one kill. How terrifying. Though those monsters appeared colossal to them, they paled in comparison to the mech he piloted, but a single kick sent them flying at least 30 meters away. The height difference of 5 to 6 times made dealing with these goblin warriors exceedingly effortless for Chun Ming. What had initially seemed like high-level monsters now appeared to be low-tier foes. One shot obliterated their bodies, leaving nothing but carnage. After annihilating approximately 50 giant goblin warriors, those few that had emerged from the portal surprisingly turned to flee. Do these creatures also fear their enemies? Or have they received orders from their king? Chun Ming was certain that behind that portal lurked a goblin king. After all, it must be worth 2 black iron treasure chests. The commander of the goblin warriors, it couldn't be weaker than a mutated spider, could it? Chun Ming resolved to investigate, becoming completely invisible, retracting the dangerous wanderer. Should anything go awry, he could withdraw at any moment. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Goblin Warrior 56. Do not forget to extract. However, the onlookers observed it quite clearly. Vanished. Truly, it arrived without a trace and departed without a sound. Wait, look quickly. Why has the door turned red? I have a foreboding feeling. Chun Ming, having already entered the world beyond the portal, beheld a segment of blood-red text materializing in the air. You have successfully entered the Goblin Lair instance. Upon defeating the Goblin Chief, you shall receive a reward from the Secret Realm. This instance is a solo endeavor. The passage will be sealed until you leave the Secret Realm, rendering you unable to exit or re-enter. After 24 hours, you shall gain the right to depart. An instance. So, someone has lured forth something akin to a game level. If I am unable to defeat it, I must hide until the 24-hour mark to escape this wretched place. Chun Ming surveyed his surroundings, the environment resembling a cave, with numerous desiccated white bones scattered along the path, half buried in dust. They were likely not human bones, being considerably thicker than Chun Ming's wrist. No sign of goblin creatures could be seen. It was pitch black. Chun Ming activated his night vision skill, and the deep, dark passage instantly brightened. Yet, in the areas beyond his sight, were the vision blurred. Not a single goblin was in sight, so he decided to delve deeper. Just to be safe, the shadow gates opened in succession, and a legion of undead goblin warriors emerged from within. Changing his perspective, he looked up. Now, the imposing goblin warriors appeared far more formidable in Chun Ming's eyes that, of course, their appearance had also been altered by their undead transformation. Their bodies had turned black, and the mysterious tattoos that adorned them had transformed into white. From Chun Ming's aesthetic viewpoint, he found the undead goblin warriors to be more appealing than a total of 56, without exception, had emerged, surrounding Chun Ming in a 360-degree formation, with such a retinue of guardians by his side. His sense of security soared. Using goblins to confront goblins, to quell violence with violence, he continued to venture deeper. A warning from his danger perception ability alerted him. Chun Ming closed his eyes, and upon opening them, he randomly transferred his consciousness into one of the goblin warriors, stealthily approaching a corner. Upon reaching attack range, he raised his sword with both hands and swung with all his might. The blade shattered the stone wall, sending debris flying, and blood spurted forth, mingling with the shattered fragments. According to the warnings from his danger perception ability, Chun Ming discerned that a giant goblin warrior was positioned at the corner, wielding a genuine, bloodied wolf-tooth club, preparing to ambush him. Therefore, he chose to strike first. With a single stroke, he severed the creature's head, sending it flying several meters away. The goblin warrior was slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a black iron chest, too. After resolving the matter, Chun Ming's consciousness returned to his original body. If a low-level monster could unleash such astonishing power upon possession, then how formidable would a Blood Knight be? Chun Ming murmured to himself. His mind swirling with endless possibilities, he quickly shook his head to dispel them. The immediate priority was to complete the instance and claim the rewards. Chun Ming was curious, given that a goblin warrior equated to 2 black iron chests. What bountiful rewards awaited him upon completing this instance? Additionally, There were the chests resulting from slaying goblins and the extraction of the undead, with the same secret realm instance and numerous skills at his disposal. Chun Ming's reward from clearing the instance would effortlessly surpass those of all humanity. He continued to delve deeper, currently extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Goblin Warrior 1. On Chun Ming's end. The number of undead in his legion grew ever larger, and he need not personally engage in battle. His sole task was to silently extract the undead. The undead proved to be more useful than anticipated. In fact, feeling rather idle, he took out his phone to seize the moment, indulging in a bit of fishing before encountering the instance boss, the Goblin Chief. Engaged in a minigame, it posed no challenge whatsoever. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-grade exclusive skill. Shadow Shift. Another exclusive skill? Click to view skill description to S-grade skill Shadow Shift. Upon acquiring this skill, you can instantaneously swap positions with any released undead. Swap positions with the undead? Chun Ming could hardly contain his eagerness to try it out. He selected an undead goblin warrior located a few meters away and triggered the skill. Indeed, in less than the blink of an eye, Chun Ming completed the position exchange with the goblin, but he attempted to swap positions with several other targets, and the entire process was remarkably smooth. Most importantly, it consumed little of his mental energy. Considering that the undead could lurk in darkness and silently appear behind enemies, Chun Ming believed this skill was akin to an upgraded version of short-range teleportation. Teleportation could only transport oneself. However, combined with the undead, Chun Ming could evade attacks while leaving an undead in place to launch a surprise assault on the enemy. After a period of research and experimentation, Chun Ming was pleased with his acquisition. The skirmishes between the undead and goblins continued unabated. Chun Ming, too, was undeterred to cast his line once more. Where was the crisis typically associated with clearing a secret realm instance? It was exceedingly relaxed and enjoyable. Engaged in fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 years of lifespan. This time there was no critical hit effect, so it was merely 100 years? He did not complain. After all, a single fishing session could yield a lifetime. Or even two. Chun Ming felt that if this continued, he would inevitably achieve the ability to exist alongside the heavens. Currently extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Goblin Warrior 12. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Undead Goblin Archer 10. While casting his line, Chun Ming remained focused on the task at hand, multitasking without pause, reaping rewards continuously. Engaged in fishing. Fishing successful. Critical hit successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an SSS grade skill. Divine Regeneration. SSS grade skill, Divine Regeneration. Upon acquiring this skill, your self-healing ability will be on par with the divine, surpassing even the gods. No matter how your enemies may obliterate you, you can instantaneously regenerate. Yet another extraordinary skill. Chun Ming took out a dagger and attempted to slice his hand. The speed of the cut was nearly outpaced by the speed of regeneration. The moment he inflicted a crimson wound, it healed completely before he could even feel the pain. Combined with his extended lifespan and this skill, did that not render him effectively immortal? As this thought crossed his mind, a grin spread across Chun Ming's face, almost uncontrollable. Undoubtedly, divine regeneration, coupled with lifespan points, became his indisputable first choice. After all, only by living could infinite possibilities unfold. Once deceased, what use were any divine skills or survival resources? He forced himself to calm down. He cast his line. Engaged in fishing. Fishing successful. Critical hit successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 years of lifespan. Although it was a repeated skill, Chun Ming found it increasingly pleasing to behold. He wished for more, ideally accumulating his lifespan to 10,000 years. Immortal for 10,000 years. What a delight. What a sheer delight. Just as Chun Ming prepared to cast his line again, he suddenly noticed that the undead beside him had all ceased their movements. It seemed that since earlier, he had not heard the sounds of battle. The undead, requiring no breath, were remarkably silent. Chun Ming put his phone away. The undead stood obediently to the sides, forming a dedicated passageway. Chunming looked up to find a massive stone door standing before him. Behind this door surely lay the boss room, he speculated. Chunming took a few steps back, uncertain of what awaited him behind the door or if there were any traps set in place. He signaled for two undead goblin warriors to advance, one on either side. With a resounding rumble, slowly he pushed open the heavy stone doors. As the doors swung wide, the torches mounted on the walls ignited one after another, their flickering flames gradually illuminating the once pitch-black stone chamber. The expansive space resembled a grand stone palace. Within the great hall stood a myriad of goblins of varying ranks, with the towering goblin warriors being the most conspicuous. Following closely were those riding on their hunched wolf mounts, baring their teeth and snarling as they approached Chunming in a semicircle, slowly encircling him. As his gaze shifted to the steps, he noticed a stone platform, akin to an altar, adorned with several stone pillars. Upon these pillars were long strips of fabric, stained with blood and varying in thickness, along with bells crafted from hollowed bones. Above them sat an elderly goblin clad as a priest, gripping a wooden staff. If Chunming's conjecture was correct, this individual was likely the final boss of the dungeon. The goblin chieftain T.O. successfully conquered this dungeon and claimed the rewards. It was imperative to slay him. The goblins did not immediately launch an assault on Chunming, but he speculated that it appeared their movement was confined within this stone chamber. He signaled for a skeletal goblin warrior to step inside, curious to determine if he could exploit a bug by remaining outside the chamber and allowing only the undead to enter, thereby achieving a flawless victory without losing a single soldier. However, reality proved him overly optimistic. The moment the undead crossed into the stone chamber, the goblin chieftain raised his staff, issuing commands to his goblin kin. The wolf-riding goblins were the first to spur their gray wolves forward, determined to concentrate their firepower on eliminating the intruder. As for the outcome, faced with the onslaught of the leaping gray wolves, the goblins wielding double stone axes met no mercy from the undead, who swung their clubs with force, sending several goblins flying, their blood splattering. The impact against the walls left deep indents, with cracks radiating across a large area. Subsequently, goblin bodies and shattered stones tumbled down together, resulting in the demise of both the wolf mounts and their goblin riders. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new undead servant. Wolf riding Goblin 14. Just moments ago, they had been fierce adversaries. And now, they willingly stood by Chunming's side, ready to fight for him. Perhaps it was the scent of their fallen comrade's blood wafting through the stone chamber that invigorated the remaining goblins' battle spirit. They raised their weapons high, determined to rend the undead that had slain their companions into pieces. Seeing the goblins collectively charge, Chunming was not one to lag behind. He raised his hand and swung it down. Hundreds of goblins surged towards their foes like a flood breaking through a dam, unleashing a true slaughter. Yet the disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. The goblin numbers dwindled as they fell one by one, while Chunming's ranks swelled, bolstered by the undead extraction skill. Even when a goblin managed to slay an undead, Chunming could immediately summon it back from the Shadow Realm, provided his mental energy was sufficient. In theory, he could continuously replenish his forces, maintaining an unceasing assault. With the powerful snowballing effect of the undead extraction skill, no matter how formidable the enemy, they were ultimately contributing to his cause. Before long, every goblin present was reduced to mere remnants, their ranks inverted to join Chunming's side. Observing this, the goblin chieftain could no longer remain seated. He raised his staff high, and wisps of flame resembling serpents swirled rapidly around its tip. A fireball, several meters in diameter, formed in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Chunming's eyes gleamed with fervor, true fervor. The light intensified rapidly. Boom! Suddenly, two thick beams of red laser shot forth from his eyes, striking with such speed that the goblin chieftain had no time to react before they pierced and obliterated his head. Chunming had long sought an opportunity to test whether his S-class laser vision could replicate the destruction seen in films. The actual experience far surpassed his expectations. His eyes felt no burn. Everything remained as usual. After being decapitated, the fireball above the goblin chieftain extinguished rapidly, and he toppled backward, Lifeless, the staff fell from his grasp, rolling aside. He was dead beyond resurrection. Goblin chieftain slain. Congratulations, you have received a black iron treasure chest 5. 5 black iron treasure chests. Chun Ming did not consider the goblin chieftain weak, but rather that his S-class skill was overwhelmingly powerful. Not only was it more potent, but it also activated instantaneously. Unlike the goblin chieftain's slow accumulation of energy, that a tremor shook the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. Once it settled, Chun Ming beheld a section of the ground that had collapsed. Approaching, he looked down to discover a treasure chest. Labeled as the dungeon completion chest, Chun Ming chose to open the chest directly. Inside, he found several items. After placing them in his storage space, their names and functions were revealed. Great Mana Potion 2. This potion swiftly restores your depleted mental energy. King Snake Dagger. A blade meticulously crafted from the fangs of a king snake, inflicting sustained poison and bleeding effects, slowing the wound's healing rate. Goblin Robe. Wearing this robe enhances skill damage. After thoroughly understanding the reward's effects, Chun Ming began to wrap things up, cleaning the battlefield. Though it was stated simply, the process was remarkably straightforward. Select all. Confirm extraction. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained new undead servants. Wolf Riding Goblin 55. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained new undead servants. Goblin Warrior 125. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained new undead servants. Goblin 200. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained new undead servants. Goblin Chieftain 1. After a brief calculation, Chun Ming realized that during this endeavor, he had accumulated a total of 2,824 goblins. Among them, 800 were ordinary goblins, 200 were archer goblins, 300 were assassin goblins, 250 were night goblins, 69 were wolf-riding goblins, and 420 were giant goblin warriors. Coupled with the treasure chests, his gains were substantial. He felt immensely satisfied. Meanwhile, outside the portal, the authorities had urgently mobilized over 1,000 personnel. Equipped with countless high-quality weapons and even deployed fighter jets, the scale was immense. They resolved to eradicate every last goblin before the portal. At any cost, they could not allow them to enter the city, exacerbating an already dire survival situation. Yet, after waiting for an extended period, they saw not a single goblin shadow. Then, to their astonishment, the expansive portal rapidly shrank until it vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. As if it had never existed. What was happening? Where did the portal go? It had appeared suddenly and disappeared just as abruptly. Could it be that the portal vanished after he eliminated all those goblins? It was plausible. Once he had exterminated the goblins, the portal lost its purpose and thus faded away. I concur with this theory. Monsters do not retreat without reason. Given the chance, they would surely relish the opportunity to flay us alive and feast upon our flesh. It was fortunate he was present. Otherwise, at least half of those here would have perished. No, I believe that the number of giant goblins could have obliterated our entire force. Be more confident. Remove the word perhaps. What if there truly was a goblin elder or king among them? They were unaware that Chun Ming had already completed his task and slipped away into obscurity, a goblin elder. Indeed, it was merely a fleeting moment before he was vanquished in a single strike. The undead had already been collected, and every reward had been duly received. He had no reason to linger in this place any longer. The remaining matters would be entrusted entirely to the authorities for resolution. Before long, the incident was meticulously edited and posted on the Yangshu official website, synchronously reported by television news. This was primarily to assure the public that the current situation remained under control, and that there was no need for excessive panic. Secondly, by commending Chun Ming, they sought to bridge the gap between them, exploring any opportunity for a dialogue at the same table to further discuss the possibility of joining the organization. Upon returning home, Chun Ming picked up the remote, turned on the television, and fortuitously caught the segment praising him in the past. To be featured on Yangshu channel with a dedicated report was certainly a matter of pride. A topic worthy of boasting for a lifetime. A cherished conversation starter at banquets. Akati must be said that this sentiment still held true. Chun Ming maintained a calm demeanor. He was acutely aware that the authorities wished to collaborate with him. However, he had no inclination towards such endeavors. He held no interest in hierarchical systems or following orders. Why not simply reign over his own undead, taking refuge in this solitary mountain sanctuary? Why engage in intrigue that might provide others the opportunity to dispose of him? If anyone were to eliminate him, it should rightly be he who does so. Upon opening the forum, it must be noted that after official recognition, the fervor surrounding the phrase Mecha Tianzuan had reached unprecedented heights. Across the vast expanse of Daxia, it was nearly impossible for people to overlook this event, particularly since Yangshi was the sole channel with such concentrated viewership. Coupled with its official endorsement, the credibility far surpassed that of second-rate reports. The comments section had already erupted, with comments exceeding 10,000 that refreshing the page yielded hundreds, even thousands more. Goodness, was this officially sanctioned? The name Mecha Tianzuan had now become a household term. The thrilling images of mechas annihilating goblins were simply explosive. Who could elucidate the circumstances surrounding that door's sudden appearance? A spontaneous emergence. Only you would believe such a claim. Surely someone had succumbed to temptation and utilized that software, resulting in the door being drawn forth. Can such things truly be fished out? It must be a jest. If zombies can be fished out, what is truly impossible? Moreover, let us not forget that this software had been a tool of the myriad realms just 2 days prior. In a single phrase, enlightenment struck, and thoughts became lucid. Subsequently, related entries surged to the trending list. Officially recognized, Mecha Tianzuan, a portal to another world, had been fished out. Should we indeed utilize the myriad realms for fishing? As Chun Ming casually perused the forum, intending to exit, a buzzing notification interrupted him. The user Exquisite Girl requested to add him as a friend, leaving a message. I am trapped in room 604 of Unit 11 in Jingyang Community. As a fellow student, I implore you to save me. I am willing to do anything for you. This nickname, upon a second glance at the account, was unmistakably that of Zhaoye, who had previously witnessed his rise to wealth and had attempted to add him as a friend, only to be rebuffed several times. Save her? Surely this was a jest. They were not related. Even if he possessed the ability, why waste effort on her? Instead, why not cast a couple of lines for something more rewarding? He decisively declined, wishing to avoid entanglement with that woman. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In Jingyang Community, room 604 of Unit 11, that upon receiving the message, Zhaoye hastily retrieved her phone, eager to confirm whether anyone had responded to the messages she had sent out to various admirers. To her dismay, she saw, "Your friend request has been denied by..." Gritting her teeth, she thought, "This man is indeed cold-hearted. Despite having pursued me in the past, he remains indifferent to my plight as a frail girl suffering in such a dreadful place. What a scoundrel." The other dozens of messages received similarly went unanswered. In a fit of rage, Zhaoye disseminated the contact information of these individuals online, composing a scathing critique. She sought to exploit the public's ire to compel them to respond and concede. This tactic had proven effective in the past. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, minutes turned into 5, then 10. The view count stood at a mere 2, an exceedingly glaring figure. One of those was Zhaoye herself, while the other was likely a moderator reviewing her posts. Had she not gained exposure yet? Just as Zhaoye pondered this, a red notification finally lit up in the background. With excitement, she hurried to click and view. Rainy night with knife, no umbrella. Ugly people cause trouble. The view count had risen from 2 to 3. Zhaoye. She cast her phone aside, cursing, "What a heartless society." At that moment, her attention was drawn to the television playing nearby. The silence in her home was unsettling, so she had turned on the television for some background noise. Watching a replay of the news, her eyes shimmered with longing as she wondered who that mecha pilot could be. If only she could capture his favor, perhaps she could thrive even in this apocalypse. She fervently wished to establish a connection with him, yet it remained but a wish that in the vast ocean of existence. Separated by the cockpit, how could she ever learn the true identity of the mecha pilot? And if she were to discover it, how might she navigate through mountains of corpses and seas of blood to meet him? The community where Zhaoye resided had long been besieged by zombies, making even daylight, a time when the undead were less potent, too perilous for her to venture outside. She clung to a meager stockpile of snacks salvaged from the internet and the remnants of her refrigerator. living in a state of perpetual anxiety. Taking a selfie, she posted it online with a caption, "Given my looks, how likely am I to capture the attention of Mecha Tianzuan?" She hoped to ride the coattails of this newfound fame, hoping to catch the eye of such an esteemed figure amidst the sea of admirers. Jia had always been confident in her appearance, perfectly showcase her assets. She rummaged through her wardrobe to find a seductive pink bodycon dress. She took pictures from various angles, back, front, and side. Not satisfied with her S-curve? No matter, a little retouching would suffice. After verifying everything, she clicked upload, eagerly anticipating her friend's support. As for the men, Zhao thought to herself, having graciously offered them a glimpse of her figure, how could they not return the favor? Adding the words Mecha Tianzu into her post, it was predictable that the buzz would amplify in less than a minute. Dozens of replies flooded in. Today, I saw the 23rd person daydreaming in broad daylight. She has some charm, but aspiring to be that man's woman is indeed ambitious. She's overreaching, disgusting, posing for whom? Even if offered for free. He wouldn't accept. The reality Zhao faced was starkly different from her imaginings. She found no one to advocate for her. Especially when faced with comments asserting her unworthiness, she could no longer contain her fury and retaliated. Am I unworthy? Are you? If you can't speak with respect, then be silent. Don't come here to vent your frustrations. Brothers, it's urgent. Go inform Batman in Gotham, telling him we have found the Joker. Who will douse her with a bucket of cold water? Those with diabetes should step back. Ensure she doesn't taste sweetness. Previously, the celebrity Mimi had openly expressed her desire to befriend him. Could it be that you are more remarkable than Mimi, with more fame? She had also noticed that he still showed no interest in her, treating her goddess so dismissively. Yet upon reflection, he undeniably possessed the capital. What did it matter if she was a first-tier star? Following the apocalypse, she was nothing but a shadow of her former self, unable to fill her own stomach. Who had the luxury to care for her? Zhao was left speechless by the backlash. For every word she uttered, there were dozens waiting to counter her. Finally, after formulating a retort that she believed would infuriate them, she clicked send, only to be met with a notification, unable to reply. Post has been deleted. Deleted? Why? Zhao was perplexed. Checking her system inbox, she saw the word scale violation, contained sexual innuendo. She was certain someone had reported her. Resend? Zhao truly lacks the courage. In just a brief moment. He has already been bombarded with thousands of insults from both men and women alike. It is infuriating, exceedingly infuriating. All he can do is seethe with impotent rage. Meanwhile, Chun Ming remains oblivious to this turmoil. Preoccupied with other matters, through the tablet, he notices a group of individuals lurking suspiciously outside the wall at the foot of the mountain, pointing at his sanctuary and engaged in hushed conversation. Judging by their attire and demeanor, he does not associate them with any official or special forces. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rings insistently as they press the button. The tablet presents two options, one to remotely unlock the door, and the other to engage in a voice conversation. Chun Ming presses the answer button and straightforwardly inquires, "Who are you?" "Friends, we are fellow refugees. Could you kindly open the gate and let us in for shelter?" A man speaks into the intercom, stating their purpose. Not a chance. Chun Ming promptly declines, without a hint of hesitation. "Hey, brother, don't refuse so quickly. To be frank, among us, there are two who possess E-level skills. And if we collaborate, we can all benefit." The man attempts to bargain, trying to entice Chun Ming into their fold. Not interested, Chun Ming retorts, cutting off the conversation before the man can respond. He sets the tablet down and activates his exclusive S-level skill. Shadow Exchange, swapping places with a spectral spider he had previously positioned at the mountain's base. This method of descent is far swifter and safer than riding a motorcycle, driving a sports car, or cycling. Boss Wu, this kid is utterly stubborn. Why don't we just storm in and eliminate him? One of his subordinates suggests, "Storm in? How do you propose we do that?" The gun by the door may not be real, but the electrified netting is undoubtedly lethal. Even a slight touch could cost us our lives, Wu Tian retorts. Exasperated, we've worked hard to find such an excellent stronghold. Are we really going to watch it slip through our fingers? Another subordinate protests, visibly reluctant. That is simple. You remember that fire truck we saw on our way here? with its driver already decomposed and strapped in by the seatbelt? Wu Tian inquires. The fire truck? Even if we used it as a step, it still falls short of scaling this towering iron wall, his subordinate replies, puzzled. Fool. The boss means we can use a ladder, a companion exclaims, smacking him on the back of the head. Ah, I see now, the subordinate realizes, enlightened. You three, go fetch the vehicle. The rest of you prepare your gear. Once inside, follow the usual protocol. Eliminate everything that can be killed. Leave no survivors. Wu Tian is displeased with Chun Ming's earlier attitude. As a possessor of level skills, he views himself as a deity, a child of fortune, favored by destiny. For Chun Ming, an ordinary mortal, to show him disrespect is a grave offense that warrants punishment. Wu Tian has long since eliminated any compassion from his life's vocabulary. Moreover, Chun Ming publicly undermined his authority before all his subordinates. Wu Tian silently vows that Chun Ming will pay dearly for this affront. Yes, the subordinates respond in unison. Shortly thereafter, the man adds, Did you remember the voice from the communicator just now? We did. They nod in agreement. Keep this person alive. I want to personally kill him and let him experience the consequences of opposing me. The Thunder Emperor, Wu Tian, smirks sinisterly. Thunder Emperor. Chun Ming finds it difficult to comment on Wu Tian's self-designation. The silver lining is that through this title, he deduces that Wu Tian's E-level skill is related to lightning. He is one of the two awakened individuals in the group. Chun Ming is not surprised that their sanctuary has attracted attention. Being targeted by petty individuals merely indicates that he has chosen and modified his refuge wisely. Viewed from a different perspective, it reflects a certain value. That fool truly is an idiot. Had he willingly surrendered this villa, he would have had the opportunity to join our Lei faction. Yet he fails to appreciate it. Such individuals are destined for a short life. It is no wonder that there is a saying, good words cannot counsel a dead man. Kill. Leave no trace of him. They exclaim, each person voicing their agreement. Chun Ming attentively absorbs their words. Realizing that these individuals are intent on his demise, hostility reaches its zenith. He sees no need for further courtesy. Opening the Shadow Gate, he releases 5 shadow wolves that end this apocalyptic world. He has established a personal code. Anyone who wishes to take his life, even for a fleeting thought, shall not escape unscathed. He understands the principle of eliminating the root of the problem before it can spring back to life. The 3 tasked with retrieving the fire truck suddenly witness a shadow wolf leap through the dark portal. They exclaim, falling to the ground in sheer terror. Ordinary wolves pose a significant threat to them. What more a massive shadow wolf? Its eerie appearance only heightens their panic. Upon hearing the commotion, the others draw their weapons, gripping baseball bats tightly. Turning around, they realize they've been encircled by shadow wolves that seem to have appeared from nowhere. Where did all these wolves come from? Are these even wolves? They are so enormous that it feels like a single swipe could easily fell a tiger. Damn it, some unfortunate soul nearby must have lured these beasts out. What do we do now? What are you panicking for? A few mere shadow wolves. Stand aside. Zhao Jiqiang, another skill wielder apart from Wu Tian, steps forward, dismissing the others with a wave of his hand. What a rare opportunity to test out my newly comprehended powerful technique. As he speaks, he spreads his hands, his fingers half-clenching, rapidly condensing 2 fireballs in his palms. Once formed, Zhao Jiqiang does not hasten to hurl them at the shadow wolves. Instead, he presses his hands together, forcibly merging the 2 fireballs into one, increasing its size from that of an apple to that of a large melon. That's how it can be used. Chun Ming reflects, inspired, realizing the truth in the adage, one learns as long as one lives. Die. Once the fireball reaches its maximum size, Zhao Jiqiang forcefully thrusts it forward. Boom! The fireball, trailing a small tail and radiating intense heat, hurtles toward one of the shadow wolves. The shadow wolf's response is blunt and effective. It simply opens its mouth and swallows Zhao Jiqiang's proud attack whole, with a snap of its jaws. A muffled sound follows, and wisps of black smoke escape from between its teeth, utterly unscathed. It just happened. Zhao Jiqiang, who had been brimming with confidence, stumbles back in shock and disbelief. He had anticipated that this fireball would not completely annihilate the shadow wolf, but at the very least, it should have inflicted severe injury. Never did he expect it to emerge entirely unscathed. as the Shadow Wolf lunges at him. Zhao Jiqiang hastily attempts to gather another fireball to counterattack. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Shadow Wolf has closed the distance with several strides. Zhao Jiqiang raises his gaze to meet the Shadow Wolf as it brings down its massive, sharpened claws. With a swift, brutal motion, blood sprays as Zhao Jiqiang is cleaved into several pieces in an instant. Instant kill. Witnessing this scene, the others can no longer remain composed. Their fighting spirit evaporates, and their weapons slip from their grasp without them even realizing. Retrieve their weapons? They cannot afford to think of that now. Their only thought is to flee. They run as far as they can, desperate to escape this cursed place, regretting their choices. However, what awaits them is only slaughter. Observing the unfolding carnage, Chunming cannot shake the feeling that he is wielding a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Even ordinary goblins could easily dispatch them. Wu Tian gazes at the bleeding corpse lying not far from him. His expression frozen in shock. No, please don't kill me. At that moment, a chilling scream jolted Wu Tian back to reality. Dispelling the haze that clouded his vision, he witnessed a Shadow Wolf seize a man, lifting him off the ground. With a swift, forceful motion, a sickening crack echoed as the creature severed his neck, the head and body parting ways and falling lifelessly. A sharp, white fang, drenched in thick, viscous blood, oozed down in a display of predatory ferocity. Gulp, Wu Tian met the gaze of the Shadow Wolf, instinctively swallowing hard. The wolf advanced with increasing speed, lunging toward him. His palms crackled with energy, lightning flashing incessantly as he rapidly conjured a sphere of electric light. However, before he could launch it, an enormous maw filled his vision. In the blink of an eye, the Shadow Wolf had devoured most of his form, leaving only his legs standing in place. Such efficiency far surpassed that of any execution device, be it a dragon's head guillotine or a tiger's maw. The entire ordeal transpired in less than 3 minutes. The Tsang Lei Group, which had only recently been formed and boasted ambitions of becoming the world's foremost post-apocalyptic organization, was now completely annihilated. Chunming felt a profound gratitude for the opportunity presented to him. Selecting all individuals, he began the extraction of their souls. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Low-level undead 13. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new undead servant. Fire Mage. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Lightning Mage. Those without skills could only be extracted as low-level undead, while those possessing abilities were regarded as something else entirely. Chunming summoned Wu Tian and Zhao Jiqiang. Even in their undead forms, their past appearances were vaguely discernible. Chunming instructed them to unleash their most powerful attacks. Black and white lightning clashed with a fireball whose inner flames were black and outer flames white. Bang! Boom! One attack pierced a massive tree, while the other ignited IT. IT appeared that with sufficient skills, everything in this world could serve as a stepping stone on his path to power. Chunming was immensely satisfied with this outcome. With a wave of his hand, the undead sank back into the shadow realm. He chose to leave the bloodstains on the ground, allowing others with similar thoughts to pause and reflect on whether they truly wish to take such risks. Although Chunming abhorred the wanton slaughter of innocents, he would show no mercy to his enemies. Whether one was friend or foe depended solely on a moment's thought. Subsequently, Chunming exchanged positions with the earlier goblin and swiftly returned to the villa. The experience of effortlessly resolving conflicts with enemies, while simultaneously gaining treasure chests and undead rewards, left him feeling light and unburdened. He began to perceive the apocalypse as a kind of golden age for himself. The individuals he had just slain, mere cannon fodder, were worth a wooden treasure chest, while those a bit stronger, possessing some combat capability, were worth 2 wooden treasure chests that Wu Tian and Zhao Jiqiang, who had E-class skills, were valued at 1 black iron treasure chest. Chunming accepted all of it with a smile. Returning to the living room, he reclined on the sofa and pulled out his phone. He opened the Universal Fishing Trading Center, eager to see if he could uncover hidden treasures in this stage of the apocalypse. After browsing for 7 or 8 minutes, a trading message caught his attention, and SSS-level secret realm treasure map. Initially, Chun Ming could not comprehend the significance of a treasure map in this world. However, recalling the recent completion of the Goblin Dungeon, he surmised it might yield similar results. Secret Realm dungeons contain numerous high-quality monsters that did not exist in reality, and defeating them could grant abundant treasure rewards as well as the potential for extraction into undead forms. This was something he simply had to acquire. Chun Ming made up his mind. He clicked to enter the post. The view count was merely in the thousands. Noticing the time, he realized 3 hours had elapsed since its posting. He clicked to view the detailed description of the trading item. S-level Secret Realm Treasure Map. Opens an S-level treasure secret realm, which conceals countless powerful monsters while also burying a wealth of treasures. For the average person, this level of treasure map is akin to a death warrant. To dare accept it is to invite death. Who would dare defy the decree of the King of Hell? Looking at the trading requirements, they were quite straightforward. I require ample food, water, and convenient weapons. Despite 3 hours passing and hundreds of views, there were no replies. This could be due to the conditions not being met or those who saw it lacking the courage to respond. What use would it be to expend vast resources only to receive an item of high level that could not aid in bolstering one's strength or satiate hunger? Seeing this, Chun Ming selected a box of luncheon meat, added 2 boxes of mineral water, and included a handgun with 50 rounds of ammunition, then confirmed his submission. Now, all he had to do was await the other party's response. Buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated with a notification. The other party has agreed to the trade. You have lost 1 box of luncheon meat, 2 boxes of mineral water, and 1 handgun. Congratulations, you have obtained an S-level Secret Realm Treasure Map 1. Having secured what he desired, Chun Ming still possessed his 100-fold return skill, ensuring he would never incur a loss. 100-fold return successfully triggered. Congratulations, you have received 100 boxes of luncheon meat. 100-fold return successfully triggered. Congratulations, you have received 200 boxes of mineral water. 100-fold return successfully triggered. Congratulations, you have received 5,000 rounds of handgun ammunition. Though it was a trade, the rules of the 100-fold return still applied. Benefiting himself, Chun Ming had no inclination to quibble with the phishing system. If it truly was a bug, then the more, the merrier. He would certainly not complain and would accept whatever came his way. After a few more glances, confirming there were no other enticing items in the trading center, Chun Ming exited the center and opened his backpack to find the S-level Secret Realm treasure map. He clicked to withdraw it. Instantly, a roll of yellowed parchment appeared before him. Chun Ming reached out to grasp it. As he unfurled it, a segment of blood-red text emerged on the blurred map. 28 Chongqing Road, Xingshan Grand Hotel. Chun Ming could not help but remark that this treasure map was rather straightforward. However, if it saved him trouble, that was all the better. He had no reason to seek unnecessary complications. Without further ado, he hastened to depart. Though unfamiliar with 28 Chongqing Road, Chun Ming was well aware that Xingshan Grand Hotel was one of the few 5-star hotels in Jiangxin. Frequently passed on his way home from school in a state of complete invisibility, he stepped onto his flying sword and sped toward his destination. To his surprise, he discovered that when the map was in an unfolded state, a red triangular coordinate appeared before him, indicating distance. The closer he approached, the larger the coordinate became. Conversely, the farther away he was, the smaller it grew. It seemed unlikely he would lose his way. Had this been earlier, faced with an S-level secret realm, Chun Ming might have hesitated, fearing he might venture forth and not return. But now, bolstered by his immortality, his confidence soared. Even if he could not escape, he would simply remain completely invisible, relentlessly utilizing his undead to exhaust the enemy through self-detonation. Chun Ming could certainly afford to do so, were his current skills insufficient. Then he would simply wield a few more, acquiring several S-level, SS-level, and even SSS-level abilities. The advantage of unlimited fishing opportunities was now clearly evident. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above Xingshan Grand Hotel. This area, bustling with people and traffic, now lay in ruins. Remnants of a fierce battle. In a single glance, he counted no fewer than hundreds of zombies, including those of special forces, armed with weapons. Do they retain the ability to use firearms after becoming zombies? Chun Ming could not help but feel a sense of curiosity. He observed that this area had completely succumbed, abandoned to its fate. The sheer number of zombies on the streets exceeded imagination, not to mention those lurking within the buildings, standing at a corner of the hotel's towering structure. He gazed downwards. Behind the windows, countless silhouettes swayed gently from side to side. Even though their faces were obscured, it was unmistakably clear that they were undoubtedly semi-conscious zombies, that a mere sound could instantly awaken their predatory instincts. Chen Ming resolved to first address the matter of the treasure map before contemplating the zombies. Though weak, they were not to be underestimated. When amassed in number, they could become a formidable fighting force. Just as he prepared to retrieve the treasure map and locate the treasure point, a piercing scream jolted his attention. Taking a few steps and adjusting his line of sight, he saw a person dangling from a rope outside the window. Perilously close to the ravenous horde below, barely half a meter away, the zombies swiftly converged, extending their hands in a desperate attempt to seize him. A decoy, Chen Ming deduced, realizing that another group of individuals was taking advantage of the chaos he had inadvertently created to stealthily navigate toward a nearby shopping mall. Their voices were hushed, drawing no attention from the zombies. As for the unfortunate man, they had never intended to rescue him. He was merely a disposable pawn, used to attract the undead. Otherwise, they would not have deliberately let him bleed. Intensifying his allure to the horde for their own escape, in this apocalyptic world, such occurrences were not surprising to Chen Ming. Those who dared not act or think would inevitably perish first. The future was forged through action. The few individuals carried minimal supplies. Chen Ming surmised that they had likely exhausted all available resources within the hotel, prompting their desperate attempt to bypass the layers of zombies guarding the path to the more resource-rich shopping mall. No, don't eat me. Don't eat me. Soon, the mass of zombies piled upon one another, climbing higher until they ensnared the unfortunate man, who was devoured bite by bite. It seemed that due to excessive blood loss. His cries grew fainter until they ceased altogether. Chen Ming dismissed these thoughts and focused intently on the S-rank treasure map. Just as he retrieved it, he had yet to unfold it when, bang! A gunshot shattered the brief silence. Chen Ming was certain the sound emanated from within the mall. Those individuals faced a similarly grim fate. The process of relocating was far from the seamless endeavor they had envisioned. Bang! Before Chen Ming could ponder further, the sound of shattering glass reached his ears. A large glass wall collapsed, sending shards flying in all directions, more densely than raindrops. Along with the debris, a figure emerged, bloodied and grotesquely twisted. With shards of glass embedded in his body, to die in such a manner would be a stroke of luck. However, fate had left him gasping for breath, convulsing on the ground, overwhelmed by the swarm of zombies. He soon succumbed, their relentless bites tearing into him. It appeared that within that building, there lurked advanced zombies. Based on the ferocity of the attack, Chen Ming's experience led him to conclude that such destruction could not be attributed to mere low-level zombies. Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots rang out, but tranquility swiftly returned once more. Chen Ming did not believe that such simple shots could eliminate the threat. It was likely that the shooter had met their own end. Closing his eyes, he opened them to find a skeletal raven circling above him. Chen Ming dove straight down, landing atop a streetlight across the road, then peered into the building. 2 Titan zombies came into view. One was greedily feasting on one of the 3 victims, while another, sensing the danger, discarded a red fire axe and attempted to flee. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, several tongues, thick as Chen Ming's wrist, reached out from behind, wrapping around her like petals of a flower, constricting tightly and sinking deep into her flesh. With a violent tug, driven by sheer desperation, the woman was dragged back, her bones cracking ominously as she was forcefully folded and devoured whole. Turns out the Titan zombies' mutated abilities extend beyond just the protruding bone blades. This realization served as a reminder for Chen Ming to exercise greater caution when facing Titan zombies and to remain vigilant against potential ambushes. As the adage goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall be victorious in 100 battles. Gathering intelligence was always a prudent course of action. Chen Ming unleashed 2 goblin warriors. The Titan zombie barely had a chance to react before its skull was shattered by a mace. The goblins, wielding their swords, easily bisected the Titan zombie from head to toe, as if slicing through warm butter. The Titan zombie was vanquished. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a black iron treasure chest too. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new undead servant. Titan Zombie 2, kill, acquire treasure chest, extract undead. Executed with seamless efficiency. With his thoughts refocused, Chunming saw no reason to spare the remaining visible zombies. With a grand gesture, he unleashed his toxic mist, which spread like a flood in mere seconds, enveloping the entire street. Zombie hounds defeated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a wooden treasure chest too. Once the toxic mist settled, Chunming needed only to reap the rewards. Thousands of zombies, if faced by elite soldiers, would require hundreds of personnel and considerable time to eradicate completely, with no guarantee of zero casualties. Yet, Chunming accomplished this in under 30 seconds. The zombies trapped within the toxic mist offered no resistance, falling in droves. The wooden treasure chests piled up in his hands after defeating the enemies. The toxic mist began to dissipate. Chunming quickly proceeded to the next task, selecting all and extracting the undead. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring new undead servants. Undead Zombie 4899. For others, the overwhelming number of zombies would be a terrifying prospect. However, for Chunming, their sheer abundance presented more advantages than disadvantages. It could not be said that there were no drawbacks. They were merely trivial enough for him to disregard. With a sudden influx of 4-digit undead servants, his spirits soared. The entire street was now littered with the corpses of zombies, and the eerie silence created an unsettling yet oddly serene atmosphere. Chunming, however, paid no mind to these surroundings as he retrieved and unfolded the treasure map. You have arrived at the entrance of the treasure secret realm. Would you like to proceed? Blood-red letters materialized on the parchment in his hand. Chunming chose to affirm the text. Instantly, a red vortex appeared before him. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The entrance promptly sealed behind him. Unlike the earlier goblin dungeon, the treasure secret realm only permitted those wielding the treasure map to enter. In the blink of an eye, a vast desert with swirling yellow sands unfolded before Chunming's eyes. Surveying his surroundings, he found nothing but an endless expanse of desolation. Beyond that lay a thick fog, obscuring visibility. The only other unsettling presence was a chasm mere meters from Chunming. Its width was no less than several hundred meters. Taking a few steps forward, he peered down into the abyss. It was pitch black, and he felt as though he were ensnared by an invisible force, teetering on the edge of a precipice. Just as he contemplated activating his night vision skill, his instinctive danger sense triggered first. He stepped back just in time to see a spear shoot up from the depths of the chasm, arcing gracefully before embedding itself into the ground. The force was considerable, the spearhead nearly entirely buried within the stone. Had Chunming failed to evade, that thrust would have easily pierced his skull. Boom! Boom! A resounding sound, akin to the rustling of wind generated by flapping wings, captured Chunming's attention. Turning his head, he beheld a multitude of grotesque creatures, emerging one after another from the depths of the abyss, their wings unfurling menacingly. These beings possessed human-like torsos, yet their bodies were entirely covered in scales, their skin a deeper green than that of goblins. Their heads bore a resemblance to lizards, adorned with horns atop and 2 elongated whiskers. Wings sprouted from their arms, connected by expansive membranes beneath their armpits, allowing them to glide considerable distances when fully extended. Dragonmen? Chunming pondered uncertainly, recalling similar creatures he had encountered in the game. Before he could contemplate further, the dragonmen, adopting a gliding posture and wielding long spears, surged towards him with alarming speed, their forms merging seamlessly with their weapons. Immediately, Chunming unleashed all of his goblins along with the shadow wolves, forming a formidable battalion before him. The ordinary goblins hurled their stone axes, striking the dragonmen squarely on the head, seizing the moment of their disorientation. The archer goblins released their arrows, piercing the creature's eyes with a spray of blood. Meanwhile, the giant goblin warriors swung their hammers, swords, and axes, sending the dragonmen back to their demise. The shadow wolves, refusing to be outdone, leapt into action, pouncing on the dragonmen mid-air, tearing their wings asunder before delivering a swift bite to their necks, severing heads with a speed surpassing that of a chainsaw. Though many dragon men were vanquished, even more began to emerge from the abyss, their numbers eclipsing the sky. This stark contrast to Chun Ming's undead legion was palpable. Nevertheless, he had no intention of bolstering his ranks, firmly believing that his current undead forces were sufficient for victory. The battle was on the verge of erupting. The numerical advantage of the dragon men was not immediately evident before the undead army. Yet, the apparent ease of navigating this treasure-laden secret realm was solely due to Chun Ming's formidable skills. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished the moment the first spear was thrown. As he summoned forth his forces, the notifications chimed. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Dragon Man 14. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Dragon Man 22. Why did he deem these undead to be sufficient? It was simply because the skills he wielded were devoid of limitations. He could kill and extract at will. Replenishing his ranks, the dragon men, upon being transformed into undead, rose from their corpses and immediately plunged into the fray, becoming a force utterly under Chun Ming's control. Was this all too effortless? Bored, Chun Ming swept his laser eyes across the sky, effortlessly slicing through dozens of dragon men as if playing a game of connect the dots. Their physical forms offered no defense against the onslaught of his laser vision. If an S-rank skill yielded such results, what horrors would an SS-rank skill unleash? Chun Ming's imagination ran wild. Since it was merely a fantasy, he allowed himself to dream freely, pondering how many dragon men were lurking in the depths, furrowing his brow. He mused, how many are there, really? In the brief span he had been fighting, he had extracted over 300 dragon men undead. Yet considering the S-rank nature of this secret realm, it was not unreasonable, continuing his slaughter. He settled into the comfort of his time. From his storage space, he procured a beach chair and reclined upon it. He also retrieved a chilled can of cola, popping the metallic tab with a satisfying crack, elevating his experience in this sweltering desert environment to new heights. The refreshing chill was invigorating. The skill of undead extraction proved so advantageous that, amidst the relentless tide of dragon men, Chun Ming could leisurely bask in the sun, sip cola, and even take out his phone to scroll through messages. Occasionally, he would take a moment to extract a few more undead, effortlessly adding 10 to 20 at a time. While he fished, success struck. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained an additional 100 years of life. Fishing successful. Critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained S-rank armor. Heart Shield 1000. Heart Shield? Chun Ming thought the term sounded vaguely familiar. After a moment's reflection, it dawned on him. Was this not the magical artifact capable of withstanding a single fatal blow, often referenced in fantasy and Xinxia tales? To confirm his understanding, he clicked to view the details. S-rank Armor Heart Shield. Once equipped, it can absorb 1 instance of fatal damage. Indeed, combining this with the talismans he had previously fished up, Chun Ming joked, if this fishing line can reach into the realms of fantasy and Xinxia, could I eventually fish up characters like the legendary Empress? However, he quickly dismissed this whimsical thought and continued casting his line, simultaneously extracting more undead. As he engaged in extraction, the notification chimed. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Dragon Man 88. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a man rummaged through his kitchen, desperately searching for food. Aside from a cockroach he had squashed, he found nothing to satiate his hunger. His phone buzzed incessantly with unanswered calls and messages, drowned out by a flood of similar pleas for help. Spotting the exploded remains of the cockroach, he gulped nervously, instinctively reaching out, only to withdraw as if electrocuted. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The multiverse fishing. He recalled that he had a trump card to play. With little hope of official assistance and no need to heed their warnings, he was on the brink of starvation. Outside, the streets were crawling with zombies. Leaving him no choice, he opened his phone, its battery dwindling to 10%, and swiftly registered as a fisherman on the multiverse fishing app. Bloodshot eyes and a rumbling stomach. He eagerly pressed the start fishing option. That he had 2 chances. The first attempt ended in failure due to his scattered focus. On the second attempt, concentrating all his attention, he finally succeeded. A notification popped up. Fishing successful. You have attracted the attention of a gluttonous dragon. It is now extremely hungry. The man furrowed his brow, bemused by this unexpected outcome. A gluttonous dragon. What in the world was that? Could it be consumed? What was the countdown on the screen? Soon, as the numbers dwindled to 0, a thunderous roar echoed across the land, audible even kilometers away. The populace and authorities were stirred into action, convening an emergency meeting. Watching the live feed from drones, they beheld a colossal black dragon, over 100 meters long, unleashing torrents of flames upon the city. Despite knowing that there were still those unwilling to evacuate, they felt utterly powerless. Should we deploy fighter jets? Someone questioned that. Do you think fighter jets will be effective against such a creature? Our missiles would likely do little more than tickle it. Despite their reluctance to acknowledge it, the truth was undeniable. If the missiles only provoked the beast further, it would only lead to unnecessary casualties. They racked their brains for a solution, overwhelmed with frustration. They longed to know which unfortunate soul had caused this calamity, especially with the issue of the Blood Knight still unresolved. In stark contrast, Chun Ming was nearing the conclusion of his endeavors. He noted with clarity that the influx of dragon men had diminished significantly. He was certain that the coveted treasure lay hidden beneath the abyss. It was improbable that defeating these dragon men alone would yield the treasure, for the undead extraction and treasure chests were linked more to his fishing skills than to the secret realm itself. If Chun Ming were to speculate, he would surmise that the dragon men served as guardians of the hidden treasures, by eliminating them, one could claim the bountiful rewards. Chun Ming opened his virtual panel to assess his progress. At that moment, the number of dragon men he had extracted exceeded 2,000. The count of black iron treasure chests also surpassed 2,000. Such difficulty warranted the presence of valuable loot. Rising from his seat, he advanced toward the abyss, retrieving his tang knife from his storage space, prepared to descend and seize the treasures within. Accompanied by his undead army, he set forth to eradicate the last remnants of the dragon men. Boom! Yet before he could take action, a fierce gale suddenly surged up from the depths of the abyss. Chun Ming found himself struggling to keep his eyes open as the sand and stones danced wildly around him. After a considerable effort to adjust, he lowered his arms and opened his eyes, only to behold an immense creature looming before him. He looked up, and there it was, a dragon. Indeed, a dragon, but it was a Western dragon, lacking the divine aura of its Eastern counterparts. Its scales were a deep, purplish black, reflecting a glimmering sheen like a mirror. When it unfurled its wings, they truly obscured the sky, a magnificent presence. The dark bones of its wings contrasted with the crimson membranes, each flap unleashing gales that could extend for miles. Its colossal form spanned hundreds of meters, exuding an air of dominance. Its golden eyes, filled with countless threads, resembled a kaleidoscope, reflecting countless images of Chun Ming's own visage. Then, those dragon eyes narrowed into a focused beam. The black dragon opened its maw wide, flames shooting skyward. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a spiraling column of searing fire towards Chun Ming. He was acutely aware that no undead could withstand such an assault. He raised his hand to halt the advance of the undead rushing to defend him. Afraid? Preposterous! With such a formidable dragon as his undead servant, Chun Ming felt nothing but exhilaration. He suppressed a grin. On the contrary, he laughed maniacally. With a mere gesture, he activated his SSS-level skill, Icebound Expanse. A sweeping motion froze the black and red flames that could melt everything in their path from the ground. Massive ice spikes erupted chaotically, spreading like a tidal wave, growing ever larger, creating a terrifying visual deterrent. The black dragon, sensing impending doom, attempted to extinguish the flames and retreat, but as it turned, it was ensnared by the ice. Rapidly encasing its scales, flesh, and wings, its mouth opened, not to attack, but to express agony and despair, revealing sharp teeth, saliva dripping. The ice was relentless. This power far exceeded Chun Ming's comprehension. Gazing at the vast ocean of ice spikes before him and the frozen black dragon above, Chun Ming suddenly felt that should such an ability be unveiled, he would surely be deemed a cataclysmic disaster, far more perilous than any zombie or monster. Even the blood-colored knights would pale in comparison. Entirely outclassed. Could such effect be achieved with a mere flick of the wrist? Clearly, his SSS-level skills were far more exaggerated than he had imagined. He then raised his right arm straight, fingers partially clenched, palm facing the heavens. Chun Ming wished to experiment with another SSS-level skill. World-ending fireball. Like Icebound Expanse, he did not unleash the full effect of the skill, fearing he might be engulfed alongside it. Boom! 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 With each explosion, the fireball above him grew 100-fold. In an instant, its size eclipsed even the sun hanging at the horizon, rendering it insignificant. Chun Ming estimated that if this fireball were to descend, the entire Jiang city would be engulfed in flames, reduced to ruins. As Chun Ming lowered his arm, boom! The world-ending fireball descended, carrying with it an endless wave of scorching heat towards the black dragon. The already parched desert became unbearably hot. A breath taken would instantly evaporate the moisture from his mouth, leaving it cracked and dry. The heat distorted the very visuals around him. The ice melted, only to be vaporized shortly thereafter. The dragon's head began to dissolve. Regaining a modicum of freedom, its pupils widened in alarm. Yet, it was swiftly engulfed. Chun Ming felt as if a sun was plummeting before him, falling into the abyss. Moments later, bang! The explosion reverberated thunderously. The ground fractured continuously. Boom! In Chun Ming's view, the flames from the explosion were compressed by the canyon, their power significantly amplified, surging forth like lava. Looking around, a towering wall of flames formed, an endless spectacle more terrifying than a tsunami. It took over a minute to quell. The abyss split into dozens of chasms. Ugh. Witnessing this, Chun Ming couldn't help but worry whether the hidden treasures within the abyss could withstand such a force. However, his attention was soon captured by a notification window. Successfully slain the catastrophic dragon. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 golden treasure chest. Oh, a golden treasure chest. As the first golden treasure chest he had acquired. Chun Ming felt a surge of excitement. Even though it was ranked 6 from the bottom, it held significant sentimental value. Without hesitation, he glanced at the shadow wolf that had approached him, gently stroking its head. Well done. The shadow wolf opened its mouth, releasing a heavy scale that it had wrenched from the catastrophic dragon before its demise, following the path of the frozen flames. Chun Ming had long prepared for this. He wouldn't forsake a powerful undead servant for mere gratification. He selected the catastrophic dragon and confirmed the extraction of the undead. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant, the catastrophic dragon. The next moment, a swirling black tempest erupted from the ground. The tempest exploded outward. A transformed catastrophic dragon materialized before Chun Ming. Unfurling its wings, bowing its head, and reclining its body, it expressed its submission. A dragon of hundreds of meters lay prostrate before him. The sensation was ineffably sublime. Chun Ming leapt onto the dragon's head. With a mere thought, the catastrophic dragon flapped its gigantic wings and soared into the sky, breaking through the swirling sands, carrying him aloft. A barren desert may have little to offer, but riding upon the back of a dragon to witness such scenery was a delight beyond words. Even if the treasure were to be obliterated beneath that world-ending fireball, Chun Ming would not feel disheartened. For him, this expedition in search of treasure was undoubtedly a grand success. With such a mount, what more could he desire? The catastrophic dragon was not only a steed, but also a vessel for him to slay zombies and monsters. The skill of undead extraction held even greater significance in his mind. It was time to explore the wonders hidden within the abyss. Chun Ming maneuvered the catastrophic dragon, aiming for the abyss, and dove down in the relatively confined space compared to the dragon's massive form. They executed a rapid and deft flight. Unlike fighter pilots, the catastrophic dragon's ability to fly was innate, requiring no honing or skill. Chun Ming opened the virtual panel, switching to a storage space that he located the treasure map and opened it. A red inverted triangle appeared within his field of vision. They drew closer. The symbol grew larger. Moments later, the dragon's wings folded, and its feet touched the ground. It lowered its head, extending it like a long staircase for Chun Ming to disembark. Chun Ming jumped down. A Arriving at the location indicated by the inverted triangle IT was a patch of ground char black, devoid of even a blade of grass. It was stark and barren. Could it be that the treasure was truly destroyed? Looking up, Chun Ming clearly saw that the coordinates had not vanished. Wait, the treasure map is all about hiding, and the essence of treasure is rooted in concealment. Realizing this, Chun Ming opened the virtual panel and retrieved the folding shovel he had previously caught. With a swift motion, he unfurled the shovel. After 2 vigorous digs, he indeed unearthed a treasure chest. Upon opening it, a thick layer of feathers, black and white, lay atop a scaly egg. What a massive egg! This was the first time in his life Chun Ming had seen such a gigantic egg, nearly reaching half his height. Compared to it, even an ostrich egg appeared minuscule. Chun Ming turned to the catastrophic dragon behind him and murmured, "Could this possibly be a dragon egg? To slay a dragon and obtain its egg, then hatch it into a dragon companion?" It seemed quite reasonable. After all, not everyone possessed the skill to extract undead like Chun Ming. If one could indeed slay the catastrophic dragon, acquire a dragon egg, and nurture a young dragon from infancy, it would undoubtedly become an immensely formidable force as it matured. The might of the Calamity Dragon is undoubtedly comparable to an S-level skill, if not surpassing it, capturing 2 dragons in one fell swoop. One with a corporeal form and the other a loyal undead, filled Chun Ming with exuberance, after safely stowing the dragon egg in his storage space. As he contemplated how to exit the treasure secret realm, he turned to find the portal to departure had already opened in advance. Previously, while soaring through the skies on the dragon, Chun Ming had meticulously surveyed this world, extracting every last drop of value from it, leaving no necessity for further presence. All the undead, including the recently subdued Calamity Dragon, were plunged into the shadow world. Chun Ming then strode confidently into the portal, and in the blink of an eye, found himself back atop the hotel. Little did he expect that just as he departed the secret realm, his danger perception ability was triggered. Turning around, he beheld the gluttonous dragon coiled upon the hotel rooftop. A mere half-meter away, from its mirror-like eyes, Chun Ming could clearly see his own reflection and features. The gluttonous dragon showed no curiosity about Chun Ming's sudden appearance. Instead, it extended its neck and opened its abyssal maw, intent on devouring him whole. Chun Ming, however, took a half-step back and swiftly plummeted, vanishing from the dragon's line of sight. The sound of its teeth clashing echoed in vain. In an instant, Chun Ming, now mounted atop the Calamity Dragon, soared into the air. A massive portal opened in mid-flight, through which the Calamity Dragon leapt forth. This scene was captured by a hovering drone above, relaying the footage back to the officials of Jiang City in real time. Having just witnessed Chun Ming's departure, those in power were once again startled by the unfolding events on their screens. Before they could resolve the first dragon, another, even larger one appeared. Uncertain of the situation, they only caught a glimpse of a black portal opening from which the dragons surged forth. Could it be the mother of the first dragon? A dragon mother and her offspring? Wait, zoom in on the footage. One astute observer quickly urged. Upon hearing this, a nearby technician hastily adjusted the screen settings. Then the one who had spoken pointed at the screen, indicating the dragon's head. "Don't you think this resembles a person?" "A person? How could anyone be present in such a location? Surely there must be a mistake," an old veteran queried. The technician replied, "Indeed, is it possible to bring the drone closer?" The veteran pressed. The technician shook his head. "I'm afraid not. The dragon is highly sensitive to the rotor sounds of helicopters. Any closer, and the dragon's roar could disrupt the signal, resulting in a crash." Through his words, everyone learned that previous attempts at close-range filming had all ended in failure. With the entire warehouse now vacant, only this single drone remained operational, and they were loath to take unnecessary risks. Following the outbreak of the zombie virus, the demand for drones had surged significantly. The officials were in contact with various manufacturers to expedite production, not only for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, but also for the remote transport of essential supplies. Additionally, drones equipped with weaponry could eliminate zombies from 100 meters away with zero risk at the press of a button. The variety was vast and diverse. Look, the dragon offspring seems poised to strike at the dragon mother. The crowd turned their gaze at the exclamation. AS anticipated the gluttonous dragon, having emerged from its dormant state, flapped its wings and detached from the hotel, heading straight for the Calamity Dragon that Chun Ming was riding. Faced with a size disparity of several times, the gluttonous dragon audaciously initiated the attack. This surprised Chun Ming, who began to suspect that the gluttonous dragon might have been infected by the zombie virus, leaving it with an insatiable hunger devoid of any other thoughts. Indeed, this was true. But the distinction lay in the fact that the gluttonous dragon experienced frequent hunger pangs, driven by its primal instinct, showing no fear and unrelated to the zombie virus. Akati had no interest in consuming the undead, but rather it was intensely focused on the fresh prey. Chun Ming, who stood atop the Calamity Dragon's head and was eager to swallow him whole. With a resounding roar, the Calamity Dragon would not permit the gluttonous dragon to harm its master. It opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of draconic flames. Aware that its firepower paled in comparison to that of the Calamity Dragon, the gluttonous dragon darted about, leveraging its speed to evade the onslaught. The Calamity Dragon, in turn, continuously adjusted the trajectory of its fiery assault, pursuing the gluttonous dragon in relentless chase. The area was engulfed in a blazing inferno, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Equally shocking was the reaction of the officials in the monitoring room. They could hardly fathom that the towering edifices, painstakingly constructed and developed by humanity, could appear so fragile against these colossal beasts. If this continued, the entire Jiang city would inevitably succumb to devastation. Engulfed in flames, can we really stop them? One pondered. Perhaps we should consider abandoning Jiang City. Creatures of this magnitude are beyond our current capacity to confront. Transmit the footage to the central station. Instruct them to broadcast it nationwide, so everyone is aware and we can initiate a plan for indefinite evacuation of Jiang City. If we do evacuate, do you think deploying nuclear weapons could eliminate these two dragons? It's hard to say, but if that were to occur, Jiang City would be uninhabitable for a long time. Moreover, if nuclear radiation were to interact with the zombie virus, leading to even more uncontrollable mutations. What then? An elderly researcher articulated his concerns and insights. The others found his reasoning sound and refrained from rebuttal. Meanwhile, the central station relayed their agreement to a temporary broadcast. The perceived danger posed by the two colossal dragons now ranked equally with that of the Blood Knight in the eyes of the officials. Initially, when hearing that the upper echelons of Jiang City had unanimously voted to abandon it and evacuate all personnel, those in the imperial capital had intended to chastise them for their inaction and cowardice. However, upon witnessing the footage transmitted from Jiang City, their indignation dissipated entirely. They could not maintain their anger. Upon seeing the dragon for the first time, they felt instinctively guilty, let alone there were two of them. Some had contemplated the use of nuclear weapons to eliminate the dragons, but were quickly dissuaded by several experts present. They were uncertain of the relationship between the dragons and the zombies. Yet they were certain that the zombie virus possessed unpredictable evolutionary capabilities and regenerative properties. Should a nuclear explosion fail to eradicate the dragons, it could instead catalyze mutations within their similar genetic makeup, resulting in an even more terrifying adversary. Thus, the best course of action at present was to find a way to keep the two dragons within Jiang City, allowing them to entertain themselves. Others proposed manufacturing the largest doses of tranquilizers in history, attempting to induce slumber in the colossal dragons. If the needles could not penetrate the dragon scales, they suggested concocting a mixture with fresh pork, beef, and lamb, laced with the tranquilizers. While uncertain of its efficacy, they believed that without trying, they would never discover the answer. Inaction would not bring about peace. In the city of Jiang, two colossal dragons are locked in a fierce battle. Through the course of the conflict, Chun Ming realizes that these monstrous beings possess a rather simplistic combat style, lacking the cunning and intricate strategies that characterize humanity. Their overwhelming strength alone does not make them formidable. Had these creatures the intellect and scheming of a human, coupled with their brute force, it would not be long before humanity, much like the dinosaurs, faced complete extinction in this realm. With little interest in squandering time, Chun Ming decisively inhabits the body of the Dragon of Calamity, seizing control of its form. He unleashes several fireballs of dragon flame to restrict the movements of the gluttonous dragon, gradually closing the distance between them while deliberately slowing his approach to lower its sensitivity. Time wasted is time well spent, as he believes. Once within what he deems the optimal range, he accelerates suddenly. The gluttonous dragon senses danger and attempts to flee, but its shadow is already eclipsed by the massive form of the Dragon of Calamity. Paralleling it above, Chunming opens his maw and releases a torrent of searing flames, inflicting grievous damage upon the gluttonous dragon's spine, the fire blooming like flowers, engulfing its entire body. The gluttonous dragon emits a heart-wrenching wail. Its membranous wings incinerated, causing it to plummet that it tumbles several times upon the ground, demolishing towering edifices in its wake. The exact toll of lives lost remains unknown. As it attempts to rise, Chunming has already maneuvered the colossal body of the Dragon of Calamity, pinning the gluttonous dragon beneath him, rendering it immobile. The gluttonous dragon raises its neck at an impossible angle, opening its maw filled with jagged teeth, seeking to sever the neck of the Dragon of Calamity. Seizing the moment, Chunming grasps the gluttonous dragon's upper and lower jaws with his claws, exerting tremendous force to pry them apart. The immense strength reveals torn flesh at the corners of its mouth. Blood oozing forth, Chunming, devoid of compassion, opens his mouth once more, unleashing an apocalyptic dragon flame, hotter than lava and rivaling the sun, flooding into the gluttonous dragon's mouth and body. The dragon flames rapidly fill it, causing the gluttonous dragon's form to swell, the fiery radiance even escaping through the fissures in its torn scales. Completely defenseless, the gluttonous dragon can only endure this onslaught. With a resounding boom, the flesh and blood of the beast can no longer contain the overwhelming dragon flames, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that sends a monstrous mushroom cloud spiraling into the sky, its power rivaling that of a nuclear weapon. Freed from restraint, the amassed flames surge forth like a tidal wave, engulfing a radius of 1,000 meters, turning everything beneath the inferno into charred remains, an abyss of darkness. The gluttonous dragon has been successfully slain. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 golden treasure chest. The zombie has been defeated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 wooden treasure chest. The Titan zombie has been vanquished. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 black iron treasure chest. The zombie hound has been eliminated. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2 wooden treasure chests. Apart from the Dragon of Calamity, the zombies and monsters slain by the residual flames also count towards Chunming's rewards, an unexpected boon. He collects over 1,000 wooden treasure chests and more than 50 black iron treasure chests, in addition to the golden treasure chest from defeating the gluttonous dragon. Chunming is somewhat taken aback. Logically, the combat power between the gluttonous dragon and the Dragon of Calamity should differ significantly, so why the same reward standard? Could it be that the difficulty of unlocking the first treasure chest is high, but subsequent ones become easier? Chunming speculates irresponsibly. Setting aside his musings, he refocuses on matters at hand. Selecting all, he extracts the undead. Little did he expect, just emerging from the treasure trove, to have the opportunity to acquire a second dragon companion. No, to be precise, including the dragon egg, it should be considered his 3rd dragon pet. Although Chunming has a preference for Eastern dragons, he cannot be choosy. For now, he will utilize this Western dragon to bolster his combat strength. As extraction commences, success is soon met. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new undead servant. Gluttonous Dragon 1. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new undead servant. Zombie 788. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new undead servant. Zombie Hound 99. Opening the virtual panel, Chunming locates the gluttonous dragon and examines its detailed introduction. He wishes to ascertain what skills this creature possesses to compete with the Dragon of Calamity, justifying its value of a golden treasure chest. Name: Gluttonous Dragon Age, 829 years rating. S skills: Devour Enhancement, Dragon Flame, Brutal Bite, Dragon's Might Dread, Assimilate. Upon reviewing the skills of the gluttonous dragon, Chunming realizes that it is not weak, but rather inept in its execution, playing a strong hand poorly. Particularly the Devour Enhancement skill. If utilized properly, it could continually strengthen itself. Most importantly, it is without limits. However, After over 800 years, the gluttonous dragon has clearly failed to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily eradicated by the Dragon of Calamity, its existence obliterated, closing the virtual panel. Chun Ming, having completed these tasks, ensures there are no other resources to harvest nearby, that he ascends upon the dragon's head, directing the Dragon of Calamity to vanish from the gaze of the drones. Yet the shock he has instilled in the populace and officials remains undiminished, only amplified in the capital. Within the office, a question arises. Why do monsters engage in mutual slaughter? At this moment, someone breaks the silence that Chun Ming's display of power has created. The room, occupied by dozens of individuals, is as quiet as a grave, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Perhaps it is due to issues of food or territorial disputes. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, let alone dragons. The software known as Fishing in All Realms claims that anything is possible. Could it be that the figure depicted on screen is indeed real? Has someone used that software to catch a dragon pet under their control? As these words are spoken, a profound silence envelopes the room. Though they say nothing, their gazes betray their thoughts, unconsciously drifting to their phones. None among them have ever utilized Fishing in All Realms. The reason is simple. The software requires a registration process. They fear that in the event of a surprise inspection, their lack of participation could expose them. As one of the power holders, failing to lead by example could cost them their positions. For them, caution is a timeless truth. There is no reason to take risks. However, now, witnessing that someone can command a world-ending dragon, their resolve begins to waver. They hesitate, contemplating whether to join the progressive faction, to propose collaboration, and abandon resistance in favor of coexisting with Fishing in All Realms. The risks cannot be overlooked, yet this appears to be the best breakthrough strategy, without exception. A single dragon pet, a mech, and the subsequent impact of a skill can yield significant benefits. Enough to ensure peace in the region that if the authorities feel this way, one can only imagine how the average citizen might react. At this moment, the forum has erupted due to the broadcast of the battle between the two dragons. The comment section is inundated with foreign IP addresses. They have no time for mischief. Their sole purpose is to grasp first-hand information. Waiting for someone to share the video from the Great Xia is simply too slow. They lack the patience and time. Regardless of the previous viral videos featuring the Mecha Celestial, the Gatling Buddha, or the Necromancer, they remain atop the global trending list, drawing worldwide attention. Incredible. Even from behind a screen, the impact is staggering. One can hardly fathom the sensation of witnessing such a spectacle up close. The feeling of being reduced to ashes. I just saw someone mention that there was a figure atop that dragon. Is that true? Can anyone provide clarification? It's likely a dragon horn or perhaps scales dislodged during the struggle, creating a visual illusion. At this stage, who can control such a calamity-level creature? A blue link appears. Someone has employed technology to restore a high-definition image, confirming that it is indeed a person. Clicking the link redirects to a related thread, where the discussion's intensity, comment count, likes, saves, and shares rapidly surpass 999. Wow. There's truly a person riding on the dragon's back. No. Perched atop its head, following the Mecha Celestial and Necromancer, has the dragon rider emerged. Truly, Great Xia is brimming with talent. That dragon looks incredibly formidable. Is the video authentic? What could possibly be fake? The entire process is documented with screen recording. How could that be fabricated? Brothers, fret not. I've sent this to several renowned special effects maestros for their scrutiny, and they unanimously declared it to be free from any alterations or editing marks. Initially, I thought I'd drawn a D-grade skill and consider myself quite fortunate, but alas, it seems there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. My goodness, a master wielding a D-grade skill. Might I inquire if you require any accessories to adorn your legs? I am more than willing to serve you diligently, bowing and toiling endlessly until my very last breath. Returning our focus to Chun Ming, he was already commanding the Dragon of Calamity as he made his way back to the villa. In midair, a colossal shadowy portal opened above the dragon, and it was drawn into the abyss. Chun Ming then turned and entered the house, his footsteps brisk, for he had pressing matters to attend to, with 2 golden treasure chests clutched eagerly in his hands. He was filled with an insatiable desire to unveil their contents. Seated upon the sofa in the living room, He instinctively grasped the remote control and switched on the television. There was no need to change the channel, as only one remained available for viewing, leaving him with no choice that he noticed the screen was replaying footage of himself controlling the Dragon of Calamity as it engaged in a fierce struggle with the gluttonous dragon. Reflecting on a small object he had inadvertently observed hovering several hundred meters above, he murmured, "So it was a drone." Initially, he had assumed it to be a mutated bird. Even if such footage were captured, he wouldn't mind, as the distance rendered the quality abysmal, merely allowing him to discern a figure resembling himself, devoid of any facial details. Even if he were to see his visage clearly, it would matter little, for he was not at all concerned about facing national-level powers, feeling utterly helpless against them. The mere existence of an indestructible entity was enough to bolster Chun Ming's confidence. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted it was midday. That he activated the virtual panel, navigated to the food section, selected a steaming bowl of braised beef noodles, and confirmed his order. The rich red oil paired with generous chunks of beef and a sprinkle of scallions was a feast for the eyes. Truly embodying the allure depicted in advertisements, the IT was no wonder it commanded a price of $180 per bowl. With a wry chuckle, Chun Ming picked up his chopsticks, first lifting a tender piece of beef shank to savor. Simultaneously, he utilized his mind to manipulate the virtual panel and locate the two golden treasure chests, confirming their opening. The first chest opened successfully. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-grade skill. Wine blade." Oh, to think a skill could be found within a golden treasure chest. And an S-grade at that. Chun Ming was genuinely astonished. He clicked to view the skill's description. S-grade skill, wind blade. You will gain the ability to condense wind into a blade, striking without a trace. A gust of wind swirled around his fingertips. Palpable yet invisible, deformed a wind blade the length of a finger, aiming at a distant vase, and propelled it forward, in silent obscurity. The vase suddenly twisted apart, toppling and shattering upon the ground. Chun Ming's eyes widened. Is this skill truly S-grade? He was acutely aware that he had only unleashed a fraction of his power. If he were to fully harness it, the results would be nothing short of extraordinary. With the enhancement of his attributes, he felt no need to rely on the cumbersome Dragon of Calamity. Simply condensing wind into a blade would ensure that the gluttonous dragon would have no time to react before its head was severed. He was utterly certain that while dragon scales were formidable, they were not impenetrable against the might of the wind blade strike. Once would suffice, twice, thrice, until its defenses were breached. Each skill gained brought additional enhancements, relieving Chun Ming of any concerns regarding an overload of skills or mental energy. After securing the skill, he resolved to press on, eager to open the remaining golden treasure chest. Selecting the chest, the anticipation was evident on his face. The second chest opened successfully. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Mecha Random Gift Pack 1. Another mecha. Chun Ming felt no disdain, but rather excitement at the prospect of acquiring another brand new mecha. He located the Mecha Random Gift Pack within his storage space and confirmed its opening. Confirm. The pack was opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-grade mecha. Solar Eclipsing Crow. Each character was familiar to Chun Ming, yet combining them to deduce the nature of this mecha proved somewhat challenging. The mention of crow led him to ponder a potential connection to the bird, that a mecha related to crows. Chun Ming was uncertain, as he recalled that most mechas tended to be humanoid. Setting aside his musings, he sought out the Solar Eclipsing Crow mecha. Upon viewing the preview icon in his storage space, it indeed resembled a crow. With his thoughts wavering, Chun Ming stepped outside the villa, ensuring the placement area was clear and flat, before clicking to retrieve the mecha. Instantaneously, a lifelike mecha crow, sleek and black with a sophisticated metallic sheen, manifested before him. Its crimson eyes glowed like a blood moon, casting an enchanting red light even in daylight, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. By night, its intimidating presence would surely amplify. Such exquisite craftsmanship. Chun Ming marveled at the intricately crafted feathers, unable to restrain his admiration. Even if its practicality were lacking, as a collectible piece of art, it was undoubtedly a masterpiece. As Chun Ming contemplated entering the mecha's cockpit, the Solar Eclipsing Crow unfurled one of its wings. Forming a makeshift ladder, in an instant, he leapt to the mecha's neck. Unlike the dangerous wanderer, Its cockpit was not located in the chest, but rather in the upper neck region that he ascended the steps and entered the cockpit. The steps automatically folded away, transforming into a door that sealed shut that moment. He had quickly donned his gear, and his vision melded seamlessly with the crow-shaped mecha, crafted entirely from special metals. His hands controlled its wings, while his feet guided its talons. Although Chun Ming's toes could not mimic the dexterity of a bird's claws, the operating system would optimize his movements, ensuring that every command was conveyed with perfect fidelity. Upon examination, if he were to compare the two mechas, the solar eclipsing crow, while lacking the diversity of attack methods offered by the dangerous wanderer, compensated with its superior flight capabilities and formidable talents, which could easily crush dragon scales, along with a trump card that bridged the gap. Chun Ming spread his wings and soared into the sky. IT was even easier to maneuver than he had anticipated. Truly worthy of being an S-grade mecha, the performance and fluidity of operation were simply unparalleled. Chun Ming was lavish in his praise, having just finished lunch and acquired a brand new mecha. Chun Ming was eager to stretch his legs, test the mecha, and work off some of his meal that he was in dire need of adversaries. Many adversaries, summoning the virtual panel, he opened the resource map and pinpointed an outdoor stadium 5 kilometers away. While the stadium itself held little significance, what mattered was that it housed thousands of zombies. If he recalled correctly, a famous singer had recently held a concert there. Chun Ming was not well-versed in the entertainment industry, but he had learned of this due to his dorm leader, Yang Dong, being a fan of that celebrity. Not long ago, he had lamented about missing out on tickets due to slow fingers, complaining incessantly to Chun Ming and others. Despite his disinterest, Yang Dong's repeated mentions had ensured that the information was etched in his mind. Now, he found himself grateful to that star for gathering so many individuals who had succumbed to the zombie virus, providing him with an opportunity to test his new mecha. Thousands of zombies would suffice. After testing the solar eclipsing crow mecha, he could also harvest a bounty of treasure chests from the fallen undead. Chun Ming was utterly enamored with these skills. Their combined effects were nothing short of perfect. Returning to the mecha itself, while the solar eclipsing crow stood slightly shorter than the dangerous wanderer, it still reached an impressive height of 19 meters, an imposing figure indeed. When its wings spread wide, it cast a shadow that captivated the attention of many, ignoring the cigarette in his hand. One onlooker gazed up in awe at the colossal creature gliding overhead, dropping his smoke in shock. Regaining his senses, he quickly crouched down, cradling his head in fear of being noticed by the beast, lest he be snatched up like a mere insect to feed its young. "What are you so afraid of?" Beside him, a friend spoke in exasperation. He pulled out his phone, activated the camera, and pressed the shutter button. "Have you lost your mind? If the flash attracts that creature, we will both be devoured like food." The man scolded angrily. "Fool, take a closer look. That monster is flesh and blood, but this fellow is merely a hunk of metal." His companion patiently reminded him that a hunk of metal. Upon hearing this, the man cautiously peered out, his vigilance still intact. After scrutinizing it closely, he gradually stood up straight and said, "A mechanical monster? No, I believe it likely belongs to the same category of combat machines as that previous mech known as the Heavenly Sovereign." His companion offered his insight. Noticing that the solar eclipsing raven had already vanished into the mist, he ceased recording, saved the footage, and then opened the editing function. He resolved to cut out the extraneous footage, particularly the blank segments where the raven was absent. Before the apocalypse, he had worked as an editor at an online news agency. Through this experience, he had learned precisely what kind of video could capture greater attention. "Is the editing done? Let me see." The man extended his hand. "Just a moment." After half a minute, the companion handed the phone to the man down on the screen. The companion had already completed uploading the video. The man, uninterested in the viral statistics, clicked play to review the content. A weapon. It was excessively exquisite. It was indeed a rare treasure, a true work of art. The man watched repeatedly, continuously bestowing high praise upon it. Those in the comment section shared similar sentiments. "What a colossal raven! It must consume dozens, if not hundreds, of people in one bite." "Raven, take a good look. That is clearly a mechanical structure." "Mechanical? Could it possibly be related to the Heavenly Sovereign? It must be a high-tech weapon that was fished up." "Damn, Am I the only one without luck in the Great Xia? Though I am reluctant to admit it, you are not alone. Add me to that count. They were engrossed in their lively discussion. Meanwhile, from a distance, Chen Ming could already make out the outline of the stadium. The structure resembled a bird's nest, hollowed out in the center, providing a clear view of the entire interior. A horde of zombies was densely clustered on the grass, their forms swaying slightly, like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at the slightest disturbance. With just a glance, Chen Ming could see that the number of zombies visible to him already exceeded 3,000. To others, these creatures were monsters, but to Chen Ming, their sheer number signified greater rewards. How could he not feel exhilarated? It was impossible to contain his excitement. While in a hovering state, Chen Ming endeavored to extend his wings backward, fully open to maximize his power for a moment of thrust. That moment. A voice suddenly called out from below. I'm here. I'm here. Chen Ming looked down in confusion, spotting a man and a woman, both looking disheveled and gaunt, standing on the rooftop, waving their hands at him. Chen Ming was certain they were addressing him. You are the one sent by the company to rescue me, right? Rest assured. As long as you get me out of here with my fame and strength, I will ensure you are well compensated, the man reiterated, making his promise to Chen Ming. Chen Ming zoomed in on the screen, the man's face rapidly coming into focus. It's him. This individual was none other than the big star Yang Dong, whom Chen Ming's dormitory leader admired. Noticing Chen Ming's silence, the man asked anxiously, Are we mistaken? Is this guy actually a monster? According to online reports, they claimed this was a mech weapon with no desire to harm humans. Coincidentally, the company had also relayed a response, promising to dispatch a rescue team, which led the woman to speculate that he might be one of the rescuers. So, didn't I just ask you to confirm with the company? What's the response? The man urged he had risked provoking a zombie outbreak by leaving the office for this precarious location based on the woman's assertion that the strange bird was a member of the rescue team. Yet now, she was telling him it was merely speculation. The woman took a step back, fearing that the man, starved for too long, might lose his sanity and become blinded by rage. She was at a loss for alternatives. If they continued to suffer from hunger and thirst, they would face life-threatening danger within hours. Thus, she clung to a sliver of hope, attempting to grasp Chen Ming as a lifeline. You fool! The man gritted his teeth, clearly enraged. Seeing this, the woman quickly raised her hands defensively. Calm down. I will persuade him. Before the man could respond, the woman looked up at Chen Ming, her hands clasped together, and cried out, Please, save us. We are willing to accept any conditions as long as you can rescue us. I am a top agent at Dynasty Entertainment. You must know of our immense strength, right? The boss values us greatly. The woman had initially intended to emphasize the man's capabilities and future prospects. However, fearing Chen Ming might only rescue him and abandon her, she quickly revised her statement. The boss values both of our abilities immensely. If you bring us back safely, he will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Indeed, I'm the sort who repays even the smallest favor with great gratitude. If you manage to get me out of here, I have 130 million in my bank account that I would gladly give to you. At that moment, the man also interjected, expressing his stance. Perhaps worried that his tone was not assertive enough, he added, Of course, I will not hesitate to retaliate against those who wish to harm me. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes widened, and she turned sharply to glare at the man, thinking he must have lost his mind from hunger, just as she intended to shift her gaze back to Chen Ming to salvage the situation. A powerful gust of wind surged toward them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a sudden flap of his wings, Chen Ming released a volley of individually crafted feathers, which shot forth like a torrential rain of arrows toward the two. No, it was more accurate to say they were aimed at the zombies in the stadium. However, the sheer area covered by tens of thousands of feather arrows was so vast that the two could not escape unscathed. The man was instantly sliced in half by the metallic feathers, while the woman, after a piercing scream, lost her footing and tumbled down. Chen Ming never considered himself a benevolent soul, nor would he forfeit countless treasures and undead for a few empty compliments laden with insincerity. Moreover, the man had dared to threaten him, compelling him to make a resolute decision. Chen Ming had always been unmerciful toward those who sought their own demise, sending them straight to the underworld to report to the King of Hell. In mere seconds, Chen Ming had slaughtered over 4,000 zombies with a single strike. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Undead Zombie 4566. Following the one-click extraction, the number of undead zombies surged once more. After the slaughter, Chun Ming summoned all the feathers he had launched back, that he noticed that as the feathers returned, their sharp edges were oriented toward him. Wait, does this mean that while recovering the feathers, they could inflict piercing damage on any enemies in their path? And with even greater power, Chun Ming's reasoning stemmed from the understanding that the retrieval of the feathers was mandatory and unpreventable. If an enemy's body were indeed so resilient that the base damage of the feathers could not penetrate it, then the enforced recovery rule would come into play, enhancing attributes like power, penetration, and speed exponentially until the defenses were broken, allowing the feathers to return 0.1 strike, 2 damages. Chun Ming was highly satisfied with this arrangement. More importantly, the number of feathers he had just released was less than half of the total. The solar eclipsing raven boasted a total of 138,600 feathers, with a wave and a retrieval. Chun Ming was confident that few monsters could withstand it, not even the previous Calamity Dragon or the Gluttonous Dragon. It was a pity that these feathers were not firearms and could not utilize upgrade modules. Otherwise, Chun Ming would have eagerly tested how devastatingly powerful these feathers could become if reinforced. If they could add a poison attribute, each feather would carry a poisoning effect, stacking with each hit. Now that would be truly astonishing. Chun Ming, a peculiar individual, finds even the bizarre unsettling. The mere thought is exhilarating. He opens his storage space, discovers a black iron treasure chest, and resolves to engage in a tenfold gamble. He is reluctant to remain in the realm of contemplation. After all, at this moment, Chun Ming possesses a substantial quantity of black iron treasure chests, rendering the need to conserve them like wooden chests unnecessary. Coupled with a series of fortuitous enhancements, Chun Ming feels that not taking a chance would be a squandered opportunity. He selects 10 black iron treasure chests and confirms their opening. As the chests are being unlocked, success is achieved. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Barrett Sniper Rifle 1. Success. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Mountain Bike 1. Success. Critical hit. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 rocket shells. Success. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a portable automatic machine gun 1. Success. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a specialized upgrade module from Mechs 1. Upon witnessing his desires materialize from the depths of the treasure chest, Chun Ming loses interest in the subsequent rewards that he conceals the window. Allowing it to play on its own, he then swiftly locates the specialized upgrade module from Mechs within his storage space and clicks to use it. The 3D virtual model of the sun-eclipsing raven instantly materializes before Chun Ming. Allowing for a 360-degree view, he can select a specific area for upgrades, such as enhancing the grip strength of its talons, the acuity of its eyes, or the overall defense of its body. When he selects the wings, 2 options pop up: increase flight speed or enhance iron feather damage. Since the sun-eclipsing raven already possesses considerable flight speed, Chun Ming, lacking any further needs in this regard, dismisses it that he opts to upgrade and enhance the damage of the iron feathers. The upgrade is in progress. Upgrade successful. The iron feather attacks of the sun-eclipsing raven will now include explosive effects. Note, each iron feather can independently trigger high explosive damage. Confirmed through a glance, this is the skill he desires. The continuous bombardment effect rivals that of poison. Moreover, the residual impact of the explosions can inflict area damage. Given the already extensive coverage of the iron feathers, the addition of their explosive capabilities significantly broadens the attack range. Rest assured, the explosive effects will not destroy the iron feathers, ensuring their retrieval remains unaffected. Chun Ming is thoroughly satisfied. Boom! The sound of wind roars. Waves crashing and a multitude of iron feathers descends like a torrential rain upon the stadium. Chun Ming decides to finish off the zombie creatures lurking within the stadium, who survived the initial onslaught, while simultaneously testing the power of his upgraded iron feathers. Boom! 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 Flames soar, black smoke billows, the cacophony of explosions intertwines, shaking the very heavens and earth. As the smoke dissipates, the stadium, capable of accommodating thousands, lies in ruins, devoid of a single intact wall. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant, Zombie Minion 524, as Chunming embarks on his journey back to the shelter. This footage is uploaded to the internet. Without a doubt, it sparks a fresh wave of discussion. How outrageous, how absurd. This power rivals that of nuclear weapons, doesn't it? The explosion occurred merely a kilometer away. The noise was so overwhelming it nearly scared me to death. I was close to suffering a heart attack. More and more individuals are drawing mech weapons. Could it be that the future belongs to mechs? Even if I don't draw such rewards, it matters not. I merely hope to entrust these weapons to virtuous individuals. But how do you define virtue? And how can you be certain that those who gain overwhelming power won't undergo a drastic change in character? A strong recommendation is made for the higher-ups of the Great Xia to increase the number of special forces, first bolstering their loyalty, then engaging in task-oriented fishing, assuming 1 million individuals, with a guaranteed 2 fishing attempts daily. There would be 2 million opportunities to reel invaluable items. Moreover, with so many people present, should a formidable monster truly be caught, it could be addressed promptly, unlike us who are unarmed. Others abroad have already begun this endeavor, aiming to mass-produce apocalypse legions that, if we don't tighten our grip, we will only fall behind. As long as the apocalypse persists, we are safe. Once it concludes, given their methods, those individuals will undoubtedly see us as their primary targets. Indeed, eliminate the major boss first, and the lesser minions will surrender without needing a fight, willingly acknowledging their new master. After witnessing the tremendous enhancements brought by interdimensional fishing, an increasing number of people expressed dissatisfaction with the series of decisions that seem to lag behind. They are even more concerned that such terrifying powers might fall into uncontrollable hands, potentially triggering crises more lethal than the zombie creatures themselves. Humans know fear, and the malevolent understand the hearts of men is no jest. Yet what they do not realize is that all these formidable weapons and abilities belong to a singular individual at this moment. Chunming has returned to his villa, storing the sun-eclipsing raven within his storage space. He enters the villa and heads straight to the second floor. Finding a guest room, he retrieves the dragon egg acquired in the treasure secret realm and places it on the bed. The dragon egg can hatch autonomously without special care. However, time stands still in the storage space, and Chunming nearly forgets this fact. He jokes that if left there, it could take 1,000,000 years to achieve any results. Returning to the living room, he lies down. Previously, when he left, Chunming had not turned off the television, which continues to broadcast news. The male host announces that, according to Directive Number 89, the 7th Special Forces has begun concentrated trials of interdimensional fishing to enhance our combat capabilities. Have they finally made a concession? The Great Xia has over 20 special forces. Merely one being allocated to engage with interdimensional fishing signifies that conservatives remain dominant within the official ranks. They still seem to believe the current crisis is under control, relying on existing military configurations to complete the elimination task, viewing it as a matter of time. After discussing the arrangements of the 7 special forces, the female host adds that due to uncontrollability, experts from the Imperial Capital Research Institute advise against using interdimensional fishing software unless absolutely necessary to avoid causing more severe disasters for oneself and others. Chunming hears this clearly, missing not a word. A typical case of left ear in, right ear out. He picks up his phone and opens the interdimensional fishing software, unhesitatingly tapping the Start Fishing button. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a malleable combat type intelligent doll. Malleable. Combat type. Intelligent doll. A myriad of questions floods Chunming's mind. Upon inspection, what is presented before him resembles a flesh-toned mannequin akin to those found in department stores. It lacks hair, facial details, and even gender. The weapon and attack methods are fixed and uneditable. However, the appearance supports high degrees of customization, allowing for utmost freedom. The weapon consists of 4 knives that can be manipulated through short-range telekinesis. Chunming clicks on the 4 black knives floating beside the doll, which remain sheathed to view the details. The sheath is unlike traditional ones, being significantly broader than the blade, exuding a hint of futuristic sci-fi flair. After thoroughly reviewing the specifications, Chunming comprehends the significance of such a design. When the 4 blades are drawn to attack enemies, the The sheath can also serve a supplementary role, transforming and combining to become a shield. Deflecting attacks. Returning to the aesthetic aspect, it not only offers a highly customizable facial system, but also includes a one-click randomizer, showcasing a consideration for all facets. A seasoned gaming enthusiast, Chun-Ming is adept at character customization. A virtual wife is still a wife, after all, so he must approach this with seriousness. In the past, registering a gaming account took him 2 minutes, yet selecting and customizing a character could consume an entire day. Thanks to this skill, he has earned considerable profits from selling character customization data to fund his equipment purchases. Now, with the chance to create his own goddess bodyguard in the real world, Chun-Ming naturally seizes the opportunity. Who knows when he might fish out such a reward again? Short hair, white with a hint of pink at the tips. Yes, quite nice. For the eye color, the classic vampire red is indeed the best choice to complement this face. The clothing set boasts an abundance of templates, and there are even categories. Chun-Ming selected a combat urban outfit, featuring a pristine white inner lining complemented by a sleek black jacket with short sleeves that revealed his fair forearms, ensuring no hindrance during battle. The lower half consisted of a pleated skirt paired with semi-opaque tights. To add a touch of flair, he adorned the black jacket with enigmatic yet meaningless white graffiti and reflective strips. Additionally, a handgun was strapped to his thigh, not merely for decoration, but ready to be drawn for genuine use. That a black tie was nonchalantly crossed over his chest, presenting an image of an ice-cold beauty, passionate about combat yet somewhat indifferent in daily life. After a thorough 360-degree inspection to confirm there were no further modifications needed, Chun-Ming clicked to generate. Shortly after, a prompt appeared. Please name the combat doll. A random option was also provided. Chun-Ming chose a name he had used before and entered it. Shall the combat doll be named Bai Yuan? Yes. Naming successful. Immediately, a portal manifested before Chun-Ming, and a newly crafted doll, named Bai Yuan, emerged from within. Observing her, he marveled at how indistinguishable she was from a living person. Upon seeing her for the first time, Chun-Ming couldn't help but exclaim how worthwhile the nearly 3 hours spent crafting her had been. The results were simply astounding. The doll's facial sculpting system far surpassed those of major gaming companies, operating with remarkable fluidity and a wealth of materials, combined with Chun-Ming's exceptional sculpting skills. It was no exaggeration to say that with such a face and figure, she would have been an internet sensation even before the apocalypse, without needing any particular talents. Bai Yuan greets her master. Bai Yuan approached Chun-Ming and knelt gracefully on one knee. The term master was also a preset choice made by Chun-Ming. The doll not only offered freedom in terms of appearance and beauty, but also in the way she addressed him. Should Chun-Ming desire, he could raise her as a daughter without issue. The doll possessed formidable combat attributes, requiring no sustenance and endowed with self-repair capabilities, ensuring eternal youth. Even after a century, she would remain as she was now, unchanged. More importantly, her loyalty to Chun-Ming was absolute, locked in, never to waver. A sentient being, even if someone possessed hacking skills, there was no need to worry about them infiltrating Bai Yuan's programming to alter her loyalty. Rise, yes, Bai Yuan stood, and at that moment, for blades hovered behind her, poised and ready to glance out the window, revealed the sky tinged with orange-red, signaling the impending sunset. Chun-Ming stood and resolved to take Bai Yuan out to seek an opponent. To test her abilities, data is one thing, but real combat is another. They cannot be conflated. Some things must be witnessed firsthand. Follow me. Yes, Bai Yuan complied with Chun-Ming's command, walking closely beside him as they exited the villa. Using telekinesis, Chun-Ming drew 2 blades from Bai Yuan's sheath, levitating them before her as she assumed her position. The 2 soared through the clouds, heading rapidly toward the coordinates Chun-Ming had marked on the resource map. This location was a dealership where he had previously purchased numerous RVs and off-road vehicles. While there were plenty of zombies around, Chun-Ming's true focus was on a red dot twice the size of the others. As an S-class reward, he knew without testing that ordinary zombies posed little challenge for Bai Yuan. He needed to find her a slightly stronger adversary. Diving from the clouds, Chun-Ming activated complete invisibility, allowing Bai Yuan to control the battlefield entirely. Witnessing Chun-Ming vanish in an instant startled Bai Yuan, though her expression remained composed. As a sentient doll, she experienced emotions akin to joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. "Do not worry. I am still here. You simply cannot see me." Chun Ming's voice echoed her mind. Bai Yuan understands. Before long, their feet touched the ground. Chun Ming surveyed the area, somewhat surprised to find evidence that someone had arrived before them. Numerous zombies lay scattered about, some having met their demise from bullet wounds, while others had suffered fatal axe blows to the head. Additionally, Chun Ming noticed a human corpse nearby, which made him shudder. The transformation had just occurred. This suggested that the group must have arrived not long ago. After reanimation, a man clawed his way up from the ground, snarling towards Chun Ming, or rather, towards Bai Yuan, who stood behind him. After all, Chun Ming was in a state of complete invisibility, rendering him undetectable to the zombie. With a swift motion, Bai Yuan drew one of her black blades from its sheath and cleaved the man in two with a single strike. Instant kill. The speed was astonishing. With a flick of her wrist, she cleaned the blade of the blood and returned it to the sheath in one seamless motion. Evaluating this single action, Bai Yuan had already achieved a passing grade in Chun Ming's eyes. Zombie eliminated. Congratulations, host. You have gained one wooden treasure chest. Like the undead, Bai Yuan was Chun Ming's servant. Her monster kills triggered a skill reward mechanism. Meanwhile, one of the guards monitoring the situation hurried over to a scar-faced man. Breathless as he spoke, "Boss, it's bad. A very powerful woman has appeared outside. How powerful can one woman be? What does she look like? If she's not pretty, just kill her, boss. This woman might be difficult to handle." "She has 4 knives." Before the subordinate could finish, the man named Li San interjected. "So, what if she has 4 knives? Even if she had 4 arms, she would still bow to me." Saying this, he drew a black pistol from behind his waist. This weapon had been scavenged from a special forces soldier who had turned into a zombie. It was precisely because he acquired this gun, along with his prior experience in the underworld, that he could swiftly establish his own survival organization in the apocalypse. He had brought his crew here today to acquire vehicles for easier mobility and the transfer of survival supplies. Relying solely on foot in the apocalypse was exceedingly perilous. Vehicles not only provided transportation, but also shelter from the elements and a sense of security while sleeping, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Her 4 knives are far more formidable than 4 hands. They can levitate and remotely kill. The subordinate quickly clarified that if possible, he wished to avoid confrontation. However, the moment these words were spoken, Li San's excitement surged. "What? She has such a treasure at her disposal. If we seize it, we can dominate the apocalypse." Earlier, when he could not find anything worthwhile, Li San had felt quite unfortunate. Now, however, he entirely reversed his perspective. Luck was indeed on his side. The subordinate wanted to say more, but upon hearing the sound of Li San chambering a bullet, he swallowed his words. After spending time around Li San, he understood his temperament well. Speaking too much might provoke the man, and he would likely be the first to receive a bullet before the woman. That it was better to remain silent and avoid provoking fate. He could only hope that events unfolded as smoothly as Li San imagined, without any peril. Suddenly, as Li San prepared to act, a splattering sound of blood from a blade piercing flesh reached his ears. Turning to look, he saw the subordinate who had rushed to deliver the news. Now impaled by a pink object of unknown origin, the object had penetrated from the top of his head and protruded from his chin. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. The group turned slowly. Following the thick pink object with their eyes, they soon spotted a figure crouched in the corner of the ceiling. The object's end was lodged in its mouth. Is that a person? No one believed so. While the creature bore some resemblance to a human, its brain was grotesquely exposed, laid bare to the air. The pallid hue, adorned with intricate patterns, would surely induce nausea even in those who indulge in the consumption of pig brains. The creature's head obscured much of its visage, leaving only a mouth equipped with formidable fangs, capable of unleashing a long, darting tongue. Its fingers were thick and ended in claws that could easily rend flesh. Rivaling the ferocity of the most savage beasts, Li San and his companions were resolute in their refusal to liken themselves to such a monstrosity, staunchly denying its humanity. As the creature once more opened its gaping maw, preparing to launch its elongated tongue like an arrow, Li San reacted swiftly, raising his firearm to aim and pulling the trigger. The shot rang out, but the bullet struck the wall instead. The creature's speed of movement was astonishingly swift. Before Li San could realign his aim, he heard a whoosh, turning just in time to witness another comrade pierced through the heart by that treacherous tongue. Collapsing lifelessly, "Die, monster!" another shouted, brandishing a watermelon knife. Seizing the opportunity to sever the creature's tongue, the monster, however, flicked its tongue, sending the already deceased body hurtling towards the assailant, crashing into him with great force. Thud! The man's back slammed against a vehicle. The door crumpling under the impact, he fell to the ground, struggling to rise, only to be struck by sudden pallor. Clutching his chest, feeling a sweetness in his throat. Puffed, he spat a mouthful of blood. Then tilted his head, losing all responsiveness. "Boss, should we not make a hasty retreat?" A trembling survivor suggested, quaking in fear. Li San had no time for such concerns. He swiftly turned his gun to target the creature, intent on completing his mission to gain experience and increase his fishing opportunities. There was no alternative but to fight that he hardly believed his legs could outrun the wall-climbing monster. Escape by vehicle? There were plenty of cars around, yet he had yet to find a key. Furthermore, with the creature's tongue capable of piercing skulls, who could guarantee that, once inside a car and attempting to start it, he wouldn't be met with a shattered window or a tongue piercing through the roof to strike his heart? Bang! This time, Li San seized the opportunity, anticipating the creature's movements, and squeezed the trigger. The bullet spiraled out at high velocity. Observing the monster proceed along the predicted path, Li San's lips curled into a slight smile, believing everything would unfold according to his plan. Yet, to his astonishment, the creature unleashed its tongue once more. Even more astonishingly, it ensnared the bullet, flicking it away with force. The next moment, a blood hole appeared in one of his subordinates' foreheads, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. "This monster must be cheating. It can even catch bullets?" Li San exclaimed in terror. As its tongue lashed towards him like a whip, he instinctively grabbed the only remaining subordinate beside him, using him as a shield. "Boss, what are you doing?" Bang! Boom! Words left unspoken. The two were sent hurtling backward, as though severed from their strings. Cough! Li San lay on the ground, coughing dryly, relieved to find no blood. Struggling to rise, he leaned against the wall. Glancing at his subordinate lying in a pool of blood, dead on the spot, Li San could not muster a smile. Several of his ribs were broken, and escape was clearly impossible. Realizing he was on a path to doom, he glanced at the gun in his hand, deciding to depart this perilous world swiftly, to evade the monster's torment. Just then, a shriek from the creature pierced the air. Looking up, he saw the monster, its limbs severed, plummeting from the ceiling, impaled by a black long knife. Its severed tongue writhed like a snake nearby. The creature, legs upturned, attempted to flip over, but the blade sank deeper, as if nailed to the ground. Then, another long knife flew forth, hovering above its head, standing upright. Thud! It descended heavily, penetrating the creature's brain. Creamy brain matter oozed out, and the creature's head shrank visibly, like a deflating balloon, once certain of the monster's demise. Bai Yuan emerged from the shadowy corridor, gesturing to summon back the two knives. "Successful kill of the Brain Eater. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 black iron treasure chest. Extracting now. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 new undead servant. Brain Eater." With clearly defined roles, Bai Yuan was tasked with slaying foes, while Chun Ming was responsible for collecting treasure and extracting the undead. That woman, the one that guy, was referring to. She truly is as beautiful as a flower, and those weapons. Li San's thoughts turned dark. Ensuring Bai Yuan was oblivious to his presence, he raised his gun, aligning his aim, intent on seizing the advantage to kill and claim the treasure. Li San was entirely fixated on Bai Yuan, unaware that a pair of eyes lurked in the dark, watching him closely. Bang! Li San pulled the trigger, the sound echoing within the room. Bai Yuan reacted with lightning speed, thrusting her hands forward, for blades transformed mid-flight, merging into a shield. The bullet was a fraction too late. Just as it was about to make contact with the shield, it suddenly halted. What? Bai Yuan's reaction speed, surpassing that of the bullet, left Li San utterly perplexed, unable to fathom his disbelief. The bullet seemed to become frozen mid-flight. Bang, bang, bang. Li San refused to accept this bizarre turn of events, emptying the entire magazine. However, a familiar scene unfolded once more. The bullets, barely traveling 2 or 3 meters, gradually altered their trajectory, locking onto Li San. Wherever he leaned, the bullets seemed to have a mind of their own, trailing him closely. This is madness. This is madness. Terrified, Li San discarded his gun, attempting to flee. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed the pain and turned. Chen Ming would not grant him such an opportunity. Subtly manipulating the objects, he flicked his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several bullets swiftly pierced Li San's forehead and heart, ensuring his demise. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 wooden treasure chest. A wooden treasure chest with some value. Once extracted as an undead, its combat power would hardly surpass that of an ordinary zombie. When dealing with enemies, one must never show mercy. If one fails to eradicate the root, the weeds will spring back with the spring breeze. Chen Ming instilled his philosophy into Bai Yuan's mind. The potential for manipulation of the puppet extended far beyond mere appearance. Understood. Bai Yuan not only verbally acknowledged, but also recorded Chen Ming's words within her core programming. If Bai Yuan were to be likened to a vassal, then Chen Ming's words were undoubtedly the edicts of an emperor, unassailable. A faint rustling sound echoed above. The ordeal was far from over. Chen Ming glanced up to see one brain eater after another, mutated and crawling from the staircase leading to the 2nd floor and from a ceiling to it. Was then that Chen Ming realized that the large dot on the resource map was comprised of these overlapping brain eaters. Nevertheless, the area of a single brain eater zombie's red dot still far exceeded that of an ordinary zombie, placing it at the same level as a Titan zombie. The brain eaters collectively opened their mouths. Their movements synchronized as if copied and pasted, unleashing tongues that struck with the speed of lightning. Unfazed by their assault, Bai Yuan effortlessly defended with her shield while wielding dual blades, flowing like water, severing their tongues into segments. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, she manipulated 2 flying knives, catching them off guard, one piercing from above and emerging through the chin, delivering a fatal blow to the brain eater. The transition between offense and defense was seamless, each movement appearing as if calculated by sophisticated algorithms, fluid and graceful. The disparity in power between the 2 sides was akin to that of heaven and earth, although the brain eaters were formidable. They had unfortunately chosen the wrong opponent, destined only to be mercilessly slaughtered. Extracting now. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 22 new undead servants, brain eater zombies, having eliminated all adversaries. Chen Ming not only gained a clear understanding of Bai Yuan's strength and attack methods, but also acquired 22 new undead minions along with a black iron treasure chest. Before departing, he made sure to thoroughly loot the entire 4S dealership, placing every usable vehicle into his infinite storage space. The car keys were conveniently located in an office. He did not rush to categorize them. Instead, he carelessly stored them away, intending to sort through them later as a pastime, knowing he wouldn't need them immediately. As he exited the 4S dealership, the sun had just set completely. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness. With streetlights having long since lost their power in such times, the management and distribution of resources became increasingly crucial. Chen Ming once again employed his telekinesis to borrow Bai Yuan's sword. Although her telepathic control was akin to his telekinesis, it could not elevate her to the heavens. That on his way back, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. First, Chen Ming thought it was another message from Wang Wei. However, upon opening it, he discovered notification from a national certification authority. The message was succinct. A certain special operations team leader had, through the multiverse phishing system, acquired an S-rank skill, Sword Chi. This notification served to stabilize the public opinion environment, indicating to the populace that the authorities had secured a powerful skill. And with one, there would inevitably be a second, third, and fourth S. The first known and publicly recognized possessor of an S-rank skill in Daxia, Chen Ming could easily envision the promising future that awaited such an individual. He would undoubtedly not remain merely a team leader for long. Exiting the messaging function, he opened the forum, and indeed, the trending topic had already shifted. More precisely, the content regarding that team leader had been manually pinned by the forum officials to increase its visibility. Without such action, it would have been challenging to emerge from the overwhelming volume of discussion surrounding Chunming. The title proclaimed Daxia's first S-rank skill possessor. Chunming held no interest in the title of first and had no desire to pursue or compete for such superficial accolades. Upon clicking the entry, he found a video that he pressed play, eager to discern whether this S-rank skill, Sword Chi, differed from his own understanding of it. The footage displayed a shooting range with a massive boulder positioned centrally. A man clad in camouflage wielded a sword. Facing the boulder, he swiftly drew his sword and, from a distance of 3 to 4 meters, cleaved the boulder in two, sending the halves crashing to the ground and raising a considerable cloud of dust. In the comment section, "Incredible! Is this what an S-rank skill looks like? Judging by his ease, he probably hasn't even used his full strength. What we've witnessed is likely just the tip of the iceberg. How reassuring to see such a formidable ability in the hands of the authorities. Could it be that the stone was pre-cut, a tactic to solidify power? Nonsense. You think the authorities have a luxury to joke about such matters? If discovered, the backlash would be catastrophic. It's definitely real. If you slow it down fivefold, you can see the space distorted after a sword swing." Chunming observed closely, realizing he didn't even need to slow the playback to grasp the nuances. His observational skills had transcended those of an ordinary person by many magnitudes. Bullets, in his perception, could be evaded as effortlessly as scenes portrayed in slow motion, allowing him to dodge with ease. Overall, while there were some voices of skepticism in the comments, the majority expressed enthusiasm, eager for Daxia's Special Operations Forces to grow stronger, hastening the end of the calamity and restoring normalcy to life. Upon returning to the villa, Chunming put his phone down and, stepping away from the blade, watched it return to its sheath of its own accord. He did not believe that the current world could be effortlessly transformed by a single S-rank skill, thus deeming it unnecessary to dwell on it excessively. Compared to others, he was more intrigued by a newly emerged virtual window prompt. So soon? Chunming was somewhat taken aback. Initially, he had anticipated a time frame of several weeks to several months, or even half a year. However, it now appeared the phishing system intended to expedite this process. Reflecting on it, he considered that after continuously engaging with death and wagering his life, he had finally obtained a dragon egg. Yet, if it took half a day to hatch a young dragon, how could he swiftly replenish his combat strength? What if someone seized the opportunity to intervene? Furthermore, once the dragon egg hatched, what would he feed it? Raw meat? Zombie creatures? As he ascended to the second floor, a series of questions swirled in Chunming's mind. Before he could arrive at any conclusions, a sound akin to an infant's cries emanated from within. Grasping the doorknob, he pressed down and caught sight of a cerulean-hued young dragon flapping its wings as it emerged from a pile of eggshells. Upon sensing Chunming's presence, it immediately rolled and crawled toward him, oblivious to its surroundings, and fell off the bed. Just as it was about to crash onto the floor, Chunming deftly intervened, using his telekinesis to suspend the young dragon and lower it gently. However, upon further reflection, he realized that as a dragon, even in its juvenile form, it should be impervious to harm from blades. Its skin tough and scaly, unlikely to sustain injury from such a height. After considerable effort, the young dragon finally flopped its way to Chunming's feet. He crouched down, intrigued by this little creature, which could hardly be described as small. Having just hatched, it was already larger than a medium-sized dog. Not counting its wings,